In the beginning, there was an egg, and the divine beast relied solely on hatching. Bearing the weight of destiny, Luo Tianya traversed the divine beast continent, and from the very first egg, he hatched the divine beast Qinglong. Subsequently, with the aid of an invincible evolution system, he acquired the Six-Eared Macaque, subdued the fiery supreme Zhuke, executed the divine Baihu, forged a contract with the formidable defensive Xuanwu, and captured the central Earth Qilin divine beast, all while accompanied by the unparalleled Yin-Yang Panda. Countless divine beasts followed Luo Tianya as he ascended the heavens, establishing himself as the sovereign of destiny and achieving unparalleled supremacy. Chapter 1. I hatched a caterpillar. Hey, look at that person, isn't he the young master from the Luo family? Indeed, I heard that the egg he hatched from the divine beast pool turned out to be a caterpillar. Yes, back then, this genius was the first to receive a response from the divine beast pool and the first to obtain his destined beast. Who would have thought that the beast he hatched just a few days ago would be a caterpillar? The Luo family's reputation has taken a serious hit. Not only that, but it seems the Luo family is extremely disappointed in him. Now Luo Tianya's standing has plummeted, and some elders even asked him to return the spiritual liquid used to nurture that caterpillar, to fall from grace so swiftly. How pitiful. Indeed, as Luo Tianya strolled down the street, he could hear the murmurs and gossip surrounding him, his expression darkening while his eyes nearly blazed with fire, thinking to himself, "What do you all know? At 15 years of age, Luo Tianya was a traveler from another world. The divine beast continent was a mystical land where humans and demon beasts formed contracts, coexisting to fend off external malevolent creatures. Upon turning 12, each individual on the continent could connect with a unique space known as the divine beast pool through special means to obtain the most crucial and singular destined beast egg. This egg was then nurtured through mental energy communication and the provision of spiritual liquid for hatching point 3 years ago. During his communion with the divine beast pool in my city, Luo Tianya was the first to receive a response, likely due to his status as a traveler, which granted him stronger mental energy compared to ordinary children. Furthermore, others believe that a quicker response from the divine beast pool indicated higher innate talent. Consequently, the Luo family, being the foremost clan in my city, was overjoyed, anticipating the emergence of a powerful beast master to carry on their illustrious legacy. Thus, during these 3 years, abundant resources were lavished upon Luo Tianya, with the spiritual liquid provided for his destined beast egg being triple that of ordinary family members. This was no trivial matter. Spiritual liquid was exceedingly rare and could significantly enhance the growth of a destined beast, with some particularly potent liquids even capable of improving innate talent. However, such treasures were beyond the Luo family's reach. Indeed, the entire my city lacked them, with only places like the southern celestial domain potentially possessing such wonders. After 3 years of nurturing with mental energy and spiritual liquid, the egg finally hatched 3 days ago, drawing nearly the entire Luo family to the training ground to witness the event. Before the assembled crowd, cracks began to appear on the egg, and to everyone's astonishment, a caterpillar emerged from it. Upon breaking free from the shell, the caterpillar seemed incredibly hungry, quickly devouring the remnants of the eggshell before crawling onto Luo Tianya's shoulder, brushing against his face as if to say it was starving and in need of food. Luo Tianya was left dumbfounded, as were the other members of the Luo family present. The first prodigy had hatched a mere caterpillar. The family head, Luo Tong, wore an expression of disbelief but maintained his composure, gesturing for someone to assess the caterpillar's level. When a subordinate approached with a transparent crystal to gauge the creature on Luo Tianya's shoulder, there was no response from the crystal for quite some time. Finally, the subordinate stammered, "No level fluctuations detected. It might be below level 1." The crowd erupted into chaos. The classification of demon beasts ranged from levels 1 to 9, with the lowest level for a destined beast being 1. Some exceptionally talented beasts could even hatch directly at level 3. The disparity in power was significant. Thus, they had never heard of a destined beast being below level 1. Even ordinary demon beasts rarely lacked a grade upon birth. It was now unequivocally confirmed that this caterpillar was merely a common caterpillar. Luo Tong glared at Luo Tianya and the caterpillar on his shoulder, gritting his teeth in anger before storming off with a dark expression. Once the family had departed, the others began to voice their disdain, remarking on the waste of family resources nurturing a useless creature, claiming that even a pig could have been raised into a level 3 beast with such resources. Some even demanded Luo Tianya return the resources spent over the past 3 years. Luo Tianya stood there in shock, unable to believe that as a traveler and a destined child, his destined beast would turn out to be a caterpillar. However, after examining the caterpillar from every angle, he could not discern anything particularly special about it. Its eyes were somewhat large, perhaps adorably so. What use was that? Would it charm opponents on the battlefield and compel them to show mercy? That would likely lead to a quicker demise. In the end, discontent sparked within Luo Tianya, and he extended a finger to gently touch the caterpillar. At that moment, a thunderous awakening surged through his mind, as if chaos were being birthed, culminating in a resonant chime echoing in his consciousness, leading him to faint. Promptly as he collapsed, the caterpillar transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished into his soul sea. Amidst the haze, Luo Tianya seemed to hear the sound of system binding successful. 3 days later, today, Luo Tianya awoke from his stupor. During these 3 days, rumors about him had spread throughout my city. Tales of the fall of the first genius. Hatching a caterpillar, Luo Tianya couldn't withstand the shock and fainted on the day of hatching. And the Luo family has entirely abandoned Luo Tianya, with the quota for the Southern Celestial Academy falling to Luo Huo.at this moment. Luo Tianya had become the talk of the town, with everyone discussing him regardless of age or gender, seemingly taking pride in disparaging him. A group nearby continued to gossip, occasionally pointing at him and laughing behind their hands. Luo Tianya shot them an intense glare, though it seemed ineffective. After all, with his handsome features and charming demeanor, he resembled a dashing young man, and his fierce expression failed to intimidate, appearing somewhat endearing instead. Thus, when news of his fall from grace spread, many young ladies and married women lamented for the unfortunate fate of the handsome youth. Some daughters of noble families even declared that should he find it impossible to continue in the Luo family, they would support him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya could only feel the weight of disappointment. Keep staring, and I'll strip you all bare and hang you on the city wall for 3 days and nights. Finally, he issued a fierce threat that sent the crowd scattering in a panic. Though he had fallen from grace, he remained a member of Mai's foremost family. Should he choose to enact his threat, it would be a simple task. TCH, a bunch of ignorant fools. You have no idea how formidable I truly am. Luo Tianya summoned the caterpillar and gazed at it with a silly grin. Chapter 2. The Invincible Evolution System. 3 days prior, the cause of Luo Tianya's unconsciousness was his tardy golden finger, having traversed through 15 years. It was only now that the golden finger was activated, which Luo Tianya surmised was due to the hatching of his destined beast. Indeed, his golden finger was the formidable invincible evolution system related to beast mastery. Earlier today, upon regaining consciousness, he discovered a familiar attribute panel before him, reminiscent of those found in games from his past life. As he gazed intently, the 6 shimmering golden characters at the top proclaimed, Invincible Evolution System. After a thorough examination of the system, he burst into joyous laughter, leading the maid outside to believe that this fallen genius had lost his mind. However, Luo Tianya was certainly not mad. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the system panel before him. Host, Luo Tianya. Level, unranked. Evolution points, none. Destined beast, caterpillar, Qinglong species. Below the destined beast was a secondary panel, which revealed the attributes of the destined beast. Race, Qinglong species. Level, unranked. Divine ability, none. Status, congenitally underdeveloped, extremely hungry. Haha, I knew that a protagonist like me would not remain insignificant. Luo Tianya exclaimed inwardly. Moreover, the system binding granted him a tremendous advantage. His spiritual sea had completely transformed into a soul sea, and his mental power had evolved into soul power, a privilege typically reserved for those surpassing level 9. Henceforth, he would be able to form contracts with a greater number of demon beasts even at lower levels, and through the system, he learned of his destined beast condition. Remarkably, his caterpillar possessed the bloodline of the divine beast Qinglong. Although this continent was known as the divine beast continent, it had been years since a divine beast had appeared. His caterpillar, indeed, belonged to the Qinglong species. It seemed that the hatching conditions for the Qinglong species were exceedingly stringent, as ordinary spiritual liquid could not meet its birth requirements. However, with 3 years of nurturing from Luo Tianya's mental power, it had hatched prematurely, resulting in its current congenital underdevelopment, not even ranking. Thus, it could not exhibit the strength characteristic of the Qinglong species. Nevertheless, Luo Tianya was filled with confidence. With the invincible evolution system, his caterpillar would undoubtedly grow into a complete Qinglong. He finally adjusted the system panel to display in his mind, allowing him to check the specifics with a mere thought, eliminating the need for it to be visible before him, which was far more convenient. Summoning the caterpillar into his palm, he gently stroked it and spoke. Rest assured, I will help you grow swiftly. The caterpillar seemed to understand his words, as its two antennae brushed against his palm. Together, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of this continent. With the caterpillar in hand, Luo Tianya brimmed with ambition. At this moment, Luo Tianya had emerged primarily to acquire evolution points from the invincible evolution system. Since it pertained to the evolution of demon beasts, it was undoubtedly related to them. The most probable method for gaining these points was through battles between demon beasts. Thus, Luo Tianya set out towards the arena within the city. The arena was specifically established for battles between beast masters, or humans. Upon reaching the age of 12 and acquiring their destined beast, could further form contracts with demon beasts once their spiritual power reached a certain threshold. However, these contracts differed from those of destined beasts. Each time a destined beast grew and leveled up, the beast master would experience a corresponding enhancement, and with good fortune, might even obtain the divine abilities of the destined beast. Conversely, contracts formed with other beasts were termed companion beast contracts. A companion beast contract allowed for agreements with multiple demon beasts, but the growth of the companion beasts would not reflect back on the beast master, as it was a more egalitarian contract. Furthermore, if a companion beast perished in battle, its soul would return to the heavens, unlike a destined beast, which, when grievously injured, would retreat to the beast master's spiritual sea for healing and gradual recovery. However, with a stroke of luck, forming a companion beast contract with a powerful demon beast would significantly enhance the safety of the beast master, while the demon beast would also grow and break through realms with the beast master's assistance. This constituted a win-win scenario. As a result, the arena was often bustling with spectators, as many came not only to enhance the battle experience of their destined beasts, but also to nurture and grow their companion beasts. Luo Tianya strode in with an air of indifference. No one dared to stop him for ticket fees, and the guards quietly acknowledged him as young Master Luo. This establishment was co-developed by several prominent families in the city, with the Luo family holding the largest share. Among these guards were also individuals assigned by the Luo family. Although Luo Tianya was no longer treated as a genius, he remained a member of the Luo family, still basking in the residual favor of his parents. Thus, these guards could not afford to offend him. However, while they refrained from confrontation, others dared to mock him. Is that not the famed caterpillar of the Luo family? Just as he approached the entrance, a greasy voice called out from behind. Luo Tianya turned to see a flamboyant figure approaching him, dressed in white and wielding a folding fan, his expression exuding arrogance. Oh, if it isn't Bai Jia, the infamous sycophant of the Bai family. What? Is your sister Bai Chio not in my city, and you still dare to flaunt your power? Luo Tianya retorted sharply. This tactic evidently struck a nerve, instantly turning Bai Jia's face a shade of green with anger. Bai Jia was a member of another prominent family in my city, and also held shares in the arena. Bai Chio, on the other hand, was a genius from 5 years ago, who, like Luo Tianya, was the first to respond to the divine beast pool. However, unlike Luo Tianya, she hatched the rare mutated beast, the Ice Flame Mad Lion, 3 years later, possessing both ice and fire bloodlines. She was promptly admitted into the elite class of Nantan Academy and was now rumored to be a prominent figure there. The Bai family had significantly expanded its influence due to Bai Chio's prowess, leading to minor conflicts with the Luo family, the largest family in my city. Hence, when members of the two families encountered each other, although they could not resort to violence, their words were far from gentle. I, Bai Jia, recently hatched a flame lion, securing my spot at Nantan Academy. As for you and your caterpillar, you shall remain here for all eternity. You will never behold the vistas beyond my city. Bai Jia summoned a small, fire-red lion, roughly the size of a dog, which appeared at his feet. Divine beasts will never lower themselves to glance at ants beneath them. Cradling the small lion, Bai Jia strutted past Luo Tianya, his nose held high as he entered the arena. Observing the fluctuations of the lioness aura, it appeared to be around level 3. Although this fellow was rather unpleasant, his talent was commendable, achieving level 3 upon his first hatching. It seemed that the Nantan Academy spot was indeed his. Luo Tianya murmured to himself, feeling somewhat contemplative. However, with the invincible evolution system and the Qinglong species at his disposal, it was likely that his future would be beyond the reach of these individuals. Paying little heed to them, he stepped into the arena. Chapter 3, Beast Mastery and Beast Battles. Upon entering the arena, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of cheers that threatened to shatter the heavens, as the crowd rallied for the battles below. Luo Tianya had no interest in joining the throngs of spectators. Instead, he leisurely ascended the stairs toward the reserved box of the Luo family. Typically, Members of the Luo family could enter the box to watch the battles without having to contend with the crowd below. Upon reaching box number 1, 2 burly men stood guard at the entrance, blocking Luo Tianya's path. What? You no longer recognize me. Luo Tianya slightly raised his head, his voice cold. Young Master Luo, please forgive us. Young Master Luo Hua is currently inside watching the battles. He has instructed that no one is permitted to enter and disturb him. The guard on the right answered expressionlessly. What? Just because he is young Master Luo Hua, I am not a member of the Luo family. As long as I retain the surname Luo for a day, I shall always be a part of the Luo family, regardless of what my destined beast may be. Luo Tianya's expression hardened as he disregarded the guard's obstruction and boldly made his way inside. I did not intend for anyone to disturb a youth of similar age to Luo Tianya. My tone was rather brusque, yet upon seeing Luo Tianya, I halted, smirking. I thought it was someone significant, but alas, it is merely our number 1 talent. The emphasis on number 1 talent was clearly laced with mockery. I have never cared for the words of those who are not aesthetically pleasing. Luo Tianya ignored him, dismissing a remark before making his way to the balcony of the private room, looking down upon the arena. You! Luo Hua exclaimed in frustration. Throughout their lives, Luo Tianya had always overshadowed him, whether in talent, intellect, or appearance. Now that talent was lost, must he resort to belittling him based on looks? While Luo Hua would not claim to possess the beauty of a celestial being, he was certainly a decent-looking young man. In Luo Tianya's eyes, however, he was nothing more than an eyesore. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, he suddenly recalled that Luo Tianya's brilliance had dimmed, and they now belonged to different worlds. He, a genius beast tamer, and Luo Tianya, a fallen star. With a sardonic smile, he approached. You can only boast with your words now. Let me tell you, my destined beast is the Blue Moon Greed Wolf, which hatches at level 3. And it is a variant beast. That spot at Nantian Academy is now mine. Oh, Luo Tianya replied with disinterest, his demeanor one of indifference. Humph. Luo Hua, seeing that Luo Tianya disregarded him, scoffed and moved aside to observe the battles within the arena. Luo Tianya paid no heed to the antics of this little brat. At 15, he regarded Luo Hua as nothing more than a child. His purpose here was to delve into the matter of evolution points. And everything else was of little consequence. With a unique hand gesture, he summoned his destined beast, a flicker of azure light revealing a sluggish caterpillar resting on his shoulder. Appearing famished and lethargic, Luo Tianya paid it no mind, his gaze shifting to the ongoing contest, his expression focused. The battlefield was fierce. One side boasted a colossal wolf, while the other was a blazing fire lion, typical destined beasts of the Luo and by families. Thus the combatants were members of both clans. The disciple from the Luo family, clad in light blue, extended his mental energy, forming a mental array to amplify his destined beast's power. The giant wolf howled like a creature of the night, its strength and speed significantly enhanced as it lunged with its claws toward the fire lion. The fire lion, refusing to cower, unleashed its destined ability, the 3 fireball technique, sending 3 fireballs the size of basins hurtling toward the giant wolf. Steel head, bronze bones, tofu waist. A cry from the Luo disciple signaled the giant wolf to evade the 3 fireballs just in time, dodging a fatal blow. The fireballs exploded against its rear, and despite the searing pain, the giant wolf maintained its fierce assault, striking at the fire lion's face with its claws. A howl of agony erupted as the wolf's claws struck the fire lion's visage, sending it crashing against the arena's wall. I concede. As the giant wolf surged forward aggressively, the Bai disciple hastily waved his hands in surrender, rushing to check on his beast's injuries. The arena erupted in noise as the referee announced the outcome, a cacophony of triumphant cheers from those who had wagered correctly and disgruntled mutterings from those who had lost, alongside shouts from opportunists taking advantage of the chaos. Of course, the Bai family is just as expected. They dare challenge us, the Luo family? Luo Hua remarked disdainfully, eyeing the victorious Luo disciple. You should save those words for Bai Chio when you reach Nantian Academy. Luo Tianya interjected, dousing his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Luo Hua, who had been riding high on his recent triumph, quickly retreated into silence. For during the entrance examinations at Nantian Academy, Bai Chio had bested many talented youths, claiming the top position in the registration assessment for my city. Since then, the Bai family had secured as many spots at the academy as the Luo family. Why bolster others while diminishing your own reputation? Luo Hua's head, which had just retreated, popped back out, displeased with Luo Tianya's words. Bai Chio has already spent 2 years at Nantian Academy, and according to our clan's elders, she has become quite the notable figure there. If you do end up at Nantian Academy, it would be wise to repeat your previous claims in her presence. Luo Tianya cast a glance at him before departing the private room. Humph. Regardless, you are unlikely to attend Nantian Academy, so I will do as I please. It is none of your concern. Luo muttered as he watched Luo Tianya leave. Yet, he knew that should he encounter Baiqiu at the academy, he would be the first to retreat. Luo Tianya paid no mind to Luo Hui's petty thoughts. With a furrowed brow, he exited the private room and contemplated the still bustling arena. How might one acquire evolution points? The moment the battle concluded, the indomitable evolution system had shown no response, indicating it was not a system for opportunistic gains. Did it require one to engage directly in combat with their destined beast? Yet, his caterpillar was still underdeveloped. Merely a child, it would likely be blown away at the first encounter. Alas, what a headache. Rubbing his temples, he felt overwhelmed. Destined beasts, demon beasts, battles, victories, concessions, concession? That last word jolted him awake. Concession. Yes, that was it. Luo Tianya clapped his hands, his eyes brightening as if he had discovered a crucial insight. Haha, let me try this out. If it works, then I, Luo Tianya, shall indeed be an unparalleled genius. He laughed heartily as he descended the stairs, striding away. The two guards exchanged glances, perplexed by his sudden exuberance, wondering if the earlier blow to his pride had left him somewhat unhinged. Chapter 4. The System. Luo Tianya stepped out of the arena, standing at the entrance, gazing thoughtfully into the bustling streets. What sort of individuals should he recruit for his experiment? Stroking his chin, he observed the throng of people passing by, feeling rather at a loss. After a moment, a wave of spectators surged forth from the arena. Likely those who had just witnessed the conclusion of a battle and suffered losses in their wagers. Their faces were grim, some even bearing expressions of despair, presumably having bet their entire food rations. Luo Tianya observed them as they exited the arena, their spirits visibly deflated. Oh, these individuals may serve as excellent subjects for my experiment. A sly smile crept across his face as he swiftly approached and blocked their path. The group, already in a foul mood, was incensed at being obstructed, some spouting curses, while others rolled up their sleeves, prepared to confront him. However, upon recognizing the identity of their blocker, their bravado quickly dissipated. Though Luo Tianya had fallen from grace, he was still a member of the esteemed Luo family, not someone they could afford to provoke. The one who had been cursing earlier was now drenched in cold sweat, lowering his head and repeatedly apologizing. Young Master Luo. I'm so sorry. Luo Tianya smiled pleasantly at the crowd, waving his hand dismissively. No harm done. I simply require your assistance with a small matter. The group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how they could possibly assist him. Luo Tianya gestured for them to step aside, so as not to block the entrance of the arena. As they moved a few paces away, they gazed at him with confused expressions. Luo Tianya summoned his destined beast into his palm, smiling broadly at the gathered crowd. Summon forth your destined beasts, and I shall instruct you on what to do. Upon completion, each of you shall receive a white crystal stone. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd at the generosity of the Luo family heir, offering each individual a white crystal stone, a month's worth of sustenance. As for Luo Tianya's intentions, they paid little heed. What scheme could he possibly have against those who would remain mere level 6 commoners for life? Moreover, they only needed to summon their destined beasts. As destined beasts possess eternal spirit, they would merely return to their spiritual realm to recuperate for a while. Thus, upon hearing Luo Tianya's request, they eagerly surged forward, all vying to be the first to comply. Luo Tianya New York observed a throng of people surging towards him, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retreated a step and bellowed, "Calm down. Form an orderly queue, one at a time. If you continue this chaos, such fortunate opportunities will vanish." As he spoke, he gestured for the guards of the beast arena to approach. This was also the reason he sought individuals for experimentation near the arena, in case of any unforeseen events. The guards would be there to oversee the situation. However, before the guards arrived, the crowd, upon hearing Luo Tianya New York's words, obediently lined up and restored order. Their eyes eagerly fixed upon him. Luo Tianya New York, rendered speechless by the rapid compliance of the crowd, shook his head, reflecting on the formidable influence of wealth. Supporting a caterpillar in his hands, he signaled the first person in line to summon their contracted beast. The first individual, a young man, summoned a rabbit amidst a flash of white light, which lay at his feet, its crimson eyes dully surveying its surroundings. "Pick her up," Luo Tianya New York instructed. The young man complied, cradling the white rabbit, their hands aligning at the same level. "What level is your rabbit?" Luo Tianya New York inquired with curiosity. "Level 5. With no potential or resources to advance further," the young man replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. This was the predicament of many from the lower echelons of the divine beast continent. Their contracted beasts lacked sufficient potential, and the spiritual energy required for companion beast contracts was also inadequate. Coupled with the scarcity of resources, they were condemned to remain stagnant, unable to find direction or motivation to progress. My contracted beast is merely a caterpillar, not even at level 1, and my clan has severed my resource supply. I am striving to enhance my contracted beast. Why do you not seek ways to do the same, given your youth? Luo New York's gaze turned icy. You, the young man nearly retorted, but recollecting Luo New York's status, he lowered his head. How could someone from your esteemed family comprehend the struggles of the lower class? I may not fully grasp your hardships, yet I understand that rather than squander wealth on the illusory bets of the beast arena, it is far more prudent to invest in self-improvement. If your contracted beast lacks potential, then pivot your focus. Exploit its unique attributes to develop alternative abilities. Thereby, perhaps your contracted beast may still have a chance at advancement. Luo New York's words rendered those in front of him silent. They too had once been ambitious and driven, but reality had tempered their spirits. Years of misfortune and adversity had extinguished their fervor, leaving them with naught but the desire to witness the formidable beasts of others at the arena, indulging in fleeting pleasures and perhaps placing a wager. Upon hearing Luo New York's counsel, many bowed their heads in shame, while the young man clenched his jaw, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, the guards of the beast arena exchanged glances, bemused by Luo New York's words, pondering the implications for the arena's business. If you deter them from coming to the arena, it will be left to wither away. Yet, out of respect for Luo New York's status, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Enough. Let us proceed with our experiment. Luo New York declared, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Whether they would awaken to their potential or instigate change was beyond his concern. He was eager to test his hypothesis. The young man wiped his tears with his arm and looked to Luo New York. What do you need us to do? Luo New York gazed at the languid caterpillar resting in his palm and quietly uttered the command to commence battle, raising his gaze to the young man. Have your contracted beast concede, and you must declare your surrender as well. Huh. The crowd fell into stunned silence, baffled by such an unusual request. Had Luo New York lost his senses? Disregarding the murmurs of the onlookers, Luo New York, seeing the young man's hesitation, pressed. What are you waiting for? Speak up. Do you not desire the reward? Finally snapping back to reality, the young man realized the gravity of the situation. Wealth commanded respect, and such a simple request posed no threat to his contracted beast. There was no reason not to comply. He promptly ordered his beast to concede and declared his own surrender. The crowd bore witness to Luo New York's peculiar behavior. His eyes sparkled with excitement, hands trembling, and he erupted into laughter. The spectacle solidified the notion that Luo New York had indeed lost his mind. Observers whispered among themselves, lamenting the fall of a once promising genius who had the potential to ascend to great heights. Shoo, lower your voices. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, lamenting the downfall of talent. Luo New York remained oblivious to their chatter. Even if he had heard, it would not have mattered, for he had just achieved a breakthrough. He had discovered the system. Chapter 5, Shobi. Indeed, he had succeeded in his experiment. The evolution points in the indomitable evolution system within his mind had increased from 0 to 6. As for the reason behind the 6 evolution points, Luo New York surmised it was due to the level disparity. The caterpillar was unranked, considered level 0, while the young man's contracted beast was at level 5. A difference of 5 levels. Thus, engaging in a battle beyond his level granted him additional evolution points. Luo New York's eyes gleamed with the brilliance of 2,000-watt bulbs as he waved for the guards, who had returned, to approach once more. He produced a pouch of coins and instructed them to distribute a white crystal to each individual who passed through. The young man accepted a white crystal, remaining silent as he stood aside, cradling his contracted beast in his arms. Luo New York paid him no mind and signaled for the next person to continue. Upon witnessing the young man's acquisition of the white crystal, the others were invigorated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to participate. The next was a middle-aged man who had observed the entire procedure from the front. With practiced ease, he summoned a level 4 hedgehog, promptly signaling for surrender when prompted by Luo New York. Luo New York nodded in satisfaction, though less exuberantly than before. The middle-aged man collected his white crystal and, indifferent to the happenings behind him, turned to enter the beast arena. Luo New York paid him no heed. After all, each individual's life was a result of their own choices. Although the remaining individuals were anxious, they maintained their composure, proceeding in an orderly fashion. At last, after approximately half an hour, the 30 or so participants had cleared, and Luo New York reveled in the bounty of evolution points he had amassed. As he gazed at the enticing number of evolution points, a smile threatened to stretch across his face. The final participant was a robust man, seemingly youthful yet impressively built. When he summoned a wild boar, he grinned at Luo New York, only to turn to enter the beast arena. Luo New York scoffed and kicked at him. If you dare to place another bet, I shall break your legs. I'm not betting. I merely wish to observe the beasts in combat. The sturdy man stumbled, turning back with a look of grievance. Regardless of your intentions, the ticket alone would require your mother to wash clothes for half a month to cover. Luo Tianya retorted, this money is not meant for your frivolous use. Luo Tianya feigned another kick, prompting the man to sidestep, though simple-minded. He was not foolish enough to remain stationary. This morning, I found enough money for the ticket, so I came to watch the beasts fight. The man explained, pouting. Very well, but there shall be no next time. If you wish to observe the beasts, come to me first. Luo Tianya spoke sternly. He and the strong man were old acquaintances, having played together until the age of 12, when Luo Tianya had often protected the somewhat dim-witted individual from bullying. After turning 12, however, Luo Tianya had devoted most of his time to nurturing his contracted beast, resulting in less frequent meetings and communication. Today, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter him once more. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned Xuanwu over, retrieving the money pouch from the guards. Estimating there were still a dozen white crystal stones left, he glanced at the young man lingering nearby, but chose to ignore him. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he discreetly stuffed the money pouch into Xuanwu's embrace. Be careful, don't let anyone see, he admonished quietly, pulling Xuanwu's clothing to conceal the pouch. Xuanwu stood there, bewildered, gazing at Luo Tianya. Hurry back. Your mother is waiting for you at home for dinner. He pushed Xuanwu, urging him to leave swiftly. Obediently, Xuanwu moved forward but suddenly turned back, a radiant smile on his face. Tianya, you've always been a genius, past, present, and future. Get back quickly. Luo Tianya feigned a kick, and Xuanwu chuckled, jogging away. Damn, that guy? Luo Tianya wiped the corner of his eye, laughing while scolding. He turned to the young man still clutching a rabbit and, without much thought, prepared to return. Intending to use his evolution points to allow the caterpillar to evolve and embark on the path to becoming a divine beast. Master Luo, please accept me. Before he could turn around, the young man suddenly knelt with a thud, calling out to Luo Tianya. What is going on? Luo Tianya was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the young man's intentions. I implore you, Master Luo, accept me. I do not wish to live a meaningless life. The young man remained on his knees, his gaze resolutely fixed on Luo Tianya. After a long silence, Luo Tianya regarded him coolly. You must think this through. I am currently a discarded person. Following me, I may offer you nothing. My mind is made up. All I ask is to follow Master Luo. I earnestly beseech you to grant me this opportunity. The young man continued to gaze fervently at Luo Tianya. It was not merely Luo Tianya's words that awakened him. His earlier actions with Xuanwu solidified his resolve to follow Luo Tianya. Furthermore, could his situation be any worse than it currently was? Thus, he took a gamble. Rise. Since you've decided to follow me, remember this first rule. Luo Tianya paused, his tone indifferent. In the future, except for your parents and elders, do not kneel to anyone, not even to the heavens. As his words fell, they resonated like thunder in the minds of the young man and the remaining guards. A bold declaration indeed. Yes, the young man, suppressing his astonishment, stood and bowed in response. Introduce yourself. Since he had decided to accept him, it was essential to understand his background. Reporting to Master Luo, my name is Xiaobai, I am 22 years old, and my destined beast is a white rabbit at level 5. I am the only one in my family, Xiaobai stated, cradling the rabbit. How long has your destined beast been stuck at level 5? Luo Tianya inquired, curiously observing the rabbit in Xiaobai's arms. Regardless of whether it was a destined beast or another type of demon beast, level 5 was often a significant hurdle. Surpassing level 5 would allow the beast to comprehend its first innate supernatural ability. Just as the two demon beasts in the earlier arena were both level 7 and had acquired innate abilities, enhancing their combat prowess significantly. Xiaobai's voice carried a hint of bitterness. For 4 years now, it hatched as a level 1, reached level 5 in 3 years, and has been stuck ever since. I have invested a tremendous amount of resources into it, yet to no avail. Luo Tianya was puzzled. Typically, individuals' destined beasts would progress at a rate of 1 level per year until level 6, with talented ones advancing faster if provided ample resources. Observing that Xiaobai did not appear wealthy, but managed to elevate his destined beast 4 levels in 3 years indicated potential. How could he have exhausted so many resources yet remain at level 5? May I take a look at your destined beast? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Luo Tianya asked. Of course, Xiaobai replied, presenting the small white rabbit before him. As Luo Tianya reached out, an attribute panel materialized in his mind. Upon probing the panel, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is Chapter 6, the Tao Tai species. Luo Tianya was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had merely been testing whether the invincible evolution system could probe information about a beast that did not belong to him, but to his surprise, it was indeed possible. The attribute panel for the rabbit appeared on the system's second-level page, leaving him in awe. Species, Tao Tai, level 5. Supernatural ability, gluttony. Status, insatiable hunger. Lacking the strength to advance. Beneath the panel was an additional note, an exotic beast of the Tao Tai species, capable of transforming into a formidable Tao Tai at its peak, consuming all. Wow, this is a Tao Tai? The gluttonous creature from the legends. Luo Tianya gazed at Xiao Bai with envy and resentment. How fortunate this fellow was to have a destined beast that was a Tao Tai. But then he reminded himself that his own destined beast was still of the Azure Dragon variety, restoring a sense of balance within him. As a Tao Tai, this creature undoubtedly required an immense amount of energy, hence Xiao Bai's previous offerings were insufficient, leading to its prolonged stagnation at level 5. Moreover, Luo Tianya discovered that this rabbit had already comprehended a supernatural ability, breaking the norm that typically allowed such comprehension only at level 6. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tianya asked, "When did your rabbit begin to overeat?" Xiao Bai looked puzzled, wondering how he knew about his beast's excessive consumption, yet he answered truthfully. It started when it reached level 3. After that, it began to eat voraciously, and my expenses skyrocketed from that point, reaching a supernatural ability at level 3. Truly, exotic beasts are exceptional, Luo Tianya murmured, marveling at the talents of exotic beasts. Although he now understood Xiao Bai's situation and how to assist his destined beast in leveling up, he refrained from revealing this information immediately. After all, he needed to investigate Xiao Bai further to determine what kind of person he truly was before deciding whether to fully accept him. I must return to research and see if I can find similar cases related to your destined beast. I have some matters to attend to, he said, gently dismissing Xiao Bai. Very well, Master Luo. Should you need anything, you can find me at Bai E Alley in the west of the city, Xiao Bai replied gratefully. Recognizing the depth of Luo Tianya's commitment to seeking solutions for his destined beast. Watching Xiao Bai depart with the white rabbit, gratitude etched on his face. Luo Tianya felt a fleeting pang of guilt, which he quickly dispelled. I am merely delaying the resolution of his issue. I have not refused to help him. He mused internally, knowing he would assist Xiao Bai. Beyond the fact that he would be his subordinate, the more pressing matter was the Tao Tai species. Such a rare creature, one he had never encountered despite perusing countless records of demonic beasts throughout the continent. Thus, he resolved to keep Xiao Bai close, ensuring no one could snatch him away. However, while Xiao Bai was essential, the priority remained, allowing the caterpillar to evolve and reclaim his reputation as a genius. With this thought in mind, Luo Tianya could no longer contain himself, striding confidently toward the Luo residence, humming a tune, boldly declaring, I wield the crescent moon blade, calling out a resounding challenge. Who dares to announce their name? If you have the skill, do not flee. At the Luo residence, within his small courtyard, he dismissed all the maidservants and shut the door to his chamber. Excitement coursed through him as he gazed at the summoned caterpillar. From this day forth, you shall embark on the path to becoming a divine beast, and I, Luo Tianya, shall reclaim my title as a genius. A broad smile adorned his face as he focused on the caterpillar in his hands. Should anyone witness Luo Tianya grinning madly while caressing the caterpillar, they would undoubtedly solidify his reputation as a madman. After indulging in his joy, Luo Tianya turned serious, scrutinizing the caterpillar. Then checking the evolution points within the invincible evolution system, 130. This is the source of the evolution points obtained after he made over 30 of his innate beasts concede. Among that group, the innate beast levels varied, with the highest being Xiao Bai's 5th level and some as low as the 2nd level. However, with just a few white crystal stones, such substantial gains were achieved. Luo Tianya was exhilarated, believing that with this, he would soon ascend to the pinnacle of the divine beast continent, surrounded by divine beasts and accompanied by a host of spirits, ultimately vanquishing the extraterrestrial demons and living a life of leisure. Regaining his focus, he clicked on the evolution points and confirmed their use on the caterpillar. A flash of azure light appeared, and one evolution point vanished. Luo Tianya examined the caterpillar closely, but it seemed unchanged. He clicked again, and 2 evolution points disappeared. Yet the caterpillar showed no reaction, merely flipping onto its back. Luo Tianya was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Were the evolution points ineffective? Refusing to accept defeat, he clicked once more, for points vanished, but the caterpillar remained unaltered. Frustration bubbled within him as he cursed the so-called invincible evolution system for its lack of utility. After venting his anger, he calmed down and checked the system status of the caterpillar. Species, Qinglong, Azure Dragon. Level, unranked divine ability, none condition, congenitally underdeveloped and quite hungry. There was little change. And Luo Tianya felt an impulse to confront the invincible evolution system. Wait, something was different. Upon closer inspection, the status had changed from extremely hungry to very hungry. Was this what he had achieved with several evolution points? Taking a deep breath, He reminded himself that this was a Qinglong species, which surely had high cultivation requirements. He continued to click the evolution points, watching 6 more disappear. As he calculated the consumption of evolution points, he surmised a pattern. Checking the caterpillar's status again, it had transformed to hungry, the very having vanished. With no other options, he pressed on, reassured by the remaining evolution points. 8 points vanished, and the status changed to a bit hungry. Resolutely, he clicked twice more, and 22 evolution points were spent, finally eliminating any mention of hunger. Yet, the indication of congenital underdevelopment seemed to dim slightly. Looking down at the caterpillar, he finally saw a change. It was no longer languidly lying down, but was propped up. Its adorable large eyes fixed on Luo Tianya. He reached out to touch its antennae, sensing its inner joy. With a foolish grin, Luo Tianya clicked on the evolution points twice more, 30 points disappeared, and the caterpillar's body grew significantly, while the term congenitally underdeveloped began to blur and fade. He pressed on. Another 18 points were consumed, and the caterpillar's antennae began to curve downwards, as though forming a circle. The term congenitally underdeveloped was nearly gone, with only a faint shadow remaining. For the final push, 20 points in evolution points finally eradicated the congenitally underdeveloped status, and the caterpillar's antennae curled completely, subtly resembling dragon horns. Chapter 7. Restoration and the System Creator. He was invigorated and continued to click on the evolution points, only to be met with a system notification stating insufficient evolution points, bringing him back to reality. Glancing at his remaining points, he saw 19, whereas the next evolution required 22. However, evolution points were easily obtainable. He could simply summon the maid to concede once more. Not overly concerned with the evolution point issue, he opened the system to examine the caterpillar's condition: species, Qinglong level, unranked divine ability, none condition, normal, excited. The congenital underdevelopment and hunger states had vanished, and Luo Tianya nodded in satisfaction. He had completely compensated for the premature deficiencies and restored it to normal. The next step was to elevate its level. Prepared for a vigorous effort, Luo Tianya opened the door and called back the previous maids, requesting them to summon their innate beasts once again. Following the earlier process, he held the caterpillar in his hands, eagerly awaiting the evolution point count. No response. After a considerable wait, the evolution points remained at 19, unchanged. He hastily switched to another maid, but the result was the same. After trying with 4 maids, none managed to increase his evolution points. Did it require male participants? Luo Tianya pondered the variable that differed from the previous occasion, where all participants had been male. He dismissed the maids and summoned a few male guards, contemplating the variables and wondering if perhaps he needed to visit the beast arena. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed in his mind. What was that? Luo Tianya jumped up, glancing around to see no one. The maids had been sent to fetch others, leaving him alone in the room. I am the auxiliary spirit of the invincible evolution system, residing in your mind. Luo Tianya quickly secured the door before focusing on the system in his mind, where a cat floated above, licking its paw while observing him. This system has intelligence? Luo Tianya was taken aback. After activating the invincible evolution system, there had been no reaction, and now an auxiliary spirit had emerged. What capabilities do you possess? Luo Tianya regarded the cat with suspicion. Call me the Spirit Lord. The cat lazily replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. I possess no remarkable functions. Merely the ability to answer questions. I cannot assist you in enhancing your strength. Then explain why you stated earlier that the system had been repaired. No further evolution points can be obtained. Luo Tianya glared at it with indignation, demanding a reasonable explanation. The invincible evolution system is a creation of supreme power, designed to elevate the strength of chosen hosts. Behaviors like yours, which rely on petty tricks to acquire evolution points, are strictly forbidden. Observing Luo Tianya's defiant expression, the spirit cat continued. However, since you discovered a flaw in the system, the evolution points previously obtained will not be revoked. Yet, the loophole has been fixed. You can no longer exploit it. Others receive rewards for discovering system flaws. Why do I receive nothing? Frustrated by the inability to acquire more evolution points, Luo Tianya sought compensation from the spirit cat. Who says there is none? The spirit cat licked its paw again. This is your reward. Originally, everything within the invincible evolution system relied on self-discovery, but since you uncovered a flaw, I reward you with the system's spirit to provide answers and guidance. Luo Tianya was about to protest when the maid knocked at the door. He mentally exited the realm of his mind and opened the door. Seeing the 4 guards outside, Luo Tianya, undeterred, instructed them to summon their innate beasts for another trial. As expected, just as the spirit cat had said, no evolution points could be obtained. Waving his hand, he dismissed the puzzled maids and guards, lying back on the bed with a vacant stare. Any further questions? If not, I am going to rest. The spirit cat re-emerged to assert its presence. Humph. With a slight pout, he focused his thoughts into the system. Luo Tianya contemplated the simplicity of the invincible evolution system's functions. Even people from this continent would likely grasp it quickly, not to mention someone like him, who had experienced an information explosion era. After a moment of reflection, he queried, "What is the creator's intention behind this system? Will it pose any detriment to me?" The spirit cat chuckled. "What detriment could it possibly bring you? You have such grandiose thoughts. Who do you think you are? The supreme power traverses the river of time, spanning the cosmos for eternity, surviving countless epochs without decay. Not to mention you. Even this continent would instantly dissolve into cosmic dust at a mere glance." Observing the subtle shifts in Luo Tianya's expression, the tone of his speech softened momentarily. However, the Supreme Being, in a whimsical act of benevolence to nurture the younger generation, had casually created this invincible evolution system for a fated soul, merely to witness how far he could grow. Alas, it was disheartening. He had believed himself to be the destined protagonist, only to find he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. With a bitter countenance, Luo Tianya felt utterly disheartened. Others yearned for such an opportunity, yet he received it and still feigned dissatisfaction. The spirit cat regarded him with disdain. "Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate. My time here is fleeting, limited to but a few moments each day." The spirit cat urged him onward. Luo Tianya, regaining his composure, hastily inquired, "So, evolution points can only be acquired through combat with beasts?" "Indeed, that will be the sole avenue henceforth," replied the spirit cat. "Moreover, engaging in battles beyond one's level will yield corresponding experience boosts upon victory." Luo Tianya nodded, finding this aligned with his previous conjectures. Contemplating further questions, he suddenly recalled Xiao Bai's extraordinary beast and asked, "Why can the extraordinary beasts hatch normally and mature, unlike my premature caterpillar?" After all, that was a Taotai, one of the 9 offspring of the dragon. He had been perplexed by Xiao Bai's extraordinary beast hatching normally and reaching level 5, while his Qinglong species exhibited stunted growth from the outset. Extraordinary beasts differ fundamentally from divine beasts. Their growth heavily relies on the compatibility with their host. Provided the souls resonate, hatching proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, if they encounter no bottlenecks during growth, they develop swiftly, while extraordinary beasts can reach their pinnacle and contend with divine beasts. The spirit cat's tone turned grave. Divine beasts wield immense authority, commanding realms and harnessing boundless energy from the cosmos. As it spoke, it cast a deep glance at Luo Tianya. "Your Qinglong species, should it reach its zenith and transform into the divine beast Qinglong, would be one of the 5 great divine beasts, unique in this world, possessing far greater authority than ordinary divine beasts." Luo Tianya nodded in sudden understanding, his doubts resolved. "Should you have further questions, now is the time. My presence is waning," urged the spirit cat, its form beginning to fade. "Can evolution points be used for others' beasts?" Luo Tianya suddenly recalled Xiao Bai's rabbit's bottleneck. "Absolutely not. You lack the necessary authority." With that, the spirit cat vanished completely, its voice lingering in the air. Luo Tianya sighed, shaking his head in resignation. In an unknown space, the silhouette of a white cat appeared, tearing through the fabric of reality. It licked its paw, murmuring softly, "That lad possesses remarkable talent. His innate beast is, indeed, a Qinglong species." The invincible evolution system merely provides a path for growth, but does not dictate which innate beast one might contract. That is purely a matter of talent. From its observations, Luo Tianya's aptitude surpassed anyone else on the continent of divine beasts. Its gaze turned towards the distant horizon, traversing layers of space until it rested upon a floating continent, ultimately landing on Luo Tianya. Why does Luo Tianya bear such resemblance to that supreme being? Chapter 8, A Little Monkey. Caterpillar. Luo Tianya lifted the caterpillar in his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. "What am I to do with your feeble level 1 strength? How can you possibly contend with other beasts?" Even though the Qinglong species could evolve into a divine beast, it remained weak at the moment, possessing a mere level 0 strength that would be easily outmatched by any level 1 beast. Moreover, in its caterpillar form, its plump body lacked any means of attack. If all else failed, he could only seek out newly born beasts in the wild, preferably those not yet reached level 1, and attempt to overpower them before unleashing the caterpillar to bully the battered beast. However, this strategy posed numerous challenges. With both Luo Tianya and his innate beast still not having ascended to level 1, they risked being overwhelmed by their opponents, or, worse yet, facing the wrath of the young beast's parents. With his innate beast yet to advance, Luo Tianya was equally feeble, although his mental prowess had improved. Transforming into a sea of souls, the commonly known methods for enhancing psychic abilities were primarily used on contracted beasts. True psychic attacks were exceedingly rare and non-existent in my city. It was likely that only at Yin-Yang Academy would he gain access to such techniques. Muttering about psychic attacks, Luo Tianya focused his soul power, which surged from the depths of his mind to envelop the caterpillar. Under the nurturing influence of this superior soul power, the caterpillar's small face and large eyes reflected an entranced expression, akin to a cat indulging in catnip. Observing the caterpillar's contentment, Luo Tianya remarked with mock annoyance, "Though I say this, my soul power remains unwavering as I continue to nourish you." He also attempted to direct his soul power towards a vase on the table, but it merely flowed past without stopping. Indeed, special methods are required. With no other options, he retracted his soul power from the table, gazing helplessly at the caterpillar. Soon, the enrollment period for Yin-Yang Academy would arrive. Luo Tianya felt anxious. With his current strength, how could he possibly compete with others and reclaim a spot at Yin-Yang Academy? Psychic power, soul power, he pondered, contemplating his greatest advantage and what he could leverage. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him, and he sprang to his feet. Psychic power, soul power. My psychic power has transformed into soul power, now advanced enough to form a contract for a companion beast. Typically, when an innate beast reaches level 6, the master also ascends, significantly enhancing their psychic power, which would then allow them to contract another beast as a companion. Given that Luo Tianya's soul power had already surpassed level 9, it was entirely possible he could contract two. Filled with excitement, he cradled the caterpillar in his hands, fervently readying himself before dashing outside, grabbing a pouch of coins as he left. In the southern district of the beast trading market, the largest in my city, various categories of beasts were available. Although humans formed alliances with beasts to repel external threats, they remained dominant on the continent of divine beasts due to the existence of innate beasts. Consequently, the prevailing attitude towards ordinary beasts in my city, situated behind the original battlefield, was that they served merely as tools to aid human growth. Thus, driven by profit, many ventured into the beast forest beyond the city to capture and sell these creatures to humans, even resorting to the invention of a coercive contract known as the magic sound contract. Should a beast refuse to accept the contract as a companion, this magical sound would incessantly echo in the beast's mind until it succumbed to the contract. Naturally, such methods primarily affected lower-grade beasts, and most of the creatures in this trading market were of lower rank, with only a few higher-level beasts available at exorbitant prices. Humans could only contract beasts of equal or lower levels unless they possessed extraordinary psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya walked through the market. Observing the various beasts displayed at each stall, the caterpillar perched on his shoulder. This was their destination. Having realized his soul power was now sufficiently advanced for contracting a companion beast, he aimed to enhance his strength through this bond, subsequently subduing other beasts before making a grand entrance with the caterpillar for a flawless victory. With this plan in mind, Luo Tianya hurried to the beast trading market. As for why he did not seek assistance from his family since being labeled as a fallen genius, his family severed all resources provided to him. Although he remained a member of the Luo family and still enjoyed some basic privileges, he found himself cut off from spiritual liquids, crystal stones, and high-grade beast contracts. The crystal stones he possessed were the result of his savings accumulated over the years, after solidifying his reputation as a genius. The family had provided him with a monthly stipend, which he had diligently saved. With the family unable to support him, he had no choice but to venture into the beast trading market in search of fortune. After all, he possessed a formidable weapon, the invincible evolution system. Just the exploration feature alone promised to yield some rewards. He wandered through the market, pausing to examine intriguing beasts, attempting to gather information. However, most were common creatures, predominantly below level 6, affirming the market's reputation for low-level beasts. Naturally, there were some that he dared not approach, those fierce beasts that would retaliate if touched. For safety's sake, he refrained from interacting with such creatures, fearing the repercussions of a bite. After traversing a considerable distance and surveying most of the stalls along the trading street, both he and his beast companion were growing weary. The caterpillar drooped lifelessly on Luo Tianya's shoulder, exuding an air of exhaustion. Suddenly, a particular beast at one of the stalls caught his attention. While most captured beasts displayed either aggression or resignation, their eyes dull and devoid of spirit, the creature before Luo Tianya sat quietly, knees drawn up, hands clasped around them, gazing calmly ahead, with occasional flickers of golden light in its eyes. This piqued Luo Tianya's interest, prompting him to crouch down and inquire of the stall owner. "Good sir, this little monkey appears quite intriguing. What species does it belong to?" The owner, a middle-aged man with a long beard and shrewd eyes, replied, This little monkey has quite the backstory. Let me tell you about the earth-shattering battle I had with its parents, spanning 300 rounds. from the beast forest to the skies, and back down again. The aftermath of our clash leveled much of the beast forest, causing unrest among the creatures. Ultimately, I single-handedly repelled the onslaught of its parents and quelled the ensuing chaos, silently averting disaster for my city. The owner spoke with fervor, painting himself as the greatest protector of my. As he waxed lyrical, a chuckle from Luo Tianya drew his attention. He looked up to find Luo Tianya regarding him, arms crossed, with the caterpillar on his shoulder adopting a stance of skepticism. The owner, suddenly feeling awkward, halted his tale. Please, continue. This is quite captivating, akin to a storytelling performance, Luo Tianya remarked with a smirk. Chapter 9. The Six-Eared Macaque. Very well, I shall cease my pretense. The owner's demeanor shifted as he regained his composure, stroking his beard and gesturing toward the tranquil monkey. Though this monkey was not acquired through extreme hardship, it was indeed obtained after considerable challenges, snatched from numerous competitors. If you wish to purchase it, I can offer you a fair price. Ignoring the owner's sales pitch, Luo Tianya crouched closer to the cage, scrutinizing the little monkey. May I touch it? After a prolonged gaze without any response from the monkey, which remained fixated ahead, Luo Tianya's curiosity surged. You may, but I must warn you, though it appears calm. Any unforeseen events are not my responsibility, the owner cautioned, eager to absolve himself of liability. Rest assured, should any mishap occur, I shall not trouble you, Luo Tianya replied, signaling him to unlock the cage. The owner, eyeing him suspiciously, unleashed his mental energy, transforming it into a unique key that fit the lock. With a click, the cage opened. This was a specialized containment cage, only unlockable with the owner's mental energy, ensuring that even if stolen, it would remain secure against others. Luo Tianya observed the monkey, which continued to sit quietly, showing no inclination to escape. With a growing sense of anticipation, he slowly extended a hand toward the soft fur of the little monkey. Upon contact, the system in his mind illuminated, revealing an attribute panel regarding the monkey. As he scanned the information, his heart raced. Had it not been for his past life experiences and formidable mental prowess, he might have cried out in astonishment. Species, Six-Eared Macaque, born of heaven and earth, a unique entity. Level 1. Ability, listen to all things, innate ability, currently sealed. Status, actively sealed ability. Immersed in its own world. A storm of emotions surged within Luo Tianya. This was the Six-Eared Macaque. In his past life, it had masqueraded as the legendary Sun Wukong, engaging in fierce battles with the great sage equal to heaven, undetectable by the gods save for Tathagata and the truth-seeking. Ultimately, it was only through Tathagata's insight that it was subdued and met its demise at the hands of the great sage. While unsure of the connection between this Six-Eared Macaque and the one from his previous life, the system panel's description alone indicated its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, possessing an innate ability at level 1 was a testament to its superiority, surpassing the abilities grasped by beasts of level 3 in the beast treading. The innate ability of listening to all things resonated with Luo Tianya, recalling legends of the Six-Eared Macaque, renowned for its acute hearing and understanding of all things. Just then, noticing Luo Tianya's unmoving demeanor, the owner nudged him. Hey, are you all right? You seem frozen in place. Luo Tianya snapped back to reality, quickly recovering and withdrawing his hand, remarking, this little monkey's tranquility has indeed captivated me, leaving me momentarily lost in thought. The owner's skepticism waned slightly upon hearing this, and he continued, so, what do you think? Is my little monkey to your liking? If so, it's yours for just 2 green crystal stones. Luo Tianya chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? This monkey possesses no remarkable abilities. Given its frail appearance, it barely registers as a level 1. If it were a juvenile, born at level 1, it would merely be an ordinary beast, perhaps even below average. If it isn't a juvenile, he paused, fixing a scrutinizing gaze on the owner. You dare ask me for 2 green crystal stones for an adult beast at level 1? The owner's expression grew awkward as he realized his overreach. He had initially aimed to swindle this opulent young man. The little monkey, merely a find from the beast forest, had failed to attract interest from others due to its low energy signature and diminutive size. It had been an easy capture, and now, faced with a lack of profits, he had sought to capitalize on it. You seem quite knowledgeable, the owner said, quickly shifting his demeanor to one of feigned humility. Then how about 1 green crystal stone? After all, it wasn't easy bringing it out from the beast forest. 100 white crystal stones, Luo Tianya replied with a sly smile. The owner nearly leapt from his spot. 100 white crystal stones for a single green crystal stone? That's not just bargaining. That's practically a gift. Luo Tianya leisurely articulated his reasoning, remarking that the little monkey was likely a free find, requiring no effort on his part. It possessed no remarkable abilities and remained quite inert, rendering it merely an ornamental creature. It could not be contracted as a companion beast. Only individuals of considerable wealth, like himself, could afford such a luxury. He questioned whether anyone else might be interested in purchasing this creature. The shopkeeper sighed in silence, understanding the truth in Luo Tianya's words. Most visitors to the beast market sought companion beasts, and this little monkey, being merely a first-level creature, was overlooked by many due to its lack of activity and inclination to quietly sit still. Who would buy such a creature? It seemed that only the affluent might consider acquiring it for mere admiration. However, the prominent families in the city had special channels for contracting companion beasts. They would hardly venture into a low-end beast trading market. Despite this, Luo Tianya felt that one white crystal stone was far too little. The rent for his stall alone was equivalent to one white crystal stone per day. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Observing the shopkeeper's plight, Luo Tianya offered 10 white crystal stones. He counted them out and placed them on the stall's surface. The shopkeeper's heart leapt at the sight, though his face still bore a troubled expression. 10 stones were still insufficient. Luo Tianya smirked coldly, grasping the white crystal stones and preparing to rise. Wait, the shopkeeper exclaimed, hastily grasping Luo Tianya's arm and placing his hand atop the left hand filled with stones. I never said I wouldn't make the deal. 10 stones it is, then. As he spoke, he reached into the cage and lifted the little monkey, placing it into Luo Tianya's arms, his gaze fixed hungrily on the white crystal stones. Ah, thank you, shopkeeper, Luo Tianya said, standing up while cradling the monkey. As he walked away, he suddenly turned back and remarked meaningfully, what transpired today may well become a pivotal moment in the history of the entire continent. With that, he strode off. The shopkeeper was left bewildered, pondering whether the creature might be a divine beast. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he questioned how long it had been since a divine beast had appeared in the divine beast continent. Furthermore, the appearance of the little monkey hardly suggested that it was the offspring of a high-level beast. Without delving into whether the shopkeeper might regret this transaction, Luo Tianya was exhilarated. He had acquired the Luo Miho for merely 10 white crystal stones. Who would believe such a tale? With an unbeatable evolution system at his disposal, Luo Tianya could extract treasures from the water and gather pearls from the sand, discovering what others could not. Chuckling to himself while holding the little monkey, passers-by regarded him as foolish and kept their distance. Continuing on, he arrived at a building adorned with a grand sign that read Contract Pavilion in gilded characters. This establishment catered to beast tamers, providing rooms for direct contracting after purchasing beasts at the market. They also offered magical resonance contracts to assist in forcibly binding beasts. Observing the bustling entrance, Luo Tianya approached. I would like a quiet room, he said at the counter. Certainly. That will be 5 white crystal stones, the attendant replied, accustomed to such transactions. After placing the 5 white crystal stones on the counter, the attendant accepted them and handed over a card displaying the room number. Young master, would you like a magical resonance contract? Noticing Luo Tianya's opulent attire and the tranquil little monkey in his arms, he attempted to upsell the magical resonance contract, hoping for a commission. Not necessary, Luo Tianya replied coldly, snatching the room number and ascending the stairs. TCH, what a show-off, the attendant muttered under his breath, daring to express his disdain only after Luo Tianya had moved out of earshot. Upon entering the designated quiet room, Luo Tianya inserted the card into a slot on the door, opening it, and stepping inside. He suspected the attendant had recommended a magical resonance contract due to his apparent wealth, but he had no intention of using it. His concern lay not with the cost, but rather the potential adverse effects such a contract could impose on the precious Luo Miho. He believed firmly in his own abilities to successfully bond with the Luo Miho without external interference. Chapter 10. Resolving the Luo Miho's mystical powers. Once inside, Luo Tianya sat cross-legged on the cushion within the quiet room, gently cradling the Luo Miho in his hands and examining it closely. It was said that the Luo Miho, with its 6 ears, could perceive all things in the world. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beneath each of its ears were 2 small, inconspicuous bumps. It took him some time to discern their presence. Perhaps it was newly born, and the additional ears had yet to fully develop, he speculated. At that moment, a caterpillar slid down from his shoulder, traversing his arm until it reached the Luo Miho, its large eyes curiously studying the little creature. From now on, you two will be partners, Luo Tianya exclaimed. The caterpillar seemed to finally gather the courage to move its antennae forward, shimmering with a green glow as if attempting to greet the Luo Miho. Finally, its antennae made contact with the little monkey, which remained unresponsive, still curled up in Luo Tianya's palm. Ah, the caterpillar turned its gaze to Luo Tianya, eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. It's all right, it's just shy for now. Once the contract is successful, it will greet you, Luo Tianya reassured the caterpillar. With that, he pressed his legs together, placing the little monkey on his knees. and began forming hand seals, interlocking his fingers as his soul energy surged forth. This culminated in the formation of a contract array, glowing with white light and hovering above the little monkey. Go, Luo Tianya commanded, bringing his 2 fingers together and directing the contract array down toward the Luo-Tianya Miho. To his astonishment, the array enveloped the little monkey, then glided over its body before dissipating. Luo Tianya was left bewildered. What was happening? Was it unwilling to contract? Examining the little monkey closely, he suddenly recalled the system's description of the Luo-Tianya Miho. Its mystical powers were automatically sealed, leaving it immersed in its own world. He mused, stroking his chin as he pondered the possibilities. Could this be due to its innate abilities? The capacity to listen to everything might overwhelm it with external information, causing it to seal its powers and sever its connection to the outside world. As someone from an era of information explosion, Luo Tianya quickly deduced the Luo-Tianya Miho's predicament based on the available clues. However, how to resolve this issue? Even with an understanding of the cause, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Rising from his seat, he placed the little monkey on the cushion and began to pace the room. A habitual thinking pattern of his. With too much information at play, he needed to filter, sift, and select the pertinent details. Employing modern reasoning, Luo Tianya analyzed the situation. How could he filter the information? Interception was necessary, but how to intercept? He first needed to identify and categorize the information. What criteria could he use for classification? Luo Tianya realized he was unfamiliar with the specific effects of the Luo-Tianya Miho's ability to listen to all things, making it impossible to directly guide the little monkey in filtering and selecting information. After much contemplation, he resolved to attempt to awaken the Luo-Tianya Miho from its self-imposed isolation. He gathered various objects from the quiet room, a teacup, wood, a vase, and sandalwood, and placed them before the little monkey. Focusing his intent, he unleashed his soul energy to nourish the little creature. Then, with his right hand, he gently pushed aside everything except the sandalwood, leaving it in place and bringing it to the little monkey's attention. After being nourished by the soul energy, the Luo-Tianya Miho appeared to brighten, its eyes shimmering with golden light as it turned to observe the objects before it. Squeak! Liar emitted a perplexed chirp, casting a bewildered glance at Luo Tianya. It appeared that awakening it was rather straightforward. Witnessing Liar's response, Luo Tianya felt a wave of joy within. The next step was to assist it in resolving the issue of information filtering, for only then could a contract be established. Thus, Luo Tianya repeated the process, explaining as he proceeded. No. Push away this, he said, firmly grasping the sandalwood and moving it before Liar. This, I desire, hence I seize it. As the nurturing essence of his soul energy continued to flow, the brightness in Liar's eyes intensified. Luo Tianya repeated his actions several times, demonstrating how to filter information to obtain the desired knowledge. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luo Tianya began to feel fatigued, his voice growing hoarse. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden call jolted him back to awareness. Looking down, he saw Liar scratching its ears in an excited frenzy, bouncing around jubilantly. Was this the effect taking hold? Luo Tianya wondered, his curiosity piqued. No sooner had he thought this than Liar stood still, closed its eyes, and with its right hand, traced an intricate gesture towards its forehead. Instantly, a wave of inexplicable energy emanated from Liar, and Luo Tianya felt a refreshing breeze pass through him, as though an unspoken connection had formed between them, allowing Liar to hear his innermost thoughts. Little monkey, greetings. Luo Tianya smiled, silently greeting Liar. It seemed to have heard his thoughts, as it opened its eyes, gazing at him with delight. Meanwhile, the caterpillar perched on his shoulder remained wide-eyed, oblivious to any connection with Liar, staring in confusion as its master and the little monkey shared an emotional exchange. The caterpillar, feeling neglected, emitted a soft call to assert its presence. Luo Tianya glanced at Liar, then pointed at the caterpillar on his shoulder. Liar nodded, closed its eyes once more, and sent out another wave, this time directed at the caterpillar. However, it seemed that the caterpillar did not establish any sensory connection with Liar. The caterpillar looked at Liar in confusion. With animated gestures, Liar attempted to convey the thoughts it had just perceived from the caterpillar. Luo Tianya observed as the caterpillar transitioned from confusion to realization, and finally to exuberance, its antennae quivering while its forelimbs flailed about. How did this little creature manage to express such a myriad of emotions in an instant? Yet, it appeared that the caterpillar did not sense Liar's emotions or thoughts, while Liar had indeed heard the caterpillar's innermost voice. This was a deviation from his earlier discovery. It seemed that this ability to listen to all things allowed for one-sided reception as well as mutual communication. Luo Tianya mused. Seeing that Liar had grasped his intentions and understood how to filter information to glean the desired content brought Luo Tianya immense joy. It appeared that it selected information through varying waves of mental energy, truly a prodigy among the 4 divine monkeys, capable of comprehending the essence of even his clumsy demonstrations. Chapter 11. Successful Contract, Gaining Divine Powers. Observing the 2 little creatures communicating in a language he could not comprehend, Luo Tianya felt a sense of satisfaction. The bond with these 2 companions would become crucial to his strength, thus nurturing their relationship was essential. All right, my little friends, let us set aside our chatter for the moment. There are more pressing matters at hand. As time slipped by and the 2 creatures continued their chattering, Luo Tianya promptly intervened. After all, the contract with Li'ar had yet to be finalized. Little Li'ar, do you wish to enter into a contract with me? Luo Tianya inquired, his expression tense as he addressed the monkey. Although he had resolved its issue of divine powers, he remained uncertain whether Li'ar would agree to the contract. Should it refuse, he would have to prepare for a prolonged endeavor, nurturing their bond to secure the agreement. However, with the enrollment period at NTN Academy drawing near, time was of the essence, which heightened his anxiety. To his surprise, Li'ar promptly nodded, placing its hand upon his, its gaze resolute. Luo Tianya was taken aback. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from the little monkey. Clearly, it had been severely troubled by the influx of external information, born and nurtured in this realm, devoid of experiential guidance. Did it not know how to select the desired information through external fluctuations? Never mind, Luo Tianya thought. Everything is in order now. The contract will soon be sealed. He settled down, placing Li'ar upon his lap, and with both hands forming a seal, a contract magic array swiftly emerged, enveloping Li'ar from above. This time, Li'ar responded, extending its hands to willingly embrace the descending contract array. As a hum resonated, Luo Tianya felt a surge of soul energy erupt from his soul sea, coursing into Li'ar. The speed escalated, overwhelming him with a sense of disorientation. What was happening? Why did the contract's energy drain feel so immense? Typically, forming a contract with a companion beast does not result in significant mental energy depletion, especially since one could contract at level 6. If it required a higher level of soul energy, then no one in the beast realm could successfully form a contract with a beast at level 6. Yet, there was no turning back now. The contract had commenced and must be completed, regardless of the circumstances. In that moment, Luo Tianya overlooked that this Li'ar, born and nurtured in this world, was unique in its pure and complete lineage, endowed with innate divine powers. The energy required for a contract with a human would undoubtedly differ from that of ordinary beasts. Had Li'ar not willingly accepted the contract, coupled with Luo Tianya's mental energy transforming into soul energy, he might have been completely drained at the moment of signing. Even so, he now felt as though he were on the brink of exhaustion, gritting his teeth to endure. Ultimately, as he approached the point of complete depletion, a resounding explosion echoed through his soul sea, and the contract was finally completed. An invisible thread tying him to Li'ar. Luo Tianya's expression brightened, his left hand propping himself up as his body teetered. His face pale as he gazed at Li'ar. Just as he was about to speak, a voice resonated in his mind. Contract successful. Level increased by 1. Gaining divine power. Listening to all things. Instantaneously, a golden light enveloped him, enhancing both his physical attributes and soul energy. Following that, a torrent of information surged into his soul sea, encompassing the joyous emotions of Li'ar and the caterpillar, the related details of the cushion, table, teacup, sandalwood, and other items in the quiet chamber. Outside the chamber, there were sounds of communication between humans and beasts, as well as amongst themselves. Luo Tianya felt as though his soul sea was about to burst, having just recovered a fraction of his soul energy from the level increase. A deluge of information came rushing in. Under such overwhelming pressure, he promptly lost consciousness, while his companion, the caterpillar, transformed into a beam of light and returned to his soul sea. Just before he fainted, he seemed to see Li'ar rushing towards him in a panic. And his final thought was, listening to all things, this divine power indeed has its pitfalls. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek as Luo Tianya gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar sight of his bed curtains, with a maid nearby gently fanning him. Upon noticing his awakening, the maid beamed with joy, halting her fanning and leaning closer to the bedside, saying, "Young master, you are awake." Luo Tianya felt bewildered. His memories lingered on the moment he signed the contract with Li'ar before losing consciousness. How had he suddenly returned home? Seeing the perplexity etched on Luo Tianya's face, the maid explained, "Young master, 2 days ago, you fainted at the contract hall. When the attendants noticed that you had not emerged after a long while, they knocked on the door. Finding no response, they opened the door and discovered you collapsed on the floor. Someone recognized your identity and brought you back." Understanding dawned upon him. The immense energy expenditure from the contract with Luo had overwhelmed him, coupled with the divine ability to listen to all things. An overwhelming influx of external information flooded his mind, causing him to faint. With this realization, he swiftly leaped from the bed, exclaiming, "Where's my little monkey?" The maid pointed to a small nest made of soft fabric nearby, where the little monkey was curled up asleep. Speaking of the little monkey, the maid's face lit up with warmth. "This little monkey has been fiercely loyal to you, young master. It stayed by your side, refusing to let anyone approach you after bringing you back. It was only after I explained that we were here to help you that it allowed us to come closer." The maid glanced at Luo, who was still sleeping. "It has been guarding you for 2 days, and finally, it could no longer hold on and had to rest." Luo Tianya looked at the resting Luo, a sense of gratitude swelling within him. His appreciation for the Luo monkey deepened, elevating it to a status akin to that of his own life beast. Noticing that Luo Tianya seemed to be recovering, the maid hesitated before speaking. "Young master, the news of your fainting and being brought back has spread throughout the estate. Others in the clan are saying that you overstepped your bounds in attempting to contract a companion beast, which led to this outcome." Luo Tianya waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with what others say. I have my own plans. But, enough, do not worry. Everything will be fine." He patted the maid's small hand and gestured for her to rest, noticing that she had not had proper rest for quite some time. As the maid closed the door, Luo Tianya descended from the bed, stretching his limbs. He chose not to disturb the still sleeping Luo and directed his attention to the system within his mind, eager to discover the reason behind his recent upgrade and the acquisition of divine abilities. Chapter 12. Genius. The system interface in his mind materialized, and Luo Tianya's gaze fell upon the information regarding himself. Host, Luo Tianya Level 1 evolution points, 19 life beast, Mao Mao Chong, Qinglong species, companion beast, Luo monkey, heavenly earth variant. Unique, divine ability, listening to all things, currently sealed. The interface revealed that his level had progressed from unranked to level 1, and beneath his life beast, a companion beast had been added, along with the divine ability of the Luo monkey. Furrowing his brow, he was filled with confusion. In the realm of divine beasts, it was unheard of for a host to upgrade due to a companion beast contract, as companion beasts could not be absorbed into the soul sea and could not evolve alongside the host. This was a fundamental difference in the divine powers of varying contracts. Only life beasts obtained from the divine beast pool could provide feedback to the host during upgrades, allowing for mutual growth and level enhancement. This was the mainstream method of cultivation in the realm of divine beasts, investing energy to enhance oneself paled in comparison to nurturing one's life beast, as its evolution would benefit the host as well. Companion beasts were merely guardians in times of peril, vital for protecting the host from danger. Thus, Luo Tianya was utterly bewildered. He had contracted a companion beast, yet he had unexpectedly leveled up alongside it and fortuitously acquired a divine ability. Although the divine ability was likely sealed due to his physical and spiritual state, it was still a divine ability. Such an occurrence was entirely contrary to the norms of the divine beast continent. Continuing, Luo Tianya accessed the attributes panel of the Luo monkey to discern any changes. Species, Luo monkey, heavenly earth variant. Unique, level 1 divine ability. Listening to all things status. Overly exhausted, currently resting. The ceiling of the divine ability was now lifted, indicating that the Luo monkey had mastered control over its abilities. Luo Tianya chuckled wryly, realizing that while he had helped Luo resolve its issue, he now found himself ensnared in a similar predicament. After pondering for a while without clarity, he suddenly recalled the presence of the system's spirit cat. He called out in his mind, "Spirit cat, spirit cat." After several calls, the white cat finally materialized, appearing disheveled and not fully awake. "What is it, disturbing this cat's slumber?" Luo Tianya smirked at its audacity, but he needed its wisdom. "Spirit cat, I have a question for you. Ask quickly." The spirit cat licked its paw with an air of impatience, eager to return to its beauty sleep. Disregarding its demeanor, Luo Tianya earnestly inquired, "Spirit cat, I have contracted a companion beast, yet I have leveled up alongside it. What could be the reason?" "Don't be so surprised. This is the benefit of the invincible evolution system. Through the rules established, contracting a companion beast can yield advantages. Whether it's leveling up together or acquiring related divine abilities, it can all be achieved. Then, if I upgrade my life beast next time, can I advance another level?" Luo Tianya marveled at the power of the invincible evolution system, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Dream on." The spirit cat shot him a disdainful glare. "You think you can go from level 0 to level 1, and then from level 1 to level 2? Synchronization of advancements is a fundamental rule that cannot be altered." However, seeing Luo Tianya's disappointed expression, it continued, "Once your life beast reaches level 1, you will gain corresponding enhancements. While it won't elevate you to level 2, it will bolster your foundation, making you invincible at level 1. What good is being invincible at level 1 if I can still be easily defeated by a level 2? Luo Tianya retorted skeptically. Fool. The spirit cat snapped. Having an additional contracted beast will enhance your strength. With your current mental prowess surpassing level 9, you can contract several companion beasts. If you find a few with strong abilities and coordinate well, you can certainly fight above your weight class. Fighting above one's weight class is standard for protagonists, Luo Tianya declared. Pighead. The spirit cat fumed. What I mean by fighting above one's weight class is not just ordinary. It is fighting at a genius level. Luo Tianya remained silent, attentively listening as the spirit cat elaborated. The divine beast continent categorizes human aptitude into 3 levels: talent, genius, and prodigy. Talent is already rare, while genius is even scarcer. Prodigies are those who emerge from the grandest sects and sacred lands over the course of millennia. Luo Tianya listened with rapt attention. What are the criteria for assessment? Firstly, the strength of mental power, the spirit cat replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Secondly, the rarity of the life beast and the degree of compatibility with the host. There are other nuances, but those are the primary bases. Does that mean I am an unparalleled genius? Luo Tianya suddenly felt he met all the criteria: strong mental power, a life beast of the Qinglong species, an exemplary combination for a genius. Don't flatter yourself. You barely qualify as a fringe genius at best, the spirit cat replied, feeling somewhat guilty for belittling him so harshly, apprehensive of future retribution. Yet, it straightened up and continued assertively. Thus, one must remain humble. The world is vast. Seeing Luo Tianya's expression of enlightenment, the spirit cat nodded in satisfaction. Returning to the topic of fighting above one's weight class, the spirit cat continued, licking its paw. Geniuses possess optimal conditions in terms of mental power, physical prowess, and divine abilities, coupled with a deep bond with their life beast and the assistance of strong companion beasts. Their combat prowess is unmatched within their tier, allowing them to dominate vast swathes of opponents. However, the conversation took a turn. The Woody evolution system is an entity that can elevate you beyond the realm of genius. How so? Luo Tianya played the role of the perfect foil. The Yin-Yang Miao nodded in satisfaction. Aside from allowing the evolution of magical beasts through evolution points, the Woody evolution system enables one to contract accompanying beasts even at lower levels, thereby benefiting from the level enhancement of these beasts, as well as the probability of acquiring divine abilities. As long as one contracts several accompanying beasts at a lower level and upgrades them, one can simultaneously enhance oneself and them, thus rapidly obtaining evolution points to nurture their innate beast for swift evolution and advancement. Luo Tianya nodded in realization. In simpler terms, it means leveraging the advantage of mental strength to contract accompanying beasts while at a low level to enhance oneself, and once both oneself and the accompanying beast grow stronger, one can then bolster their innate beast, creating a virtuous cycle. It was akin to his previous thought of contracting a slightly higher level magical beast, allowing it to weaken others in battles before emerging to reap the rewards. However, this comes with a prerequisite. One must possess formidable mental strength to contract higher-level magical beasts or multiple magical beasts while at a lower level. Is this the reason the Woody evolution system chose him? Because his mental strength is innately powerful, even transforming into soul power? Ordinary individuals can only contract magical beasts of their own level or lower, while you, my friend, possess extraordinary mental strength, even attaining soul power, thus enabling you to contract several magical beasts. Have you contracted an accompanying beast at your current level? At this point, Luo Tianya smiled wryly. Yes, he had contracted a magical beast, but it was far from as simple as you described. Just contracting that one nearly drained my soul power. Impossible. Unless it is truly a divine beast cub. Otherwise, such a significant consumption is inconceivable. The Yin-Yang Miao was filled with disbelief, as it was well aware of Luo Tianya's mental prowess. If it were merely an ordinary magical beast, such a great expenditure would not be possible. Upon reflection, it curiously inquired, "What magical beast did you contract?" Luo Tianya replied honestly, "A six-eared macaque." Chapter 13. The overbearing aura of the six-eared macaque. What? The six-eared macaque? That rascal. Upon hearing the name, the Yin-Yang Miao became agitated, bouncing around in a frenzy. Do you know the six-eared macaque? Luo Tianya was astonished, according to reason. The six-eared macaque is the only one of its kind in the world, and given that the little six-eared seemed to have just been born, it wouldn't have any acquaintance with the Yin-Yang Miao. Could it be that the six-eared macaque is the reincarnation of an ancient demon? Luo Tianya speculated. The Yin-Yang Miao searched its memories and found only information regarding the six-eared macaque, lacking any recollections of interactions with it. But why do I feel so uncomfortable upon hearing those words? The Linging Miao was momentarily taken aback, equally perplexed. Licking its paw, it cast aside those thoughts and gazed at Luo Tianya, exclaiming, I do not know it. However, sometimes I suspect that your greatest talent is sheer luck. You even encounter naturally gifted beings like the Six-Eared Macaque. Luo Tianya nodded with pride. His luck had always been quite favorable. So you have also acquired its divine abilities? The Linging Miao inquired. Seeing Luo Tianya nod, it continued with a smile. The innate divine ability to listen to all things? Noting his nod again. This time his expression bore a hint of bitterness. Haha. The Linging Miao laughed heartily. To utilize the ability to listen to all things well is indeed the strongest auxiliary divine ability, but alas, it is exceedingly challenging to wield. Luo Tianya grimaced. Although he had taught the little six-eared how to use the ability to listen to all things, it did not mean he could use it adeptly. Thus, noticing that the Linging Miao seemed quite knowledgeable about the Six-Eared Macaque's circumstances, he quickly adorned it with praises, proclaiming, It is clear that our esteemed Linging Miao is omniscient and omnipotent. From the heavens above to the depths below, there is nothing you do not know. You are indeed the encyclopedia of the world. The Linging Miao was thoroughly pleased by the flattery, just as it was about to impart some wisdom. Its form suddenly became increasingly blurred before vanishing without a trace. All that effort wasted. Luo Tianya was left speechless. It seemed the Linging Miao's time today was shorter than before. Exiting the system in his mind, Luo Tianya rose from his bed and glanced at the little six-eared, still sound asleep. Not wanting to disturb it, he quietly opened the door and stepped outside. The sun shone brilliantly outside, and Luo Tianya walked into the courtyard, closing his eyes to absorb the surroundings. A breeze swept through, causing the branches to sway and the leaves to rustle. Luo Tianya's soul power unfurled instantaneously, enveloping the entire courtyard. Suddenly, he perceived the trajectory of the wind. The blooming of flowers, the falling of leaves, various scents surged towards him, and he could discern and select each one, the emotion of that tree, the joy of that flower's bloom, the complaint of leaves falling, lamenting the tree's unwillingness to let them go. He witnessed all of this with his eyes closed. So, this is the ability to listen to all things? Luo Tianya felt a rush of joy, as if he could sense the emotions of the world. His soul seemed to detach from his body, ascending higher and higher, ultimately overlooking the vast continent below. After a while, his soul returned to his body. Upon opening his eyes, Luo Tianya felt invigorated, as if both his soul and body had been cleansed. Opening the system, he discovered that the seal on his divine ability, the ability to listen to all things, had been lifted, indicating he had mastered this technique. I am indeed a genius, Luo Tianya boasted. With the issue resolved, he turned and returned to his room. Just then, the Six-Eared Macaque awoke and immediately saw him entering through the door, promptly bouncing around and chattering excitedly. Haha, you worked hard earlier, little six-eared, Luo Tianya said, petting the Six-Eared Macaque. Gigi. The little six-eared shook its head in response. Just in time, now that you're awake. Let us level you up. Luo Tianya still held 19 evolution points, enough to elevate the Six-Eared Macaque several levels. Summoning the Woody evolution system, he selected the evolution points and applied them to the Six-Eared Macaque. Suddenly, a wave of energy pulsed through the air, and a flash of golden light enveloped the Six-Eared Macaque, causing its body to enlarge significantly, rising from level 1 to level 2, consuming 2 evolution points in the process. Luo Tianya also ascended to level 2, experiencing an enhancement in both physical strength and soul power. Again, without hesitation, he continued to invest evolution points into the Six-Eared Macaque. Reaching level 3, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Golden light surrounded the Six-Eared Macaque, and countless monkey shadows emerged, each shadow throwing punches, some shattering mountains, others splitting seas, and some obliterating the heavens. Luo Tianya watched in astonishment. What kind of martial arts is this? The profundity of its essence is remarkable. Ultimately, the multitude of monkey shadows fused back into the Six-Eared Macaque, manifesting as a simple straight punch. Yet, to Luo Tianya's eyes, it was not merely a punch, but the force of a world. With a whoosh, the Six-Eared Macaque opened its eyes, unleashing a punch that reduced the chair before it to dust. How powerful! Luo Tianya's eyes widened with excitement. The greater the strength of the Six-Eared Macaque, the stronger he would become. Subsequently, the Six-Eared Macaque stood, and the singular shadow behind it rose as well, emanating an overbearing and invincible aura that forced the now level 3 Luo Tianya to stagger back, eventually radiating throughout the courtyard and enveloping the entire Luo family. Roar! In a secluded chamber, Luo family's patriarch, Luo Tong, suddenly opened his eyes, noticing his innate beast. The howling moon wolf, restlessly growling and adopting an aggressive stance, its crimson eyes fixed outside. What an overwhelming aura! Luo Tong also sensed the might. It was the aura of invincibility and unparalleled dominance. Which esteemed elder is passing by my Luo family? Please, come down for a chat. With a flash, he and the howling moon wolf vanished from the chamber, instantly appearing in midair above the Luo family. My city has never witnessed a being of such caliber. Perhaps it is a passing powerhouse. Luo Tong dared not act recklessly, bowing his head respectfully in midair and calling out, I humbly greet you. However, the imposing aura that had surged in swiftly dissipated just as quickly. By the time Luo Tong made his appearance, it had vanished entirely. The beasts within the Luo residence gradually returned to their normal states, no longer trembling on the ground. Had they departed? After a long while, Luo Tong could no longer sense that overwhelming presence. He straightened his posture, sweeping his spiritual energy across the entire estate, but detecting no anomalies. Furrowing his brow, he vanished into the air. He needed to consult with the elders to ascertain what had truly transpired. In the courtyard, Luo Tianya was astonished to find himself pinned against the wall by that powerful aura. He then observed the shadow behind the six-eared macaque merging into its diminutive form. As the external pressure swiftly receded, the shadow completely integrated into the body of the six-eared macaque. The small macaque stood up, gestured to Luo Tianya, and then fainted, its golden glow retracting, rendering it an ordinary little monkey. Possessing the divine ability to listen to all things, Luo Tianya understood the meaning conveyed by the six-eared macaque. It needed time to digest the newly acquired powers and should not be rushed in a further advancement. Approaching cautiously, he gently placed the six-eared macaque back in its nest. Then opened the invincible evolution system, preparing to review its information. Chapter 14, The Unrivaled Fist of Me. He accessed the system and glanced at the section for companion beasts. Species, six-eared macaque, naturally nurtured, a rare celestial species, unique. Level, Tier 3. Divine ability, listening to all things, unrivaled fist of me, exclusive to the six-eared macaque. Status, currently comprehending the unrivaled fist of me. Luo Tianya then opened the introduction to the unrivaled fist of me. Hidden within the bloodline of the six-eared macaque lies the unrivaled fist technique. The six-eared macaque neither reveres heaven nor fears earth, nor does it pay homage to the deities. It recognizes only itself. Unrivaled, the fist can shatter mountains and seas, obliterate worlds, sweep through the cosmos, and cleave chaos. Merely gazing upon the might of this technique, Luo Tianya envisioned a rebellious monkey standing alone against the multitude of deities, defying the rejection of heaven and earth, confronting the oppression of the entire world. With a seemingly mundane straight punch, the divine beings vanished, the heavens crumbled, and the universe collapsed. What a magnificent unrivaled fist of me! Luo Tianya was deeply moved by this profound sentiment, lamenting that he could not acquire the unrivaled fist of me, as it belonged solely to the bloodline of the six-eared macaque. After a period of emotional tumult, he gradually regained his composure, noticing that the small macaque had yet to awaken, surmising it would take some time. He summoned a maid to prepare lunch and, after a hearty meal, set out with the small macaque in his arms. This time, he intended to visit the younger subordinates he had recently taken under his wing. Lest Xiaobai think that Luo Tianya had forgotten him. As he walked, Luo Tianya felt elated. The six-eared macaque was embarking on a path of unparalleled strength, and he too would rise accordingly. Soon, his name would echo throughout the divine beast continent, and he would lead the continent in repelling the outer demonic beasts, even launching a counterattack. The thought of being surrounded by divine beasts and accompanied by beauty was utterly delightful. Lost in thoughts of the future, he spotted a crowd gathered at the entrance of Bai Alley, where a brazen voice echoed, "You filthy my clothes, you scatter my hair. You make me fall to the ground, you show off your heroism." What was happening? Luo Tianya furrowed his brows and hurriedly pushed his way through the throng. In the center of the crowd, two burly servants were forcefully restraining two individuals. A haughty youth was viciously trampling on their heads, flanked by two beasts, a rabbit and a pig, desperately resisting the assault of a python. Upon recognizing the two individuals pinned to the ground, Luo Tianya's fury surged. He stamped his right foot heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater, and propelled himself towards the two burly servants. Get lost. In a calculated yet unintentional manner, Luo Tianya struck the two men, sending them crashing into the residences behind them. As he landed, he fixed his icy gaze upon the earlier shouting youth. "Wang Chong, do you seek death?" His tone was as chilling as a biting wind sweeping across a frost-bitten land, plunging others into the depths of despair. Aye aye. The previously domineering Wang Chong now resembled a frightened chick, quaking before Luo Tianya, his voice trembling. "Then why don't you remove your filthy foot?" Luo Tianya stepped forward, staring intently at Wang Chong. Oh. At that moment, Wang Chong appeared to be Luo Tianya's puppet, obediently following every command. First, summon back your companion beasts. Luo Tianya ordered, directing his attention to the two battered figures on the ground. The rabbit and wild boar were still fending off the python's attack, and rather than defending, it seemed the python was merely toying with them. The disparity in their strengths was far too great. The two individuals stood up in silence, heads bowed, preparing to summon their companion beasts. To everyone's surprise, they failed to summon their beasts immediately. The two companion beasts merely retreated a few steps before roaring at their masters. The beast will not endure humiliation. The crowd was perplexed. This was the first time they had witnessed such an inability to summon companion beasts. However, an old man with a white beard spoke up to clarify the situation. I witnessed something similar many years ago, he mused. Back then, I saw someone humiliated by their foes to a degree surpassing today's events. In the end, that person's companion beast went berserk, disregarding all control, slaughtering the foe's companion beasts, and ultimately perishing alongside the last remaining companion beast of the enemy. The old man's expression was one of deep nostalgia. Although companion beasts are naturally immortal and can return to the spiritual sea for recuperation, the fierce loyalty that refuses to tolerate humiliation left a profound impact on all present. The most renowned figure present at that time was none other than the legendary Nangong Wuxuang of the Southern Sky Domain. The old man revealed an astonishing piece of information. What? Nangong Wuxuang was present back then. King Wuxuang, a legend of the divine beast continent. The crowd buzzed with excitement, momentarily forgetting the ongoing conflict. Luo Tianya, too, was deeply moved. He had never witnessed a companion beast so fiercely loyal. The notion of the beast will not endure humiliation truly opened his eyes. However, now was not the time for reflection. It was evident that the rabbit and wild boar, combined, could not contend with the massive python. Both beasts were already battered and bruised, and continuing the fight would only lead to unnecessary injury. Xiaobai de Zhuang, quickly summon back your companion beasts. There is no need for further harm. Luo Tianya spoke sternly to the two battered individuals beside him. Indeed, those two were Luo Tianya's subordinates and friends, Xiaobai and de Zhuang. He was unsure how they had found themselves in this situation, entangled with the notorious Wang Chong of my city. This was why Luo Tianya had been so furious and had acted swiftly to rescue them. Finally, under the urgent summons of Xiaobai and de Zhuang, the two small beasts returned to their sides, battered and weary. Apologies for letting you get hurt, Xiaobai and de Zhuang lamented, their faces grim as they caressed the wounds on their companion beasts, tears brimming in their eyes. By this time, the two servants had risen, wiped the blood from their mouths, and returned to Wang Chong's side, shielded by the python. Luo Tianya surveyed the standoff and turned to the still trembling Wang Chong. What exactly is going on? Allow me to serve as a witness. Xiaobai and de Zhuang kept their heads down, silent, while Wang Chong remained equally reticent. It was the white-bearded old man who resumed speaking. In simple terms, this young man, he pointed at Wang Chong, was walking down the street when he encountered a beautiful young lady. He approached to tease her, intending to force her to his residence. When she refused, he resorted to coercion. The two individuals could not stand by, intervened, and pushed him aside, causing him to fall. In retaliation, he summoned his servants to strike back, and you know what happened next. Concise and clear. Luo Tianya respectfully clasped his hands towards the old man with the white beard, expressing gratitude for his forthright words. He then stepped forward, a surge of momentum enveloping Wang Chong. This was the result of his recent comprehension of the invincible fist technique of the Six-Eared Macaque, which he had adeptly applied. Oh, this aura, the old man murmured, surprised as he blocked Luo Tianya's path. At that moment, Luo Tianya fixed his gaze intently on Wang Chong, asking, "Have you forgotten what I once told you?" Chapter 15, The Awakening of the Six-Eared Macaque. I did not. I have not. Do not speak carelessly. Fear gripped Wang Chong's face as he vehemently denied, with 3 successive refutations. Just as Luo Tianya was about to speak, a servant stepped forward, interrupting Luo Tianya's imposing aura, casting a cold glance at him before turning to Wang Chong, saying, "Young master, Luo Tianya has become a mere shadow of his former self. While your spirit beast has already ascended to a second tier, a forest python, you need not fear him any longer." Wang Chong could not help but feel a resurgence of fear towards Luo Tianya. In his youth, he had been notorious for his misdeeds. Leveraging his status as the youngest son of the Wang family, one of the prominent families of my city, to bully the common folk and gain infamy among the citizens. Although Luo Tianya was also young at that time, he housed the spirit of an adult. Witnessing Wang Chong's arrogance at such a tender age, he and a few friends, including the robust de Zhuang, had seized the opportunity to bind him to a tree, exposing him to the sun for an entire afternoon. They had sternly warned him that should he dare to commit further misdeeds, he would endure a punishment of 180 days of the same treatment. This left an indelible shadow in Wang Chong's heart. Later, when Luo Tianya swiftly responded to the divine beast pool at the age of 12 and emerged as a prodigy of my city, Wang Chong had been thoroughly humbled, retreating to his home in fear of encountering Luo Tianya. However, recently, upon hearing that Luo Tianya's spirit beast was merely a caterpillar, he had nearly been driven to madness with joy. It felt as though the tides had turned, and it was now his turn to trample Luo Tianya underfoot. With his own spirit beast, the forest python, having successfully hatched, albeit only at the second tier, he felt greatly superior to Luo Tianya. Thus, the notorious villain of Mai had returned. Today, having encountered a beautiful young lady whom he wished to take home, he was met with resistance. And in his attempt to assert his will, he was thwarted by two eager young men who caused him to fall unceremoniously. How could he endure this? Especially upon recognizing one of them as a companion of Luo Tianya from years past who had once bullied him, his rage ignited. And with the aid of his two brutish servants, he sought revenge. Yet unexpectedly, his former nightmare reemerged as Luo Tianya descended from the sky, shattering the villainous persona he had painstakingly rebuilt and reviving the shadows of the past. Fortunately, having heard the servant's warning moments ago, he realized he was no longer the same. He had become a mere husk, a fallen prodigy of the Luo family, a laughingstock throughout my city. With this realization, Wang Chong straightened his back, dispelling the shadows in his heart. He raised his head and scoffed, "Luo Tianya, you are now a waste. Though I am no genius, my spirit beast has hatched and reached the second tier, far surpassing you. As for you, now a mere failure, do you dare to make waves?" With a flourish of his hand, he retreated, and his two servants advanced, one summoning a green poisonous snake to join the previously summoned python, both hissing and poised, their slitted eyes fixed upon Luo Tianya. Two fifth-tier serpentine monsters. Luo Tianya's expression grew serious. He sensed he was faced with a challenging situation. The Six-Eared Macaque was still engrossed in comprehending the invincible fist technique and had yet to awaken, though he too had ascended to the third tier. It merely enhanced his strength. He had not yet learned the means to confront two fifth-tier serpents, not to mention the two robust fifth-tier servants standing by. Luo Tianya pondered a solution when two familiar figures appeared beside him, Xiao Bai and Zhuang, still bearing the marks of their prior injuries. Despite their wounds, they stood resolute behind Luo Tianya, ready to face whatever came their way. Haha, united, we are an indomitable force. Luo Tianya laughed heartily. With brothers by his side, he felt bold enough to traverse any perilous path. The atmosphere grew tense as the battle loomed, with onlookers retreating, wary of becoming collateral damage. This was no beast arena. There were no referees, no protective measures, and any involvement could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Bai and Zhuang summoned their spirit beasts once more, bolstering their numbers. Luo Tianya focused intently on the two serpents, seeking their vulnerabilities, employing his powers to listen to all things and uncover their innermost thoughts in search of weaknesses. Just then, the six-eared macaque, which had been resting in Luo Tianya's arms, began to stir, seemingly on the brink of awakening. Luo Tianya's expression brightened as he looked down to see the macaque surrounded by a shimmering golden light, emanating an imposing aura. The old man with the white beard, hidden among the crowd, sensed this aura, reflecting, this aura, is it not reminiscent of the one from before? Yet, it is purer, more domineering. At that moment, the six-eared macaque fully awakened, bursting forth into the air, its larger monkey manifestation appearing behind it, defiant and proud, asserting its supremacy. However, this manifestation vanished as quickly as it appeared, merging back into the six-eared macaque, which then opened its eyes wide, exuding an overwhelming and invincible aura that subdued all present. Indeed, this was the very essence of the previously unmatched aura. What manner of beast is this? The crowd gasped as many fell to the ground, while the old man remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with admiration for the macaque hovering above. Ha ha ha, Wang Chong, my beast has awakened. I guarantee I will hang you from a tree and expose you for 180 days. Luo Tianya exclaimed with wild laughter. The six-eared macaque was fully awakened, having completely absorbed the essence of the invincible fist technique. Such a formidable technique, wielded by a third-tier six-eared macaque. If it could not effortlessly deal with two fifth-tier serpents, then it would be a disservice to its name. With a flash of golden light, the six-eared macaque resumed its ordinary form, appearing on Luo Tianya's shoulder, its tiny hands clutching at Luo Tianya's flowing hair, chattering excitedly. All right, I see you are quite formidable now. With the ability to hear all things, Luo Tianya easily discerned the macaque's words. We shall celebrate later. For now, we have troubles to resolve. Pointing at the trembling serpents before them, Luo Tianya succinctly recounted the situation. Upon hearing the account, the six-eared macaque rose in righteous anger. Its gaze fixed intently on Wang Chong, sending chills down his spine. It gracefully leaped down from Luo Tianya's shoulder, slowly advancing towards the two serpents. With each step it took, the serpents recoiled, and with every advance, they retreated. This understated yet profoundly confident demeanor left everyone in attendance awestruck. I have never witnessed such a beast. The old man with the white beard exclaimed, his eyes bright with excitement as he remained fixated on the six-eared macaque. Chapter 16. Does your brother Wang Tung possess the qualities of a great emperor? Luo Tianya summoned the caterpillar, brimming with confidence as he observed the six-eared macaque. Knowing that its eagerness to take action indicated its assuredness, this was the perfect opportunity to witness the true power of the invincible fist technique. There could be no more retreat. At this moment, a resounding roar echoed across the arena, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was Wang Chong who, along with his two companions, found themselves forced to retreat before two level 5 snakes. They had reached a dead end, with a wall looming behind them. I refuse to believe that two level 5 snakes cannot defeat a mere monkey. Wang Chong erupted, desperation gripping him. If he fell to Luo Tianya today, it would spell his doom for a lifetime. He was now bordering on madness. Frantically waving his arms and commanding his two sturdy servants to direct the beasts to eliminate that little monkey. The two servants, however, were equally distressed. Although their spirit beast shared a deep bond with them, at this moment, the beasts were not under their control. The earlier appearance of the little monkey had likely frightened them, explaining their current behavior. Nevertheless, with their young master issuing orders, they had no choice but to force their spirit beasts forward. They charged toward Luo Tianya and his companions, employing a strategy reminiscent of surrounding the enemy to rescue Zhao. The six-eared macaque stood like an unperturbed master, watching as the two men and their beasts lunged forward. It remained steadfast, slowly raising its right hand to unleash a fist technique, its ethereal form manifesting once more. With a powerful strike, it sent a reverberating punch toward them, KISHN. The first move of the invincible fist. The two level 5 snakes and their masters felt an overwhelming force suppressing them, rendering them immobile. The impact struck hardest at the two serpents in the front, who cried out in despair before dissipating into light, retreating to their master's spiritual sea. They had sustained fatal injuries, unable to manifest externally, and could only return to their spiritual realm to recuperate. The residual force crashed into the two sturdy servants, who felt as if they had been crushed by an immense weight. They were instantly sent reeling back, their bodies colliding with the wall, shattering it. Before collapsing to the ground, lifeless, the six-eared macaque retracted its fist, gracefully leaping back onto Luo Tianya's shoulder, where it exchanged excited greetings with the newly summoned caterpillar. Luo Tianya chuckled, observing Wang Chong, who stood there in stunned silence, like a deer caught in headlights. What's the matter? Are you scared to death? When I tie you to a tree later, don't start crying. Wang Chong's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, a damp spot forming beneath him. He trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Luo Tianya. Don't come any closer. Luo Tianya regarded him with disdain, incredulous that such an adult could be so frightened as to wet himself. He pinched his nose, stepping back a few paces to look down at Wang Chong. Those who do evil will ultimately meet their demise. Wang Chong, I advise you to turn back while you still can and strive to be a better person. In that moment, Wang Chong's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. He could scarcely process Luo Tianya's words. Cowering on the ground, he pleaded, please let me go today. Otherwise, when my brother Wang Tung returns from NTN Academy in a few days, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. In one breath, he was begging for mercy, and in the next, he was issuing a threat. It seemed this boy was verging on madness from fright. However, Wang Tung was a name familiar to all present, as he was the eldest son of the Wang family as head and Wang Chong's elder brother, who had been a peer of Bai Qiu 5 years prior. While not as brilliant as Bai Qiu, he was nonetheless recognized as a genius. Second only to Bai Qiu that year, his spirit beast was an anomalous white serpent, and he had smoothly gained entry into NTN Academy. In contrast, the Luo family had no remarkable figures that year, with those who entered the academy barely scraping by, meeting the minimum standards. Using his brother Wang Tung's name to instill fear in others might work, but not against Luo Tianya, who was far too formidable. A smirk crept onto his lips as he crossed his arms and looked at Wang Chong with an air of disdain. Oh, Wang Tung, does he possess the potential of an emperor? This question left the crowd momentarily stunned. Who would dare to claim the title of emperor? Which beast would dare call itself an imperial beast? In their minds, the title of king already represented the pinnacle of strength in the realm of divine beasts. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard sighed. An emperor? That is a being above kings. Unfortunately, it seems we have not seen one in many years. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. An emperor was indeed a being that transcended kings. Wang Tung might be called a genius in My City, but to call him an emperor, or even a king, seemed nearly impossible. The likelihood was so minuscule that it could almost be deemed zero. Yet, Luo Tianya audaciously questioned whether Wang Tung had the potential of an emperor, implying that only a young emperor could rival him. Such hubris. Upon comprehending the implications within Luo Tianya's seemingly simple remark, the crowd shook their heads, lamenting the fall of this once promising talent from the Luo family, concluding that he had lost touch with reality. In the local dialect of My City, they would say he had gone what in the head. Among the crowd, the bearded elder shook his head as well, feeling that this promising young man had become somewhat overconfident, his words far too grand. What level of strength did an emperor possess? Even he had to look up to such beings. Luo Tianya, unaware that his jest had sparked such a flurry of discussion, did not mind. Realizing that time was of the essence, he grew impatient with Wang Chong and declared, "I am not afraid of your brother. Don't use him to intimidate me, or I may end up dealing with him as well." Seeing the terror in Wang Chong's expression, he shook his head. "Hand over all the crystals you have on you, and I will let you go." The earlier threat of tying him to a tree for 180 days had merely been a ruse to frighten him. Firstly, the Wang family would never allow such an affront. It would be a blatant slap to their face. They were no longer children and, to some extent, represented the dignity of their respective families, making such humiliations unacceptable. Furthermore, Luo Tianya was no longer the darling of the Luo family or the top genius of My. If he dared to bind Wang Chong, should the Wang family send someone, the Luo family would not come to his aid. Thus, he resolved to let Wang Chong pay a small price and then leave in peace. Upon hearing that Luo Tianya would spare him, Wang Chong's expression brightened. He hurriedly rummaged through his belongings for his pouch of money, rising to hand it over. "No," Luo Tianya interjected, covering his nose. "Just throw it over here." Wang Chong, filled with indignation, felt utterly humiliated. The only way to restore his dignity would be to thoroughly thrash Luo Tianya. He planned to endure this day, waiting for his brother's return to exact his revenge. With a forceful throw, he sent the pouch of money tumbling to Luo Tianya's feet. Disdainfully, Luo Tianya picked it up and inspected its contents, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well, you may leave now. Just refrain from further wrongdoing." With a dismissive wave, he urged Wang Chong to depart. Seeing this, Wang Chong disregarded the two servants still lying on the ground and fled the scene, disappearing in an instant. Likely overwhelmed by the pressure of the moment. What a windfall. The thought of the crystals within the pouch filled Luo Tianya with joy. Chapter 17. The Classification of Beast Talent Levels. Having secured the pouch, he approached the two servants sprawled on the ground. Thankfully, they were merely heavily injured and unconscious. He retrieved 2 white crystals and summoned a few strong, reliable individuals to carry the 2 back to the Wang family, before merrily returning to Xiaobai and Zhuang. "How are you both doing?" Luo Tianya inquired with concern, observing their injuries. Xiaobai and Zhuang were both bruised and battered, but fortunately, their injuries were superficial. "It's nothing, just minor wounds." They waved their hands dismissively, assuring him that they were fine. However, to be safe, Luo Tianya decided to spend some money at a nearby clinic, hiring a healing-type spirit beast, the butterfly fairy, to assist them and their spirit beasts in their recovery. A tiny sprite, no larger than a palm, with a human body and butterfly wings, fluttered its wings gently. A soft, milky white light enveloped both the individuals and their beasts, visibly accelerating the healing of their external wounds. Healing type are exceedingly rare, and the presence of a healing type companion beast is even more scarce. In the entire Mu Yicheng, there has yet to be an individual whose companion beast belongs to the healing category. The butterfly fairy, however, is the companion beast of an elderly physician, providing treatment based on her mood. Fortunately, today she is in good spirits and administers her healing with ease, humming a tune only she can comprehend. Of course, the cost is not trivial. This simple treatment amounts to 10 white crystal stones, leaving Xiaobai and Zhuang feeling the pinch. Rest assured, after all, it is all on Wang Chong's tab, so why fret? After the treatment, the 3 of them and their 4 beasts settled at a tavern, eagerly awaiting their meal. "Young Master Luo, we appreciate your assistance this time," Xiaobai said apologetically, clutching his rabbit while addressing Luo Tianya. "It's merely a trifle. Besides, now that you are with me, it is only natural for me to stand up for you." Luo Tianya waved his hand dismissively. "Now, let me have a look at your companion beast." Luo Tianya was eager to resolve Xiaobai's issues swiftly, ensuring that his companion beast's level would rise, thus preventing any future incidents like today. Gratefully, Xiaobai handed over the little white rabbit. as he was finally on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck concerning his companion beast. Upon receiving the rabbit, Luo Tianya's mind conjured its attribute panel, species, TOT, level 5, divine ability, gluttony, status, always hungry, lacks the strength to advance. The state remained unchanged. However, with Wang Chang's generous purse in hand, Luo Tianya felt confident in addressing the issues surrounding this TOT. Return the rabbit to Xiaobai, and once we finish our meal, we shall tackle your companion beast's concerns. Thank you, young Master Luo. Xiaobai nearly knelt in gratitude, but Luo Tianya swiftly prevented him, reminding him that kneeling was not permitted. Xiaobai was deeply touched, realizing that his life from now on belonged entirely to Luo Tianya. After addressing Xiaobai's matter, Luo Tianya turned to Dezhuang. Dezhuang, let me see your companion beast. Why? My Xiaohei doesn't like interacting with strangers. Dezhuang clutched his little black pig. Wary of Luo Tianya. I am not here to roast wild boar. Rolling his eyes at Dezhuang, Luo Tianya snatched the little black pig, disregarding its protests, and examined its attributes. Species, Wild Boar King. Level 3. Divine ability, Charge. Status, Terrified, fearing being roasted, requesting to be steamed if necessary. Seeing the state of this companion beast, Luo Tianya was at a loss for words. He grasped its front hooves and glared fiercely. I shall roast it. It must be flavorful. Steaming is far too bland. The little black pig, upon hearing this, struggled in Luo Tianya's grasp, attempting to escape the clutches of fate. Ultimately, feeling incapable of fleeing, it turned to glance at Dezhuang with deep affection, then closed its eyes, resigning itself to its fate. Ah, what a dramatic little pig. Luo Tianya couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of the creature. Returning the pig to the ever-watchful Dezhuang, Luo Tianya reflected on the extraordinary company he kept. None of them were ordinary individuals. Dezhuang's companion beast was a species king. Previously, Luo Tianya had perused a compendium of Continental, which outlined the hierarchical potential of. They are classified into ordinary, mutated, beast kings, and finally, mutated beast kings. In essence, Dezhuang's companion beast is ranked third among the 4 levels of, just below the highest echelon of mutated beast kings. Dezhuang is indeed a prodigy. Luo Tianya mused. It is noteworthy that no beast king has yet manifested in Mu Yicheng. It is rumored that the head of the Luo family's companion beast, the Xiaoyu Tianlang, is striving to evolve into a beast king. Though Dezhuang's companion beast is merely a wild boar, it occupies a remarkably high starting point, standing atop a pinnacle that many will never reach throughout their lives. Furthermore, having awakened its divine ability at level 3, and with an offensive ability that aligns perfectly with its nature, it will rapidly grow alongside its master, provided sufficient resources. Luo Tianya pondered his original plan in deep contemplation. Tianya, Tianya. As the dishes arrived, Dezhuang called out several times, finally resorting to shouting in his ear to break his trance. Oh right, let us eat. Everyone, dig in. Coming to his senses, he noticed the table was laden with food, and he eagerly beckoned the others to partake, even offering fruit to the Six-Eared Macaque, who was relishing the feast. By the way, whatever happened to that girl we saved? Luo Tianya suddenly recalled mid-meal. I don't know. Dezhuang mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg. It seems she vanished the moment we appeared. Xiaobai set down his utensils, frowning in thought. Never mind. She is probably just an ordinary citizen, running away to avoid trouble. Luo Tianya dismissed the matter nonchalantly. Xiaobai nodded in agreement and resumed his culinary endeavors. Not far away, in a secluded corner, an elderly gentleman sat with a young girl of about 15 or 16, engaged in hushed conversation. Strangely, passers-by, whether tavern attendants or other patrons, paid no heed to them, as if the area around them was vacant of any presence. However, rather than whispering, it was the young girl who chattered incessantly. Grandpa, why are you following them? Those 3 kids seem quite dull. The girl pouted, visibly displeased. Qian, I find those 3 youths rather intriguing. You simply do not understand the intricacies, the old man replied, setting down his cup and turning to face her. Oh, then do enlighten me, Grandpa. The girl, named Qian, appeared curious. It cannot be divulged. The old man shook his head. Humph, you're just teasing me again. Qian stomped her foot. They seem unremarkable, except for that little monkey. The rest are just reckless hotheads, charging into trouble without a thought. The old man chuckled quietly, saying nothing, yet internally mused. How could those who fail to discern the true nature of their companion beasts be anything but extraordinary? If Luo Tianya and his companions were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. For the old gentleman was the same one who had previously spoken up for them, and the young girl was the very source of the earlier conflict. Chapter 18. The TOT, Evolution. Sated and content, the 3 emerged from the tavern. Let us proceed to the Ling Yi Pavilion. Luo Tianya led the way. accompanied by his 2 friends and their 4 beasts, making their way toward the nearby establishment. Approaching the pavilion, the guards initially mistook them for robbers. However, upon recognizing the renowned figure at the forefront, the former prodigy of Mu Yi Cheng, they relaxed, reasoning that he would not cause trouble. Young Master Luo, it has been a while since your last visit. A portly steward greeted them warmly. Previously, Luo Tianya had sourced his companion beast's nourishing liquids from this very establishment, so the staff were well acquainted with him. Despite the rumors of his declining status, the Ling Yi Pavilion operated on the principle of amiability fostering business, ensuring a welcoming demeanor toward all patrons. This sounds like a courtesan's lament turned into a secluded wife's grievance, Luo Tianya thought to himself, casting a glance at the steward before stepping through the doors of the pavilion. Unfazed, the steward chuckled and followed him inside. Once seated and served tea, the steward approached Luo Tianya. Young Master Luo, what brings you here today? Luo Tianya, disinterested in pleasantries, issued his instructions directly. First, I would like 2 portions of intermediate lingya and 1 portion of advanced lingya. Very well. The plump steward did not inquire further and promptly went to prepare. This caused him to reassess the plump steward. After all, having fallen from the clouds, he may not be as financially extravagant as before. Yet, the plump steward dutifully complied with his request without any hesitation or evasion, treating him with the same respect as in the past. This attitude and behavior inspired a different perspective in Luo Tianya regarding the plump steward and the Lingya Pavilion. How intriguing! Luo Tianya chuckled as he stroked his chin. Soon, the plump steward arrived, pushing a cart that bore 3 special vessels filled with green liquid, 2 of a lighter hue and 1 significantly darker. The 4 small beasts, upon sighting the Lingya, became exuberant, with the little monkey especially fidgeting in excitement. Observing this, Luo Tianya retrieved a blue crystal and 2 green crystals from his pouch, placing them on the table. This is the payment you are owed. Master Luo, you are too courteous. You have always been welcome to charge it here. There is no need to rush. The plump steward replied with a beaming smile. Luo Tianya waved his hand, indicating that times had changed. What if he could not repay the debt later? It was better to settle debts when possible. The plump steward, feeling helpless, accepted the payment. Although they wished to extend a favor, it was clear that he did not wish to accept it. However, seeing that Luo Tianya could still produce such a quantity of crystal stones, it appeared he still possessed some hidden resources, validating the earlier warm reception from the steward. Master Luo, do you have any further instructions? The plump steward inquired softly. None. Thank you for your trouble. Please go on. Luo Tianya, noticing the 4 small beasts on the verge of impatience, hastily dismissed him so that they could indulge in the lingya. The plump steward, understanding, left while also closing the door tightly behind him. Once he departed, Luo Tianya instructed, Xiao Bai, let your little white rabbit have that portion of advanced lingya. De Xuanwu, your little pig shall have the basin of intermediate lingya, and the remaining portion shall be shared between Xiao Lu Air and the caterpillar. With that command, 4 phantoms swiftly flashed by, and before Xiao Bai could intervene, his little white rabbit was already savoring the advanced lingya with a look of pure bliss. This left Xiao Bai somewhat flustered. Master Luo, this is far too precious. What is lingya? It is a treasure produced in the divine beast continent, specifically designed for magical beasts to enhance their growth and evolution. Lingya is derived from spirit stones, and due to the varying grades of these stones, the lingya produced is also classified by levels, from low to high. Given the challenges in extraction and the limited yield, lingya has always been exceedingly costly. A mere portion of low-level lingya costs 10 white crystal stones, while intermediate lingya requires 1 green crystal stone. An advanced lingya is even more expensive at 1 blue crystal stone per portion. That is a price that would require Xiao Bai to sell himself 100 times over to acquire. Due to his humble beginnings, Xiao Bai had only ever allowed his little white rabbit to consume low-level lingya, never having encountered intermediate lingya, and now it was indulging in advanced lingya. This was a scenario he had never envisioned. Enough with the fuss. After all, this money was taken from Wang Chong. Luo Tianya, unfazed by Xiao Bai's reaction, focused intently on the small beast's responses. When he received the pouch of money from Wang Chong, he nearly lost his mind with joy. Inside were over a dozen blue crystal stones, along with a few green crystal stones. This completely alleviated Luo Tianya's predicament, granting him ample resources to nurture magical beasts. Aware of the insatiable appetite of the Tao Tai species, he had requested a portion of advanced lingya. As for whether the Tao Tai would overindulge, nonsense. Have you ever seen a Tao Tai that got stuffed? Sure enough, upon encountering the advanced lingya, the latent thirst embedded within the Tao Tai's genetic lineage was awakened. The advanced lingya was diminishing at a visibly rapid pace, and despite Luo Tianya having perused numerous tomes, This was the first time he had witnessed a 5th-level magical beast so lavishly consuming advanced lingya. Meanwhile, the little black pig beside him was also merrily sipping the lingya, thoroughly enjoying itself. This little pig had never tasted intermediate lingya before. Experiencing such a treasure for the first time, its small eyes squinted in delight. The remaining portion of intermediate lingya was shared between the Six-Eared Macaque and the caterpillar. The caterpillar was still at 0 level, despite being of the Qinglong lineage. It could not consume much intermediate lingya. Although the Six-Eared Macaque had just reached 3rd level, it was a rare breed and, having recently leveled up, required some supplementary energy. So it drank almost as eagerly as the white rabbit. Of course, this was not entirely comparable, as the Tao Tai was consuming advanced lingya, which contained significantly higher energy than intermediate lingya. Ultimately, while the other 3 small beasts continued to drink the lingya, the portion for the Tao Tai had nearly run dry. It let out a satisfied burp, and the little white rabbit lay there motionless. Luo Tianya stood up, intending to investigate the situation. It was unusual for it to be still after eating. After all, it was not a pig. The little black pig lay nearby, seemingly content. Approaching, Luo Tianya reached out to touch it and assess its condition. At that moment, the still little white rabbit erupted in a dazzling white light, illuminating the entire room, while a wave of energy radiated from it, forcing Luo Tianya to retreat and nearly toppling the 2 portions of lingya. Fortunately, the 3 small beasts shielded them. The 3 figures, enveloped in the white light, were obscured from view, leaving only a vast expanse of brilliance. Luo Tianya's heart raced with excitement. After all, this was a Tao Tai? He silently urged. Evolve, Tao Tai Beast. Chapter 19. The adorable rabbit transforms into a fierce rabbit. A mysterious sound echoed, and the white light gradually converged, slowly revealing the figures within. The crowd watched with anticipation, eager to see what the upgraded little white rabbit would become. Xiaobai, in particular, was moved to tears. How long had he waited for this moment? His destined beast was finally about to ascend to the 6th level. At this moment, he himself had not yet transformed. It seemed he would only receive feedback once his destined beast had fully leveled up. Ultimately, the white light dissipated, and a figure that was quite different from before appeared before everyone. The first to react was Xiaobai, as it was his destined beast. Under the impact of this shocking scene, his eyes widened. Coincidentally, at this moment, with his destined beast's upgrade, he too broke free from his shackles and ascended to the 6th level. In an instant, the joy of leveling up and the shock of seeing his once adorable destined beast transform into a muscular rabbit standing upright, resembling a monstrous gorilla, left Xiaobai in a whirlwind of emotions. Are you performing a Sichuan opera? Luo Tianya jested. However, one could understand Xiaobai's unique feelings. After all, witnessing one's formerly cute destined beast suddenly morph into a fierce muscular rabbit would unsettle anyone. Luo Tianya approached and patted the fierce rabbit, gleaning new information. Species, Tao Tai. Level, 6th. Ability, Gluttony, Violence. State, ecstatic from the upgrade, demonstrating violent abilities. Indeed, after consuming a large basin of advanced lingya, the Tao Tai species had finally evolved. Not only had it reached the 6th level, but it had also awakened its abilities. Violence, as the name suggests, denotes a formidable power output. At last, Xiaobai's rabbit was poised for greatness. Do not be disheartened. It is merely demonstrating its violent abilities at the moment. It will return to its former state soon. Luo Tianya consoled the still grim-faced Xiaobai after the upgrade. Really? Xiaobai turned to ask. Can you not be so unambitious? Luo Tianya scolded. Your rabbit has acquired violent abilities upon leveling up, far surpassing its previous capabilities. Yet you are still dissatisfied with its muscular form. I just need a moment to adjust to it. Xiaobai murmured. After a while, the fierce rabbit gradually returned to its original state, transforming back into the adorable little white rabbit. Xiaobai cradled it in his arms, his expression brightening with joy. Have you gained any abilities? Luo Tianya inquired about the ascension of one's destined beast, which typically results in the host acquiring corresponding divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai set down the small white rabbit and closed his eyes to attune to his inner self. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from him, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, nearly tearing through his garments, transforming him into a veritable colossus. Let us test your strength. Luo Tianya gestured for him to strike a nearby stone slab. With determined strides, Xiaobai advanced, shattering the floor tiles beneath his feet, eventually arriving at the slab. Channeling his energy into a punch, the slab shattered into countless fragments. Such raw power, Luo Tianya reflected, would have easily overwhelmed Wang Chong and his subservient companions. Having reached the 6th level, Xiaobai's physical prowess and mental fortitude had significantly improved, augmented by the acquisition of a violent divine ability. Together with his beast, They were poised to challenge foes beyond their level without difficulty. After the test concluded, Luo Tianya instructed him to retract his divine ability. Xiaobai surveyed the wreckage around him, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Fear not. This is merely a consequence of newly acquired powers that you have yet to control. With practice, you shall master the might of this divine ability, Luo Tianya advised. With Xiaobai's affairs settled, Luo Tianya turned his attention to Xuanwu. The intermediate spiritual liquid had successfully elevated Xuanwu's Wild Boar King to the 4th level. However, as this was not a breakthrough ascension, no spectacular phenomena accompanied it. Merely a flash of light signaled the elevation of both man and beast to the 4th tier. Glancing towards the Six-Eared Macaque and the caterpillar, he noted that they had consumed their share of the spiritual liquid but appeared unchanged, lacking any indication of advancement. Perhaps the energy required is simply too immense. Luo Tianya speculated, feeling fortunate for the existence of the invincible evolution system. Otherwise, relying solely on spiritual liquid for sustenance would lead to financial ruin in no time. Once official matters were concluded, the trio and their 4 beasts exited the premises, presenting 10 white crystal stones to the portly manager as compensation for the damaged floor. They departed amidst his respectful farewells. Young Master Luo, what are your plans next? Xiaobai inquired. To the beast arena, Luo Tianya replied nonchalantly. The primary objective of visiting the arena was, of course, to accrue evolution points, while also providing an opportunity to train the beasts. Since Xiaobai's destined beast had just acquired a violent divine ability, it was opportune for rigorous training in the arena. Practical experience was essential for progress. They made no efforts to conceal their identities, boldly striding into the beast arena. Given Luo Tianya's recent display of prowess, word of his return as a prodigy had likely spread throughout the city, despite the recency of this title. Therefore, he harbored no fears among the younger generation. He felt invincible. Passing 2 respectful guards, they approached the counter for arranging battles. We wish to participate in beast fights. Certainly, please provide your identities, beast levels, previous participation in battles, and whether you wish to conceal your identities, the clerk responded, head bowed and typing swiftly. Luo Tianya, beast level 3, no prior participation in battles. No need to conceal my identity. Luo Tianya replied calmly. The clerk's eyes widened in alarm as he recognized the name. Young Master Luo, how can you participate in the beast fights? He stammered, visibly anxious. Even if he no longer held the spotlight, he remained a member of the Luo family, the major shareholder of the arena. Any misstep could place him in jeopardy. Do you look down upon me? Luo Tianya feigned anger, his tone icy. And no, not at all. The clerk stuttered, clearly flustered. Rest assured, should anything go awry, it will not fall upon you. Besides, there will be referees present, will there not? Luo Tianya reassured him. The clerk hesitated, still somewhat reticent. Hurry and process our paperwork, or I shall take action against you. Luo Tianya resorted to a threatening demeanor. Of course. The clerk, with no other option, hastily registered their information and provided each with a wooden token. You may choose to challenge at your own level or at a higher tier. However, for same-level matches, you will need to wait for arrangements since encounters with beasts of identical levels do not occur constantly. For higher-level challenges, as long as the opponent exceeds your beast level, you may proceed. We will assess the compatibility of the beasts to determine the excitement of the battle. Such inconvenience, Luo Tianya remarked. For my little monkey, arrange battles against any beast below level 7. Young Master Luo, your companion beast is hard won. It is prudent to exercise caution, the clerk advised. Chapter 20. A moment to determine victory or defeat. The clerk discerned that the monkey was indeed a contracted companion beast, as it was clear that Luo Tianya's primary beast was the caterpillar, not the monkey. Recognizing the clerk's good intentions, Luo Tianya smiled. It is fine. I have confidence in my companion beast. If it truly comes to it, I shall simply concede. Before he could finish, the monkey on his shoulder became agitated, tugging at his hair and chattering. All right, we shall not concede. Little Six Ears will triumph, invincible in bravery. Understanding the resolve of the Six-Eared Macaque, Luo Tianya quickly offered reassurance. The monkey settled down and perched quietly on his shoulder. Arrange us for the quickest battle, Luo Tianya commanded. The clerk complied, eager to expedite their proceedings. Are the other two also opting for higher-level challenges? He queried, glancing at Xiaobai and Xuanwu. You may take your time. Battle at your own level first to gain some experience, Luo Tianya suggested. Both Xiaobai and Xuanwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging his guidance. After a quarter of an hour, we have a level 6 venomous serpent beast available. Is that acceptable? The clerk inquired cautiously after reviewing the battle schedule. No problem. Arrange it all, Luo Tianya declared with determination. A quarter of an hour later, the raucous sounds of the beast arena filled the air. Now presenting the level 6 invincible venomous serpent beast, undefeated in 10 consecutive battles. The referee, positioned at the center of the arena, amplified his voice through special sound equipment. Addressing the thousands of spectators present, the arena erupted in thunderous applause, fervently welcoming the entrance of the venomous serpent beast. This creature had become somewhat of a legend in recent times, boasting an undefeated record of 10 consecutive victories, earning it the title of Level 6 Invincible. Its lethal venom had proven devastating. Even a mere touch could incapacitate most ordinary beasts, coupled with its incredible speed, rendering them powerless. Although the arena had arranged for 9th-level referees and the Butterfly Fairy to oversee the proceedings and prevent any mishaps, the venomous serpent had tragically claimed the lives of several companion beasts in the past. As the serpent made its entrance, spectators were left wondering who would be the next unfortunate contender to face its wrath. "Hey, which side did you bet on?" a frequent gambler asked his companion in the stands. "Of course, the venomous serpent. The odds may be low, but it's still a guaranteed win," his companion replied matter-of-factly. "Huh, I placed my bet on the other side." The betting man chuckled. "Are you out of your mind? The opponent is a level 3 monkey. Even with odds of 20 to 1, it's bound to be obliterated. Have you money to waste?" His companion exclaimed, convinced his friend was making a foolish decision. "Betting on the serpent won't yield much profit. I might as well take a risk since my wager is minimal," the betting man countered. "When it gets obliterated, just remember not to blink. The harsh reality will serve as a reminder of true strength," his companion warned, shaking his head. Meanwhile, further back in the stands, Xuanwu pondered, "Do you think Tianya is truly confident?" Observing the fervent fans of the venomous serpent, he felt a sense of unease. "Did you not witness the little monkey's earlier display of power?" Xiaobai replied, expressing his unwavering trust in Luo Tianya. However, those were merely 2 5th-level beasts. This was a 6th-level monster, a venomous serpent with formidable toxicity. Xuanwu explained. Regardless, young Master Luo would never engage in a battle without assurance. Xiaobai's determination was evident. Alas, Tianya had even staked a piece of blue crystal. Should he lose, the consequences would be dire. Xuanwu murmured, lowering his head. "If not for the imposed betting limit, I would have wagered all those dozen blue crystals." In the entrance passage of the beast arena, Luo Tianya wore an expression of indignation. During the betting, upon noticing that they had arranged a 6th-level venomous serpent, the odds were set at 20 to 1. Naturally, Luo Tianya was elated and dumped the entire coin pouch of Wang Chong at the betting counter, startling the staff. After the betting personnel patiently explained that the maximum bet for battles involving 6th-level or lower creatures was 1 blue crystal, he begrudgingly retrieved the remaining crystals, leaving in a huff, muttering about their stinginess, which left the staff in a state of bemusement. Nonetheless, winning could yield 20 blue crystals. He admonished himself to be content. And as the referee announced the match, he slowly led the Luo Ho out of the passage. "Now, may I present the 3rd-level little monkey?" the referee stated with a calm demeanor. "What's the matter? When it comes to my turn, the atmosphere shifts. You ought to introduce it with more flair." Upon exiting the arena, listening to the referee's uninspiring introduction amidst the audience's jeers, Luo Tianya felt an urge to leap in protest. Was this not a blatant display of contempt? "Do you have any notable achievements?" the 9th-level referee inquired, a 9th-level swordbird perched on his shoulder, curiously observing them. Not really." Luo Tianya felt a bit embarrassed. The referee was correct. As newcomers to the arena, they certainly had no illustrious feats to boast. However, from this day forward, my Luo Ho shall be etched into the annals of this arena's history, and this arena will be remembered for the Luo Ho. Luo Tianya turned to glance at the little Luo, declaring, "Our legend begins here." "Gee." The Luo Ho nodded gently, leaping down from Luo Tianya's shoulder, hands clasped behind its back, striding toward the center of the arena. "Are you not going to enhance your beast's combat power with a formation?" the referee inquired with curiosity. Beast tamers can inscribe formations using their mental energy to amplify their beast strength. While Luo Tianya understood formations, he deemed it unnecessary. "No need. This is sufficient," Luo Tianya replied calmly, standing at the edge of the arena. The referee nodded. Whatever actions the beast tamer chose, as long as they did not contravene the arena's regulations, were permissible. Since young Master Luo wished to show off, let him do so and see if he could succeed. "Poisonous serpent, are you ready?" the referee asked the opposing side. Coincidentally, the owner of this venomous serpent was also from the Wang family, the same one previously associated with Wang Chong. He appeared pale, with long hair cascading to his shoulders, his eyes shadowed, and snake-like patterns creeping from the corners of his eyes. With a slight embellishment, he could frighten people at night. He stroked the venomous serpent, coiled beside him, its vertically slit pupils glistening, its tongue flicking rapidly, revealing its excited demeanor. "Very well." Wang Baoyu nodded, signaling readiness for battle. Then, Let the battle commence, the referee declared, gracefully retreating as the combat was about to erupt. Boom. To the astonishment of all, the battle concluded in an instant. 1 second. And the victor was determined. Chapter 21. The Path of Legend begins here. Boom. The arena erupted with a cacophony of cheers, nearly shaking the very ceiling of the Beast Arena. Their reaction was understandable, for the spectacle of the battle was utterly astonishing. In but a second, the outcome was clear. They had witnessed swift battles before. But had anyone seen a third-level monkey deliver a single punch that sent a sixth-level venomous serpent, boasting a record of 10 consecutive victories, flying out of the arena, rendered motionless? Its fate unknown. Indeed, the victor was the Luo Tianya. Time rewound to mere breaths ago. After the referee announced the commencement of battle, the Luo Tianya launched the first strike, employing the unrivaled fist to immobilize the venomous serpent that had intended to charge, and then, with a mighty blow, sent the sixth-level creature sprawling out of the arena, akin to a heap of mud, sliding down the walls of the arena like a lifeless snake. At that moment, the referee had yet to even land at the edge of the arena, and Wang Baoyu's mental amplification formation had not fully manifested, still shimmering in his hands. Then, the battle was over. After a brief silence, an uproar ensued. A fraud. That could not possibly be a third-level beast. It must be some underhanded manipulation. A conspiracy to deceive us out of our crystals. These were the sentiments of those who had just placed hefty bets on the venomous serpent, now left empty-handed. Is this real? How could a third-level beast possibly defeat a sixth-level venomous serpent? Some expressed skepticism at the events unfolding before their eyes. Indeed, a sixth-level beast achieving its first evolution should boast enhanced physical strength and even comprehend divine abilities. How could it be so easily dispatched by a mere third-level monkey? Conspiracy. Conspiracy. At the instigation of some, the crowd began to chant in unison about a conspiracy. The referee, standing nearby, smirked slightly. After so many years of officiating, he had misjudged today's match. It was somewhat embarrassing. Having witnessed so many battles, he had made a rare miscalculation. Listening to the audience's discontent and confusion, he initially chose not to respond, but instead flew to the spot where the venomous serpent lay in a heap. At that moment, Wang Baoyu was anxiously observing his fallen beast, while a healer and the butterfly fairy were assessing the serpent's injuries. Its body was nearly severed into sections, its cartilage shattered. Thankfully, its venom sac remained intact. Otherwise, it would have been the first beast in the divine beast continent to perish by its own poison. The healer concluded after examining the serpent's condition. It's not as if the beast is dead. The referee scoffed. It will likely require some time to recuperate unless supplied with continuous intermediate spirit liquid or a few doses of advanced spirit liquid to hasten recovery, the healer remarked. Hearing this, Wang Baoyu realized he could not afford such an expense, and seeing the butterfly fairy nearby, he hastily pleaded, "Healer, could you perhaps have your butterfly fairy assist with the treatment?" Alas, the healer sighed. Ordinarily, our arena has a duty to treat injured beasts. But today the butterfly fairy is in a rather foul mood, and I cannot summon her. The referee and Wang Baoyu glanced at the butterfly fairy, who was flitting about, completely indifferent to their plight. How about this? The referee proposed, we will provide you with 3 doses of intermediate spirit liquid. Quickly apply them to your beast. It should at least alleviate the condition. With that, he called a nearby guard to fetch 3 doses of intermediate spirit liquid. The referee had never been fond of Wang Baoyu and his venomous serpent, as they had previously displayed a rather ruthless demeanor in battles, almost attacking several times even after their opponents had conceded. For a perfectionist referee, such lapses were a blemish on his professional career. Nevertheless, it was their duty to provide a level of treatment for injured beasts, as they brought significant traffic to the arena. Soon, the 3 doses of intermediate spirit liquid arrived, and Wang Baoyu struggled to pry open the serpent's mouth, awkwardly administering the liquid before recalling the venomous beast to his mental space. I have doubts regarding the assessment of the opposing beast's strength. Having secured his beast, Wang Baoyu rose, his expression grave as he voiced his concerns. The referee rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking it was quite bothersome. However, given that the audience was clamoring about a conspiracy, they must adhere to the process regardless. Instructing the guard to retrieve a testing stone for assessing the level of demon beasts, the referee approached Luo Tianya and his companion, the Six-Eared Macaque. Young Master Luo, there is a matter at hand that requires your cooperation. We need to utilize the testing stone to evaluate the level of your demon beast. Of course, we shall cooperate. Luo Tianya replied with a beaming smile. With the recent victory of the Six-Eared Macaque, which had earned him 4 evolution points and a further 20 blue crystal stones, his spirits were high, making him quite amenable to their request. Soon, the guard returned with a transparent crystal stone, designed to measure the energy fluctuations of demon beasts. He gestured for the Six-Eared Macaque to extend its hand, and shortly thereafter, the testing stone illuminated 3 out of 9 energy slots, clearly indicating that the Six-Eared Macaque was only at level 3. Wang Baoyu, holding the testing stone, scrutinized the results with evident skepticism. Why the doubt? The testing stone is the least likely to be fraudulent. The referee snatched the stone back, returning to the center of the arena, raising the stone high and proclaiming loudly. The test is accurate. The little monkey is indeed only at level 3. Those nearby could clearly see the 3 illuminated energy slots, confirming the results. However, this revelation was met with a chorus of lamentations from the gamblers who had wagered on the poison snake beast. Conversely, the earlier victor, who had bet a single green crystal stone, was now elated, having multiplied his fortune to 20 stones. Ha ha ha, what a windfall! He chuckled, prompting a pained response from his companion, who lamented, "How did you know that little monkey would win? At this rate, I might have to subsist on steamed buns for meals, having lost what I intended to use for pocket money." "I merely observed the odds," the victor replied, refraining from revealing that he had witnessed Luo Tianya's monkey display extraordinary prowess in defeating Wang's young master and his 2 servants. Discretion seemed prudent, as revealing such information could alter their relationship drastically. As darkness fell, the trio, accompanied by their 4 beasts, emerged from the arena, their faces alight with joy. Xiao Bai and Zhuang's beasts had participated in 3 battles against opponents of equal caliber, emerging victorious without contest. In contrast, Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque had achieved remarkable feats, having triumphed in 9 consecutive battles against level 5 and 6 demon beasts, thereby earning the title of level 6 invincible. None of the level 6 demon beasts within the arena could withstand even a single punch from the macaque. After considerable deliberation, the arena's management chose not to pit any level 7 demon beasts against the Six-Eared Macaque, ensuring its status as a star performer. Following 10 battles, Luo Tianya concluded the day, amassing a substantial fortune while allowing the previously beleaguered gamblers to reclaim a portion of their losses. As the spectators recognized the macaque's strength, subsequent bets were placed on it. Despite the arena continually lowering the odds, nevertheless, the gamblers still managed to glean some returns. In a private dining room, the 3 companions and their beasts indulged in a hearty meal and tea. Suddenly, Luo Tianya produced 4 blue crystal stones, dividing them into 2 equal portions, and presented them to Xiao Bai and Zhuang. "What is the meaning of this, young Master Luo?" Xiao Bai inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion, mirrored by Zhuang's puzzled expression. "These are not for you. They are for your 2 demon beasts," Luo Tianya clarified. "In a few days, the recruitment for Nantian Academy will commence, and I have an idea that necessitates your swift elevation of your demon beast levels." "Are you suggesting?" Xiao Bai's realization of the Academy's admission requirements caused him to gasp, his eyes widening in surprise. "Do not inquire further now. Just know that resources will be plentiful. You must expedite the enhancement of your demon beast levels, particularly Zhuang's Wild Boar King," Luo Tianya urged, directing his gaze at Zhuang. "It is vital that it reaches level 6 swiftly to comprehend its divine abilities, ensuring a greater chance of success." Level 6? Bai Qiu, 3 years ago, did not even have a level 6 demon beast. Xiao Bai exclaimed. Zhuang was of a different age, being 15, while the others were already 22. Bai Qiu, once the foremost talent of my city, had entered Nantian Academy with a level 5 demon beast, a mutated ice flame lion, which was formidable enough to contend with level 6 beasts. Thus, it was unfathomable to expect Zhuang's demon beast to reach level 6 before the Academy's entrance examination. "Do your best. These 2 blue crystal stones are for your immediate use. If they run out, come to me for more. Elevating your strength must be your utmost priority." "Understood, I comprehend." With his heart racing at the prospect of entering Nantian Academy, Xiao Bai felt a surge of excitement. "Manage your time wisely, balancing the supply of spiritual liquid, arena battles, and the condition of your demon beasts. Ensure that experience is gained and levels are elevated without neglecting any aspect," Luo Tianya advised before they parted ways. After their meal, the 3 went their separate ways, yet Xiao Bai and Zhuang felt invigorated. With sufficient resources at their disposal, those who failed to strive for progress should reconsider their life choices. As Luo Tianya hummed a tune on his way back to the Luo residence, he reflected on the abundance of blue crystal stones he possessed, sufficient to sustain them until the day of the Nantian Academy entrance examination. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Wang Chong, who must have drawn upon his savings. The 10 battles had garnered him 38 evolution points, though the total was not 40 due to the presence of 2 level 5 demon beasts among the opponents. With the remaining 13 points, he now held a total of 51 evolution points. This was ample for the Six-Eared Macaque to ascend 5 levels, reaching level 8. However, the Six-Eared Macaque had expressed a desire to solidify its invincible spirit at level 3, requiring the ability to defeat level 7 demon beasts before contemplating an upgrade. Level 7 beasts represented the pinnacle of demon beasts. Achieving this level would result in significant enhancements in strength, physique, and abilities, setting them apart from those below level 7. Although level 6 beasts could comprehend divine abilities, they remained inferior to level 7 beasts. This was why the arena had refrained from allowing the Six-Eared Macaque to face level 7 opponents. They aimed to cultivate it as a star of the arena, unwilling to risk its defeat. Upon returning to the Luo residence, he was intercepted by a guard who informed him that the family head was seeking him and urged him to proceed to the head's courtyard. At last, he arrived. With an air of calmness, Luo Tianya made his way to the back courtyard. The Luo family held the majority of shares in the arena, thus granting him unparalleled success in battles. As the family head, Luo Tong was undoubtedly aware of the events that had transpired. Summoning him was likely related to the matter of the Six-Eared Macaque. Stepping into the small courtyard, he was greeted by a vibrant display of flowers and meticulously pruned trees. Bathed in the golden red light of the setting sun, a scene that effortlessly instilled tranquility. At that moment, Luo Tong was engaged in pruning the foliage, while a silvery white wolf lounged lazily on the grass. Family head, Luo Tianya greeted respectfully upon entering. Luo Tong disregarded him, continuing with his task until he finally set down the shears and turned to find Luo Tianya seated on a stone bench, amusing himself with the little monkey and a caterpillar. Humph, such a lack of respect, Luo Tong remarked coldly as he put down his tools. Luo Tianya paid no heed, continuing to play with the two little creatures. Noticing Luo Tianya's indifference to his authority, Luo Tong cleared his throat awkwardly, ignoring the wolf's disdainful glance directed at him. He approached the stone table and inquired, "I hear you have achieved numerous victories against level 6 demon beasts in the arena with your level 3 companion beast?" "Indeed," Luo Tianya replied nonchalantly. "This little creature?" Luo Tong pointed at the Six-Eared Macaque. "Hey, family head, mind your words. This is my partner," Luo Tianya retorted, his voice raised in indignation. Indeed, my dear companion. What is the origin of this little monkey? What abilities does it possess?" Luo Tong inquired, his face adorned with embarrassment. "It was procured from the South City trading market. As for its abilities, well, it is quite formidable," Luo Tianya replied. "What do you mean by quite formidable? You have already signed a contract. It is impossible for you to be unaware of its capabilities." Luo Tong scoffed. "I am aware, yet I choose not to disclose," Luo Tianya responded nonchalantly. "You." Luo Tong rose to his feet, glaring at Luo Tianya. "You insolent brat. Have you grown wings and no longer heed your Uncle San's words?" Oh, Luo Tianya remained unmoved. "Your companion beast's strength is of no use if it lacks resilience." Luo Tong softened his tone, speaking gently. "Your innate beast is a mere caterpillar, devoid of substantial development potential. Are you truly hoping for it to transform into a resplendent butterfly?" At this moment, the caterpillar on his shoulder became disgruntled, rising upright and emitting a series of chirps, seemingly spitting some liquid towards Luo Tong. Chapter 23, The Caterpillar's Evolution, Azure Dragon Might. "Hey, what is your little companion doing?" Luo Tong exclaimed with disdain, as if some saliva had indeed landed on him. "Who told you to insult it?" Luo Tianya retorted, as if it were self-evident. "Humph, am I wrong?" Luo Tong snorted. "In terms of battlefield value, your caterpillar is utterly worthless. Even if your companion beast is powerful, it cannot enhance your own abilities. You will become a target on the battlefield and will not even know how you perish. Once you fall, the contract with your companion beast ceases to exist. So tell me, what use is it?" Luo Tianya smacked his lips, knowing that Luo Tong was unaware of his invincible evolution system that allowed him to benefit from the enhancement of his companion beasts, and even from multiple companion beasts. However, he chose not to reveal this, standing up and cupping his hands. "Does the head of the family have any other matters to discuss? You stubborn boy. Why do you refuse to listen to advice?" Luo Tong's face contorted with anger. "I have already given the opportunity at Yin-Yang Academy to someone else. You might as well remain a wealthy young master of the Luo family. I will enter an Yin-Yang Academy based on my own strength," Luo Tianya declared. Turning to leave. "There is no need for the head of the family to worry. If you dare to go, I will break your legs," Luo Tong shouted angrily. "Oh." Luo Tianya vanished around the corner. Sighing, Luo Tong slumped into his chair, a look of helplessness on his face. "Brother, your child is just like you. With such a temper." Luo Tianya emerged from the family's courtyard, his demeanor icy, casting a chilling aura that deterred the maidens and guards along the path, who instinctively retreated. Even Luo Hua, the little tyrant, was frightened into keeping his distance, thinking to himself, "I am terrified. It feels as though Luo Tianya is about to erupt." In his childhood, Luo Hua had witnessed Luo Tianya in such a state. and anyone who dared provoke him during those moments seldom experienced a favorable outcome. Luo Tianya harbored a compelling reason to attend Yin-Yang Academy. Since the Luo family would not support him, he would rely on his own strength to fight his way in. Returning to his small courtyard, he instructed the maidens not to disturb him. Closing the door, he carefully removed the caterpillar from his shoulder and gazed at it with concern. Since the Luo Miho intended to forge an indomitable heart based on its current level, he would not obstruct its path. For such a rare being, it surely had its reasons for growth, perhaps guided by the power within its bloodline. Luo Tianya would not impose shackles upon the will of the Luo Miho, which inherently disdained the heavens and revered freedom. However, with sufficient evolution points accumulated, it was time to contemplate the caterpillar's evolution. Previously, he had replenished his innate deficiencies, exhausting many evolution points, and now, to elevate the caterpillar to the next level, he required 22 evolution points. With only 51 evolution points remaining, he would not have enough to elevate it to the second level. Thus, he decided to observe first, to see if there were any changes upon its ascension to the first level. Caterpillar, you must strive. Holding the caterpillar in his palms, he gazed at it with fervent eyes. The Luo Miho beside him also waved its fists in encouragement. Utilize evolution points on the caterpillar. His thoughts scanned the system's evolution points section, and instantly, 22 points vanished. Boom. A magnificent and grand aura emanated from the diminutive caterpillar, swiftly radiating from the small courtyard to envelop the entire Luo residence, and, in the blink of an eye, even the surrounding forests of demonic beasts. At this moment, all the powerful beings in my city sensed this royal aura. Within the Luo residence, Luo Tong was still fuming when he suddenly perceived this overwhelming presence. His eyes widened, and he was already soaring above the Luo residence. Beside him stood the previously prostrate, silver-white giant wolf. What kind of expert is this? Luo Tong exclaimed, astonished. In his perception, this magnificent aura seemed to blanket the entire my city. At the South City Demonic Beast Trading Market, an elderly man with a white beard and his granddaughter were leisurely strolling when they suddenly felt this royal aura. His eyes sparkled with excitement as his mental perception swiftly swept over the entire my city, even extending to the vast forest of demonic beasts outside the city. Yet, he could not locate the source of this aura. This royal aura seemed even purer than my own innate beast in its prime. He was momentarily dumbfounded, recalling the realm he had reached alongside his innate beast, a level that most could only ever gaze upon in awe. And now, in this humble my city, a presence of even higher caliber had emerged, he muttered to himself. Furthermore, within his perception, all the demonic beasts in the forest bowed respectfully to the ground. Even sworn enemies among species ceased their battles, harmoniously kneeling towards the direction of my city. Could it be that a demonic beast of that caliber has truly emerged? The old man's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. This aura persisted for a time, stirring the entirety of my city and shaking the entire forest of demonic beasts before gradually dissipating, leaving no trace of its origin. And the instigator of this event gazed innocently with wide eyes at the person before him and the little monkey. Azure Dragon Might. Luo Tianya looked with delight at the introduction in the system. Race, Azure Dragon. Level, first. Ability, Azure Dragon Might. Status, recently evolved, slightly bewildered. This ability, Azure Dragon Might, was the grand aura emitted by the caterpillar moments ago. When invoked, it could compel countless beasts to submit, exerting pressure upon adversaries. In a battle, it could immobilize opposing beasts, rendering them unable to move. It bore some resemblance to the punching intent of the Luo Miho, Luo Tianya contemplated. Yet the Luo Miho condensed its invincible fist intent to immobilize its enemies, which remained a distinction. Moreover, more importantly, Luo Tianya was fortunate to have acquired this ability. Now, both he and his beasts possessed control techniques, and with the destructive capability of the Luo Miho, who could rival him among the younger generation? Luo Tianya closed his eyes, absorbing the enhancements brought forth by the caterpillar's evolution to the first level. Both his physique and spiritual power experienced varying degrees of elevation, yet he remained at the third level. After all, the highest level of the Luo Miho was also just the third level. Gently cradling the caterpillar, he examined it closely. Aside from its enlarged eyes, its horns appeared more distinctly defined. It seemed the caterpillar's evolution began with its visage. Setting the caterpillar upon the table, he allowed the two little creatures, the monkey and the caterpillar, to engage in cheerful communication. With 29 evolution points remaining, which could only elevate the caterpillar by one level, Luo Tianya pondered whether to proceed with the evolution. At present, upgrading seemed of little consequence. After some contemplation, he abandoned the thought. The main combat force was the Luo Miho. Once he surpassed the hurdle of defeating level 7, he would be ready to evolve. and the evolution points required for the Luo Miho were significantly fewer than for the caterpillar. However, with the caterpillar now possessing Azure Dragon might, the training plan must be prioritized. Chapter 24. The initial encounter with Wang Tong. 3 days later, the beast fighting arena in my city. After triumphing in the final beast battle of the day, Luo Tianya and Luo Mi enjoyed the thunderous cheers of thousands of spectators as they exited the arena in glory. Over the past 3 days, Luo Mi had achieved an impeccable record of 10 victories, defeating formidable opponents, all of whom were peak-level 6th-tier demon beasts. Luo Mi had undeniably risen to the status of the premier star beast in the arena. Consequently, thanks to Luo's string of victories, Luo Tianya had amassed a considerable amount of evolution points during this period. Moreover, Luo Mi's reputation began to transcend the confines of the beast arena, spreading throughout the entire my city, with tales of the 3rd-tier invincible monkey overlord becoming well known. Even Luo Tong, disguised in a manner that rendered him unrecognizable, took the opportunity to witness Luo Mi's battles. Upon observing the overwhelming might emanating from Luo Mi's punches, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. This seems somewhat reminiscent of the previous punch intent, albeit significantly weaker. However, now that Luo Mi had mastered the ebb and flow of his abilities, complemented by continuous combat, his punch intent had grown more refined, allowing him to temper its overwhelming power. Thus, Luo Tong assumed it was merely a diluted version of the original punch intent. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, intending to investigate further upon his return. Witnessing Luo Mi's ability to reverse the odds against 6th-tier opponents and dispatch them effortlessly, Luo Tong's perception of Luo Mi shifted dramatically, leading him to ponder the merits of having such an invincible beast as Luo Tianya's companion. In addition to Luo Tong, another individual, the vendor from earlier, had also heard of Luo Mi's burgeoning fame and came to confirm it. Upon witnessing Luo Mi's display of power and seeing Luo Tianya's beaming smile nearby, he could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, overwhelmed by nostalgia. Bystanders assumed he had wagered his fortune on Luo Mi's opponent and began to console him, saying, "You're new here, aren't you? Don't you know that little monkey is invincible? A 3rd tier can defeat a 6th tier. You should be more discerning in the future." The mention of discerning triggered memories of the 10 white crystal stones that Luo Tianya had occasionally bestowed upon him, prompting him to weep even more loudly. Setting aside these matters, let us return to the trio of Luo Tianya. Zhuang, it's your turn to battle now, Luo Tianya remarked, glancing at the robust Zhuang, who was amusing a small black pig nearby. "Yes, I heard the opponent is a 6th-tier serpent beast," Zhuang replied, standing up. "A serpent beast? From the Wang family?" Luo Tianya furrowed his brow, suspecting a vendetta from the Wang family. "That's unlikely. The opponent looks unfamiliar and doesn't he resemble a Wang family member?" Xiaobai interjected, having previously verified the information. "Regardless, we must remain cautious. Little Black Pig is just a step away from reaching the 5th tier. We cannot afford to be careless," Luo Tianya stated with gravity. "Understood." Zhuang nodded solemnly. With the supply of spiritual liquid and daily combat practice, both Xiaobai and Zhuang's beasts had experienced rapid growth over the past few days. Although they had not yet broken through to the next level, they had reached the pinnacle of their current tier. Little Black Pig, in particular, was on the verge of a breakthrough, needing just one final push to ascend to the 5th tier. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, a staff member from the Beast Arena approached to announce the imminent commencement of the next battle. The 3 of them, along with their beasts, rose and made their way towards the entrance. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Zhuang and Little Black Pig slowly entered the arena. Over the past few days, Little Black Pig had garnered some popularity due to its initial invincibility among its peers and subsequent victories against stronger opponents, even earning the title of Pig King, which delighted Zhuang. As he looked across the arena, a frail figure emerged, his gaze shrouded in shadows, with a dark python coiling around him, its tongue flickering ominously. "Zhuang, be careful," Luo Tianya cautioned, although previous intel indicated that this serpent was merely a 5th-tier beast. The aura emanating from both the serpent and its master suggested a far more formidable presence. "I understand," Zhuang replied, lowering Little Black Pig to the ground and weaving his hands in intricate patterns, ultimately forming a unique amplification seal, a technique accessible to every beast master. "Go." The seal descended upon Little Black Pig, enhancing its already formidable presence as it dug its hooves into the ground, snorting white vapor from its nostrils while fixating intently on its opponent. Meanwhile, the python slithered down from its master, coiling its body as its icy vertical pupils locked onto Little Black Pig. "Begin." With the referee's command, the dynamics of the battle shifted abruptly. The serpent's master activated a pre-prepared amplification array, instantly enveloping the serpent. What was meant to be a peak 5th tier serpent surged in power, transcending its tier to reach 6th tier status, and its aura continued to fluctuate, propelling it to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Zhuang, be cautious. Luo Tianya shouted from the sidelines as the situation grew dire. Unfortunately, the events unfolded too swiftly. From the moment the serpent's master initiated the amplification array to the serpent's abrupt upgrade, only a brief moment had passed. Zhuang, already in the throes of battle, had commanded Little Black Pig to charge, and that charge could not be halted in an instant. The shadowy figure of the slender man smirked sinisterly, his eyes betraying disdain as he seemed to whisper something to the serpent. In an instant, the serpent reared up, its long tail crashing down violently, sending a barrage of rocks erupting through the arena floor towards Little Black Pig. With no time to defend, and still merely at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, Little Black Pig, armed only with a charging technique, stood no chance against a peak 6th tier python. A pained cry echoed as Little Black Pig was impaled, blood gushing forth. I concede, Luo Tianya bellowed. We surrender. Zhuang shouted in desperation, racing towards Little Black Pig while imploring the referee. The referee promptly declared, the battle is over. Yet the shadowy man had no intention of sparing Zhuang or Little Black Pig. The python lashed out again, sending rock spikes flying, attacking every target in the arena. Zhuang, be careful. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai leaped into the arena, prepared to rescue Zhuang and Little Black Pig. However, someone was faster than them, the 9th tier referee. In a flash, he had whisked Zhuang away from the center of the arena to the edge, and with another swift movement, he cradled Little Black Pig in his arms. With a resounding crash, Luo Mi and the violent rabbit simultaneously struck, shattering the rock spikes that had been launched. Zhuang received the still bleeding, weakened Little Black Pig from the referee, tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, Little Black Pig. It was my negligence that caused you to get hurt. Little Black Pig weakly opened its eyes and gently shook its head, nuzzling Zhuang's hand. As Little Black Pig's master, Zhuang understood that this gesture meant it was not his fault, but rather a moment of carelessness. Seeing this, Zhuang could no longer hold back his tears, and large droplets cascaded down his cheeks. Medic. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai cleared the way and called for assistance from the medic and the butterfly fairy. The belly has been pierced, injuring the internal organs, but fortunately, as a master beast, with some rest, it should recover well, the medic assessed after examination. What if we provide high-grade spiritual liquid? Luo Tianya inquired solemnly. It would hasten recovery, but it would still take 3 to 4 days, the medic replied. 3 to 4 days. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai's expressions darkened. Luo Tianya turned to the curious yet disinterested butterfly fairy standing nearby and bowed, saying, I implore the butterfly fairy to assist. It won't work. She only acts based on her mood. The medic shook his head. Then let it be known that Luo Tianya owes the butterfly fairy a favor. Luo Tianya spoke earnestly. Bowing his head respectfully, Xiao Bai stood in shock, having never witnessed the proud Luo Tianya beseech anyone before. The butterfly fairy regarded Luo Tianya with intrigue, her wings fluttering and causing his hair to sway. The medic believed it was futile, convinced that one could not sway the indifferent butterfly fairy. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback, unable to voice the words that followed. The butterfly fairy tilted her head in momentary surprise, then extended her delicate hand to gently stroke Luo Tianya's head. Suddenly, she appeared to be filled with joy, flitting around him with delightful exuberance. Eventually, she hovered in front of the Little Black Pig, and as her wings fluttered, a cascade of white luminescence fell upon its wounds, visibly mending them. The physician was astounded, nearly dropping his jaw. The butterfly fairy was renowned as the most exceptional healing spirit beast in the divine beast continent, with legends claiming the mightiest among them could even bring the dead back to life. However, the butterfly fairy possessed a peculiar trait. Her healing powers were contingent upon her mood, typically exerting only a fraction of her strength, never more than half. The intensity of her effort could be discerned by the brightness of the healing glow, with pale and milky hues easily distinguishable. Yet now, she was astonishingly using her full strength to heal the little pig. What extraordinary capability did the young master of the Luo family possess? The physician cast a deep glance at Luo Tianya, clearly realizing that it was only after his plea that the butterfly fairy exerted her utmost effort. Grateful to the butterfly fairy, he vowed to repay this favor. With the little black pig's condition improving, Luo Tianya let out a sigh of relief and once again bowed in gratitude to the butterfly fairy. The fairy merely glanced at him with a playful smile. Then with a flutter of her wings, vanished from sight. With the injury resolved, the next concern was the shadowy figure of the man. He turned his serious gaze to the other side, discovering that the judge had already subdued him. However, rather than being restrained, it seemed he had surrendered willingly. With his hands raised in surrender, he sat cross-legged on the ground, while the serpent coiled itself into a circle, remaining still. A faint yet mocking laughter echoed from the entrance, obscured by shadows, but it clearly reached Luo Tianya's ears, cutting through the gasps of the audience. Luo Tianya's eyes turned cold as he silently uttered, "Wang Tong." Chapter 25, Madame Fong. We have confirmed that prior to the event, they tampered with that serpent, concealing its peak 6th level aura, and it appears that those responsible for testing and organizing the match were bribed, resulting in this unfortunate outcome. And what of the two who were bribed? They fled before the beast battle commenced. Pursue them. I want them tracked down to the ends of the earth. How dare they disrupt the rules of my beast arena? It was evident that this was a premeditated scheme. If you pursue them now, you will only be chasing their dust, Luo Tianya remarked coolly, observing the enraged overseer of the beast arena. Young Master Luo, Li the overseer turned around, offering a rueful smile. Today, our beast arena has acted improperly, and we shall take responsibility for your friend's losses. Furthermore, we will refund all bets related to this match. Luo Tianya nodded, indicating that it would be best to refund even the ticket prices in order to salvage some reputation. Of course, we will ensure that is arranged. Li the overseer replied, his expression filled with bitterness. The events of today had been monumental: bribery, concealment of the beast's level, disregard for the judges, and a serious intent to harm, all of which gravely impacted the reputation of the beast arena. It was likely that, at this moment, the arena had become the center of controversy in my city. The thought of facing the wrath of several prominent families in the city made Li the overseer feel overwhelmed. With no other leads, Luo Tianya turned to leave, retreating to an isolated corner, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he silently vowed, "Wang Tong." Indeed, although they had never met, he was certain it was Wang Tong, the elder brother of Wang Chong, the eldest son of the Wang family, and a genius of my city, second only to Bai Qiu 2 years ago. Furthermore, Wang Tong was undoubtedly targeting him. However, since the Six-Eared Macaque was a star attraction at the beast arena, the chances of discreet sabotage were slim. Yet, Xiao Bai and Zhuang would be much easier to deal with. While everyone's attention was focused on Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque, a few discreet maneuvers could easily be orchestrated. Moreover, the Wang family was also a shareholder in the beast arena, facilitating their infiltration. The choice of Zhuang over Xiao Bai was likely because Zhuang's 4th-level little black pig was much easier to handle than the 6th-level violent rabbit. One typically picks the softer fruit. This time, I have implicated Zhuang. Fortunately, with the butterfly fairy's assistance, otherwise, he might not have made it in time for the entrance examination in 3 days. Luo Tianya pondered as he lowered his head. After gathering his thoughts, he returned to the room where Zhuang and Xiao Bai were. Upon entering, he found Zhuang looking despondent, having returned the little black pig to the spiritual sea, while Xiao Bai comforted him. Zhuang, Luo Tianya called out in a deep voice as he stepped inside. Zhuang and Xiao Bai turned to face him. Observing Zhuang's expression of regret, Luo Tianya's demeanor became serious as he stepped forward. Zhuang, pull yourself together. Are you going to let a minor setback knock you down? We were indeed schemed against this time, but what we must do is not regret our choices, but rather learn from this experience, reminding ourselves never to repeat the same mistakes. Only then can we continue to move forward and surpass our former selves. The challenges ahead will be fiercer, facing the external demonic beasts. If you allow this small setback to sap your confidence now, how will you keep pace with us, or ascend to the pinnacle of the divine beast continent? Tianya. Zhuang looked at Luo Tianya with a complex expression. Today, you should go home and rest well. The butterfly fairy has already healed the little black pig. It merely needs to recuperate now. Take this compensation from the beast arena and make good use of it. Luo Tianya pointed to the dozen or so intermediate spiritual liquids on the table. Let us go, Zhuang. Return home, rest well, and calm your emotions. Reflect on the major issues that arose today and ensure they are avoided in the future, Xiao Bai advised from the side. He gently pulled the downcast Zhuang, took the spiritual liquids, nodded to Luo Tianya, and then left. Luo Tianya stood in place for a long while before turning and stepping out to find someone. Along the way, Xiao Bai continuously tried to lift Zhuang's spirits, hoping he could recover quickly, but to little avail, as Zhuang remained dejected. I won't go in. I'll leave the spiritual liquids with you. Time is of the essence, so use them promptly. After escorting Zhuang to the door of his newly purchased small residence, Xiao Bai handed over the spiritual liquids and then departed. Sighing, Zhuang lowered his head, pushing open the door with a creak. Mother, I'm back. Ah, you're back just in time for dinner. A slender middle-aged woman emerged from the courtyard, her face beaming as she looked at Zhuang. This residence had been purchased for him by Luo Tianya with crystals, and he had also given him a piece of blue crystal to liberate his mother from the burdens of long toil. so she need not wash clothes or do odd jobs anymore, allowing her to enjoy a good life at home. Though De Zhuang was somewhat simple-minded, he was not foolish. He recognized who treated him well. However, he felt that his defeat today was a complete letdown of Luo Tianya's expectations. Moreover, if he had been a bit more composed initially, perhaps he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. At the dinner table, Madame Fong observed De Zhuang's glum demeanor as he consumed only 3 large bowls of rice, and she sensed that her child was troubled. Once he set down his bowl and chopsticks, she gently inquired, "Are you troubled?" "No." De Zhuang shook his head bobbing like a rattle drum. "You are a piece of my flesh. How could I not know if something is bothering you?" Madame Fong replied with a calm expression. Seeing that he could not hide anything from his mother, De Zhuang recounted the day's events in full. After listening, Madame Fong sighed, lamenting how hard Luo Tianya worked for this good child. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she slammed her bowl onto the table, her face cold as she commanded, "Kneel." De Zhuang looked at his mother in confusion. "I said kneel." Madame Fong's voice intensified, even taking on a sharp edge. De Zhuang quickly knelt down, raising his head to look at her, as if returning to his childhood when she was strict with him after he caused trouble outside. "Humph." Madame Fong snorted coldly. "Do you understand where you went wrong today? I should not take things lightly or act recklessly." De Zhuang lowered his head, nervously pinching his earlobes as he replied. "This is one aspect. On another note, you have caused your friends concern. More importantly, your behavior has not reflected the qualities of a true man." Fong Yangzi gazed at De Zhuang's dejected demeanor, sighing inwardly. "I have taught you since childhood to be a formidable man. When faced with challenges, do not fear or retreat. If there are obstacles ahead, we must stride past them boldly. Do not allow them to hinder you. If you cannot overcome such trivial setbacks, how will you handle greater adversities in the future?" "Mother, I understand, but I still feel unsettled," De Zhuang replied gloomily. "Then next time, make sure to retaliate fiercely," Fong Yangzi admonished, viewing this incident as your shame. "In the next battle, do not disappoint your friends' expectations. Fight with all your might and bring back victory to redeem yourself from this humiliation." One cannot help but say that a mother knows her child best. Despite Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai's lengthy consolation, it pales in comparison to a single lecture from his mother. "Mother, I comprehend now. Next time, I will thoroughly defeat that girl," De Zhuang declared, shaking his fists with determination. "Do not use foul language." "Oh." He fell silent once more. "Mother, I am hungry again. I would like 3 more bowls." "Very well, I will serve you." Chapter 26, The 7th Level White Fox. Flowers bloom on both sides, each displaying its own beauty. "I have a favor to ask of you," Luo Tianya said sincerely to the individual before him. Master Luo actually seeks my assistance? A piece of blue crystal. It's a deal." The referee, Zhou Zuoren, flashed, and the blue crystal in Luo Tianya's hand had vanished. "You do not wish to inquire what I need you to do?" Luo Tianya inquired with great interest. "After all, it will not involve me committing murder or arson." Zhou replied with a faint smile. "What if I indeed asked you to commit murder or arson?" Luo Tianya teased, observing him with amusement. "Then I shall not comply." Zhou stated defiantly. "Where's the crystal?" "It is not here." "You have a thick skin," Luo Tianya mocked. "Thank you for the compliment. All right, let us not digress." Luo Tianya's expression turned serious. "I sought you out to request a small favor. To locate those 2 traitors?" "No problem." Zhou patted his chest confidently. "What use is it to find those 2? Luo Tianya shook his head, "For this is Wang Tung's scheme, or rather, a grand scheme. I intend for you to know that it was I who orchestrated this, yet you will find no evidence against me." Zhou nodded in agreement, recognizing that the young master of the Luo family was indeed deserving of his reputation. Setting aside his accompanying beast, this poise and vision are distinctly extraordinary. "And what of you?" Zhou questioned, unable to conceive how he could assist Luo Tianya in other matters. "Do you possess a companion beast of level 6 or above?" Luo Tianya inquired. "I do, a 7th level white fox, but what do you intend to do with it?" Zhou asked. "I wish to request your white fox to engage in a match with my little monkey," Luo Tianya stated slowly. Zhou was taken aback, utterly perplexed by this proposition. "Do not ask, simply provide an answer," Luo Tianya spoke gravely. "The kind of match where you give your all?" "Indeed, the kind where you exert your utmost." Luo Tianya nodded, while the little monkey perched on his shoulder appeared equally eager. "I have no objections, as long as you are both agreeable." Zhou nodded. Even though it meant a 7th level beast battling a 3rd level one with all their might, yet, fulfilling the request of a benefactor was paramount. As dusk settled, outside the city, at the edge of the monster beast forest, Zhou stood with his fated beast, the sword bird, perched on his shoulder, cradling a pure white fox. Seeking a white fox as a companion beast, particularly a female one, is rather peculiar. Across from him, Luo Tianya regarded him with a curious gaze. "What nonsense. Xuanwu's face flushed, indignation swelling within him as he explained. My white fox possesses the divine ability of illusion, combined with my companion beast's skill of instantaneous movement. It is the perfect partner for escaping. Illusion? Luo Tianya glanced at the squinting white fox in Xuanwu's arms, then turned to observe the six-eared macaque. What do you think? Is there an issue? The six-eared macaque shook its head, indicating there was no problem. Indeed, this battle was requested by the six-eared macaque itself, having thoroughly dominated a 6th-level beast for 3 consecutive days in the beast arena. It felt it could no longer gain insights to further its fist intent and unlock the second form of its invincible fist. Hence, it actively sought to engage with a beast exceeding level 6, and in a match where both would give their all, to ignite its fighting spirit and awaken its bloodline. Thus, we arrive at the current situation. Are you prepared? Luo Tianya inquired. The six-eared macaque nodded, its figure flashing as it vanished from Luo Tianya's shoulder, arms crossed. Gazing calmly at the white fox opposite, the battle commences. Chapter 27, The Sword Bird Strikes. Boom. Even when facing the 7th-level white fox, the six-eared macaque took the initiative, unleashing the first form of the invincible fist, its fist imprint enveloping the white fox and Xuanwu alike. You still wish to take on 3 opponents? Xuanwu chuckled lightly, tossing the white fox aside, his figure swiftly retreating to the outskirts of the fray. Though the white fox's divine ability was illusion, as a 7th-level beast, its speed was no slouch. With deft movements, it evaded the six-eared macaque's fist imprint. However, the six-eared macaque was not to be underestimated. It altered its stance, leveraging its right foot to swiftly close the gap with the white fox. Observing this, the white fox remained unfazed, its right claw glimmering as it sliced through a nearby large tree, which promptly crashed toward the six-eared macaque. Impressive battle experience. Luo Tianya commended. Of course, Xuanwu replied. My companion beast has participated in numerous battles. However, he quickly pivoted the conversation, questioning why your monkey has not employed its active binding technique. He referred to the ability to suppress an opponent's movements with fist intent. Luo Tianya shook his head. The little monkey had not utilized fist intent, but rather was relying on pure technique to attack. This approach was intended to push itself further under pressure. Xuanwu expressed amazement. This little monkey was merely at level 3, yet possessed such ambition. What a pity, if it were a fated beast. The young master of the Luo family would undoubtedly be renowned across the continent. As they conversed, the six-eared macaque had already shattered the crashing tree with a punch, branches scattering, then using a broken branch to pursue the white fox once more. The two beasts engaged in fierce combat within the forest, startling countless creatures residing in the monster beast forest. Yet, given their location at the forest's edge, neither of them felt particularly concerned about the lower-level beasts around them. Suddenly, the sword bird perched on Xuanwu's shoulder emitted a chirp, drawing their attention. Luo Tianya turned to meet the bird's gaze. And with his innate ability to hear the thoughts of all beings, he instinctively understood the sword bird's sentiments. How boring. Luo Tianya could not help but chuckle. This sword bird seemed rather amusing. Turning back to observe the battle between the six-eared macaque and the white fox, it was evident that the six-eared macaque was relentlessly pursuing the white fox. Although the white fox attempted to create obstacles to hinder the six-eared macaque, each was swiftly obliterated. It was no surprise, for the white fox lacked combat prowess, excelling instead in support. With this in mind, Luo Tianya and Xuanwu exchanged a few whispers. Under Xuanwu's astonished gaze, Luo Tianya nodded, prompting the sword bird to spread its wings and vanish in an instant, a silvery gray sword shadow darting toward the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque, possessing an innate warrior's body and acute battle instincts, sensed another force entering the fray. With its left hand, it unleashed several punches, deflecting the debris and branches hurled by the white fox, then pulled back its right hand before launching forward with tremendous force. This punch seemed capable of splitting mountains. Boom. The clash between the fist of the six-eared macaque and the shadow of the sword unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, sending visible ripples radiating outward. Surrounding trees were uprooted, and even the white fox was lifted off the ground by the powerful gust, somersaulting through the air before precariously landing atop a century-old tree, chattering in discontent. As the energy wave gradually dissipated, two figures stood facing each other in silence. Suddenly, a sound resembling water droplets caught the attention of Luo Tianya and Xuanwu, revealing the six-eared macaque standing proudly atop a fallen tree, its right hand dripping with golden blood. Meanwhile, the sword bird, with its silver-gray beak, emitted a faint glow. Chapter 28, The Terrifying Six-Eared Macaque. How terrifying it is. Xuanwu gasped in shock, genuinely frightened. The sword bird was his companion beast, and he was well aware of its formidable power. Although they had agreed to engage the six-eared macaque with the strength of a 7th-level beast, The sword bird's 9th level awakened sword strike boasted incredible attack power. Coupled with its innate sword beak, it could contend with beasts of a higher level. Yet, such a potent attack was effortlessly blocked by a mere 3rd level beast. Moreover, the right hand that had been bleeding moments ago had already stopped, and the Six-Eared Macaque appeared more exhilarated than ever, brimming with fighting spirit. Indeed, the presence of a stronger opponent and the direct confrontation had ignited the Six-Eared Macaque's desire for battle, its blood boiling. With a fierce roar, the macaque shattered the tree beneath its right foot, launching itself into the air, empowered by its fist intent. It charged once more toward the sword bird. Unyielding, the sword bird spread its wings, spiraling upward, using its beak as the point of attack to unleash its divine sword strike, transforming into a silver-gray flash as it clashed with the Six-Eared Macaque. In an instant, the sky above the edge of the beast forest was filled with the silhouettes of the two combatants, their explosive roars resonating through the heavens, deafening all who heard. "What kind of monkey are you?" Xuanwu was astonished. He had never witnessed such a defiant beast. Unique in the world. Luo Tianya fixed his gaze on the epicenter of the battle, speaking in a deep voice. Boom. The energy wave swept over the treetops, rustling the leaves. After the two beasts clashed, they separated once more, each standing atop a tree, swaying in the wind. The Six-Eared Macaque, panting heavily, was nonetheless filled with exhilaration. Though it was engaged in an intense back and forth with the sword bird, which was utilizing its peak 7th level power, the macaque's 3rd level strength was straining under the prolonged combat. Yet, it sensed that it was on the brink of unlocking the second form of the unmatched fist. With this thought, it closed its eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. When it opened its eyes again, they sparkled with divine light. With a powerful leap from the treetop, the macaque struck a pose, stirring the surrounding air. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, it radiated an aura reminiscent of a master. Empowered by the unmatched fist intent, the Six-Eared Macaque unleashed a furious roar, surpassing its previous strongest strike and charging down toward the sword bird with an indomitable force. Unlike its usual chirping, the sword bird emitted a sharp cry as its claws tore through the ancient tree beneath it, splitting it in two. Utilizing this momentum, the sword bird soared into the sky, unleashing its divine sword energy, a 1-meter-long sword chi aimed directly at the descending fist strike, as if to pierce the heavens. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The collision between the invincible fist intent of the Six-Eared Macaque and the supreme sword energy of the sword bird suspended reality itself. Initially silent, it was soon followed by a sound akin to the tolling of a great bell, culminating in a series of thunderous explosions. The two beasts were propelled backward. The Six-Eared Macaque soared into the sky before plummeting into the forest below, while the sword bird fell directly into the trees, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, raising clouds of dust that obscured their retreating figures. Who emerged victorious? Chapter 29, The Aftermath of Battle, Ascending to Level 4. Luo Tianya's expression tightened as the dust had yet to fully settle. Anxiously, he rushed into the fray. The fate of the Six-Eared Macaque differed from that of the sword bird, which, as a 9th level beast, could unleash its full power at any moment. Thus, he believed that even if the Six-Eared Macaque was extraordinary, it could not possibly defeat the 9th level sword bird at its current 3rd level status. He surmised that the final clash had left the macaque at a disadvantage. Xuanwu, following closely behind, flashed to Luo Tianya's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing at the center of the battlefield. As the dust began to clear, the silhouettes of the two beasts gradually became visible. Perched atop a fallen tree branch, the sword bird stood silently, its beak glimmering in the moonlight. Aside from some ruffled feathers, it seemed unscathed. Conversely, the Six-Eared Macaque leaned against a tree, barely upright, utterly exhausted and panting heavily. Yet, its eyes still shone with fighting spirit, revealing an indomitable will. It felt as though it was on the verge of breaking through that door. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the Six-Eared Macaque, and amidst the golden glow, a refreshed and energetic version of the macaque re-emerged. Had it leveled up mid-battle? Xuanwu's expression turned peculiar, a sense of unease washing over him. Indeed, who had ever witnessed a 3rd-level beast engaging a 7th-level pinnacle beast in such an evenly matched confrontation? Moreover, with his years of experience as a referee, he discerned that the final strike had surpassed the 7th level. And now, after such a fierce battle, this remarkable beast had actually leveled up? What would become of the other beasts? Indeed, it had leveled up, as Luo Tianya had also ascended to level 4. However, it seemed that the presence of others had masked the fluctuations of his upgrade, rendering him seemingly unchanged. This system is rather considerate, Luo Tianya mused. At that moment, the Six-Eared Macaque, now at level 4, felt invigorated and brimming with combat prowess. Just as it was about to step forward for another confrontation with the sword bird, a mysterious force descended, causing its right foot to falter, and the macaque collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Luo Tianya rushed to the center of the battlefield, kneeling beside the six-eared macaque to examine it closely. Discovering that its breathing was steady and its injuries had healed, he finally relaxed. Upon checking the macaque, the system indicated that it was in the midst of comprehending the second form of the unmatched fist, allowing Luo Tianya to fully set his mind at ease. What just happened? Why did it suddenly faint? Xuanwu appeared beside Luo Tianya, with the sword bird perched on his shoulder, both curious about the state of the six-eared macaque. It's fine, Luo Tianya reassured, picking up the macaque that was receiving its inheritance. It probably overexerted itself during the intense battle and simply needs rest. To avoid further explanations, he refrained from mentioning the inheritance process, instead attributing it to fatigue. Xuanwu, though skeptical, knowing that typically a beast state would recover after leveling up, speculated that the six-eared macaque might have employed some forbidden technique, leading to its post-battle exhaustion and fainting. As the moon hung high in the sky, Luo Tianya cradled the six-eared macaque and walked alongside Xuanwu back toward my city. Behind them, the disarray of the beast forest attested to the unimaginable battle that had taken place. Chapter 30. It yearns to explore the limits of the sky. You, beast, possess astonishing talent and combat prowess. Xuanwu marveled, having his perceptions profoundly altered by the day's events. The third-level demon beast effortlessly overwhelmed the sixth-level demon beasts, and he believed this was the pinnacle of imagination. Unexpectedly, this third-level little monkey could even engage in a fierce battle with a peak seventh-level opponent, ultimately unleashing power that surpassed the pinnacle of the seventh level. Luo Tianya chuckled without responding. However, at that moment, the white fox in Xuanwu's arms expressed its discontent. After putting in so much effort to make an appearance, it only played a minor role, and was then blown away by the shockwaves from the clash between the Luo Tianya and the sword bird, causing its silky fur to become disheveled. Thus, the white fox was quite irate. Oh dear, don't be upset. Xuanwu hastily reassured it. I will buy you Qing Lingua when we return. Luo Tianya watched in amazement, noting that Xuanwu treated the white fox with more affection than he did his own wife, though it seemed he had no wife. Perhaps treating the white fox as one. This thought led Luo Tianya to recall those impoverished scholars in novels from his past life, who always encountered mountain spirits like the white fox, with the subsequent events remaining a mystery. Luo Tianya quickly shifted his stance, taking a few steps away to distance himself from Xuanwu. Meanwhile, Xuanwu was still busy soothing the white fox and did not notice Luo Tianya's movements. However, a gust of wind brushed past Luo Tianya's shoulder, and the sword bird had perched itself there. Thank you for today. Luo Tianya was immensely grateful to the sword bird for restraining its power to battle the Luo Tianya, ultimately assisting it in breaking through its level and unlocking the second form of the invincible fist. Thus, the greatest contributor today was indeed the sword bird. The sword bird shook its head and then lowered its gaze towards the Luo Tianya nestled in Luo Tianya's arms, looking back at Luo Tianya. It's nothing. Luo Tianya understood its inquiry regarding the Luo Tianya's injuries. After a good sleep, it will be fine tomorrow. Luo Tianya smiled. The sword bird nodded, appearing reassured. Luo Tianya found it amusing how the little face of the sword bird could convey such a range of expressions. May I touch you? Luo Tianya suddenly felt curious about the sword bird. He cradled the sleeping Luo Tianya with one arm and extended his other hand forward, turning to smile at the sword bird. The sword bird, caught off guard, hopped from his shoulder along his arm and into his palm. The system's scanning function swept over the sword bird, and its specific information appeared in Luo Tianya's mind. Species, sword bird. Level, peak 9th level. Abilities, instant flash, sword strike. Condition, slightly fatigued post-battle but curious about its opponent. Desire, to explore the limits of the sky. Today's information from the system was somewhat different from before. In addition to the more detailed classification of the peak 9th level, there was an added section for desires. This left Luo Tianya in astonishment, wondering how this desire section had suddenly appeared. Could it be that reaching the peak 9th level had unlocked this desire as a breakthrough opportunity? Comparing it with the information of other demon beasts, the only difference was in the level, as the sword bird was at the peak 9th level, while the others did not exhibit such detailed classifications. Therefore, the sword bird now had a chance for a breakthrough. And surpassing the 9th level was a significant hurdle. Could fulfilling its desire enable it to overcome this barrier? Or perhaps increase the probability of a breakthrough? It seemed the system had detected this information, hence the addition of the desire attribute. Reflecting on this, Luo Tianya extended his right hand towards the tilted-head sword bird, speaking earnestly. If you wish to fly, then strive with all your might to soar. Chapter 31. Limits, Surpassing Limits. Upon hearing this, the sword bird's small, bean-sized eyes sparkled with boundless enthusiasm. The sword bird hopped excitedly in the palm of Luo Tianya's hand, observing its exuberance. It appeared that Luo Tianya understood the sword bird's thoughts even better than Xuanwu did. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tianya turned to Xuanwu, who was still comforting the white fox, and inquired, "Xuanwu, when did your sword bird reach the peak 9th level?" Xuanwu, while grooming the white fox, cast a surprised glance at Luo Tianya, puzzled as to how he knew the sword bird was already at the peak 9th level. Previously, he had only mentioned that his destined beast had reached the 9th level, without specifying it was the peak. Nonetheless, he replied, "It reached the peak 9th level 3 years ago. However, despite my efforts with ample spirit liquid and numerous battles, it has yet to break through its limits and surpass the 9th level. What do you think the reason is?" Luo Tianya asked with a smile, while the sword bird also turned to look at Xuanwu. "I can't quite fathom it." Xuanwu replied with a troubled expression. Although surpassing the 9th level is the first hurdle for demon beasts, leading to profound transformations, this particular hurdle has proven exceedingly arduous. 3 years have passed with countless attempts, yet no breakthrough has been achieved. Have you ever inquired about your sword bird's thoughts? Luo Tianya chuckled. "I have tried all the conventional methods for sword birds to break through. Is it possible that my destined beast harbors unique thoughts?" Xuanwu questioned, visibly perplexed. While a host and their destined beast can share a certain level of understanding, it does not imply complete comprehension of all the beast's thoughts. Furthermore, the distinctive desire of the sword bird was likely unprecedented in the divine beast continent. Conversely, Luo Tianya, endowed with the ability to comprehend all thoughts of demon beasts through the listening to all beings and invincible evolution system, fully grasped the sword bird's intentions. He felt a strong connection with the sword bird and sincerely wished for it to fulfill its desire, achieve a breakthrough, and ascend to greater heights. Thus, he spoke earnestly to Xuanwu, "Your sword bird wishes to soar into the sky and discover the limits of the heavens." Xuanwu was momentarily stunned, both by Luo Tianya's insight into the sword bird's thoughts and the revelation that the bird's desire was to explore the limits of the sky. The sword bird stood in the palm of Luo Tianya, nodding its small head in apparent agreement with his words. Observing this, Xuanwu fell silent. After exhausting all conventional methods for the sword bird's breakthrough, he felt disheartened and returned to the Wood Leaf City's beast fighting arena to take on the role of a referee, passing his time aimlessly during breaks, leading to a rather aimless existence. Moreover, he had been fortunate enough to grasp the ability of instant flash, which reduced the necessity of relying on the sword bird in daily life. Meanwhile, the sword bird often appeared to be in a daze, occasionally gazing at the sky, and Xuanwu assumed it had lost its fighting spirit. Consequently, for an extended period, both he and the beast had not engaged in any profound communication. Suddenly, Xuanwu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. As the master of the sword bird, he should have been the one who understood it best. Yet now, an outsider had discerned the thoughts of his destined beast. "I am sorry." Xuanwu stopped in his tracks, lowering his head as he spoke solemnly. The sword bird instantly flashed back to Xuanwu's shoulder, its small cheek rubbing against his neck in a comforting gesture. Witnessing this endearing moment brought joy to Luo Tianya, prompting him to suggest, give it an opportunity to explore the limits of the sky. Under the moonlight, Xuanwu raised his head, gazing at the retreating figure. That seemingly frail yet unwavering stance compelled him to speak. "If the sword bird wishes to explore the limits of the sky, then what is your desire?" Of course, Luo Tianya did not turn around, his resonant voice carrying back, "To surpass the limits of this world." Chapter 32, The Third Level Caterpillar, Divine Ability, Sweet Dew. In the Luo residence, within Luo Tianya's small courtyard, he carefully placed the Luo Miho into its cozy nook and let out a sigh of relief. Today, the Luo Miho must have been thoroughly exhausted, and this moment provided an excellent opportunity for it to rest and reflect. Gently closing the door, he stepped outside the courtyard and settled into a pavilion, gazing thoughtfully at the brilliant moon in the sky. Little Luo had successfully completed the challenge it desired, and had even leveled up to the 4th level during the battle, saving on evolution points. However, due to an unexpected situation in the battle system with the sword bird, it had not received its evolution points. Luo Tianya pondered for a moment before entering the system to check his current evolution points, which totaled a remarkable 149. After a rough calculation, he realized this was sufficient to elevate the Six-Eared Macaque to level 9. However, it would only be enough to raise the caterpillar to level 6. With this thought, he summoned the big-eyed, innocent caterpillar and cradled it in his palms, glaring at it fiercely. "You little rascal, why do you require so many evolution points?" Gigi. The caterpillar, delighted by the summoning, stood upright, its tiny hands clasped together, performing a bow to Luo Tianya. "You little creature," Luo Tianya chuckled. Where on earth did you learn that? As the destined beast of Luo Tianya, the caterpillar's level needed to be raised promptly, for it was of the Qinglong lineage, capable of evolving into a divine beast. After some contemplation, he decided to elevate the caterpillar to level 3. Given that the Six-Eared Macaque awakened its divine abilities at level 3, it was reasonable to assume that the Qinglong lineage would also awaken its powers at the same level. Without further ado, Luo Tianya accessed the system and allocated evolution points to the caterpillar. With a swift motion, 50 evolution points vanished. And Luo Tianya observed as 2 beams of green light emanated from the caterpillar, culminating in a ring of green light that floated above its head, a mere inch away. Ha! Luo Tianya erupted in laughter. Such an obvious green halo would surely make the caterpillar the center of attention when it ventured outside. The caterpillar, noticing Luo Tianya's laughter, felt elated, waving its tiny hands, causing a green halo to appear above its head, showering down green radiance. In a moment of self-reflection, Luo Tianya was momentarily speechless. He had just mocked the caterpillar, and now he found himself adorned with a similar halo, which, due to his larger head, was naturally more prominent. Just as he was feeling a bit downcast, the halo's light cascaded over him, instantly dispelling his fatigue and invigorating his spirit, as if he had undergone a cleansing from within. What kind of divine ability is this? Suddenly revitalized and glowing, Luo Tianya gazed at the caterpillar, which wore an expression of pride, its corners of the mouth turned upwards, as if inviting compliments. He opened the system to review the caterpillar's attributes: species, Qinglong lineage. Level 3. Divine ability, Qinglong might, Gonlin. Status: I have a halo. You have a halo, how delightful. Ignoring the caterpillar's amusing mentality, Luo Tianya turned his attention to the description of the divine ability Gonlin. The Qinglong resides in the east, belonging to the wood element, bestowing sweet rain to nurture all living things. Bestowing sweet rain to nurture all living things. Could this be a divine ability that promotes growth and restoration? The system's description was somewhat vague, and with no other beings or beasts available for experimentation, it seemed he would have to inquire further with the esteemed spirit cat. Chapter 33. The Supreme Effects of the Divine Ability Gonlin. Upon regaining his focus, Luo Tianya closely examined the caterpillar, noticing that its entire body had expanded slightly, with its horns becoming more pronounced. Its face appeared to elongate gradually, with what seemed to be whiskers beginning to sprout from its cheeks. You are evolving into a Qinglong starting from your face, Luo Tianya remarked, playfully poking the caterpillar's chubby cheeks. Indeed, the caterpillar's visage was increasingly resembling that of a dragon, with dragon horns, whiskers, and eyes slowly taking shape. It seemed that with a few more levels, it would completely shed its caterpillar form. For now, Luo Tianya was not in a hurry to upgrade. He wished to thoroughly understand the divine ability Gonlin. Thus, he called out loudly in his mind, "Esteemed spirit cat. Esteemed spirit cat. Why are you shouting? You disturb this cat's slumber." The spirit cat appeared abruptly, yawning and displaying visible displeasure. "Hee, esteemed spirit cat. I have heard that you possess boundless knowledge and wisdom. I seek your guidance on a matter." Luo Tianya smiled. When dealing with cats, one must stroke their fur the right way to foster good relations and obtain what one desires. This was a lesson Luo Tianya had learned well in his past life. As expected, the spirit cat's displeasure dissipated, replaced by an air of haughtiness. "Of course, ask away, but time is of the essence today. I would like to inquire about the function of the divine ability Gonlin," Luo Tianya asked directly. "Oh, the Qinglong's divine ability," the spirit cat exclaimed. "This ability can promote the growth and restoration of all things. It is indeed a marvelous skill. Could you elaborate a bit more?" Luo Tianya replied, his face darkening at the overly vague response. The spirit cat cast a sidelong glance at him and then licked its paw. "Do you lack comprehension, young one?" After a slight jab at Luo Tianya, it continued, "The Gonlin ability can accelerate the growth and reproduction of plants, hastening their developmental processes. For beasts or humans, it can restore vitality and heal injuries. Minor wounds, once affected, can generally heal completely. So it is a healing technique." Luo Tianya mumbled. "Heh, you dare to look down upon this divine ability?" The spirit cat's tone sharpened, its voice rising. "This is one of the Qinglong's innate divine abilities. The Qinglong is associated with wood, the very element that excels in healing and restoration. As one of the 5 divine beasts, the Qinglong governs the laws of the wood element. A fully matured Qinglong, upon unleashing Gonlin, could cause life to flourish throughout the world, vanquishing evil." As the spirit cat spoke, its eyes sparkled with amusement. "Do you know what constitutes the highest form of restoration?" "What?" Luo Tianya responded. "Restoration can mean bringing a person back from the long river of time. This. Luo Tianya was momentarily at a loss for words. "This is a resurrection?" "Hee," the spirit cat chuckled, This is more than mere resurrection. The most renowned healing entity in the divine beast continent is the butterfly fairy, whose full growth allows for resurrection, but with prerequisites. That is, the physical body or the soul must still exist. However, the spirit cat continued. The Qinglong's restoration can revive you even if your body turns to ash and your soul shatters and dissipates. Luo Tianya was astounded. He had only encountered such supreme divine abilities in novels. Little did he expect that his destined beast would possess such fearsome powers. So, dear child, nurture your destined beast well and facilitate its growth. It will bring you even greater surprises. The spirit cat gazed meaningfully at Luo Tianya. Chapter 34. You all. Come at once. Exiting the system space in his mind, Luo Tianya held the caterpillar close. His expectations for the Qinglong lineage caterpillar had been high, and now they were at an all-time high. He contemplated whether to elevate the caterpillar directly to level 6, as the remaining evolution points were just enough. Qinglong might, Gonlin. Luo Tianya mused. One is for control, the other for healing. Yet, there is no offensive divine ability. Following the typical pattern of beasts, a 6th-level creature should awaken another divine ability, and the caterpillar should be no exception. Should I upgrade the caterpillar or the Six-Eared Macaque? Luo Tianya meticulously weighed his options. The Six-Eared Macaque was currently exceedingly powerful at level 4 and could likely contend with a peak level 8 beast. If it advanced another level, it might be capable of battling a peak level 9 beast. Conversely, the caterpillar primarily served as support, crowd control, and healing, and required more evolution points. Oh, why am I even agonizing over this? Tomorrow, I will scrutinize everyone in the Luo household below level 9. And I will accumulate enough evolution points to elevate both. With this realization, Luo Tianya dismissed his dilemma. However, he needed to address the issue of De Zhuang's little black pig's injuries first. As the host of the caterpillar, he was fortunate to have acquired the divine ability Gonlin. With both he and the beast casting Gonlin, what injuries could possibly remain? He was also curious about whether he could gain the divine ability Gonlin that came with the awakened contracted beasts. Due to the fact that apart from the exclusive bloodline supernatural ability of the Luo Tianya, the other powers of the two small beasts had been acquired by him, such doubts arose. This matter would need to be addressed with the Jingling Mao next time. With the problem resolved, Luo Tianya no longer pondered and summoned the Mao Chong back to the Soul Sea, freshened up, and then retired to bed for a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, he discovered that the Luo Tianya was already awake, indulging in fruits under the care of a maid. Upon seeing Luo Tianya rise, the Luo Tianya expressed great joy, waving the peach in its hand, urging him to come over and eat. Approaching, Luo Tianya patted the Luo Tianya, realizing that it had completely recovered, which put his mind at ease. He smiled and said, "Enjoy your meal, eat plenty." He called a maid to arrange for De Zhuang and Xiao Bai to be summoned to the residence, not only to treat the injuries of the Xiao Heizhu, but also to discuss the plans for the upcoming 2 days. In 2 days, the entrance examination for the Nantian Academy would take place. Since the Luo family had stripped him of his quota, he would reclaim it through his own strength. After breakfast, with the Luo Tianya perched on his left shoulder and the Mao Chong on his right, he strode confidently towards the Luo family's martial arts arena. The arena was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of various battles. The direct clashes of strength between different beasts, as well as the duels of speed and technique, were all on display. As the foremost family in my city, the Luo family had high standards for their guards. The minimum requirement was that one's destined beast must be at least level 6 and have comprehended the first supernatural ability to serve as a common guard at the Luo residence. Those at level 7, 8, or 9 could gradually rise to elite guards, squad leaders, or head guards. Rumor had it that there were several head guards surpassing level 9, though Luo Tianya had never encountered them within the estate. Additionally, there existed a unit directly under the family head known as the Qinglang Xianjiawei, reputed to have fierce Qinglang as their destined beasts, all above level 8, which was also one of the Luo family's powers that instilled fear in my city. At this moment, the martial arts arena primarily consisted of guards at levels 6 and 7. There was a saying that once one reached level 7, each level became significantly more challenging. Although this statement might be exaggerated, for ordinary beasts, the level suppression after level 7 became remarkably apparent. In a confrontation between beasts of the same kind, the chances of a level 7 defeating a level 8 were exceedingly slim. Therefore, those practicing in the arena were mostly new recruits or veteran level 7s training new recruits, honing their combined battle formations or enhancing their synergy with the beasts. Luo Tianya stood at the entrance of the arena, observing the modest skirmishes of the beasts with a hint of disappointment. In his view, these battles were far inferior to the clash between the Luo Tianya and the Jianyao the previous night. He considered the strengths of the combatants from last night, One was the sole otherworldly species, while the other was a level 9 Jin Yao renowned for its attacking power and speed. Comparing them to ordinary beasts was simply not fitting. Luo Tianya held no disdain for them. They diligently worked for the Luo family, but he intended to refine the upgraded Lu Ermiho, allowing it to become more familiar with its current strength, while also earning some evolution points. Thus, witnessing these ordinary displays resulted in a slight sense of disappointment. As Luo Tianya stood lost in thought at the entrance, someone approached him after noticing he had been standing there for quite some time. "Young Master Luo, is there something you need?" Seeing the robust man who clearly led the group, he nodded and said, "Indeed, I have a matter I would like your assistance with." Feng Jian, the supervisor for today's training in the arena, being at the pinnacle of level 7, merely needed to supervise the guards during their exercises, without the necessity of participating himself. He had been watching the young recruits practice when he noticed Luo Tianya standing motionless at the entrance. Everyone in the estate knew of young Master Luo, who had once been the top talent, only to experience a fall from grace after hatching his destined beast, yet managed to reclaim his reputation through the companionship of a small monkey. Such a figure was indeed unforgettable. Upon hearing that Luo Tianya required their help, Feng Jian felt perplexed, wondering what assistance ordinary level 6 and 7 guards could offer him. "What can we do for you?" Feng Jian asked, cupping his hands respectfully. Setting aside the tale of Luo Tianya's rise and fall, he was still a direct descendant of the Luo family, the nephew of the family head, Luo Tong. They had no choice but to comply with his requests. "Could you have them stop?" Luo Tianya pointed towards the practicing beasts and guards. "Certainly," Feng Jian nodded, stepping forward to call out loudly, "Halt!" His voice resonated throughout the entire martial arts arena. Instantly, the beasts engaged in combat, and the guards practicing with wooden swords ceased their activities and turned in surprise to look at Feng Jian and the young master. "Young Master Luo has an announcement." Feng Jian stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. The arena fell silent, all eyes focused on Luo Tianya. Calm and composed, Luo Tianya stated, "I wish to challenge all the beasts here." Pausing briefly, he surveyed the surroundings and smiled before continuing, "You all, come at me together." Chapter 35, Alone Against Thousands. "Young Master Luo, are you jesting?" As his words echoed, the entire arena erupted in commotion, while Feng Jian looked at him with a pained expression, quietly inquiring, "Are you serious?" "I am not jesting." Luo Tianya shook his head, indicating his seriousness. "This is quite concerning," Feng Jian replied. "You and your companion beast are both precious beings, and we are merely rough men. Moreover, you want us all to attack together? If something goes awry, we cannot bear the consequences." In Feng Jian's view, Luo Tianya seemed to have lost his senses, wanting to take on a group of beasts. Although they were merely ordinary level 6 and 7 beasts, they could still pose a threat in numbers. Luo Tianya understood their concerns and spoke again, "Do not worry. I assure you, should anything happen, you will not be held accountable. In the name of the Luo family, young master. Even the family head has no authority over this." Hearing Luo Tianya's resolute words, Feng Jian's expression lightened somewhat. This was indeed the truth within the Luo estate. The family head Luo Tong could only restrict Luo Tianya in terms of expenditures, but had no control over him in other matters. Previously, he had cut off Luo Tianya's monthly allowance in an attempt to sever his aspirations of nurturing his destined beast and attending the Nantian Academy. However, Luo Tianya had managed to turn the situation around through his own efforts with his companion beast. "If the family head cannot control me, who can?" Luo Tianya laughed. Then dropped the bombshell. "I will not ask you to fight for free. After the duel, each of you will receive 20 white crystal stones." At this, the guards below erupted in excitement. Previously, they had thought young Master Luo was merely jesting, but now, with the promise of 20 white crystal stones, equivalent to half a month's wages, they were eager to participate. With money as an incentive, they were willing to engage in any form of combat, whether one-on-one against a beast or a group brawl. Observing the fervent reaction from the guards, Feng Jian's face grew even more troubled. "Young Master Luo, please do not jest. So many beasts attacking you and a small monkey, we truly cannot bear the consequences. While you may mean well, this is rather reckless." Luo Tianya, overlooking Feng Jian, stood elevated above the crowd, gazing at the fervent eyes below. "I, Luo Tianya, keep my word, 20 white crystal stones, every single one guaranteed. Now, I kindly ask you to set your destined beast aside. After a brief rest, we shall commence battle." The guards remained still, all eyes directed towards Feng Jian. Feng Jian let out a sigh. If he were to intervene now, the guards would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Never mind, he thought. He would just have to ensure they remained vigilant later. According to young Master Luo's instructions, you all must exercise caution. The guards discerned the underlying meaning in Feng Jian's words, aware that they should avoid harming their beasts. You should join as well. Luo Tianya turned to Feng Jian. Hesitant. Feng Jian replied, my own beast is at the peak of level 7. It might not be appropriate for me to participate. Nonsense. It is precisely beasts of your caliber that we are up against. Luo Tianya pushed him forward, and Feng Jian, unable to resist, stumbled back into the ranks. Reluctantly, he took on the role of a commander. Soon, a clearing was made in the training grounds, and a variety of personal beasts, under the guidance of their masters, stood quietly in formation. Luo Tianya surveyed the scene and indeed saw an array of beasts, tigers, lions, wolves, bears, and hedgehogs, resembling a miniature zoo. Young Master Luo, please. Feng Jian, alongside the other guards, stood on the opposite side, watching the beasts gather. Suddenly, the six-eared macaque leaped down from Luo Tianya's shoulder, striding gracefully with an air of majesty. A roar erupted from the beasts in response to the macaque's imposing presence, causing some to become restless. Upon seeing Luo Tianya nod, Feng Jian issued the command, charge. Under their master's direction, the multitude of beasts surged toward the six-eared macaque. In an instant, chaos reigned in the training ground as countless beasts charged forth, unleashing a plethora of extraordinary abilities, filling the air with dazzling light and thunderous roars that shook the earth. Chapter 36, Splitting the Sea. In the face of this tumultuous battle, the six-eared macaque was equally filled with fighting spirit. With a fierce roar, it executed two distinct stances simultaneously. Its left hand coiled back, preparing a direct punch, the first move known as opening the mountain, while the right hand traced a mysterious angle before striking downwards, a manifestation of the recently comprehended second move of the invincible fist, dubbed splitting the sea. The two techniques stirred the very essence of the heavens and earth, resisting the onslaught of abilities from the opposing beasts. With a resounding crash, the dual techniques shattered the wave of magical attacks, dissipating them into the wind. Now at level 4, the six-eared macaque's strength was formidable, holding its ground against dozens of level 6 and 7 beasts without faltering. With a swift maneuver, the six-eared macaque evaded their combined assault, swiftly entering the fray and sending several beasts flying, ejecting them from the battlefield. The macaque, wise and instinctually adept in combat, chose not to withstand their collective attack, but instead utilized its speed and strength to cut through the battlefield, strategically eliminating a portion of the opposing beasts. However, the guards were equally astute. The adjacent beasts, receiving commands from their masters, formed a formation, utilizing their practiced battle array to confront the six-eared macaque. While ordinary beasts might have been caught off guard, the six-eared macaque was no ordinary creature. Remaining calm and collected, it extended its palm, forming a fist as the power of the invincible fist enveloped the opposing beasts. With a powerful punch, several beasts were repelled, retreating from the battlefield in dismay. Previously, the speed of the six-eared macaque was comparable to that of the level 7 sword bird, renowned for its swiftness. Now, having leveled up, its speed had dramatically increased. Spectators outside the arena observed a golden flash darting across the battlefield, followed by their personal beasts being sent sprawling onto the ground, utterly defeated. Although they recognized the six-eared macaque's prowess, witnessing so many beasts overwhelmed and defeated was disheartening. The guards' thoughts were one matter, but Luo Tianya, who could hear the thoughts of all beings, sensed the despondency of the defeated beasts, who felt utterly useless. Well, that's unfortunate, Luo Tianya mused with a wry smile, realizing he had inadvertently wounded their pride. Before long, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. In the center of the vast arena, only a handful of beasts remained. Among them was Feng Jian's pinnacle level 7 beast, the Qingmu Huanglang. The six-eared macaque observed the remaining group of level 7 beasts with unperturbed composure, hands clasped behind its back, refraining from initiating an attack. Feng Jian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Over 30 level 6 and 7 beasts had charged en masse, only to be utterly routed by a mere monkey, leaving only this small contingent standing. Form a formation, full assault, Feng Jian commanded with a grave expression. Instantly, the remaining beasts, under their master's guidance, executed a coordinated advance, sealing the retreat of the six-eared macaque. They unleashed their powers. A tiger charged with a ferocious roar. A lion's roar reverberated, wind blades sliced through the air, wild boars trampled, and a giant elephant trumpeted. Finally, a hedgehog unleashed its ultimate ability, shooting out all its quills in a barrage of spines, a deluge of piercing projectiles raining down. In the face of this overwhelming spectacle, the six-eared macaque raised its right hand, fingers swirling with the tempest, then clenched into a fist, stepping forward forcefully, shattering the ground beneath it. Invincible fist. Second move, splitting the sea. Onlookers witnessed the unstoppable momentum, as if an endless ocean lay ahead, and the six-eared macaque was cleaving through it with its diminutive form. Chapter 37, Little Black Pig, Level 5. With a thunderous crash, like waves parting, numerous magical attacks were obliterated by a single punch, sending the beasts reeling backward, stumbling to the ground. The most unfortunate was the hedgehog, whose quills had all been unleashed, now reduced to a quivering ball of flesh. The six-eared macaque gradually withdrew its power, breathing steadily, its eyes sparkling with brilliance, appearing entirely unscathed by the fierce battle it had just endured. Younger Master Luo, we have lost. Feng Jian approached, bowing his head, his tone somber. Don't be disheartened, Luo Tianya said, patting his shoulder in consolation. Your combined battle formation was impressive and effective. It simply proved less impactful against my unique little monkey. Indeed, Feng Jian replied with a bitter smile. Your monkey is truly one in a million. Well, you all have worked hard today, Luo Tianya said, pulling out a pouch of coins and tossing it over, containing 20 green crystal stones. In addition to each of your 20 white crystal stones, use the remainder to buy some elixirs for your beasts. This, Feng Jian took the pouch, feeling its warmth, surprised by the unexpected generosity. Take it, it's for you. Luo Tianya smiled, instructing the six-eared macaque to return as he turned to leave. Young Master Luo is truly a good person. Feng Jian and the guards couldn't help but reflect on this sentiment. Luo Tianya felt a surge of happiness, buoyed not only by the enhancement of the six-eared macaque's strength, but also by the evolution points gained from the recent battle, which had catapulted his total to 220. With this surplus, he could elevate the levels of two little creatures. Even if he raised the Qinglong Zhi Mao Mao to level 6, there would still be enough points left for the six-eared macaque to reach level 9. In high spirits, he walked with a spring in his step. Before long, Luo Tianya returned to his courtyard, where he found Xiao Bai and De Zhuang chatting in the pavilion, each cradling their personal beasts in their arms. You're back? Luo Tianya approached, noticing that De Zhuang's demeanor had changed. He no longer appeared dejected, but rather seemed determined. It seemed that after a night of contemplation, he had finally come to terms with things. However, business remained paramount. He gently set the Mao Mao down and instructed it to use its divine ability, Sweet Rain, on the still somewhat weakened little black pig. Gigi. With a wave of its tiny hand, the Mao Mao conjured a green halo above little black pig's head, showering it with sparkling green light that seeped into its body. Hungry, little black pig felt a jolt of vitality, sensing its injuries mending, energy steadily returning. De Zhuang and Xiao Bai gazed in astonishment at the little black pig enveloped in a green glow. Tianya, what kind of divine ability is this? De Zhuang exclaimed, his eyes wide as he turned to inquire of Luo Tianya. It is a divine ability for healing injuries, quite useful. Luo Tianya replied with a smile. As anticipated, the divine ability Ganlin proved worthy of its name. Even at the current third level of energy from the caterpillar, it could completely heal injured high-level demon beasts. Soon, the green halo above the little black pig dissipated, and it stood up spiritedly, shaking its head. An energy wave erupted from its body, and with a thunderous sound, the black light scattered before retracting into itself. The little black pig had reached the 5th level. Excellent. Luo Tianya rejoiced, knowing that with the little black pig's successful upgrade, the entrance examination for the Nantian Academy the day after tomorrow would likely pose no issues. After discussing the plans for the upcoming days with the two, he instructed them to rest well over the next couple of days before sending them on their way. Next came the main event of upgrading the two little beasts. Upon returning to his room and securing the door, he called the two little creatures before him, explaining that he would be upgrading them shortly and advising them to be mentally prepared. Gigi. The two little beasts chorused, indicating they were ready. Entering the system, he first upgraded the caterpillar, selecting evolution points. With a swift motion, 90 evolution points vanished, and countless green lights emerged from the caterpillar's small body, ultimately forming rings that encircled it. These rings interconnected, instantly transforming into a long cylindrical cocoon that enveloped the caterpillar entirely. As the green light shimmered, Luo Tianya and the Luo Miho watched anxiously, observing the caterpillar within the green cocoon. A sound unlike the usual calls of the caterpillar, a dragon's roar, suddenly echoed, followed by a tearing noise as the green cocoon was ripped apart, dissolving into glowing specks that descended upon the caterpillar. A caterpillar, drastically different from before, appeared before them. Ignoring its bulky form, a true dragon's head emerged, antlers resembling those of a deer, bright eyes, ears like those of a cow, and an elongated head resembling that of a camel, with two short whiskers swaying in the breeze. This was indeed the legendary dragon head from Luo Tianya's past life. Naturally, one had to overlook the caterpillar's body behind this dragon head, where it would seem somewhat incongruous. This fully embodied the saying of evolving into a Qinglong from the very beginning. Luo Tianya marveled as he stroked the caterpillar's antlers. Gigi. The caterpillar emitted alternating sounds, likely still adjusting after its recent transformation. Once the upgrade was complete, 3 beams of green light flashed around Luo Tianya, propelling him to the 6th level as well. Experimenting with a fist motion, he was met with a series of whooshing sounds, feeling his physical strength and soul energy significantly enhanced. Upon closing his eyes to sense the changes, he felt as though he had awakened a certain divine ability. For the time being, he refrained from testing it, and instead turned to the caterpillar, eager to discover what new divine ability it had awakened. Accessing the system interface, he examined the caterpillar's information: species, Qing Long level, 6 divine abilities, Qing Long Shi, Gan Lin. Ting Yun status, slightly confused about its identity. Am I a dragon or a bug? Disregarding its state of confusion, Luo Tianya noted that a new ability, Ting Yun, had been added to the divine abilities section. He was astonished to see this particular ability. Wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon. The dragon race can ride clouds and summon rain. At last, I have encountered a divine ability with which I am familiar. He felt he had also acquired this ability. With a smile, he proposed a friendly competition. Shall we see who can fly higher? As he activated the divine ability within his soul, a white cloud materialized beneath his feet and began to ascend slowly. Gigi, the caterpillar, witnessing his ascent, grew anxious. With a swift motion of its tiny hands, a cloud capable of fully supporting its body appeared beneath it and began to rise, eventually soaring to a height surpassing Luo Tianya's, nearly reaching the ceiling. Ha! Luo Tianya laughed heartily, realizing that with this divine ability, escaping or chasing would be far more convenient. Meanwhile, the Luo Miho, still seated at the table, gazed up at the 2 figures floating above, filled with confusion. Gigi. Seeing the Luo Miho's expression of exclusion, Luo Tianya chuckled and beckoned the caterpillar. No, it could now be called the caterpillar dragon, as they slowly descended. Waving his hand to disperse the cloud, Luo Tianya addressed the somewhat pouting Luo Miho, saying, I got carried away with excitement and forgot to invite you to join in the fun. How about we upgrade you to the 6th level first? Gigi. The Luo Miho nodded eagerly, eager for an upgrade so they could all play together. Luo Tianya, seeing its enthusiasm, smiled and opened the system, selecting evolution points for the Luo Miho. 18 evolution points were consumed, and 2 golden lights enveloped it, enhancing its regal presence. Suddenly, the Luo Miho emitted a powerful pull, drawing the 2 golden lights into its being. Roar! The Luo Miho howled skyward, and its body expanded, transforming from a small monkey no larger than 2 palms into a half-human height. Its fists clashing together with a resounding thud. Luo Tianya and the caterpillar dragon were left astonished, realizing that upon reaching the 6th level, the Luo Miho had entered a growth phase. Just as Luo Tianya pondered this, a surge of energy descended from the void, augmenting his physical strength and soul power. Suddenly feeling a rush of exhilaration, he let out a roar, a wave of inexplicable power coursing through him, causing his muscles to swell and his body to grow taller, even tearing his clothes. Gigi. The caterpillar dragon was perplexed, wondering why they were both growing larger. At that moment, both Luo Tianya and the Luo Miho closed their eyes, seemingly engaged in a shared epiphany. After a brief moment, they opened their eyes simultaneously, radiant beams of divine light emanating from them, piercing through the air before gradually fading. Luo Tianya exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of energy dissipate, and his body returned to normal. Copper skin and iron bones. He stated slowly, gazing at the Luo Miho, which had reverted to its previous small size. Yes, the divine ability awakened by the Luo Miho upon reaching the 6th level was indeed copper skin and iron bones. This ability enhanced its physical form and strength. Luo Tianya tested the collision of his hands, producing a sound akin to clashing steel. He felt that he could contend with 7th or 8th level demon beasts. However, while his physical strength was formidable, akin to that of a demon beast, his offensive capabilities remained limited. For now, he would rely on the demon beasts to take the lead while he provided support from behind. With the Luo Miho possessing this divine ability, it would be like a tiger with wings, significantly enhancing its resilience and combat endurance. He believed that if they faced the 9th level sword bird again, the outcome would be uncertain. As for the earlier swelling, it was simply a manifestation of their sudden acquisition of the divine ability, which they had struggled to control. Now that they had mastered it, such occurrences would no longer happen. Do you wish to upgrade further? Luo Tianya inquired, gently patting the Luo Miho's small head. He still had ample evolution points, more than sufficient to elevate the Luo Miho to the 9th level, although he was uncertain what conditions needed to be met beyond that level. Gigi. The Luo Miho shook its head, indicating a desire to adapt to its newfound strength and hone its skills through battle. The Luo Miho, a fierce warrior of the Battle Saint clan, embodies the spirit of passionate combat. Should one allow it to merely rely on overwhelming levels, it would likely dampen its fighting spirit. Moreover, Luo Tianya possesses evolution points at his disposal. He can upgrade whenever he wishes, unperturbed by unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, given the current prowess of Luo Tianya, as long as it does not face an opponent exceeding level 9, its chances of victory remain substantial. In the upcoming entrance examination of Nantian Academy, could there possibly be a beast exceeding level 9? The rating has plummeted to 89, alas. If anyone has opinions, please express them in the review section instead of merely leaving a low score and departing. Next, a multitude of beasts will make their appearances, marking a minor climax in the narrative. I humbly request your 5-star support. Chapter 40, Gathering of Beasts, Entrance Examination. The Beast Arena of Muyi City now presents a different scene. The sky-like ceiling is slowly being retracted, creating a semi-open space. The arena has been reinforced, and the number of judges has increased, their strength heightened for this occasion. The entrance examination of Nantian Academy is set to take place here today. The audience area of the arena has been partitioned, one section for the Luo family, another for the Bai family, a third for the Wang family, while the remaining fragments accommodate smaller clans and powerful beast masters. The VIP boxes, however, are reserved exclusively for the representatives of Nantian Academy. Ordinary spectators are barred from entering the arena, but due to the open ceiling, those standing on elevated nearby spots can catch glimpses of the proceedings. The arena's limited capacity prompted this regulation to prevent overcrowding. At this moment, the participants of the entrance examination have already assembled, yet none have summoned their innate beasts. Awaiting notification from the Academy representatives in the VIP box. Shortly thereafter, a group descends from the box, led by a middle-aged man with a neatly groomed beard, followed by several young figures clad in white robes. Ladies and gentlemen, the middle-aged man's voice, amplified by a special device, reverberates throughout the vicinity. I am Linley, the instructor from Nantian Academy, appointed as the examiner for this examination in Muyi City. Nantian Academy is committed to nurturing beast masters to defend against the extraterrestrial beasts, embracing talents and cultivating excellence. In a distant tavern, seated by the window is an elderly man with a white beard alongside a girl of about 15 or 16. At that moment, the girl seems to hear the instructor's speech and covers her ears, muttering, "Uncle Lin, still so verbose." The old man chuckles at her remark, replying, "Qian Qian." The opening formalities are indispensable, serving to foster a sense of identity and honor. I just can't absorb it. The girl, named Qian Qian, pouts in response. The old man shakes his head, casting his gaze once more towards the vaguely visible arena in the distance. If anyone were to realize that they could hear the sounds of the arena so clearly from such a distance, they would surely be taken aback. Now, I declare the entrance examination of Nantian Academy officially commenced. After an extended speech, the essence of the examination arrives. With Lin Li's words, the youths on the field summon their innate beasts, instantly filling the arena with the sounds of howling white wolves, roaring lions, coiling pythons, and flicking scorpions. The arena buzzes with excitement as the beasts converge. The first test involves the predetermined slots for the major families of Muyi City. They are invited to step forward. A young man emerges from behind Lin Li, his fair complexion and slight smile exuding a refreshing demeanor, suggesting he is the leader of the group. Upon his announcement, 8 individuals from the Luo, Bai, and Wang families step forward, accompanied by their innate beasts, approaching the young man. Testing the host's bone age and the level of the beasts, he gestures behind him, and 2 individuals from Nantian Academy step forward, each carrying a special crystal stone, ready to commence the testing. The bone age test ensures no deception, requiring the participant to be at least 15 years old, while the beast level test guarantees compliance with the Academy's minimum admission standards. In the Divine Beast Continent, the theory of bloodlines prevails. Individuals of the same lineage typically awaken similar beasts, such as the Luo family's innate beasts often being wolf-like, while the Wang family tends towards serpentine creatures. Naturally, there are exceptions, as evidenced by Luo Tianya's non-wolf innate beast. Within this context, a larger family group increases the probability of their descendants awakening high-quality beasts. Thus, Nantian Academy allocates fixed slots for these major families. Those meeting the requirements can gain direct admission without examination. 3 slots for the Luo family, 3 for the Bai family, and 2 for the Wang family, totaling 8 individuals. This, however, only fulfills the preliminary admission criteria. To vie for additional resources, they must demonstrate their abilities in subsequent rounds. All is in order, no issues. The testers secure the crystal stones and return, nodding at Lin Li. Now, we proceed to the next phase of the entrance examination. The young man announces, "We are about to commence the true entrance examination of Nantian Academy. Anyone who believes they meet the criteria whether commoners or signs of families, may come forward to give it a try. The Divine Beast continent is vast and populous. No one can guarantee that a hidden dragon does not lie among the common folk. Casting a wide net to catch big fish is essential for ensuring a continuous influx of talent. However, this year, few individuals in Muyi City have turned 15 and successfully hatched their innate beasts. Coupled with the Academy's high admission standards, requiring a certain level of mental acuity and that the innate beast be born at level 3 or above, the results reveal that only one individual meets the criteria. Observing this, Lin Li shakes his head. The strong remain strong, with more capable families producing individuals of superior quality. Yet, they bear greater responsibilities, especially with the Divine Beast continent facing external threats, necessitating a focus on cultivating talents capable of countering such dangers. Shaking off his thoughts, he gestures for the previous young man to continue the proceedings, while Lin Li lowers his gaze, lost in contemplation. Is there anyone else wishing to participate in the entrance examination of Nantian Academy? He calls out, his voice resonating far and wide, covering the nearby streets. I will. A voice emerges from the crowd gathered outside the arena. The crowd turns to see 3 figures parting the throng, slowly making their way inside. Are you here to take part in the entrance examination of Nantian Academy? The young man, exuding a refreshing aura, inquires, focusing on the youth among the 3. Chapter 41, Extracurricular Challenge. The youth responds with a smile. Why should it concern you? The young ones are often unaware of their limitations, only to learn the hard way how high the heavens truly are. The young man replies, maintaining his smile. Indeed, you are right. Individuals like you should certainly trip and fall, or else they will never grasp the heights of the heavens. The youth retorts, sharp-tongued, deceitful yet charming, a hypocritical scoundrel. The young man's expression finally shifts, his voice rising. Luo Tianya, the entire Muyi City knows your innate beast is a mere caterpillar, which hatched without even reaching level 1. What are you doing here causing a ruckus? Indeed, this youth is Luo Tianya, flanked by Xiao Bai and De Zhuang. Did I ever claim I was participating? Luo Tianya chuckles. Wang Tong, your competence is lacking. You swung your stick and killed the innocent without even waiting for me to speak. The young man is none other than Wang Tong, brother of Wang Chong, who orchestrated the scheme against De Zhuang last time. Since his previous failure, he has thoroughly investigated Wang Tong's information and is now familiar with his appearance. Then tell me, who intends to participate in the entrance examination? It wouldn't be those 2 behind you, would it? Pointing at Xiao Bai and De Zhuang, he remarked that they did not resemble individuals who had just turned 15. Xiao Bai couldn't help but chuckle, while De Zhuang wore a frown, pondering whether his appearance was indeed so mature. Indeed, your capabilities have been rightly criticized, Luo Tianya scoffed. Are you the one to determine their age? Can you not assess bone age? Such a meddlesome tongue. Wang Tong's expression shifted. When it came to retorts, he was no match for Luo Tianya. The previously smiling Wang Tong now bore a look of exasperation. Lin Li, observing from behind, furrowed his brow, feeling that Wang Tong's behavior was rather uncharacteristic today. He waved his hand, signaling the others to conduct a bone age test. The person conducting the test was a member of the Luo family, a cousin of Luo Tianya, who had previously entered Nantian Academy alongside Bai Qiu and was now back to assist Lin Li with the entrance examination. Though they were assisting, Wang Tong's position was significantly higher, allowing him to issue commands. Luo Lu approached the trio with a special crystal for the bone age test and inquired, Tianya, which one needs testing? De Zhuang stepped forward, pointing at himself. You certainly do not appear to be 15, Luo Lu muttered under his breath. De Zhuang, slightly gritting his teeth, thought, do you really believe I cannot hear you from this distance? After confirming a normal bone age, he switched to another special crystal, signaling De Zhuang to summon his innate beast. A flash of black light revealed a small, dark pig in De Zhuang's arms. Initially at level 3, now at level 5. Luo Lu observed the 2 different color displays on the crystal and casually remarked. The mention of level 5 caused a stir among those present. If he were a member of a wealthy family, with resources at his disposal, it might be possible to elevate to level 5. Yet his attire did not suggest that he hailed from affluence. However, some recognized De Zhuang, knowing he, along with Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai, had recently become stars of the beast arena. Just days prior, his innate beast was merely at level 4. How had it ascended to level 5 so swiftly? The onlookers whispered among themselves, astonished by how an ordinary person had suddenly emerged with a level 5 innate beast. Luo Tianya, unfazed by the opinions of others, turned to the still-dazed Luo Lu and asked, Legu, does it meet the requirements? Oh, Luo Lu snapped back to reality, quickly nodding. It completely meets. Luo Tianya nodded with satisfaction, then turned to De Zhuang, saying, De Zhuang, you are eligible to enter Nantian Academy. Haha, I can enter Nantian Academy. De Zhuang laughed heartily and then shouted to the crowd, "Mother, I can enter Nantian Academy." In the crowd, Fang Yang's tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Good, as long as you can enter." "Humph." Wang Tung snorted coldly, pushing past Luo Lu to confront them. Looking down from a superior position, "If he meets the criteria, then you surely do not. I kindly request all irrelevant individuals to vacate the premises. We must proceed with the next beast duel. Do not rush." Luo Tianya replied with a smile, "Before we engage in these beast duels, we have a few matters to address. Speak quickly." Wang Tung's impatience was palpable. Luo Tianya pulled Xiao forward, stepping onto the beast arena stage. "Wish to undertake a challenge that has not been attempted in a long while." "What challenge?" "An external challenge." Chapter 42, Si Fong Chung and Past Events. "I oppose." As soon as the words were spoken, Luo Tong, the head of the Luo family, abruptly stood up, shouting loudly. In an instant, he had moved from his seat to the arena. "I will not permit you to enter Nantian Academy under such pretenses." Luo Tong fixed his gaze on Luo Tianya, enunciating each word with intent. "Opposition is futile. This is my own decision," Luo Tianya replied calmly. "You insolent brat, do you truly believe I cannot manage you?" Luo Tong's expression darkened as he stretched out his right hand, pressing down forcefully, instantly sealing Luo Tianya's space, rendering him immobile under tremendous pressure. The six-eared macaque on his shoulder shimmered with golden light, about to intervene, but suddenly felt the pressure lift. Looking up, it was Lin Li who had stepped in, waving his sleeve to dissipate the force field imposed by Luo Tong. "Luo family head, what is your intention?" Lin Li approached, frowning at Luo Tong. "Lin instructor, this is a matter pertaining to our Luo family. No need for your concern." Luo Tong replied politely, gesturing with one hand. "Though it has been long since anyone attempted the external challenge at Nantian Academy, should someone wish to undertake it, we will ensure they can do so smoothly." Lin Li stepped forward, positioning himself between Luo Tong and Luo Tianya. "I will guarantee that he will be unable to move later, lacking the strength to engage in the external challenge." Luo Tong stated nonchalantly, showing no fear of Lin Li. "If you obstruct me, I will die before your eyes," Luo Tianya boldly declared, piercing through Luo Tong's imposing demeanor. "You insolent brat." Luo Tong exploded in anger. "Once you enter Nantian Academy, you will undoubtedly seek out Si Fong Chung. With your mere caterpillar, how do you expect to survive there? A mere breath from an outer world beast could end you." The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence, as they had never witnessed the Luo family head, likely the first beast master of Muyi City, lose his composure in such a manner. Si Fong Chung. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Luo Tianya quietly noted it, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is Si Fong Chung?" "The frontline battlefield, the primary front against the outer world beasts, or rather, the last and strongest fortress on the divine beast continent," Lin Li explained, his tone extremely serious. "Thus, they are located there." Luo Tianya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Alas," Luo Tong sighed. "If you were still that genius with potential for growth in your innate beast, I would not obstruct you. After all, members of the Luo family embody heroism, unafraid to battle the outer world beasts." However, he shifted his tone. "You claim your caterpillar can grow. What further growth can it achieve? Into a large caterpillar? It is of no use," he lamented. "Your companion beast is indeed powerful, but is it of any significance? The frontline battlefield is not merely a child's play. It is a matter of life and death, with all manner of tactics employed. Beast masters there must not only contract formidable beasts, but also possess their own means of survival. Otherwise, you will not last long." "All right, I understand," Luo Tianya replied solemnly. "I still wish to undertake the external challenge." "You." Luo Tong was infuriated. "How has our Luo family produced such a rebellious child?" "Brother." Upon mentioning brother, he suddenly deflated, sighing, and spoke softly. "Can you refrain from going?" Luo Tianya resolutely shook his head. Very well, do as you wish." Luo Tong waved his hand, his figure flickering back to his seat in the Luo family section, closing his eyes to meditate, no longer paying attention to his surroundings. In a distant tavern, an old man with a white beard, who had been closely observing the events in the arena alongside his granddaughter Qian, suddenly recalled Luo Tong's words and, upon considering the Luo surname, realized who he was referring to. So it is their descendant. The old man sighed deeply, raising his cup of tea and drinking it all in one go. "Grandfather, who are you speaking of?" Qian asked curiously. Having also heard the earlier conversation from the arena, the legendary couple who emerged from Nantian Academy. Putting down his teacup, the old man appeared contemplative. In the past, they held off 2 king-level beasts, allowing the townspeople to evacuate in time. Ultimately, they detonated themselves, severely injuring one of the king-level beasts, significantly delaying the outer world beast's assault on Si Fong Chung. Below the level of the king, he managed to hold off 2 king-level beasts. Qianqian stood in astonishment. She had witnessed the might of the king level before, burning mountains and boiling seas, annihilating the heavens and destroying the earth. Such statements were far from exaggeration. What about the other king-level experts in Xifeng City? Why did they not intervene? Qianqian inquired, aware that there were still several king-level masters on the continent at that time. Alas, the old man sighed, recalling how they had been ensnared. The celestial beasts attacked the borders of other fortresses while the king-level experts were preoccupied with extinguishing fires, unaware that their ultimate target was Xifeng City. If this greatest defensive line were to fall, the beasts could march in unimpeded. Unfortunately, their plans were thwarted by that couple. Subsequently, the venerable Xiangui, to ensure the fortress line remained unbroken, transformed through divine powers into a colossal guardian beast, safeguarding Xifeng City. The war situation on the continent has since eased somewhat. That young man is the son of that couple? Qianqian's expression was complex as she gazed towards the distant beast arena. Given the circumstances, it seems so. The old man also glanced over. Had that couple remained, with their talents, the current state of the continent would likely be quite different. However, if that young man truly entered Nantian Academy, how would my old friend face him? The old man sighed deeply, his thoughts tangled. The world's backdrop has begun to unveil. What lies ahead will undoubtedly be more thrilling. Chapter 43. I choose him to challenge. In the beast arena, Lin Li, though not fully understanding the connection between the head of the Luo family and this young man, as an instructor at Nantian Academy, had to continue the process. Do you wish to proceed with an external challenge? Yes. Luo Tianya and Xiaobai nodded. Well, which of you will go first? Lin Li inquired. I'll go first. Xiaobai stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the arena. Do you possess special abilities? Or will you be challenging across levels? Lin Li asked as per procedure. An external challenge is a unique recruitment pathway for the Divine Beast Continent Academy. If a challenger does not meet the admission criteria but possesses a uniquely talented contract beast or formidable combat power allowing them to fight above their level, they may still be admitted based on the circumstances. A cross-level challenge. Xiaobai declared solemnly, summoning his contract beast. Haha. As soon as the contract beast emerged, laughter erupted from the audience, for a small, adorable rabbit was quietly lying at Xiaobai's feet. My contract beast is at the pinnacle of level 6. Requesting to challenge across levels. Xiaobai clasped his fists, speaking earnestly. For a cross-level challenge, Lin Li pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to the group of students accompanying him. Luo Lu, you happen to be at the pinnacle of level 7. It shall be you. Luo Lu, who had previously measured their bone ages and was Luo Tianya's cousin, looked astonished, pointing at himself. Yes, it shall be you. Lin Li nodded. Luo Lu, looking dejected, put away the measuring tools and approached the center of the arena. With a wave of his hand, a large, half-human tall blue wolf appeared before everyone. Pinnacle level 7 blue wolf, I seek your guidance. The battle commenced, and the atmosphere became tense. The little rabbit hopped forward, curiously observing the blue wolf from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. That little rabbit could be swallowed whole by the blue wolf. Luo Lu shook his head, finding the person brought by Tianya rather unreliable. The battle begins. With the referee's command, the others quickly retreated, leaving only the 2 combatants in the arena. Blue wolf, attack. Although he found Xiaobai's choice rather untrustworthy, bringing a mere rabbit, once the battle commenced, he still had to give it his all. It was a matter of respect for his opponent. The blue wolf propelled itself off the ground, its sharp claws glimmering as it lunged fiercely at the little rabbit. Just as everyone expected the rabbit to be brutally torn apart by the wolf's claws, a sudden roar echoed through the arena, resembling a blend of tiger and wolf. Neither lion nor leopard. Instantly, the adorable little rabbit transformed into a towering, muscular creature, and before anyone could recover from their astonishment, it delivered a powerful punch forward, sending the blue wolf flying out of the arena, crashing through the stone barrier and collapsing amidst a pile of rubble. The arena fell into silence. Many were stunned, utterly unprepared for the transformation of a little rabbit into a violent muscle rabbit. It remained in the arena, striking a pose to showcase its muscles. Blue wolf. Luo Lu was the first to speak, rushing toward the blue wolf and, upon realizing it was merely unconscious, let out a sigh of relief. What a disgrace. Luo Tong, who had opened his eyes at some point, looked at Luo Lu and scoffed. Your beast is quite interesting. Lin Li remarked with keen interest as he observed the muscular rabbit. Though the surprise was notable, to send a level 6 beast flying with 1 punch against a level 7 beast is impressive indeed. What divine power awakened during level 6? Inquired the instructor. It is the violent divine power, Xiaobai replied, cupping his hands in respect. Excellent. Lin Li's face brimmed with admiration. According to the rules, You would need to participate in 2 more challenges against a level 8 early stage and a level 8 mid-stage beast. But I will grant you special permission to enter without completing them. This, Xiaobai hesitated, glancing at Luo Tianya. I wonder if the instructor is interested in my brother's beast? Luo Tianya asked, noticing Lin Li's evident interest. Indeed, Lin Li nodded calmly. I am conducting classroom research on how to achieve maximum results with minimal cost. This beast appears quite adorable and seems to have no guard up. But once it unleashes its divine powers, it demonstrates immense strength. It aligns perfectly with my research. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tianya smiled and stated, Instructor Lin is a prominent figure at Nantian Academy, and with so many dignitaries from my city as witnesses, I trust that Instructor Lin will not harm us. Let us express our gratitude to Instructor Lin. Thank you, Instructor Lin. Xiaobai quickly cupped his hands in thanks. This lad is using Nantian Academy and my city to pressure me. Lin Li secretly shook his head in amusement, yet he genuinely harbored no ill intentions. The combat awareness and strength displayed by this rabbit had already surpassed the pinnacle of level 7. Even at early level 8, it would likely be no challenge. By the rules of external challenges, winning 2 cross-level challenges suffices to meet the minimum admission criteria. Thus, he did not show favoritism. He merely streamlined the process. Xiaobai returned to Dazhuang's side with the transformed rabbit, and they conversed joyfully. Now it's your turn. Do you possess special abilities, or will you challenge across levels? Lin Li asked with a smile. Luo Tianya indeed had special talents. For instance, he could listen to all things and could easily defeat any opponent. Additionally, with the divine power of Ganin, he would likely become a coveted figure. However, he primarily relied on the Six-Eared Macaque, so he replied, I too choose to challenge across levels. Please describe your beast's strength, Lin Li inquired as usual. Level 6. At this point, Luo Tianya paused, then suddenly turned to the group of Nantian Academy students behind Lin Li. Instructor, may I choose someone? Huh, you rascal, Lin Li shot him a glance. The lowest level here is Luo Li's pinnacle level 7. The others are all above level 8. Although I can limit their strength, there is still a difference in combat experience. No problem, I just want to choose that person. Luo Tianya replied with a smile. Who? Him. Luo Tianya pointed at a figure in the center, his tone resolute. Chapter 44, the 9th level Wang Tong. Him. Everyone followed his finger and looked over at a calm and composed young man, who smiled back at Luo Tianya. Wang Tong. He is choosing Wang Tong. Wow. At that moment, both the audience and participants erupted in astonishment. Wang Tong, a figure who stood just below Bai Qiu 2 years ago, had since spent 2 years training at Nantian Academy, his strength now unfathomable. Did you not see that this time, the group behind him all regarded him as their leader? Wang Tong. Lin Li furrowed his brow and remarked that his life beast had already reached the 9th level. Even if he were to suppress its strength, it would not be suitable for a direct confrontation with your 6th level beast. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tianya shook his head and made an astonishing statement, asserting that when he referred to a battle, he meant one with his unrestrained 9th level monster. Absurd. Before Lin Li could respond, Luo Tong had already risen in anger, admonishing him not to underestimate his little monkey, for the chasm between the 6th and 9th levels is insurmountable. No matter how powerful your beast is, it cannot defy the heavens. At this moment, the head of the Wang family, Wang Tong's father, spoke leisurely, suggesting that the young one was merely naive and would benefit from a lesson, and he would have Tong'er properly educate the Luo family's offspring. Wang Wei, are you seeking death? Luo Tong glared fiercely, his imposing aura pressing down on Wang Wei, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, a green poisonous snake emerged from behind Wang Wei, breaking through the pressure with a swift motion. Humph. Casting a glance at Wang Wei, it ignored him thereafter. Wang Wei nervously wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, doubting whether Luo Tong's life beast had truly taken that step, as he was now being overwhelmed simply by its aura. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya was oblivious to the reactions of others, focusing solely on Lin Li, inquiring if his actions conformed to the rules. Lin Li found himself in a quandary. Since the inception of the external challenge system, no one had directly crossed 3 levels to issue a challenge. However, he realized that what Luo Tianya proposed did not violate any regulations. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Li's ears perked up as if he was listening intently to something. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice, agreeing to the challenge against a 9th level beast. This sudden shift in attitude raised eyebrows. Luo Tianya, possessing the ability to perceive all things, had sensed a subtle disturbance near Lin Li's ear, as if someone were whispering to him. However, at this moment, he lacked the strength to discern the actual content. Huh. Wang Tong chuckled as he stepped forward to the center of the arena, declaring that since Luo Tianya sought to be challenged, he would oblige. Who would ultimately dominate the other remained uncertain. Luo Tianya maintained an indifferent tone, clarifying that his original intention was to fight Bai Qiu, but since she was absent today, he had settled for him instead. Wang Tang's eyes narrowed into slits. Resembling a venomous snake fixated on Luo Tianya, Bai Qiu had once overshadowed him, and after entering the Nantian Academy, she had progressed rapidly, leaving many of her peers far behind. With Bai Qiu unavailable, Lin Li smiled and remarked that her life beast was currently striving to break through the 9th level, and they would likely witness her surpassing that threshold upon their return. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To reach such a level at such a young age, merely 2 years after entering the academy, was unprecedented. The Bai family was overjoyed, with the family head grinning broadly and Bai Qiu's younger brother Bai Jie exuding an air of superiority. It was unexpected that Wang Teng had been left so far behind. Luo Tianya taunted Wang Teng with a smile, retorting that it was still better than having hatched a mere caterpillar. Referring to him as the first on the first day 3 years ago, Wang Teng, equally sharp-tongued, replied, "Well then, let us see whose skills prevail in battle." The battle commenced. The arena trembled as the ground beneath was shattered. The Luo Miho soared into the air, propelled by the force of its leap, crashing down with the might of a tidal wave, enveloping both Wang Teng and the 3-meter-long white snake within its formidable strike. Wang Teng's expression shifted dramatically. Despite having researched the Luo Miho beforehand, its displayed strength far exceeded its earlier performance in the arena. With a determined shout, Wang Teng gathered all his energy, causing the white snake to coil and then spring forth, unleashing its 9th-level power to shatter the Luo Miho's imposing aura. Wang Teng reacted swiftly, retreating in rapid succession while channeling his mental amplification array onto the white snake. In an instant, the 3-meter-long body of the white snake surged and grew into a 5-meter giant. Excellent. Lin Li watched with rapt attention, thoroughly impressed by Luo Tianya's Luo Miho taking the initiative to strike first, demonstrating an overwhelming presence despite being only at the 6th level, even significantly affecting a 9th-level beast. Wang Teng, too, exhibited remarkable speed and skill in utilizing his array. This was poised to be an exhilarating battle. While the Luo Miho was still airborne, realizing its aura had been disrupted, it remained unfazed, its right fist stirring the winds as it unleashed a downward strike enhanced by its 6th-level power, aimed directly at the 5-meter white snake. Hiss! The white snake let out a fierce cry, its long tail slamming against the ground, leveraging the force to launch itself upward and collide with the Luo Miho's fist. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, waves of energy surging forth, sending both beasts reeling. The Luo Miho was sent soaring into the sky, while the white snake crashed back to the ground, creating a massive pit in the arena. Squeak! The Luo Miho soared toward the arena's open ceiling, pushing off against the ironwood structure before diving back toward the massive pit. In a brilliant flash of golden light, it unleashed another powerful strike, a blow imbued with supreme fist intent, leaving an imprint larger than the Luo Miho itself to crash down upon the pit. Bang! The giant snake, just emerging from the edge of the pit, was struck by the imprint, causing its body to be driven back down. The roar of the impact further expanding the pit's area as cracks began to form on the battle arena. Whoosh! The Luo Miho, seizing the advantage, descended into the pit to engage the white snake in close combat. The audience erupted in astonishment. They had just witnessed a 6th-level beast dominating a 9th-level beast, a scenario they had never before encountered. Many stood up to observe the unfolding battle within the pit. Despite currently holding the upper hand, Luo Tianya's expression remained calm, while Wang Teng appeared somber yet composed. Boom! Another loud noise echoed from the pit, as a long white figure was flung out, collapsing in a heap at the arena's edge. The crowd focused intently. It was Wang Teng's life beast, the white snake, now battered and bruised, its scales shed and riddled with wounds, coldly gazing at the Luo Miho, which had just leaped out of the pit. To their astonishment, Wang Teng spoke with a grim demeanor, acknowledging that this monster had withstood the initial strength of a 9th-level beast and emerged victorious. He fixed his gaze intently on Luo Tianya, demanding he reveal his strongest form. With a serene expression, Luo Tianya met his gaze. Huh! Wang Teng smirked, surprised that his greatest understanding came from his adversary. In truth, the Luo Miho had conveyed to him upon exiting the pit that it sensed a hidden reservoir of immense power within the white snake. Thus, Luo Tianya speculated that Wang Teng likely had a trump card remaining. Wang Teng slowly approached the white snake, proclaiming that while the world believed Bai Qiu to be the true genius, having broken through 4 realms in 2 years and now nearing the pinnacle of the 9th level, he remained in her shadow in my city. However, at Nantian Academy, she previously ranked first on the 9th level leaderboard, while he languished at the 99th position. Wang Teng raised his arms and gazed skyward, declaring, "You are all a bunch of ignorant fools. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more, including Linli, who furrowed his brow in disbelief, for Wang Teng had unleashed a declaration of his own superiority. I, Wang Teng, am also a peerless genius who rivals Bai Qiu. As Wang Teng extended his arms and clenched his fists, stepping forward with his right foot, he unleashed a furious roar, declaring, "Disguise lifted." A thunderous explosion resonated as the once feeble Bai Qi surged with power, its length rapidly expanding from over 5 meters to more than 10, then swiftly to 20, and finally reaching 30 meters before it came to a halt. The spectators were left in awe, gazing at the colossal 30-meter Bai Qi, its tail coiling upwards, its frigid scales glistening with a ghostly light, and its massive head flicking its tongue, cold vertical pupils observing the Luo Miho below. Half-step Xian level. Linli spoke slowly, his tone grave. The Xian level is a realm that transcends the 9th tier. And Wang Teng's Bai Qi had surpassed the pinnacle of the 9th tier. One more step forward would lead to that enigmatic realm. Wang Teng, why did you not reveal the true level of your beast earlier? Linli inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. I initially intended to defeat Bai Qiu decisively when the 9th tier rankings were reset, but unexpectedly, she entered seclusion. Wang Teng replied, feigning regret. None of the other 9th tier challengers would pose a threat to me, and it seemed pointless to flaunt my strength before them. He then glanced at the group of students behind Linli, stating, I had hoped to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet this has resulted in distance. Now, I must lay my cards on the table. The students from Nantian Academy were internally cursing him, questioning why he was putting on such airs. Your surname is Wang. Not Duo Yu, Luo Tianya remarked dryly. With a smile, Wang Teng approached the Bai Qi, stroking its cold, disc-like scales. I acknowledge that your little monkey is formidable, capable of defeating 9th tier opponents at the 6th level, even gaining the upper hand against early 9th tier foes. However, the strength that surpasses the pinnacle of the 9th tier is beyond your imagination. This is merely a companion beast. If it dies, it is gone. If you are truly so ruthless. Wang Teng's gaze darkened. I shall have no choice but to grant you your wish. The data may be a bit cold, but I will continue to strive to write on, earnestly seeking 5-star reviews and encouragement for updates. Chapter 46, Battling the Half-Step Xian Level Bai Qi. Wait. Linli stepped forward to intervene. According to the rules, you have already completed the challenge. As you have defeated the early 9th tier Bai Qi and need not contend with the half-step Xian level Bai Qi. In Lin Li's estimation, with his experience, he had never witnessed a 6th level beast overpowering a 9th level beast. He was determined to protect this extraordinary little monkey. Are you afraid? Wang Teng smirked, directing his gaze at Luo Tianya. I cannot fathom what you, a defeated foe, have to boast about. Luo Tianya retorted. You were just thoroughly trounced. How can you now speak with such confidence? You will never comprehend the vast disparity between the realms above and below the 9th tier, Wang Teng proclaimed like a deity, expounding on the ignorance of mortals. Ignoring him, Luo Tianya turned his attention to Luo Miho. Gigi. Luo Miho nodded enthusiastically. Thus, the spirit of free combat was left to Luo Tianya. I choose to continue the fight, Luo Tianya declared solemnly. Are you certain? Linli inquired once more. I am certain, Luo Tianya affirmed with a nod. Linli felt a pang of regret. In his view, this battle could have been averted, yet he respected both parties' wishes. With a flash of electric light beneath his feet, he activated his divine abilities, ready to intervene should anything untoward occur. As the referee approached the center of the arena once again, the atmosphere in the beast fighting arena grew tense, with both the Luo family and all others, save the Wang family, intently watching Luo Miho, wondering if this extraordinary little monkey would create another miracle in its battle against the formidable foe. The battle commenced. With a swift motion, Luo Miho launched the first strike, this time opting not for a direct assault, but instead utilizing its speed and agile physique to circle behind the massive body of Bai Qi, drawing its attention. This little monkey possesses commendable combat awareness, Linli remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. The opponent's colossal form was most suited for a guerrilla tactic. However, Wang Teng stood outside the arena, sneering, a mere parlor trick. As his words fell, the Bai Qi emitted a piercing cry, raising its enormous tail high before slamming it down onto the ground. Boom. The arena, already pockmarked from previous clashes, was instantly shattered, leaving only the section occupied by the Bai Qi intact, while the rest was reduced to rubble. Luo Miho was caught in the aftermath, its golden figure sent flying. Roar. A roar erupted from the arena as the golden figure suddenly expanded, halting its retreat, and then, while running, it kicked fragments of stone towards the enormous body of the Bai Qi. The stones clanged against the cold scales of Bai Qi, producing a sound like metal striking metal. The defense of a being that surpasses the 9th tier is vastly enhanced. Your efforts merely tickle the Bai Qi. Wang Teng scoffed. Linli frowned. contemplating whether to directly upgrade Luo Tianya to the 9th tier to face this half-step Xian level by Shi, which would undoubtedly pose no issue. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. Luo Tianya diminished in size, evading the tail swipe of Bai Shi, and surprisingly began to traverse along its body. Excellent. The onlooker's eyes brightened, as by clinging closely to Bai Shi, Luo Tianya reduced the effective range of its attacks, and, being small and nimble, seized the opportunity to search for weaknesses on its opponent's form. Yet Bai Shi's combat instinct was not lacking. With a shake of its lower body, its scales rippled like waves, attempting to dislodge Luo Tianya. A resounding clang echoed as Luo Tianya, on the verge of being thrown off, harnessed the force of the toss, descending with a powerful punch aimed at the tail of Bai Shi. Hiss! Although it failed to pierce the scale's defenses, the force penetrated deeply, inflicting considerable pain upon Bai Shi. In response, Bai Shi became enraged, its massive head swiveling, icy vertical pupils locking onto Luo Tianya. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past, creating yet another large pit where Luo Tianya had stood, as Bai Shi slowly raised its head from the pit, revealing its sharp fangs. Is the little monkey done for? This was the initial thought of many present. Only a few could discern that as Bai Shi lunged toward Luo Tianya, it had already evaded and repositioned itself behind the serpent. With fists raised, enveloped in a golden aura, Luo Tianya unleashed a dual punch, aimed squarely at the turning Bai Shi, its gaze reflecting an indomitable spirit. At the peak of its momentum, two fist imprints were simultaneously launched, colliding head-on with Bai Shi's enormous head. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending the referees at the edges of the arena flying. But before it could reach the spectators, Lin Li waved his sleeve, dissipating the force. The crowd focused on the arena, now shrouded in dust, obscuring the precise situation, with only vague outlines of two figures remaining in the center. A cough echoed, and Luo Tianya's expression tightened. He recognized it as the sound of Luo Tianya. As expected, with another wave of his sleeve, Lin Li cleared the dust, revealing a pool of golden blood beneath Luo Tianya's feet. Meanwhile, Bai Shi appeared unaffected. Had Luo Tianya been defeated? The crowd speculated inwardly. Roar! Before they could ponder further, Luo Tianya surged forward once more, moving faster than before, resembling a bolt of golden lightning, swinging its fists with a seemingly immense power emanating from its small frame, as if it were challenging the might of a mountain. Bang! As anticipated, Luo Tianya was once again sent flying, golden blood scattering through the air. At this moment, the spectators expressed their regret for the Six-Eared Macaque, marveling at its bravery while hoping it would cease its struggle and accept the defeat that many could bear. Yet, one individual continued to believe in the Six-Eared Macaque. Time seemed to freeze, allowing a clear view of Wang Tung's derision, the flickering electric sparks around Lin Li, and the chaotic fluctuations of light emanating from Luo Tong's hand, alongside the varied expressions and emotions displayed by the others present. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, time and space resumed their flow, and the Six-Eared Macaque was on the verge of falling, but its descent was cushioned by a tail. Now, Luo Tianya roared, connecting with the system in his mind, and scanning for evolution points. In a dazzling golden light, the Six-Eared Macaque ascended to level 7, harnessing its copper skin and iron bones abilities to their fullest. Its body swelled to half a human height. As its hands intertwined, a mighty punch that could shatter mountains and split seas began to merge, culminating in a strike aimed directly at that tail. No! Wang Tung's eyes widened in horror as he lost composure. Bang! With a deafening crash, the Six-Eared Macaque smashed that tail into the uneven ground, creating yet another massive pit while simultaneously dragging the body of the white snake closer. A pained shriek erupted from the white snake's mouth as its 30-meter-long form rapidly shrank to just over 10 meters, its colossal head hanging weakly at the edge of the crater. The now half-human-sized Six-Eared Macaque seemed intent on avenging its previous injury, tightly gripping the white snake's tail and, with a furious roar, began to swing and bash the still 10-meter-long creature. Bang! Crackle! The white snake was left disoriented, continuously shrieking, while the arena transformed into a complete ruin. Surrender. We concede. Wang Tang's eyes blazed with anger as he rushed forward to declare defeat. However, the Six-Eared Macaque, seemingly caught up in its revelry, paid no heed and continued its wild antics with the snake. Enough, little one. Noticing Lin Li was about to intervene, Luo Tianya quickly interjected, prompting the Six-Eared Macaque to release its grip on the snake's tail, shrink in size, and return to his side. I heard your snake is a half-step Shin level? Luo Tianya looked down at Wang Tung, who was squatting to examine the white snake's injuries. What we fought was indeed a half-step Shin level white snake. Chapter 47. The butterfly fairy transforms into an egg. Wang Tung's expression darkened as he rejected the healer's treatment, dismissively returning the white snake to his mental sea and coldly remarking, "How did you know the weakness of my white snake lies in that tail? Why would I disclose such information?" Casting him a sidelong glance, Luo Tianya greeted the approaching butterfly fairy. "Humph," Wang Tung scoffed, turning to leave. "Sometimes, the more one conceals, the more apparent it becomes." Before exiting the arena, Luo Tianya's faint voice drifted back to him. Wang Tung turned, casting a deep gaze at him without uttering a word before departing. Squeak. The six-eared macaque perched on Luo Tianya's shoulder tugged at his dangling hair, seeking praise. "All right. You were magnificent today." Luo Tianya chuckled, fulfilling its wish. Squeak. The six-eared macaque gleefully performed a somersault on the spot. Meanwhile, the butterfly fairy, now settled on his other shoulder, tugged at his hair to gain his attention. "What is it, butterfly fairy?" Luo Tianya turned to inquire. The butterfly fairy, still pulling at his hair, wore an eager expression. Activating the listening to all beasts ability, he discerned that the butterfly fairy desired something from him. Luo Tianya paused, reflecting on whether a man of his stature could possess anything the butterfly fairy might want. Observing his bewilderment, the butterfly fairy grew slightly impatient, exerting a gentle tug on his hair. "Ouch! Stop it, butterfly fairy, let go!" Luo Tianya exclaimed in pain. Despite her petite size, the butterfly fairy's strength was not to be underestimated, and her pull had caused him to lose a few strands of hair. "I understand now, just wait." Luo Tianya finally realized what the butterfly fairy wanted. Gonlin, the ability of Gonlin. The only thing he possessed that related to a healing-type beast like the butterfly fairy was indeed Gonlin. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive, identifying it before he even demonstrated the ability. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to exhibit it here, as he would struggle to explain its origins under such scrutiny. "Just hold on, and once I finish here, I'll provide it for you." Luo Tianya smiled, eager to avoid further hair loss. "Humph." The butterfly fairy tilted her head in a proud manner, settling back onto Luo Tianya's shoulder, seemingly concerned that he might not fulfill his promise later. You and the butterfly fairy seemed to share quite a bond. As others began to restore the wrecked arena, Linley approached with a smile. "The butterfly fairy once saved me, which is why we have some rapport," Luo Tianya replied, omitting the full truth. Linley chuckled as well, noting that many had been rescued by the butterfly fairy, yet none had ever been seen so close to her. However, he refrained from exposing this and instead shifted the conversation to the recent battle. "How did you uncover the white snake's weakness?" "As I mentioned before, the more one hides, the more evident it becomes," Luo Tianya replied somberly. "Each time the white snake attacked or was attacked, that segment of its tail would curl slightly, enveloped by other parts of its body, leading us to deduce that, compared to the elusive 7 inches, that was indeed the true weak point. In truth, we merely took a gamble and ended up lucky," he modestly added. "Luck certainly played a part, and you even leveled up at the last moment," Linley remarked with a broad smile. "Indeed, perhaps it was divine favor." Luo Tianya maintained a composed demeanor. "Huh." Linley observed the now tranquil six-eared macaque, noting that this beast was truly a rarity on the continent. "Each beast is a unique and extraordinary entity," Luo Tianya stated earnestly. "Oh dear. Am I being lectured by you?" Linley teased, half smiling. "I wouldn't dare." Luo Tianya quickly clasped his hands in apology. "Very well, since the arena is now in ruins, the remaining assessments will be postponed until after we enter the academy," Linley remarked, gazing at the shattered arena with a hint of exasperation. "Is this regarding class evaluations and family quotas?" Luo Tianya inquired. "Yes, but the quota assessment has been cancelled this year. It will remain unchanged for next year." Linley nodded. "As for the class evaluation, it doesn't concern you, as you are going to the external class." Luo Tianya was indifferent to the distinction between internal and external classes. His sole purpose for attending Nantian Academy was to uncover the truths relevant to him and the world itself. "In 2 days, we will gather here and depart for Nantian Academy," Linley announced to the already assembled Xiao Bai and Zhuang. The three nodded in acknowledgement. And with no further matters to discuss, Linley turned to leave. "Tianya, I'm so excited. What should I do?" "I'm going to Nantian Academy," De Zhuang exclaimed, cradling the little black pig, his face glowing with joy. "Let us celebrate with a nice meal at home." Luo Tianya replied with a smile. "Yes, you're right, we should feast. I'll treat you to a grand banquet at the restaurant later," De Zhuang declared proudly. "Oh, so generous today?" Xiaobai looked at De Zhuang with an odd expression. "I'm just happy today." De Zhuang chuckled. "Let us postpone it to tomorrow. I have a few things to attend to today. Tomorrow, let's meet at Juxian Pavilion and reserve a table early," Luo Tianya suggested. "Fine, tomorrow works." Both agreed without objection. After Xiaobai, De Zhuang, and his mother departed, Luo Tianya took the butterfly ferry and hurried to a room within the arena. Ignoring Luo Tong's calls, ensuring no one was around, he closed the doors and windows before summoning the Mao Mao Long Yin. Squeak. In a state of confusion regarding his identity, the little Mau Long appeared before them with a perplexed expression. Little one, summon a bit of Ganin for the butterfly fairy. Luo Tianya instructed, pointing at the descending butterfly fairy, who curiously gazed at Mau Long suddenly. The butterfly fairy burst into laughter, seemingly mocking Mau Long's appearance. It seemed that the butterfly fairy, in her whimsical nature, found Mau Long's looks rather unattractive. Luo Tianya, caught between amusement and exasperation, realized that this butterfly fairy had a preference for beauty. However, truth be told, Mau Long's current form was rather unappealing, a dragon's head atop a worm's body, and the disproportionate size of his head made him look quite odd. Fortunately, the innocent Mau Long remained oblivious to the butterfly fairy's sentiments. Upon hearing Luo Tianya's request, he obediently nodded and waved his tiny hand, conjuring a green halo above the butterfly fairy's head. Although Luo Tianya possessed the same ability, it was one of Mau Long's innate powers, and thus it was likely to yield better results coming from him. As the gentle luminescence began to cascade down, it vanished into the butterfly fairy's form. Her body shimmered with a pearlescent glow that intertwined with the green light. When the Ganin's radiance fully merged with the butterfly fairy, an explosion of brilliance illuminated the room, nearly blinding Luo Tianya. He was grateful to have taken refuge indoors to wield his powers. Otherwise, he would have struggled to explain the spectacle to onlookers. As the light gradually subsided and the room returned to its normal state, Luo Tianya opened his eyes to find, astonishingly, a single egg before him. Chapter 48, Spirit Beast. His mind swirled with questions. How had everything transformed into an egg so suddenly? Reaching out to touch it, the system provided explicit information. Species, butterfly fairy. Level, peak level 9 mysterious level, in fluctuation. Ability, healing technique, symbiotic halo. Status, evolving. One application of Ganin had triggered the butterfly fairy's evolution. Luo Tianya found himself at a loss. He had entered the same room as the butterfly fairy, and now she had evolved. At this moment, Luo Tianya, along with the Six-Eared Macaque and Mau Long, found themselves in a silent standoff, unsure of what to do next. Should he summon another Ganin? Luo Tianya pondered as he gazed at the floating egg. He desired to expedite the evolution process. Without hesitation, he decided to take action himself this time, rather than relying on Mau Long. He formed a hand seal, and once more, a green halo materialized above the egg. The green light particles descended, all absorbed by the egg, which then began to rotate gently in midair. Upon checking the status again, it remained in the evolving state. However, soon enough, the egg came to a halt, hovering slightly in place. Luo Tianya attempted to cast Ganin again, but this time there was no response. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had no other option but to seek assistance from the contracted healer from the arena. Summoning Mau Long back, he discreetly invited the seasoned healer over, securing the doors and windows before gesturing towards the egg floating in the air. What is it? Do you want me to treat that egg? The healer asked, perplexed. Clearing his throat, Luo Tianya responded, well, that is the butterfly fairy. The healer looked at him incredulously, as if to say, don't fool me. I've never seen such a thing. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Luo Tianya insisted with a wry smile. The butterfly fairy is about to evolve. The healer's small eyes widened dramatically. What? Evolving? He repeated the phrase as if it were a mantra. It must be true, Luo Tianya added, gently supporting him, fearing he might faint from the shock. Ah, it appears our fates have come to an end. After a long pause, the healer composed himself and sighed. What do you mean by that? Luo Tianya asked curiously. It means our bond has reached its conclusion. The butterfly fairy is an exceedingly rare healing spirit beast from the spirit beast continent, and they never form contracts with humans, the healer explained, gazing contemplatively at the egg. But I thought we had formed a symbiotic bond. Luo Tianya questioned, having assumed they had established a permanent contract. This is a temporary contract, the healer clarified, and it is primarily led by the butterfly fairy. Luo Tianya was taken aback, for he had always believed that contracts on the spirit beast continent were human-led. The healer noticed his confusion and elaborated. Historically, on the spirit beast continent, before humans formed contracts with the butterfly fairies, all agreements were human-led. During the ultimate battle against the otherworldly beasts, the butterfly fairy clan saved many human and beast lives, but they suffered greatly in return. After the war, the highest existence of the butterfly fairies led the remnants of their clan back to the Butterfly Valley to recuperate. Meanwhile, the strongest humans honored their selfless contributions by designating them as spirit beasts. Spirit beasts? This was the first time Luo Tianya had encountered such terminology on the spirit beast continent. Indeed, spirit beasts, the healer continued, taking a seat. For spirit beast practitioners, contracts cannot be enforced forcefully. Violators will face severe consequences. This is a rule set by the strongest humans. Luo Tianya listened intently as the healer recounted the history. However, in due course, the Butterfly Fairy clan gradually regained their strength and began to venture out of the Butterfly Valley. Subsequently, the highest existence of the Butterfly Fairies engaged in discussions with the strongest humans, resulting in the establishment of temporary contracts led by spirit beasts. And what about this Butterfly Fairy? Luo Tianya pointed at the egg suspended in midair. In simpler terms, this temporary contract is akin to being a caretaker for the spirit beast. The Butterfly Fairy clan often chooses professions like healers to form these temporary contracts, as their attributes align more harmoniously. We care for them, and in turn, they enhance their abilities while assisting in healing. What should we do now? Luo Tianya inquired. Previously, the Butterfly Fairy was already at level 9. To advance further, she must return to the Butterfly Valley, where she will be escorted back by designated personnel. The healer replied with a smile. However, Luo Tianya noticed a hint of reluctance in the healer's eyes. Indeed, after such a long companionship, the prospect of parting ways so suddenly felt jarring, leaving no time for farewells. As Luo Tianya contemplated how to comfort the healer waved his hand to stop him, stating, "This is a good thing. I am genuinely delighted for her evolution. Although she can be rather proud and has a penchant for Qingling fruit, often exhibiting unstable moods, to me, she is still a child." Tears glimmered in the healer's eyes. Yet he understood that watching a child grow and thrive also meant learning to let go. Wiping away a tear, he sheepishly remarked, "Forgive my emotional display." Luo Tianya shook his head, feeling a pang of guilt. Had he known such an outcome awaited, he would have been more considerate, allowing time for farewells with both the healer and the Butterfly Fairy. Soon, the egg began to descend slowly, prompting the healer to rise and cradle it protectively in his arms. "I must contact the others," the healer said, nodding to Luo Tianya before making his exit. Watching the healer depart, Luo Tianya felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. Sighing softly, he followed suit and stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, he noticed the arena was still in a bit of disarray, with some staff and referees tidying up. After casually inquiring about Zhou Zhua and Jian Niao's absence, he learned they had taken a leave of absence. It appeared that Jian Niao was also due for an evolution. As I stepped out of the DSU gang, gazing at the sunset on the horizon, everyone was making an earnest effort to move forward. Although the journey may be fraught with regrets, the scenery at the destination promises to be breathtaking. Chapter 49, Departure, A New Journey. 2 days later, at the DSU gang of My City. Today marked the day for the new students of NTN Academy to embark on their journey. The entrance to the arena was teeming with people, most of whom were there merely to witness the spectacle, aside from the families of the newcomers. Once the crowd had gathered, LNL announced, "All right, since everyone is here, we shall prepare to set off." LT New York and Shiobi I stood to the side, observing others bidding farewell to their families. "Young Master L, are you not going to say goodbye to your family?" Shiobi I inquired, glancing at the group of L family members nearby. Then back at the immobile LT New York. "All that needed to be said has been said," LT New York replied, shaking his head. "There's nothing more to discuss." Beside them, Di Zhuing was receiving meticulous advice from his mother, F. Ing Ningz. "Do not act recklessly in difficult situations. Think twice before you act. Be humble. Do not be complacent, and listen to T. New York." "All right, mother, I understand. Please take care of yourself at home." "Good, it's about time. Everyone, gather together." L called out loudly. Soon, the 8 members of the L family, along with 3 from LT New York's group and a slender young boy, gathered with the NTN Academy personnel, totaling around 20 individuals. Suddenly feeling a gaze upon him, LT New York turned to CW Ing Tiang, who wore a cold expression, smile at him before shaking his head in disapproval. "Humph." W. Ing Tiang scoffed, turning away, satisfied that everything was in order. L clapped his hands on a pouch at his waist, and a gust of wind surged as a colossal creature appeared above them, obscuring the sun and casting a vast shadow on the ground. "A giant bird," exclaimed the crowd, looking up in awe at a magnificent bird approximately 20 zhang in length, its feathers glimmering with a silvery sheen as it spread its wings in midair. "This bird resembles a large goose," Di Zhuing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the bird bore a resemblance to a great wild goose. "This is the Xuanwu of NTN Academy, the exclusive mount for our travels," LL explained. "The Xuanwu is incredibly swift, capable of covering vast distances in an instant, and possesses remarkable endurance for prolonged flights. All right, everyone, relax. We are about to board the Xuanwu." With that, LNL flicked his right hand, unleashing a flash of light that encircled them, then grasped the air. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the clear blue sky, it seemed as though lightning had struck, and in an instant, they vanished from the ground, only to reappear on the back of the Xuanwu. "Goodbye." Some waved down below. LT New York lowered his gaze at MY City, his heart swirling with countless emotions, having lived in this city for over a decade. It was his first time departing, evoking an inexplicable feeling. With a resounding blast, the Xuanwu flapped its wings, creating a wave of sound that scattered the clouds above, disappearing into the sky in an instant, leaving behind only a small black dot visible in the distance. A new journey has commenced. Species, Xuanwu, level, Xuan level peak. Abilities, extreme speed, wind manipulation. Status, in flight, relishing this sensation. LT New York withdrew his hand from the Xuanwu's feathers and pondered deeply. At that moment, the Xuanwu soared rapidly, navigating through the clouds toward Yin-Yang Academy. Despite flying at such heights, they felt only a gentle breeze, devoid of any harsh gales. Thanks to L, who stood at the front with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of superiority. He had created a large barrier that enveloped the group, shielding them from the wind, allowing them to sit comfortably upon the Xuanwu's back. Go. How long will we be flying? LT New York asked LL, who was seated beside him. The L family members, along with the three of them and the slender boy, sat together, having lost the initial excitement of soaring into the sky. LT New York was the first to break the silence. Although the Xuanwu is incredibly fast, it will still take us half a day to reach an Yin-Yang Academy, LL replied. Since we have some time to spare, could you, as our senior, share some insights about an Yin-Yang Academy? What senior? I'm just a bottom-tier student at an Yin-Yang Academy. LL chuckled wryly. Then share your experiences. All right. LL, inherently optimistic, quickly shrugged off his earlier mood and began to speak. An Yin-Yang Academy has very strict admission standards. The minimum requirement is to hatch a level 3 beast or have a mutated demon beast. Upon entering an Yin-Yang Academy, everyone will be assigned to the beginner class, which consists of hosts and their life beasts below level 6. To advance to the intermediate class is quite simple. Your life beast must reach level 6. Is the classification based on levels? LT New York inquired. Exactly, LL nodded. Levels 6 and 7 are for the intermediate class, while levels 8 and 9 belong to the advanced class. And what comes after level 9? L who asked, fortunate to be entering an Yin-Yang Academy. After level 9, LL sighed, gazing into the distance. That is an entirely different realm. Returning his gaze, LL continued. Reaching level 9 may seem distant for you now, but your current focus should be on breaking through to level 6. My Blue Moon Greedy Wolf is already at the pinnacle of level 4 and will soon reach level 5. L who declared proudly, akin to a triumphant rooster. Do not become complacent. LL admonished. An Yin-Yang Academy encompasses nearly all the top talents of the Yin-Yang domain. Each individual is formidable, possessing unique abilities that enable them to battle beyond their levels. Are there any like T New York who can contend with half-step Su-in-level opponents at level 6? At this moment, a girl with an air of coolness beside L who spoke softly. LL paused. There aren't any. He chuckled. After level 7. Those who can triumph over higher levels are the esteemed figures of Yin-Yang Academy. I doubt even the legendary Dean could achieve what T New York does. Sister, how can you call LT New York brother? L who protested indignantly. The girl was his twin sister, L Ying, and both had entered Yin-Yang Academy. Much to the delight of their family. T New York is over 10 days older than us. Isn't it appropriate to call him brother? L Ying replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Sister Ying is correct. Another member of the L family, LF Ing, nodded in agreement. Humph. Feeling slighted, L who huffed and turned away, sulking. T New York's demon beast is indeed impressive, L remarked, observing the Six-Eared Macaque perched on LT New York's shoulder. It's a pity that if it were your life beast, you would be invincible. Since LT New York had elevated his caterpillar to level 6 and transformed it into a dragon, he had not summoned the caterpillar in front of others. Thus, many believed his life beast remained the same, too embarrassed to call it forth. The stark contrast between his extraordinary companion beast and the caterpillar was striking, leading many to feel regret for him. LT New York smiled faintly, but remained silent. All right, we will discuss other matters once we arrive at the academy. LL sensed LT New York's unusual mood and swiftly changed the topic. The subsequent events are of great importance, so pay close attention. Yin-Yang Academy has a tradition that you will soon experience. A surprise awaits in the next chapter. Stay tuned. Chapter 50. The Yin-Yang Forest Hunting Battle. What tradition? The crowd asked curiously. The Yin-Yang Forest Hunting Battle. LL replied mysteriously. What is that? Everyone listened intently, filled with curiosity. As LL was about to elaborate, L, standing at the forefront, turned around and lightly acknowledged him. Hee. LL chuckled awkwardly. You'll understand once you arrive. With that, He dared not say more. The hunting battle? Will we face any adversaries? LT New York pondered deeply, contemplating the implications. Regardless of the nature of the hunt or the challenge at hand, Luo Tianya exuded confidence, for he possessed the six-eared macaque in his grasp. With a single monkey in hand, the world was his. Moreover, there was Mao Mao long below, cheering them on. Xian Yin soared through the skies, gliding over numerous cities. After a brief respite in one of the cities, they resumed their flight, unceasingly heading towards Nantian Academy. At last, a vast and boundless forest appeared in the distance. And not far from its edge, an extensive array of buildings stretched backward. Those buildings belonged to Nantian Academy, as Luo Lu pointed out. What a vast expanse! Exclaimed de Zhuang in astonishment. It seems even larger than Muyi City. Of course, Luo Lu replied with pride in his tone. Nantian Academy is the largest and finest beast taming academy in the Nantian domain, having nurtured numerous talents. He then gestured towards the even larger forest adjacent to the academy, declaring, "This is the Nanming Forest. Our upcoming challenge will take place there. Are we to conduct our challenge within that forest?" Xiaobai inquired. "Indeed. Prepare yourselves mentally." Luo Li's words hinted at the hardships they were likely to endure during this hunting challenge. With a resounding call, Xian Yin slowed its pace, eventually flapping its wings to hover gently above the Nanming Forest. "You are about to partake in an esteemed tradition of Nantian Academy, the Nanming Forest Hunting Battle." Although they had heard Luo Li's words before, the specifics remained unclear. In simple terms, Lin Li pointed to the forest beneath them, stating, "You must rely on your own strength to traverse from here to Nantian Academy." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. From the back of Xin Yan, they could see that a considerable stretch of forest lay between them and Nantian Academy. Were they to be dropped off to traverse it on foot? Not to mention the potential presence of demonic beasts and other unforeseen dangers. The journey alone would take a considerable amount of time. "We will provide each of you with a special wooden token. Hold on to this token. And whoever endures the longest within the forest and successfully crosses this segment of the Nanming Forest will receive substantial rewards." However, Luo Lu leaned in closer, whispering to Luo Tianya and the others, "There's a catch. Within the Nanming Forest, hunting teams composed of students from the intermediate and advanced classes will attempt to destroy your tokens. You must do whatever it takes to protect your tokens. Otherwise," Lin Li smiled slightly, "your resources for the next year will be halved." Luo Tianya raised his hand to quell the uproar among the crowd. Will everyone's resources be halved upon failure, or will it decrease progressively with the elimination time? Lin Li nodded, acknowledging the importance of his question. The first eliminated will have their resources halved, and then it will decrease based on the time endured, ultimately leveling out. That's unfair. Luo Tianya shook his head, voicing the thoughts shared by others. Luo Lu quickly pulled Luo Tianya aside, insisting, "This tradition was established by the founders of Nantian Academy. You must not speak out of turn. It is inherently unjust." Luo Tianya retorted boldly, "We have worked hard to reach Nantian Academy, and before even entering, we are subjected to bullying by those of higher levels, and afterwards, we are silenced and forced to endure a year of halved resources. Why should this be the case? Because this is Nantian Academy. To enter Nantian Academy, you must abide by its rules." A dispassionate voice interjected as a figure in a white robe appeared behind Lin Li, casting a cool glance at Luo Tianya. "Vice Dean Nangong." Lin Li and the other students from Nantian hurriedly bowed in greeting. "This has been the rule since the establishment of Nantian Academy. If you do not wish to comply, you are free to leave." The white-robed figure waved his sleeve, stepping forward and regarding Luo Tianya with an impassive expression. "Tianya, this is Vice Dean Nangong, who oversees all daily affairs within the academy. You must show respect." Luo Lu chided quietly, tugging at Luo Tianya's sleeve. "What if I were to defeat all those from the intermediate and advanced classes?" Luo Tianya squinted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. "Huh." The white-robed figure's demeanor finally shifted, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "In all the time this challenge has been conducted, no one has ever succeeded in turning the tables on the hunters. You will soon find out," Luo Tianya replied with an air of indifference. "Tianya, be more respectful." Luo Li's voice rose in intensity. "If you truly manage to achieve that, I shall personally grant you 3 low-grade ling sui." The white-robed figure stated, 3 low-grade ling sui. This proclamation elicited gasps of astonishment from Lin Li and the others. Although Luo Tianya was unaware of what that entailed, their reactions indicated it was something valuable, prompting him to step forward eagerly. A gentleman's word is his bond. After his declaration, the white-robed figure regarded him for a moment, and with a gentle breeze, his figure vanished into thin air. Luo Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. "Tianya, you were far too reckless just now. You realize that aside from the elusive Dean, he is the most powerful individual in Nantian Academy. You truly dared to speak back? Is it wrong to point out a problem? Luo Tianya shot him a sidelong glance. In truth, this challenge is primarily designed to temper the arrogance of you younglings, to instill a proper mindset, and to make you aware that there are always greater heights and people beyond yourselves. Once you enter the academy, you must dedicate yourselves to your studies. Linley approached to clarify, yet there is no need to diminish our resources. Luo Tianya remained unconvinced. It is also meant to inspire students to strive for excellence and to work diligently. Linley chuckled. Enough. Linley turned around, gathering those who would participate in the hunting battle and distributing a specially crafted wooden token to each individual. This token contains a magical array that will calculate the time from now until it is shattered. You must safeguard it well. He then led the others, taking flight on Yin-Yang, which soared into the skies and swiftly vanished from view, leaving behind a group of bewildered youths. In midair, perhaps that young lad Tianya might truly create a miracle, Linley remarked with a chuckle. After all, he has already triumphed over those at the half-step Xian level. How could he possibly fear those at levels 8 or 9? Luo Lu laughed, while Wang Tung beside him wore a solemn expression. It's hard to say. There are myriad techniques, and perhaps some may counter him. Furthermore, the hunters are numerous, and a group assault may prove overwhelming. By the way, who is leading the hunters this year? Linley inquired. Who else could it be? Since last year, it has always been those 3 ranked among the top 3 at level 9, came the resentful response. What? Those 3 individuals? Indeed. So let us mourn for the new students participating in this hunting battle. In the depths of the forest, a short distance away, a group of 10 new students, having arrived a bit earlier, were trembling in fear as they gazed at 3 individuals who appeared to be up to some mischief. They wished to flee but hesitated, for a massive gash from a blade had just appeared beside them. I shall slice through the heavens, declared a young man shouldering a large sword, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle as if to cleave through the firmament. Loneliness like snow shall accompany me, intoned a brooding youth. His head bowed in melancholy as he clutched his sword, exuding an air of profound mastery. Would you like to experience the sensation of being electrocuted? A tall youth asked, arms crossed, with occasional sparks of electricity flickering across his form. In unison, the 3 introduced themselves, Gentle Breeze and Bright Moonblade, Feng Qinwei, the clear and bright swordsman, Leon, the thunderbolt maniac, Lin San. We are the unmatched trio. We kindly ask you to relinquish your wooden tokens. What if I refuse? A trembling youth asked. Then you shall discover what it feels like to be electrocuted. Boom. As the voice of the tall youth faded, his figure had already vanished from the spot, transforming into a flash of lightning. The dozen or so new students felt a sudden white light flash before their eyes, accompanied by a sound akin to thunder. Upon reopening their eyes, the tall youth had returned to his original position, striking the same pose, seemingly untouched. However, an abrupt crackling sound emerged, prompting the newcomers to lower their heads and witness the wooden plaques they had guarded with care now shattered into splinters. Such incredible speed and formidable power. This group of students gazed at the retreating backs of the 3 figures, their eyes filled with astonishment. The splintered plaques had harmed no one. Could these be the prodigies of NNT Academy? In that moment, their pride was thoroughly shattered. Have you noticed? One youth timidly remarked. They haven't even summoned their companion beasts yet. Hiss. A chorus of gasps ensued, and the group, now devoid of their arrogance, trudged dejectedly towards the direction of NNT Academy beyond the forest. First, we must band together. In an open area, Luo T. New York and his companions from MY City, having been abandoned by L&L, gathered in this spot. Our strength is limited. Forming a group is our only way forward. Luo T. New York explained his earlier statement. We refuse. 2 members of the W-Ing family coldly retorted, before turning with their companion beasts, a serpent and a scorpion, and walking into the forest. The animosity between Luo T. New York and W-Ing meant cooperation was impossible, and Luo T. New York held no expectations for them. And you? Luo T. New York directed his gaze towards BIG and the other 2 members of the BI family. My sister is a formidable figure at NNT Academy. I believe others will show her respect. BIG turned away, taking the 2 BI family members with him. Your sister is not a redhead, and she has scars on her face. Luo T. New York scoffed. Disregarding the puzzled glances from others, Luo T. New York looked at the slender youth. What are your thoughts? The boy scratched his head and grinned. I'm only at level 3. Walking alone is a death sentence, so I'll definitely stick with you. Good. Luo T. New York nodded with a smile, then turned to Lu B-Ing, Lu Hu, and Lu F-Ing. What about you? Brother T. New York is right. We must band together to survive longer. Lu B-Ing concurred, while Lu F-Ing also nodded in agreement. The remaining Lu Hu had no choice but to follow suit. All right, since that is settled, let us disclose the levels and abilities of our companion beasts, so we can collaborate effectively and strategize. Luo New York announced. I'll go first. My companion beast is level 7, with formidable combat capabilities. My companion beast is level 6, with violent powers. Xiaobi followed. My companion beast is level 5, with the ability to charge. Zhuang added. My companion beast is level 5, and Luo was about to continue when he suddenly stopped. Eyes wide in astonishment as he stared at Zhuang. What's wrong? Zhuang felt a bit uneasy under his intense gaze. Your companion beast is only level 5. Why does it have powers? Luo exclaimed, jumping up and pointing at Zhuang. Because, Luo New York interjected with a grin. His companion beast is a royal grade beast, the wild boar king. Royal grade. Luo was taken aback. Leaping 3 feet into the air before plopping down on the ground, eyes glazed, murmuring, royal grade, royal grade. Why are you so surprised? Your sister's companion beast is also royal grade. Luo New York shot back, unable to resist the urge to add fuel to the fire. What? Luo stood up, looking down at Luo Biying. Your companion beast is also royal grade. Why was I not aware? Well, Luo Biying replied somewhat sheepishly. The head of the family said to keep it confidential until we reach an NTN Academy. The fewer who know, the better. Then how does Luo New York know? Luo angrily pointed at him. The head of the family informed me. Luo New York replied nonchalantly. Then you two can join the elite class? Luo questioned Luo Biying and Zhuang. Of course. Royal grade beasts are stronger than mutated beasts. By Chi's ice flame mad lion made it in, so they surely can too. Luo New York continued to sprinkle salt on Luo's wounds. Mine is also a mutated beast. Luo pouted. Sadly, it's not strong enough. He summoned his mutated beast, the Blue Moon Greedy Wolf, cradling it while tending to his own wounds. What Blue Moon Greedy Wolf? That's just a husky. Luo New York mused as he observed the canine-like creature, silently mourning for Luo. One might ponder whether a wolf evolving into a husky was progress or regression. My companion beast is level 5, with a bloodthirsty ability. Luo Biying revealed, returning to the matter at hand. My companion beast is level 5, with no powers, but it's faster than the average beast. Luo raised his hand. And you? The group turned their attention to the slender youth once more. My name is SNSH. And my companion beast is a mouse. Only level 3, the boy shyly stated. Luo New York glanced at the hamster in his arms, his eyes lighting up. May I touch it? Of course. SNSH lifted the little hamster. As Luo New York reached out, the system revealed its information. Species, treasure-seeking mouse. Level 3. Ability, none. Status, a bit scared of being touched by others. Treasure-seeking mouse. Luo New York overlooked its status, pondering its species. Does this little one have a keen interest in treasures? Yes. SNSH nodded eagerly, as if to say, how did you know? When walking on the street. I always stare at other people's gems. Luo New York contemplated the implications. Such a beast could yield great rewards if utilized correctly, though it might not be particularly useful in their current situation. Now that we understand each other, I hope we can work together harmoniously, without any ulterior motives. Our goal is to survive until the end. Luo New York rallied the group. Weren't you aiming for a counterattack? Why has it changed to just surviving? Luo teased. Looking at him. That is my goal, not yours. Luo New York replied, his gaze steady. Humph. Stung by his retort, Luo turned away, ignoring him. Currently, the enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light, Luo New York instructed. Zhuang and Xiaobi, you will be at the front with your companion beasts. The 4 of you will be in the center, and I shall bring up the rear. Is this arrangement acceptable? Isn't that making us the protected ones? Luo Biying questioned. Indeed. Luo New York smiled mysteriously. I'm prepared to make the first strike, bringing tears to those we encounter. Chapter 52, The Encounter. Luo Biying summoned her companion beast, a small wolf with azure fur and hints of red light. As she passed by Luo New York, he discreetly brushed the wolf's tail. Species, Blood Wolf King. Level 5. Ability, Bloodthirsty. Status, did someone just touch my tail? Blood Wolf King. Luo New York quickened his pace to catch up with the group, musing to himself. Bloodthirsty should enhance its attack power. It should be able to contend with level 6 beasts. Recalling his conversation with Luo Tianya before their departure, he hoped that these Luo family members could support and assist each other at NTN Academy. Thus, Luo New York aimed to lead them through the challenges unscathed. However, the low levels of the other companions' beasts posed a significant challenge, especially with the unknown strength of their foes, making it difficult to ensure everyone's safe passage. Challenges bring forth opportunities. Luo New York smiled slightly, hastening forward. The group moved cautiously, taking careful steps while remaining vigilant to their surroundings, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. With the Six-Eared Macaque employing the ability to listen to all things, they activated it simultaneously, sending out an invisible wave that enveloped the vicinity of Yin-Yang Forest. It felt like having an additional radar. Luo Tianya absorbed the feedback from the listening ability, assessing the situation around them. This was one of the reasons he felt confident about leading the group to safety. With this extraordinary ability, he could swiftly discern situations and prepare in advance. After about 15 minutes, nothing unexpected occurred, save for a few small woodland creatures that momentarily startled them. Stop! Suddenly, Luo Tianya softly called out to the group. What is it? The others turned to look at him. 450 meters away, there is a group of individuals, all above level 6. They must be the hunters. Luo Tianya gazed toward the depths of the forest on his right. How can you know from this distance? You must be guessing. Luo regarded him with skepticism. I believe in Brother Tianya. Luo Bing interjected, with others nodding in agreement. Luo sulked, clutching Xuanwu the greedy wolf, retreating to a corner. What should we do now? Luo Feng inquired softly. Luo Tianya mused, stroking his chin. Those individuals are around level 6 or 7, posing minimal threat. We can proceed as follows. He called everyone to form a small circle and began outlining his strategy. How cunning. Luo looked at him disdainfully. Now, I shall teach you your first lesson, Luo Tianya said calmly. Any means that can defeat the enemy are valid. When there is a disparity in strength, we must resort to strategy. The others appeared contemplative, except for Luo. I disdain to use such petty tricks. No matter, Luo Tianya replied with a smile. But prepare for your beast to serve as bait. It must be ready for sacrifice. Why me? Luo exclaimed in indignation. Because among this group, your beast is the most suitable. On a century-old tree over 400 meters away, several students from the intermediate class gathered to chat. Every year, we rely on this hunting battle to regain our confidence. A tall, slender youth remarked. Indeed, after being thoroughly beaten by the other prodigies of the academy, our hearts are too wounded. We can only bully the newcomers to alleviate our spirits. A chubby boy sighed. But I really don't understand what those 3 big shots are thinking. They are already at the pinnacle of level 9 and still bully the rookies. That is their amusement. They have nothing better to do than to properly educate the newcomers. Nothing better to do? Rin Baiqiu, who entered the academy a year later than them, is already on the verge of breaking into the Xian level, while they remain stubbornly at the top 3 of the level 9 list. Be silent. A robust boy turned back to halt their conversation. If you want to pull someone down from the list, just challenge them. Why say so much? Moreover, we cannot interfere with what they wish to do. Our current goal is to sabotage the freshmen's wooden plaques. Let us not stray from that. The others, seeing the situation, could only lower their heads and remain silent, as the sturdy boy was the only level 7 among them. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and the robust boy gestured for silence. Not far ahead, a small white rabbit seemed to be fleeing in panic, pursued by a hefty wolf. Oh, I thought it was a newcomer. Turns out it's a wolf chasing a rabbit. The chubby boy breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly unconcerned. The group relaxed slightly. Given their level of strength, they did not need to ambush, as they could directly confront the newcomers. However, among these hunters, there was a certain competition. Whoever destroyed more wooden plaques would earn more corresponding credits. The robust boy, realizing their inferior strength, believed that facing other hunters would be futile and preferred to ambush along this well-traveled path for better gains. Fortunately, several waves of newcomers arrived, providing them with ample rewards. Everyone looks tired. Let us descend and rest, the robust boy declared, and he leaped down with his beast, the black tiger. The others followed suit, descending from the tree with their beasts, scattering into the forest to forage for fruits to satisfy their hunger. The chubby boy, accompanied by his little rhinoceros, gleefully approached the wolf and rabbit they had seen earlier. Today we feast on meat. Turning around a large tree, he saw the hefty wolf panting heavily as it chased the agile little rabbit. Allow me to assist you. The chubby boy chuckled, urging his little rhinoceros to charge past the wolf and toward the rabbit. He had already begun to fantasize about whether to eat the front legs or the hind legs first. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding shattered his fantasies. A muscular rabbit, nearly as tall as a person, delivered a brutal punch, knocking his little rhinoceros unconscious, sprawling on the ground with glazed eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, the muscular rabbit was upon him, delivering another punch to his head. His last thought before losing consciousness was, how could such a cute rabbit turn into a violent one? Luo Tianya and his companions emerged from the forest, observing the fallen chubby boy and his little rhinoceros. They detached a plaque from his chest as proof, shaking their heads before departing. Subsequently, sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed through the forest. Originally, Luo Tianya intended to stealthily eliminate the little white rabbit, but he found that the opponents had spread out, allowing for decisive strikes. With the formidable level 5 Blood Wolf King and the peak level 6 Gluttonous King, Luo Tianya didn't even need to summon the Six-Eared Macaque. Soon, only the robust boy remained. Xuanwu looked at the group surrounding him, noticing the string of plaques swaying at Luo Tianya's waist, and fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 53, Level 9 Lightning Beast, Pikachu. Who are you really? He had been slightly distant earlier and hurried back upon hearing what seemed to be cries of anguish, only to find himself encircled by this group. Hunters. Luo Tianya replied nonchalantly. Hunters? If you are hunters, then what are we? Xuanwu spoke, his eyes sharp with caution. He dared not be careless. The previous individuals and their beasts were all at the peak of level 6, yet they had been eliminated, indicating that this group was no weakling. We are. Luo Tianya replied with a smile, hunters of hunters. The words sounded somewhat convoluted, but Xuanwu understood. This was a declaration of war from the newcomers against the veterans. Xuanyu's feet shifted slightly, and his black tiger sensed its master's intent, crouching low and preparing to spring. Luo Tianya, intrigued by the black tiger, noted that such beasts were rare and often regarded as omens of bad luck. However, in the spirit beast continent, with its plethora of beasts, such notions likely held little weight. Will you surrender and willingly hand over your plaque, or shall we render you unconscious and seize it? Luo Tianya inquired with a smile. You are all newcomers, Xuanwu replied sternly. Since my arrival at the academy, I have never seen a newcomer above level 5. You must have employed some special means. Then it appears a battle is inevitable. Luo Tianya and the others retreated, allowing Xiao Bai to step forward. Please enlighten me. The gluttonous species little white rabbit stepped forward, quietly observing the black tiger opposite. Xuanwu, wary, summoned glowing runes to enhance his beast's power and speed. Instantly, the tiger's aura surged, elevating its level from the initial stage of level 7 to nearly breaking into the mid-level 7. Xiao Bai refrained from applying a mental enhancement array to his beast, trusting in its abilities. Furthermore, the enhancement arrays circulating outside were merely basic ones, inferior to those of Yin-Yang Academy, yielding minimal augmentation of a beast's prowess. Go, Xuanwu commanded, slapping the black tiger, and a gust of wind swept through the forest. In a blink, the black shadow of the tiger appeared above the little white rabbit, its sharp claws imbued with tremendous force, striking downward. Roar! With a furious roar, the little white rabbit transformed, its muscular arms swelling as it executed an upward punch against the tiger's claws. Boom! The clash of fists sent shockwaves through the air, propelling a figure backward, who collided with several towering trees before finally halting their retreat. What? Xuanyu's expression faltered as he recognized that the figure was none other than his beloved Heihu. The fearsome muscular rabbit, emboldened by its recent triumph, surged forward, seizing a fallen tree and bringing it crashing down upon the barely steady Heihu. Undeterred, Heihu, displaying remarkable tenacity, expanded its frame and charged headfirst into the oncoming tree. With a thunderous impact, the decade-old tree splintered, its remnants scattering across the ground. As the muscular rabbit discarded the now-ruined trunk and prepared to unleash its fists, the deafening roars of battle echoed throughout the Nanming forest. The ferocity of the clash between the two beasts threatening to reduce their battleground to rubble. In the midst of Xuanyu's astonished gaze, the muscular rabbit executed a powerful uppercut aimed at Heihu's jaw, sending it flying to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Rushing over to assess the situation, Xuanwu intervened, halting the muscular rabbit's desire to strike again. Upon discovering that Heihu had merely lost consciousness and was not gravely harmed, he exhaled in relief. Summoning it back to his spiritual sea, he tore off the insignia from his chest and tossed it to Luo Tianya and his companions, coldly stating, "You have won." Luo Tianya caught the insignia and affixed it to his belt, grinning as he remarked, "Friend, what is your name? Your Heihu is quite intriguing." "Xuanwu. I am Luo Tianya," replied Luo Tianya, bowing courteously. "Thank you for your generous gift. I bid you farewell." With that, he turned with his companions and continued their hunt. Xuanwu observed their departing figures, contemplating the upheaval their arrival at the Nantian Academy would undoubtedly cause. Subsequently, Luo Tianya and his group employed a similar strategy, using the ruse of a wolf chasing a rabbit to lull the hunters into a false sense of security, before overpowering a key member of the hunting party and seizing the insignia before departing swiftly. They encountered 8th-tier beasts along the way, but with the emergence of the Six-Eared Macaque, victory was assured, as those from whom they had snatched insignias watched their graceful exit, exclaiming, "The Nantian Academy. The wolves are here." However, after several successful hunts, they finally encountered formidable opposition. "Do you wish to experience the sting of lightning?" A tall youth, his back turned to them, seemed to create an aura of loneliness befitting a master, blocking their path on a stretch of road. Such a deluded youth. Luo Tianya chuckled, shaking his head. "I hear you are hunting us." The tall youth turned, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized their group. "Let us fight, spare us the chatter. After one bout, we can converse." Luo stepped forward, pointing a finger at him. The previous successful hunts had imbued him with unshakable confidence. Despite his blue moon greedy wolf merely serving as bait, the tall youth's gaze hardened, electric energy crackling around him as he prepared to strike. But Luo Tianya interjected. "We are beast masters. Our contest involves our beasts. What is this about direct combat? You are not worthy of my true beast's intervention." The tall youth replied coldly. "Is your true beast as formidable as Baichio's?" Luo Tianya retorted with a smile. "If not, refrain from boasting." The tall youth fell silent, aware that though he considered himself a prodigy, he still fell short when compared to Baichio, who was deep in seclusion, seeking to break through. Nevertheless, the taunts from these newcomers left him in a foul mood. A bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, scattering branches and wood chips as a testament to the anger of its wielder and the tree's unfortunate fate. "I am Lin San, as you wish." The tall youth scoffed, electric arcs tracing his form. "Lin San. Anyone with San in their name is a madman." Luo Tianya muttered, recalling the notorious figures like Tang San and Zhang San from the past. Along with this lightning-wielding Lin San, he had already gleaned information regarding the strongest 3 participants in this hunting competition from the veteran hunters. As the electric arc subsided, a diminutive figure appeared atop Lin San's broad shoulder. "9th-tier lightning beast, at your service." Luo Tianya gazed at the creature perched on Lin San's shoulder, his mouth agape as he stammered, "Pika, Pika, Pikachu." Chapter 54, The Six-Eared Macaque Faces Pikachu. The creature on Lin San's shoulder bore an uncanny resemblance to the Pikachu Luo Tianya had seen before. Long ears, yellow fur, and rosy cheeks. It was unmistakably Pikachu. "What Pikachu?" Lin San replied coldly. "This is my family's true beast, the lightning beast. Can it generate electricity? Does it possess 100,000 volts?" Luo Tianya's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the lightning beast. "Speak such nonsense again, and I will not hesitate to let you experience the sting of electricity." Lin San glared at him icily. Luo Tianya took a deep breath, calming his excitement. While Pikachu was undeniably adorable, they were now opponents. Facing a 9th-tier lightning beast meant that anyone else would merely be serving as fodder, leaving only the Six-Eared Macaque capable of contending with it. With a swift motion, the Six-Eared Macaque leaped from Luo Tianya's shoulder, positioning itself on a tree not far from Lin San and the lightning beast, gazing down upon them. Ziz! The lightning beast appeared on a tree opposite the Six-Eared Macaque. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, enveloping the arena in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a leaf was swept away by the wind, drifting between the two beasts, momentarily obscuring their vision. Boom! Both creatures seized the fleeting opportunity, launching their attacks simultaneously. The Six-Eared Macaque stomped down, shattering the tree beneath it as golden light radiated from its form, its right hand forming a fist, which it hurled toward the lightning beast. Ziz! The lightning beast transformed into a bolt of lightning, akin to an ancient thunder god descending from the heavens, effortlessly unleashing a several-meter-long lightning strike aimed at the Six-Eared Macaque. "Retreat!" Luo Tianya urgently signaled for everyone to fall back, recognizing that the collision of powers between the two beasts was far too immense for those of their level to withstand. The Six-Eared Macaque deftly evaded the oncoming lightning, twisting in midair to narrowly avoid the strike. Then, with a powerful thrust of its right foot, it propelled itself forward, seemingly standing on air, unleashing a devastating punch towards the lightning beast. Squeak! The lightning beast emitted a piercing cry, its electric energy surging, transforming lightning into blades, descending upon the Six-Eared Macaque with an overwhelming force. Clang! A sound akin to a bell resonated as the two powers collided, sending a shockwave that stripped the treetops in the vicinity, while the two beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, one radiating golden light, the other bursting with electric energy, neither yielding an inch. The echoes of their battle reverberated throughout the forest. The Six-Eared Macaque, with its indomitable toughness, remained unperturbed by the electric arcs, even finding a peculiar comfort in the sensation. As the battle reached a stalemate, the Six-Eared Macaque's fighting spirit surged, locking its gaze upon the lightning beast. It once again propelled itself into the air, delivering a powerful kick. The lightning beast responded swiftly, its lightning-shaped tail unleashing a bolt of electricity, meeting the Six-Eared Macaque's strike head-on. Bang! The force of their clash sent both creatures reeling, flipping through the air before landing solidly on separate trees. At this moment, Lin San's gaze was exceptionally grave. The power exhibited by the small monkey earlier was on par with his own pinnacle-level 9-tier lightning beast. Moreover, they had merely tested each other, revealing not even a fraction of their true strength. No one could ascertain whether that little monkey had any hidden cards up its sleeve. What an extraordinary prodigy had emerged in this hunting competition. Lin San silently gritted his teeth. In all the years since the establishment of Nantian Academy, No freshman had ever turned the tables on seasoned hunters like themselves, particularly when his own destined beast ranked third on the 9-tier leaderboard of Nantian Academy. The third place, surpassing countless exceptional talents. Who exactly are you? Lin San's tone was stern as he turned his gaze towards Luo Tianya, who stood not far away. Mu Yi Cheng, Luo family, Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya replied nonchalantly. Lin San furrowed his brow. The only person he knew from Mu Yi Cheng was Bai Qiu, who had bested the three of them effortlessly. The others lacked the strength to catch his eye. As they conversed on the ground, the battle between the Six-Eared Macaque and the Lightning Beast reignited. The Lightning Beast struck first, unleashing thousands of electric sparks from its diminutive form, which wove into a net of electricity in midair, enveloping the Six-Eared Macaque and leaving it no avenue for retreat. Humph! The Six-Eared Macaque let out a cold snort, activating its copper-skinned, iron-boned divine ability. Its small figure surged to half a human height, with its left fist poised to shatter mountains and its right fist ready to cleave the seas. The two fists crossed each other, and with a resounding thud, an ancient and profound aura emanated from it. This aura, though initially minuscule, expanded as the intentions of the mountain-shattering and sea-cleaving fists began to merge, enveloping the surroundings and startling countless birds and beasts. Even the lightning beast felt the impact, nearly dispersing its lightning form and reverting to its original state, while the electric net flickered ominously, as if it might unravel. Luo Tianya looked on with anticipation at the Six-Eared Macaque's move. Previously, during the battle against Wang Teng's White Snake, the Six-Eared Macaque had briefly fused the first two forms of the unrivaled fist, the mountain-shattering and sea-cleaving, sending Wang Teng's half-step, Shin-level White Snake back to its original form. After several days of refinement, the Six-Eared Macaque could now execute this technique in its entirety. And these two forms had fused into one, named Ping Shanhai. Seeing the Six-Eared Macaque's momentum swell, while the lightning beast seemed to falter, Lin San clenched his teeth. He quickly formed several seals with his hands, casting multiple mental power enhancement arrays upon the lightning beast in midair. With the augmentation of the mental arrays, the lightning beast managed to stabilize its waning lightning form, and its electric radiance brightened, restoring the strength of the electric net as it pressed down once more on the Six-Eared Macaque. However, at that moment, the Six-Eared Macaque's Ping Shanhai had already completed its charge, the vast fist intent flickering around it, no longer spilling outward. The Six-Eared Macaque slowly lifted its head, gazing at the descending electric net as if it were observing the oppression of the heavens and earth. With a grin, it planted its feet firmly, causing the tree beneath it to splinter into wood chips, while a large pit suddenly formed in the ground below. The Six-Eared Macaque surged upward with Ping Shanhai, determined to shatter the shackles imposed by the heavens and earth, to obliterate the chains of this world. In that moment, the lightning beast beheld not a mere monkey, but a primordial behemoth charging toward it, fists imbued with an insatiable intent for destruction, seemingly intent on annihilating both it and the very realm itself. The instinctual intuition of the pinnacle-level 9-tier beast alerted it to an imminent danger. It spread its limbs, channeling its lightning essence, which surged forth to amplify the electric net, enhancing its potency manifold. As the two fists collided with the electric net, an initial silence enveloped the sky, the electric sparks shattering without sound, but shortly thereafter, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a massive explosion that resonated throughout the heavens. Electric arcs scattered through the air, blinding flashes of white light illuminating the scene, leaving the onlookers below unable to discern the victor amidst the chaos. After a prolonged moment, the electric brilliance finally dissipated, and the spectators lowered their hands, revealing the outcome of the battle. In the center of the arena stood a golden figure, proudly overseeing the diminutive yellow beast sprawled on the ground below. The yellow beast lay motionless, eyes shut, exhibiting no visible injuries, save for its 4 tiny legs twitching sporadically, occasionally flickering with electric sparks. The lightning beast, Lin San, with a flash of electric light, arrived beside the yellow beast, bending to assess its condition. Fortunately, it was merely exhausted and unconscious. It seemed the Six-Eared Macaque had held back at the crucial moment. Had it not, that punch's force could have sent the lightning beast back to its spiritual sea. With a swift motion, Lin San summoned the lightning beast back and then tugged at the emblem on his chest, tossing it towards Luo Tianya. "You have won," he proclaimed, turning to leave. "Wait." Luo Tianya called out to him. "What, is conceding not enough?" Lin San whipped around, electric sparks dancing around him as he glared coldly at Luo Tianya. "No, I merely wish for you to witness another grand spectacle," Luo Tianya replied, not looking at Lin San but rather tilting his head towards another direction. "The show is nearly over. It is time for your turn." As his words fell, Lin San's expression sharpened, and he extended his right hand, sending a bolt of lightning towards Luo Tianya's position. Clang! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, accompanied by a somewhat disgruntled voice. "Ah San, we are all allies here. Why strike me?" Hearing the voice, Lin San snorted. "You all arrived earlier, didn't you? Were you watching me make a fool of myself?" In truth, with his pinnacle level 9 tier perception, he should have easily detected their presence. However, he had been so engrossed in the fierce battle that he had overlooked his surroundings. Yet, Luo Tianya had noticed. This realization made Lin San regard Luo Tianya with even greater caution. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Among them, a young man with a large blade complained as he walked. "Ah San, your lightning is becoming increasingly potent. It took me a third of my strength to break through." He added, "I even got shocked earlier." Beside the sword-wielding youth stood a sword-bearing youth who replied to Lin San, "We arrived early, but we were not here to mock you." "Humph." Lin San scoffed. Being defeated by a newcomer in front of old friends was quite humiliating. Luo Tianya and his companions observed the 3 emerging from the forest with growing seriousness. For among them were 2 leaders of this hunting competition, the first of the 9-tier leaderboard, Feng Qingwei with the light wind moon blade, and the second, the clear sound swordsman, Liang. Their strength surpassed that of Lin San, and they were 2 in number. As for the elegant and graceful girl beside Feng Qingwei, Luo Tianya and his companions were completely in the dark regarding her identity. "Ah San," Feng Qingwei suddenly spoke with a serious demeanor. Had it been either me or Ah Yang, the outcome would have been the same. It was rare for Lin San to witness such a solemn expression from Feng Qingwei. Even when Bai Qiu narrowly defeated him during the 9-tier leaderboard contest, Feng Qingwei had not displayed such gravity. Indeed, this newcomer was undeniably extraordinary. Lin San couldn't help but reflect. Was it truly the case that the newer ways were pushing the older ones aside? He was still young. Yet why did he feel as if he was already aging? "I am Feng Qingwei, and this is my younger sister Feng Tingyu. The one beside me is Liang." Feng Qingwei sheathed his large blade and clasped his fists as he respectfully introduced them to Luo Tianya. "Greetings, I am Luo Tianya. If others show me a foot of respect, I shall return it with a yard." Since Feng Qingwei is currently in such a favorable mood, I must not neglect the courtesy. Allow me to introduce my younger siblings, Luo Bing, Luo Hua, and Luo Feng. Beside them are my friends, Xiao Bai de Zhuang, and Sun Shu. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Feng Qingwei gave them a thumbs up. Brother Feng is truly the embodiment of a senior's demeanor. Reminiscent of the legendary Sword King, Luo Tianya exchanged a few polite words in return. After a brief exchange, Feng Qingwei sighed, "Can we avoid conflict? Would you like me to inquire on behalf of the freshmen whose nameplates you shattered?" Luo Tianya smiled at him. "Ah, the cycles of heaven are indeed fair." Feng Qingwei sighed again, gazing skyward. "Brother, could you not be so timid and act like a man?" His younger sister, Feng Tingyu, could no longer hold her tongue and rebuked her brother. "Sister, did you not see that move? That punch was from our family's treasure. Could anyone withstand it?" Feng Tingyu turned to Liang and suggested, "Why don't all of you join forces?" What a jest. Our Nankong Academy's top 2 of the 9th level are to gang up on a newcomer. Feng Qingwei exclaimed, jumping in frustration. "If this gets out, where will our dignity be? I don't mind if you all join forces." Luo Tianya stepped forward, the Six-Eared Macaque leaping back onto his shoulder, gazing at the 3 with a calm demeanor. "Otherwise, you may simply tear down your nameplates and depart. That is also an option. This is going too far." Feng Qingwei flicked his right index finger, causing his great sword to hover an inch above his hand, beginning to spin and emit crisp sounds. This is an exceptionally advanced sword technique, the rotating blade, one that only masters of the sword can execute. By using this move, he has already made his intentions clear. "Battle. We are beast tamers, and our competition shall naturally involve our contracted beasts," Luo Tianya declared. This is his only advantage. Otherwise, he could not ensure that all his companions would remain unharmed in the presence of 2 armed 9th level peak opponents. Certainly. At this moment, Liang spoke. "Our duel shall be between the beasts. Therefore, I kindly ask both of you to summon forth your destined beasts. Tingyu, please step back." Feng Qingwei signaled Feng Tingyu to distance herself from the battlefield to avoid any accidental harm. At this juncture, the current hunt has already deviated from the smooth progress of previous years. Now, these mid to high-level hunters, upon hearing the sounds of battle between the Six-Eared Macaque and the Lightning Beast, are converging towards this location. Surrounding trees are now filled with these hunters, many of whom were stripped of their nameplates by Luo Tianya and his companions, have come to witness the spectacle, including Xianyi. Little did they expect that even 2 of the 3 great powers would need to join forces to contend with Luo Tianya. It is no injustice to lose, Xianyi reassured himself. The situation has escalated to the point of alarming the upper echelons of Nankong Academy, who have dispatched personnel to maintain order at the scene. As Luo Tianya observed the increasing crowd, He paid little heed to it, and instead looked at Feng Qingwei and Li Yang, extending his hand. Please. Two streams of profound light flashed, and on the shoulders of Feng Qingwei and Li Yang appeared additional figures, the sword technique mantis and the sword-holding hamster. I welcome your guidance. Chapter 56, The Dual Mastery of Sword and Blade. Finally, we can behold the legendary sword technique mantis and the sword-holding hamster. Indeed, apart from last year's pinnacle battle of the 9th level rankings, the sword technique mantis and the sword-holding hamster have not appeared publicly since. At this moment, the onlookers were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the two beasts in the arena, the sword technique mantis and the sword-holding hamster. Feng Qingwei had a figure resembling a jade-green stone perched on his shoulder, its forearms raised high like two sharp blades, as if to cleave the heavens above. Its elongated body and robust hind legs, with transparent wings gently vibrating, produced a humming sound. The sword technique mantis, the exclusive contracted beast of the Sword King family of the Divine Beast continent. Luo Tianya spoke solemnly, introducing the details of Feng Qingwei's contracted beast. Some of this information had been provided to him by Luo Tong before his departure. The sword technique mantis possesses incredible speed and innate mastery of swordplay. Its forearms rival divine weapons. In the past, the Elder Sword King and his contracted beast, together wielding 4 blades, felled a king-level magical beast, establishing their legendary reputation. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing, De Zhuang, and the others immediately changed their expressions. The Sword King is a figure of royal caliber, renowned throughout the continent. As his descendant, how could his strength be lacking? Luo Tianya then turned his gaze to the other side, where a small hamster clutching a tiny sword stood on Li Yang's shoulder. The sword-holding hamster, Luo Tianya continued, is born with a sword in its grasp, possessing an innate understanding of swordplay, and in terms of offensive capability. The sword-holding hamster clan ranks among the top 10 of the Divine Beast continent. Both beasts are renowned for their formidable attack power. Brother Tianya, since they are both known for their strength, isn't it too risky for the little monkey to face them alone? Luo Bing furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. No worries. Luo Tianya chuckled. Let us see how it goes. He turned to observe the Six-Eared Macaque. Though the previous battle had drained some energy, the fire of battle still blazed in its eyes. Luo Tianya contemplated for a moment and signaled for Luo Bing and the others to gather closely, forming a circle to shield themselves from the prying eyes of others. With his right hand forming a seal, he invoked the divine ability of Rain of Elixir, sending shimmering light to nourish the slightly fatigued body of the Six-Eared Macaque. In an instant, the Six-Eared Macaque felt invigorated, fully restored. What is this? Luo Bing and De Zhuang widened their eyes, staring at the gradually dispersing green halo. A healing-type divine ability? Luo Bing, suppressing her surprise, whispered her inquiry. Precisely. Luo Tianya nodded with a smile. The expressions of the others shifted in astonishment, their emotions stirred. Healing-type magical beasts and corresponding divine abilities are exceedingly rare on the Divine Beast continent. And now, the once perceived fallen genius, relying solely on his companion beast for a comeback. Luo Tianya has unexpectedly demonstrated a healing-type divine ability. Does this imply that his contracted beast, the caterpillar, is a healing-type magical beast? Thus, Luo Tianya is fortunate to have acquired the divine ability of a healing-type beast. Luo Bing now understood why the family head, Luo Tong, had advised her to follow Luo Tianya at Nankong Academy. She had initially believed that with her contracted beast, the Blood Wolf King, possessing royal-level potential, she would swiftly rise, defeating Bai Qiu and claiming the title of the foremost among the younger generation of Muyu City. However, now, witnessing Luo Tianya's astonishing performance with his companion beast, coupled with the healing-type divine ability of his contracted beast, the title of the foremost among the younger generation of Muyu City, or rather, the foremost among the younger generation of Nankong Academy, might soon be his. Chapter 57. The Six-Eared Macaque battles the dual mastery of sword and blade alone. Are you merely clutching at straws? Li Yang observed the circle formed by Luo Tianya and his companions, uncertain of their actions, and inquired coolly. Just then, the divine ability of Rain of Elixir had completely dissipated, and the Six-Eared Macaque was now brimming with vitality. Luo Tianya turned back with a smile. Dealing with you does not require last-minute preparations. The crowd of onlookers erupted in commotion, with newcomers who were unaware of the previous battle asking, "Who is this person? Such audacity. He dares to disregard even the second of the 9th level rankings." The person beside him shot him a glance and replied, "He indeed possesses such strength. He just knocked down the 3rd-ranked Lin San." Feng Qingwei and Li Yang acknowledged that, one-on-one, their contracted beasts would not stand a chance against that little monkey. They would have to fight 2 against 1. What? The onlooker nearly toppled from the tree, barely steadying himself, and exclaimed in astonishment, Are you serious? Many people witnessed the earlier events. Why would I deceive you? Heaven, are you jesting? The individual displayed an expression of sheer disbelief. Is this year's newcomer truly defying the heavens? Without delving into the varied reactions of others, the Luo, having regained its composure, could no longer suppress its desire to strike. It lightly tapped Luo Tianya's shoulder, its figure appearing atop a fallen tree at the center of the arena. Its gaze fixed intently on the Dao Shu Tang Lang and Bao Jian Song Shu. Swift action. They must not afford him the time to prepare his punch. One attack. One distraction. Adjust tactics as the situation dictates. Excellent. Feng Qingyue and Li Yang, in a few brief exchanges, established their strategy. Having known each other for a long time, they were not only rivals but also friends, their familiarity with one another creating a remarkable synergy. Engage. The Dao Shu Tang Lang flapped its wings, while Bao Jian Song Shu leveraged its position on Li Yang's shoulder. Both beasts soared into the arena's center, flanking Luo with their fighting spirit honed in on it. Clang. Bao Jian Song Shu pointed skyward with its right hand, and its sword unsheathed itself with a melodious ring, flying into its grasp. The Dao Shu Tang Lang swung its arms, the blade energy swirling around it, gently waving, causing the air to tremble as if it might be torn apart. Luo, with its hands crossed behind its back, exuded an air of mastery as it quietly observed its adversaries. This time, it refrained from striking first, choosing instead to wait for the two beasts to initiate. Once combat commenced, the playful demeanor of Feng Qingyue and Li Yang vanished entirely, their focus sharpened. Seeing Luo refrain from making the first move, how could they let such a prime opportunity slip away? Sometimes, striking first signifies an advantage, especially against formidable foes like Dao Shu Tang Lang and Bao Jian Song Shu. With a resounding cry, the sword of Bao Jian Song Shu sliced through the air, unleashing an unparalleled sword energy aimed directly at Luo. Boom. At the same moment, Dao Shu Tang Lang's wings flared, producing a deafening roar as it vanished, transforming into a green streak of light that appeared behind Luo, its dual blades crossing to unleash a cross-shaped blade energy towards the monkey's back. With lethal sword energy advancing from the front and furious blade energy tearing through space from behind, Luo found itself ensnared in peril. Yet, at that moment, Luo remained unfazed. As the sword and blade energies approached, it unleashed a mighty roar, golden light shimmering as its form expanded. Just then, the blade energy from Dao Shu Tang Lang struck, clashing with an audible clang against an unyielding force, akin to striking the hardest stone on the divine beast continent. The Dao Shu Tang Lang's attack faltered, yet the sword energy from Bao Jian Song Shu continued its assault, cutting through the air and creating tremors that amplified its power. This was the renowned Pakong Jian, a sword technique famous among the Bao Jian Song Shu clan. Roar. With a furious cry, Luo's eyes widened, unleashing two beams of divine light that intertwined, transforming into golden sword energy that clashed with the sword energy of Bao Jian Song Shu. Boom. The collision of sword energies resulted in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves through the air, shattering nearby trees and scattering branches and leaves, leaving a wide clearing in the center of the arena, save for a few barren saplings that bore witness to the fierce battle that had just transpired. The onlookers gazed in awe. Even though they had retreated some distance away, they had narrowly escaped the sword energy's reach. Is this the power of a peak level 9? Many level 7 and 8 students pondered inwardly. Meanwhile, some among the higher-ranking level 9 students sighed and shook their heads, resigning themselves to the notion that they would never contend for the top 3. In the center of the battlefield, Luo stood proudly atop the fallen tree, while Bao Jian Song Shu and Dao Shu Tang Lang remained poised, their spirits taut, eyes fixed on Luo. What divine ability did that beast just employ? Feng Qingyue and Li Yang inquired, their expressions grave as they turned to Luo Tianya. With a casual smile, Luo Tianya responded, copper skin and iron bones, along with fire-eyed golden vision. Chapter 58, Fire-eyed golden vision. Fire-eyed golden vision, copper skin and iron bones. Feng Qingyue and Li Yang exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison, indicating they had never heard of such abilities. However, with the myriad of beast types and their diverse techniques in the divine beast continent, it was not surprising to encounter unfamiliar powers. One thing was certain, this little monkey's divine ability was extraordinarily potent. Otherwise, how could it withstand the Dao Shu Tang Lang's tearing blade energy unharmed while countering Bao Jian Song Shu's unmatched sword energy with its own? Observing Luo wielding the copper skin, iron bones, and fire-eyed golden vision, Luo Tianya realized that even without employing its devastating punch, it could contend against two foes without losing ground. Indeed, Luo Miho had acquired yet another divine ability, as Luo Tianya had utilized evolution points to elevate it to level 9. The divine ability obtained at this level was the renowned Fire-Eyed Golden Vision. At this moment, Luo Miho's attribute panel read, Race, Luo Miho, an extraordinary being of heaven and earth, singular. Level 9. Divine abilities, listening to all things, invincible punch. Copper skin and iron bones, Fire-Eyed Golden Vision. Fire-Eyed Golden Vision perceives all illusions, sees through the rules of the world and divine abilities, and can simulate them. When Luo Tianya witnessed the introduction of the Fire-Eyed Golden Vision after elevating Luo Miho to level 9, he was taken aback. According to the current description, this power surpassed that of the legendary Qi Tian de Sheng's Fire-Eyed Golden Vision from his previous life. Not only could it pierce through all illusions, but it could also see through the rules of divine abilities and even simulate them. It seemed that the Fire-Eyed Golden Vision was precisely the manifestation of Luo Miho's ability to discern sound, comprehend principles, and understand all things. It had manifested as the golden sword light that had just erupted from its eyes, simulating Bao Jian Songshu's Pekong Jian. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Dao Shu Tanglang and Bao Jian Songshu stood ready, preparing to strike again. Clang! Bao Jian Songshu flicked its finger against the sword, instantly unleashing a flurry of sword energy. Countless fine sword energies emanated from its blade, which, under its control, coalesced into a massive energy sword hovering in the air, pointing menacingly at Luo Miho. Simultaneously, Dao Shu Tanglang swung its arms, forming two massive blade energies that once again crossed into a deadly X shape, aimed at Luo Miho. At this moment, Dao Shu Tanglang played the role of distraction, creating a better opportunity for Bao Jian Songshu's energy sword to strike. Bang! Luo Miho's figure flickered as it delivered a powerful punch against the blade energy, resulting in an explosive collision that shattered the blade energy and sent Dao Shu Tanglang flying. Luo Miho then ascended into the air, launching a punch towards the massive energy sword. Swoosh! Bao Jian Songshu pressed down on the energy sword, causing it to accelerate downward directly toward Luo Miho's fist. Boom! The sword tip met the iron fist, both forces clashing in midair. Observing an opening, Dao Shu Tanglang seized the moment, flapping its wings and crossing its arms as it lunged at Luo Miho, still engaged in the struggle. Luo Miho sensed the impending attack from Dao Shu Tanglang, but remained calm, stepping onto the air as if it were solid ground, producing a resounding impact as its foot met Dao Shu Tanglang's arms, creating a crisp collision sound. The battlefield erupted with deafening roars, the clashes of sword energies, blade energies, and unmatched physical prowess resonating through the air. Outside the arena, the spectators, aside from a few directly involved, were left utterly astounded. They had never witnessed such an intense battle. Even last year's Level 9 championship contest paled in comparison to the brilliance and ferocity of today's clash. Who exactly is this newcomer? This question lingered in the minds of many. Chapter 59, Heavenly Blade and Heavenly Sword. In the battlefield, the three beasts were locked in a fierce struggle. They, realizing the futility of its prolonged assault, deftly drew its small sword. In an instant, a colossal sword of energy erupted, scattering into countless slender blades that surged forth like a tempest towards them. Meanwhile, the leveraged its arms for a retreat, evading the onslaught of sword energy and soaring into the air. The sound of clashing blades echoed as the stood its ground, allowing the sword energy to strike its body, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds. With a swift punch directed towards the sky, a column of energy surged upwards, dispersing much of the incoming sword energy. The overwhelming might of its punch caused a momentary pause in the onslaught of blades, leading to a brief distraction for both the and, which caused their forms to waver. Seizing the opportunity, the broke through the barrage of sword energy, its golden fist hurtling towards the in a moment of peril. In a critical moment, the unleashed A, defying the constraints of space, and positioned itself between the approaching punch and the, meeting the fist head-on. The quickly regained focus, its eyes narrowing in determination as it raised its sword to cleave towards the. Not far behind, the continued to unleash, creating a barrage of energy that enveloped the from all directions, trapping it in a pincer movement. With a resounding clash, this left fist met its right, emanating a vast aura of power that materialized into a golden bell, encasing it within. The arena was illuminated with white light, as the spectators could scarcely discern the chaos, only hearing the harmonious clash of sword and blade against the golden bell. As the cacophony subsided, the crowd beheld the and, both breathing heavily from the exertion of their recent attacks. In stark contrast, the emerged unscathed, the golden bell dissipating, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The outcome of the battle was becoming evident. Stepped forward, raising his voice, suggesting that further exchanges were futile and proposing a final decisive move to determine the victor. And exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Let us each unleash our final move to settle this, they declared, swiftly forming a mental array to amplify the energy surrounding thee and aiding their recovery. Refrained from bestowing the same enhancement upon them, believing it unnecessary. He had privately tested the limits of his own considerable power and knew that even the most basic of enhancements could dramatically elevate his capabilities. Thus he chose to keep this card close to his chest. As the climax approached, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Called out, and in unison. At that moment, the skies above the darkened, and two vortices of energy manifested above the and, stirring the very essence of the world. The raised its sword, channeling energy that coalesced into a colossal sword 10 meters long, while the swung its arm, forming a similarly sized of pure energy. They, with a calm demeanor, readied itself. Its fists vibrating with latent power, the final strike poised to erupt forth. Years later, those who witnessed this battle would recall it vividly. The moment when those seemingly earth-shattering weapons were obliterated by a single punch from a diminutive monkey would be etched in their memories forever. The aftermath was equally striking. The energy from the shattered and dispersed violently, slicing through the surrounding space and resonating with a deep hum. Just as the crowd was captivated by the sheer might of that singular punch, the scattered energy surged towards them. Panic ensued as, and shouted in alarm, readying their contracted beasts to intercept the oncoming onslaught. Suddenly, a stillness enveloped them, as if time itself had paused. A radiant five-colored light appeared, sweeping away the lethal energy with a gentle flick, neutralizing the overwhelming power of this punch. As the winds resumed their flow, a figure in white robes emerged. The spectators, still in shock, bowed respectfully towards the newcomer, with the exception of his group. To think you could emerge victorious, the remarked, his expression composed. Shall we now fulfill your agreement? Responded, his words causing astonishment among the onlookers, who were baffled by the connection between the newcomer and the stoic. You will not suffer a reduction in resources. As for the rewards, I will ensure they are delivered upon your official enrollment, the stated calmly. The realization dawned on the others. It appeared that the newcomer had wagered against thee and emerged triumphant. This group had achieved a remarkable feat, reversing the roles of hunter and hunted, and securing victory as new students against their seasoned counterparts. They regarded for a moment before making his exit. Farewell. The others called out, bowing deeply. Once they had departed and approached, curiosity evident in their expressions. What transpired between you and the? Inquired, playfully nudging. I questioned the fairness of the hunting battle and proposed that if I could turn the tables, our penalties would be waived and rewards granted, succinctly explained, brushing off his arm. What rewards? Asked, intrigued. 3 low-grade, he replied. With a thud, collapsed to the ground in disbelief, Wallen looked on with envy. Is it really just 3 low-grade? Why such a fuss? Questioned, perplexed by their reactions. Just 3 low-grade? You say it so lightly. We've spent a year on the 9th grade leaderboard, and our year-end reward is merely 1. Light has 2, yet you have effortlessly secured 3. Retorted, teeth clenched. Because I defeated all of you on the 9th grade leaderboard. Chuckled. A smile that pierced their hearts. By the way, who is they? Asked, still unfamiliar with the figure's significance. The vice principal of, responsible for all daily affairs. Second only to the principal, explained. And what is this beast of origin? Wondered, recalling the radiant 5-colored light he had witnessed. Lowered his head in contemplation. Then shook it gently. It might be a similar divine ability, but it was unlikely to be the true 5-colored divine light. A legendary power associated with Kong Xian in this mythological realm. However, it was imperative to understand the situation with the deputy dean of Nangong. Even before entering the academy, he had already encountered a conflict. While he was not intimidated by the individual, complications could arise involving others. Let us go. Turning back to glance at Luo Bing and the others, he waved his hand, encouraging them to follow as they boldly traversed the Nanming Forest towards Nantian Academy. Is this Nantian Academy? Under the guidance of Feng Qingyue and others, the group finally arrived at the grand entrance of Nantian Academy after crossing the forest. A colossal peacock statue stood majestically at the entrance, its wings poised for flight, exuding an aura powerful enough to seemingly shatter the earth and rend the skies. Behind the statue, magnificent buildings sprawled along the mountainside, stretching into the horizon, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. Nantian Academy is truly vast, Luo Hua exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. Indeed, Nantian Academy is the largest and finest institution in the Nantian domain, Feng Qingyue declared proudly. At the entrance of the academy, a young man clad in a white robe sat before a table. Upon noticing the group emerging from the Nanming Forest, he inquired with curiosity, Feng Qingyue, why have you all returned together? Teacher Yang, Feng Qinghue stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. We were all defeated, which is why we returned together. Defeated? Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he rose abruptly. What do you mean by defeated? As it sounds, Feng Qinghue replied with a wry smile. We hunters were all ambushed and slain. Ambushed by the new students? Yang's gaze shifted past Feng Qinghue to Liang, Lin San, and the others behind him, who all nodded with expressions of bitterness. How could that be possible? Yang's voice sharpened. You are all at least level 6. And the 3 strongest among you are at the peak of level 9, among the top 3 on the leaderboard. You are telling me that this group capable of slaying Xian-level magical beasts was defeated by new students? That is indeed the case. Liang stepped forward. The deputy dean of Nangong appeared and acknowledged their victory. He gestured towards Luo Tianya and his group, who were all wearing smiles. The deputy dean of Nangong? Yang gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, no one dared to make light of the deputy dean's name. Come, let us register your impressive achievements. Confirming their remarkable feat, Yang eagerly invited them forward to prepare for registration. The previous instructors had already brought back the roster, and now they needed to confirm the number of participants and the time of any damages to the wooden plaques for resource allocation. As Luo Tianya and the others approached, Yang spoke warmly. Where do you hail from? My city, Luo Tianya responded honestly. My city. Yang rifled through the list on the table and quickly located the names of the students from my city. What are the names of you students? Luo Bing, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, Sun Shu, Feng Tianxi, Xiaobai, and Luo Tianya. Feng Tianxi is De Zhuang's real name. Yang noted, matching names with the list. Luo Bing, Luo Hua, Luo Feng correct. Sun Shu, Feng Tianxi right. Xiaobai, Luo Tianya. Yang suddenly paused, his tone tinged with surprise. Xiaobai and Luo Tianya entered through an external challenge? What? At his words, Feng Qinghue, Liang, and Lin San erupted in astonishment. Did Teacher Yang just say that Xiaobai and Luo Tianya entered through an external challenge? Indeed. Luo Tianya replied nonchalantly. I am Luo Tianya, and both Xiaobai and I entered through external challenges. How old are you? Lin San stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Tianya. No wonder they were so concerned. External challenges were a program established long ago by Nantian Academy for those who did not meet the conventional admission requirements. In other words, participants in external challenges might be of different ages compared to regular new students. If Luo Tianya claimed to be in his early 20s, their confidence would be restored, as they would feel justified in their defeat. After all, a slightly older age could translate to more time for growth and thus higher capabilities, something they could accept. This was their genuine inner thought. Feng Qinghue and Liang also regarded Luo Tianya with keen interest. Xiaobai is 22, Luo Tianya responded, a slight smile on his face as he observed the tense group before him. I am, however, merely 15. Lin San's lament echoed, revealing his unwillingness to accept the reality. When they heard that Xiaobai was 22, their hopes had soared, only to plummet upon hearing Luo Tianya's age, sinking their spirits to an all-time low. Being 3 years younger yet so formidable, if he were given 3 more years to develop, he would surely be invincible. At that moment, Yang, glancing at the roster, inquired, Luo Tianya, did you win the external challenge thanks to your companion beast? Your little monkey is not a birth beast, but rather a companion beast? Lin San and the others looked on in shock at Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque perched on his shoulder. Indeed, Luo Tianya confirmed, reaching up to pat the Six-Eared Macaque. It is my companion beast, not my birth beast. This left Feng Qinghue and the others at a loss for words, as the cascade of information had left them somewhat dazed. According to the regulations of Nantian Academy, students entering through external challenges must be placed in a special external class, and your resources will differ from those of regular new students, Yang explained further. May I ask, Teacher Yang, can external students participate in the level leaderboard challenges? Luo Tianya respectfully inquired. Well, I don't believe there is a rule stating that they cannot participate. Yang recalled thoughtfully. Good, then there are no issues. If we desire resources, we shall earn them. Luo Tianya stated with a calm demeanor. The older students around fell silent. Had anyone else made such a statement, they would have certainly protested, but this was the very individual who had just bested them, and he indeed possessed the confidence to back it up. Furthermore, external students, like other new students, may study the Academy's basic courses. Yang continued discussing the regulations surrounding external students. Thank you very much, Teacher Yang. Luo Tianya and the others bowed in gratitude. What a pity. Feng Qinghue and her companions exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a sigh. Chapter 62. Zhoulao. They sighed because Luo Tianya's remarkably powerful companion beast was merely that, a companion beast, not his birth beast. As such, he would not benefit from the growth enhancements typically granted by a birth beast, which fundamentally distinguished the two. The probability of his birth beast being equally formidable seemed low. After all, participants in external challenges were those who did not meet the Academy's conventional admission criteria, indicating that there must be some issue with his birth beast. Moreover, developing such a powerful companion beast requires immense resources and effort. How could it be expected that his birth beast would also be equally strong? Hence, they were convinced that Luo Tianya's birth beast must be weak, while his companion beast was remarkably powerful, making him an anomaly even within Nantian Academy and the entire Divine Beast continent. Birth beasts and companion beasts are of no importance. They are all my companions. Luo Tianya observed their reactions keenly. Moreover, how do you know that a companion beast cannot grow alongside its host? His final statement was profound and layered with meaning. Oh dear. At that moment, Yang smacked his forehead, as if recalling an important matter. There is a significant issue at hand. He looked sternly at Luo Tianya and Xiaobai. Please, teacher, go on. Nantian College has not had anyone participate in external challenges for quite some time, which means that accommodations for external students have not been arranged in ages. This implies that, at present, you two cannot definitively ascertain where you will reside. What? Luo Tianya and Xiaobai exchanged bewildered glances, as the implication was that they had no place to stay. Yang Tian continued. We must await the arrangements from above to determine whether there is any available space before we can assign you accommodations. In such a vast area, there is not a single spot for two individuals to reside. Luo Tianya questioned, gesturing towards the impressive architectural complex behind him. There are indeed spaces, but they cannot be occupied arbitrarily. The accommodation zones are organized. Feng Qingwei and the others stepped forward to clarify. So what should we do now? Where will we sleep tonight? Luo Tianya inquired. Just then, a sudden sound echoed from afar, prompting everyone to look up. A shadow darted through the clouds, approaching their direction. With a whoosh, the shadow arrived at the entrance of the courtyard and, in the blink of an eye, landed on the table where Yang Tian was seated. A sword bird? The group finally discerned the shadow as a sword bird, which had a note tied to its leg. Upon noticing this, Yang Tian hurriedly retrieved the note from the bird's leg and respectfully bowed to the sword bird. With a long cry, the sword bird soared into the sky, then abruptly changed direction, producing a loud crack as it vanished into the distance. Yang Tian opened the note, glanced at it, and then raised his head, regarding Luo Tianya with a peculiar expression. Instructor Yang, may I inquire about the content of the note? Luo Tianya asked, sensing that the matter pertained to him. Strange. Yang Tian remarked, perplexed. How do you know Elder Zhou? Elder Zhou? We are not acquainted. Luo Tianya pondered briefly before responding. However, Elder Zhou has arranged for you. Yang Tian indicated Luo Tianya and Xiaobai to reside next to him. What? As this revelation sank in, the other students began to murmur amongst themselves. Elder Zhou? How could he possibly know him? Although Elder Zhou had stepped down and suffered injuries, his charisma remained undiminished. Indeed, I too wish to move next to Elder Zhou and absorb his teachings. What kind of background does this newcomer possess? Feng Qingwei, Liang, and Lin Sen exchanged glances, each grappling with their own feelings. This lad, having just arrived at Nantian College, had already established connections with numerous prominent figures. I do not know Elder Zhou, nor have I heard of his name, Luo Tianya replied candidly. Very well, since Elder Zhou has given instructions, we shall proceed accordingly, Yang Tian declared, halting the students' chatter. I will send someone to escort you over shortly. As for the rest of you, he glanced at Luo Bing and the others, you entered through standard channels. So you will be assigned accommodations accordingly. What? Tianya, are we to be separated? De Zhuang exclaimed, his face reflecting reluctance. It's fine, we are all within the college, and we can meet whenever we wish, Luo Tianya reassured him. Moreover, you need to study the foundational knowledge diligently and address your shortcomings. He concluded with a word of advice for De Zhuang. All right, De Zhuang acquiesced. Instructor Yang, Feng Qingwei stepped forward, since we have the time. Why not allow us to escort Luo Tianya and the others inside? Yang Tian contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well, I leave it to you. After all, you are familiar with the process. Let us go. Upon hearing Yang Tian's agreement, Liang and Lin San eagerly pulled Luo Tianya and the others along. Who is Elder Zhou? Luo Tianya inquired during their journey. He is an impressive figure, a formidable warrior who has retired from the front lines, Liang responded with respect. Luo Tianya considered this information, trying to recall if he knew of such a person. Oh well, since I am here, I shall adapt, he thought. As they approached their destination, Luo Bing and De Zhuang were about to part ways with Luo Tianya and Xiaobai. Feng Qingwei arranged for the others, including her new student sister Feng Tingyu and Luo Bing, to handle the check-in, while the three of them took Luo Tianya and Xiaobai further along. They were no longer weaklings, and their pace was not slow. However, it took them nearly half an hour to reach their destination. Is there no means of transportation within the college? Luo Tianya complained. Adversity cultivates excellence, Liang remarked with a glance at him. Very well. They traversed a small grove and arrived at a tranquil area where a small bridge spanned a flowing stream surrounded by bamboo groves. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating an idyllic and serene scene. They found themselves in front of a wooden cabin nestled within the woods. Feng Qinghue, Liang, and Lin San simultaneously bowed and greeted. Feng Qinghue, Liang, Lin San, pay their respects to Elder Zhou. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a tall, stern young man who pushed an elderly figure in a wooden wheelchair out. Luo Tianya's pupils dilated as he noticed that the old man's trousers below the knees were empty. We pay our respects to Elder Zhou, the three exclaimed with reverence. Ah, you have arrived. The elderly man's face was kind and gentle, and he smiled, assuring them that there was no need for formalities. He then turned his attention to Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai. You are the two participants in this year's external challenges? Yes, Elder Zhou. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai quickly bowed, recognizing the importance of honoring an elder who had contributed greatly. For the time being, you shall follow me. Elder Zhou instructed, addressing Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai. Chapter 63, Truly Captivating. Luo Tianya hesitated. He was uncertain of Elder Zhou's intentions and had a specific purpose for entering Nantian College. Moreover, he harbored secrets he preferred not to share with others. Sensing his apprehension, Elder Zhou smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will only be responsible for imparting foundational knowledge and battlefield experience. I will not intrude upon other matters. He gestured towards several small wooden cabins in the distance. You will reside there, and any secrets you wish to keep can be well guarded. Elder Zhou's words were laden with meaning. Nevertheless, with this assurance, Luo Tianya felt relieved. He and Xiao Bai clasped their hands together and expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, we also wish to learn from you. Feng Qinghue and the others chimed in eagerly. You may discuss that when you reach the Xian level, a tall man behind Elder Zhou interjected coldly. Brother Wuji. The three gave a respectful salute before retreating, their expressions filled with indignation. The tall youth was Elder Zhou's disciple, who took care of his daily needs. Xian level? It cannot be that easy to break through. If it were so simple, they would not have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for so long. Suddenly, a sound erupted above their heads. Just as they were about to look up to see what was happening, a shadow flashed before them. The sword bird that had just delivered the message was now perched in Elder Zhou's embrace, affectionately rubbing its head against his palm. Where have you been after delivering the message? Elder Zhou inquired gently, as if addressing a child. The sword bird chirped a few times before settling down in his arms. Luo Tianya, possessing the ability to understand the language of all creatures, discerned that the sword bird was explaining that it had encountered a magnificent peacock on its way back, which was why it returned late. A magnificent peacock? Luo Tianya pondered silently, wondering if it was the Conque Daming Wang from the Nongguang Academy. He decided not to dwell on it. After all, he had joined Nantian College, and there would be ample opportunities to encounter that being's fated companion in the future. Looking back at the sword bird of old Zhou, Luo Tianya felt a hint of confusion. The surname Zhou and the fate beast was also a sword bird. With this thought in mind, Luo Tianya ventured to inquire, Old Zhou, do you happen to know someone named Zhozhua? Zhozhua? Old Zhou lifted his gaze to meet Luo Tianya's. Do you know him? He is my nephew. No wonder. Luo Tianya responded. He is currently in my city, and we share a certain camaraderie. I dared to ask because I noticed your fate beast is also a sword bird. Ah, that child. Old Zhou gazed into the distance. His eyes filled with nostalgia, has faced some setbacks and has withdrawn into himself. Luo Tianya refrained from probing further, recognizing it might be a personal matter. Old Zhou, too, offered no more words, expressing a brief sentiment before continuing. You may settle in the small cabins over there today and tomorrow morning. I will impart some foundational knowledge and experience. He then instructed the tall youth behind him, Wuji, please escort them to settle in. There is no need to trouble senior brother Wuji. We can manage on our own, Luo Tianya quickly replied. Old Zhou was likely just being courteous, but he felt it inappropriate to impose such a trivial task on others. Very well, Old Zhou chuckled. The small cabins are well equipped, though they have been unoccupied. Choose anyone you desire. Thank you, Old Zhou. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai expressed their gratitude with a bow. Old Zhou nodded with a smile, and Wuji gently nudged him back. Thank you, brothers, you have worked hard. After Old Zhou departed, Luo Tianya turned to express his thanks to Feng Qinghue and the others. Brother Tianya, I truly envy you. The three looked at Luo Tianya with a touch of melancholy. Even Liang, who had previously been solitary as snow, now gazed at him with envy and jealousy. Honestly, I didn't know Old Zhou before. Luo Tianya admitted candidly. That is of little consequence, Lin San remarked. What truly matters is that you will receive Old Zhou's guidance personally. May I inquire about Old Zhou's strength? Luo Tianya asked. Half-step monarch. Wow. Luo Tianya was astonished. How could such a formidable figure seek him out? Although he was the child of destiny with extraordinary fortune, it seemed implausible that a top-tier expert would simply appear to teach him. However, a few years prior, old Zhou had fought valiantly against a monarch-level beast, ultimately losing both legs and suffering a significant decline in strength, necessitating his return to Nantan Academy for recuperation. Feng Qingyue, with a hint of sadness, remarked, otherwise, we might have another monarch-level expert on the divine beast continent. Subsequently, the three bade farewell to Luo Tianya and Xiaobai, departing with sighs that hinted at both the lament of a top-tier warrior's fall and the regret of their own unavailability to receive old Zhou's teachings, perhaps both sentiments intertwined. Luo Tianya and Xiaobai crossed a small bridge and passed through a grove, arriving beside the cabins. Upon casually pushing open one of the doors, they found it furnished with all the necessities, including pots and pans. With so many cabins, let us each take one, Luo Tianya suggested. Indeed, but young Master Luo, how shall we address the matter of meals? Xiaobai's expression turned pensive. It suddenly dawned on Luo Tianya that they were unaware of the location of the dining hall, nor did they know what resources were required, whether crystal stones or something else unique to the academy. I forgot to ask, Luo Tianya lamented. Should we return to inquire with senior brother Wuji? Xiaobai proposed. Never mind, it's a minor issue, we shan't trouble anyone for that. Luo Tianya's eyes flickered with inspiration. There's a stream nearby, which surely harbors fish. Let us prepare our own feast today. Young Master Luo, can you cook? Xiaobai looked skeptical. Hee, you underestimate me. Luo Tianya chuckled. I hail from the Great Foodie Empire. The Great Foodie Empire? Where is that? Xiaobai was puzzled. But before he could ask further, Luo Tianya had already stepped outside. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the clearing outside as Luo Tianya busily turned 2 fish over the fire, occasionally sprinkling in some seasonings brought from the cabin. Xiaobai watched, still doubtful. Can this really be eaten? Before long, Xiaobai found himself holding a freshly grilled fish, too hot to touch, and without hesitation. He devoured it, exclaiming, delicious. Chapter 64, Level 9 Mau Dragon, Qinglong Body. As night fell, moonlight streamed through the windows of the cabin, casting a gentle glow within. Luo Tianya sat on the wooden bed, crafting a small nest for the Six-Eared Macaque. After a brief moment, under his deft hands, a simple nest made of fabric took shape. The Six-Eared Macaque gazed at the rudimentary structure, looking somewhat speechless as it raised its gaze to Luo Tianya. Hee. Luo Tianya chuckled awkwardly. Make do with this. Without Shower, I cannot create something as exquisite. Shower was his maid in the courtyard, currently still in my city. Gigi. The Six-Eared Macaque said nothing, but after a flurry of movements, it crafted a much more aesthetically pleasing nest, much to Luo Tianya's astonishment and embarrassment. He longed to ask someone online, what should I do if my contracted beast proves more adept than its master? After this small episode, Luo Tianya employed his divine ability to listen to all things, closing his eyes to see into Xiaobai's cabin next door, where he had already fallen into a deep slumber. The only sounds were the gentle flow of water and the rustling of tree shadows. Nothing else was amiss. Feeling somewhat reassured, Luo Tianya closed the doors and windows, then summoned the Mau Dragon. With a roar that had been suppressed for too long, a creature resembling a dragon emerged within the cabin. With a dragon's head, serpent-like body, and deer antlers, it was a resplendent shade of green. Aside from the absence of dragon claws, it bore a striking resemblance to the dragons of mythology. However, there were 4 slightly swollen spots on its body, likely the places where its claws were developing. A 5-clawed Qinglong was on the verge of being born. Extending his right hand, the little creature, now over a meter long, flew onto it, its head affectionately resting on his shoulder as it greeted the Six-Eared Macaque behind him. Roar. Gigi. Luo Tianya felt a surge of emotion. He had finally evolved the Mau Dragon to a stage where it could be considered dragon-like. It was not in vain that he had nearly exhausted all his evolution points. Evolving the Six-Eared Macaque and the Mau Dragon to level 9 had nearly depleted the evolution points he had accumulated, but every bit of effort was worth it. For the Mau Dragon had taken a significant leap forward. Race, Qinglong. Level 9. Divine Abilities, Qinglong Might, Sweet Rain, Cloud Riding, Qinglong Body. Status, my head and body finally coordinate. I am so happy. The Qinglong Body is a divine ability acquired by the Mau Dragon upon reaching level 9. It is akin to a technique that fortifies the body, enhancing strength and speed, providing an all-around boost. With the Qinglong Body alone, the Mau Dragon can overpower all beasts that have yet to break through to the Xian level. As for Xian level beasts, it had yet to encounter one, leaving its combat prowess a mystery. Now, the Mau Dragon had truly grown, although it lacked the attack-oriented divine abilities Luo Tianya had longed for. Its sheer strength and physical prowess rendered it an invincible force, Luo Tianya too had acquired this divine ability, and now, with various enhancements bestowed by his level 9 status, he had become a humanoid beast of terror. He had tested his strength privately against both the Six-Eared Macaque and the Mau Dragon. With the powers of both beasts at his disposal, his strength surpassed theirs. Now, he harbored no fears of being targeted when he ventured into the frontline battlefield. Even the knowledgeable and experienced Spirit Cat, Lord, secretly acknowledged him as a prodigy. Chapter 65. The Dean, Nangang Wushuang. Suppressing his thoughts, Luo Tianya was quickly overcome by drowsiness. After all, today had been quite eventful, with several intense battles fought. Ignoring the nighttime chatter between Lu Ermi-ho and Mau Long, Luo Tianya pulled the blanket over himself and laid down on the bed, soon drifting into a deep slumber. At dawn, brilliant sunlight streamed into the wooden cabin, awakening Luo Tianya. After yawning, he rose from his bed and noticed that beside him, in the small nest of Lu Ermi-ho, the two little creatures were curled up together, still fast asleep. Mau Long, now at level 9, had grown somewhat longer, taking up most of the nest and pushing Lu Ermi-ho to the edge, creating a rather pitiful sight. Luo Tianya chuckled but did not wake them. After washing up outside, he returned to the cabin feeling refreshed. Just as he was about to rouse the two little ones, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching. With a wave of his hand, the still sleeping Mau Long transformed into a streak of azure light and returned to Luo Tianya's spiritual sea. With a creak, Luo Tianya opened the door to see Wu Ji walking toward him. "Senior brother Wu Ji," Luo Tianya called out, stepping out of the cabin and cupping his hands in greeting. "The master has instructed that once you are ready, proceed over there," Wu Ji replied, his expression impassive. "I hope you will be swift." "Understood." Luo Tianya did not dare to delay and hurriedly called out to Xiao Bai in the adjacent cabin. After some preparations, the two followed behind Wu Ji's tall figure toward Elder Zhou's residence. On the way, Wu Ji maintained his stoic demeanor, saying nothing as he led the way. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai dared not speak, simply trailing behind. Soon, the trio arrived at Elder Zhou's wooden cabin, where Elder Zhou was already waiting. He instructed Wu Ji to fetch some food for Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai to eat before they moved to a nearby pavilion to commence the first lesson. The external challenge has not seen any participants for many years. Elder Zhou began, reflecting on the matter before diving into the lesson. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai listened quietly, not interjecting. However, Elder Zhou quickly regained his composure and turned to the two, smiling as he inquired, "What do you think is the essence of beast mastery?" Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by the sudden question. "Beast mastery is," Xiao Bai pondered before speaking, "the bond between the host and their primary or companion beast, working in unison to confront adversaries and achieve victory." "And your perspective?" Elder Zhou did not rush to express his opinion, but instead looked at Luo Tianya. "The so-called mastery," Luo Tianya mused for a moment before articulating, "is the seamless cooperation between the host and their primary or companion beast, identifying the enemy's weaknesses, leveraging one's advantages, and flexibly adapting tactics according to the dynamics of the battlefield to secure victory." "Indeed," Elder Zhou smiled. "You both have touched upon some key points. Demonic beasts possess innate combat instincts. By forming contracts with them, we aim to maximize these instincts, and the collaboration between beast masters and demonic beasts can yield tremendous power. For instance, the mental energy amplification array?" Luo Tianya inquired. "Precisely. The mental energy amplification array is one of humanity's most effective means of harnessing mental power," Elder Zhou explained. "The amplification array can significantly enhance the strength of contracted beasts, albeit temporarily, yet it plays a crucial role in battle. I've heard it can even assist demonic beasts in breaking through their limits?" Xiao Bai asked. "Of course," Wu Ji interjected. "When a demonic beast is on the verge of a breakthrough to a higher level, the mental energy amplification array becomes invaluable, offering a genuine chance to aid the beast in ascending." "Indeed," Elder Zhou chuckled. "This is one of the reasons many demonic beasts enter into companion contracts with humans. They can grow faster and more effectively." He then glanced at the Lu Ermi-ho perched on Luo Tianya's shoulder and asked, "However, I heard you did not utilize the mental energy amplification array during your battle with Feng Qingwei and the others?" "Well," Luo Tianya replied somewhat bashfully, "my little monkey felt confident it could win without my assistance, and besides, my knowledge of the amplification array is only basic." Elder Zhou looked at Lu Ermi-ho and suddenly inquired, "What is the qualification level of your companion beast?" "I haven't tested it, so I'm not quite sure," Luo Tianya replied, forcing a smile. Given his current strength, he was reluctant to reveal Lu Ermi-ho's true identity, the world's one and only unique species, a formidable force that could easily contend with high-level opponents. What if someone with ill intentions sought to capture both him and his beast? Elder Zhou seemed to sense his apprehension, chuckling softly. You have many secrets, young man. You haven't even summoned your primary beast. Hee hee. Luo Tianya could only chuckle nervously, not daring to respond. But that is not of great importance. I do not know your exact identity or purpose. I was simply asked by an old friend to share some knowledge and impart some experience. May I inquire, which esteemed friend is that? Luo Tianya asked, cupping his hands. The principal of Nantian Academy. Luo Tianya was taken aback, astonished to learn that the old friend Elder Zhou referred to was none other than the principal of Nantian Academy. Who was the current principal? He realized he did not actually know who the principal was. Previously, when he asked Luo Tong, he had been vague, merely mentioning that it was a legendary figure. Wu Xuanwu, Nangong Wu Xuang. What? Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai exclaimed in shock, standing up from their seats. Isn't Wu Xuanwu always at the front lines of Xifang City? Luo Tianya recalled what he knew about Nangong Wu Xuang and asked. Nantian Academy was established by the Nangong family, and the position of principal is typically held by a member of that family, Elder Zhou explained. However, during Nangong Wu Xuang's generation, he chose not to take on the principal role, opting instead to fight at Xifang City, passing the principal position to an old friend. Not me. Elder Zhou quickly cut off Luo Tianya's speculation, continuing, a few years ago, he returned to Nantian Academy, and that old friend stepped down, allowing him to reclaim the position of principal. But I really have no connection to Wu Xuanwu. Luo Tianya was filled with confusion, unable to fathom how he could be associated with such a legendary figure. I cannot comment on your circumstances, Elder Zhou stated. Nantian Academy, Nangong Wu Xuang. Could it be due to my parents? Luo Tianya murmured. Your parents? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou pondered if Nangong Wu Xuang had instructed him to take special care of Luo Tianya, and whether this was indeed related to his parents. Thus, he inquired, who are your parents? After a moment's thought, Luo Tianya replied, my parents are Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji. What? Elder Zhou was taken aback, nearly losing his balance as he attempted to rise from his wooden wheelchair, forgetting that his legs were broken, and stumbled. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai rushed to support him. But Wu Ji was quicker, swiftly catching Elder Zhou and helping him settle back down. Master, you mustn't be overly agitated, Wu Ji urged. Alas, Elder Zhou sighed deeply, tears welling in his eyes. How could I not be agitated? Those two exceptionally gifted children perished in their efforts to save a city, battling against two king-level demonic beasts. Yet I was far away, powerless to help them. Luo Tianya rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he deeply bowed to Elder Zhou, earnestly requesting him to unveil the events of that fateful year. Elder Zhou gazed at Luo Tianya with profound sorrow, lamenting that they were the two individuals of the most exceptional talent he had ever encountered. They were destined to be the hope of the divine beast continent. The two most promising souls poised to ascend beyond the king level, reaching even greater heights, perhaps even striving for that legendary status. As Luo Tianya listened, his heart fluttered. Though he had never seen them since childhood, the immutable bond of blood coursing through his veins evoked deep emotions within him. His primary purpose for attending the NTN Academy was to unravel the truth of what had transpired in the past. Since you were their child, Elder Zhou observed, you must have been born in Xifang City. Luo Tianya shook his head, signifying that he had no recollection of his early days in Xifang City. You were sent back to the Luo family shortly after your birth, Elder Zhou continued, reminiscing. Afterwards, Xifang City and other border towns frequently faced monstrous beast attacks, and we tirelessly traveled between cities to rescue lives and combat these beasts. One day, it seemed the beasts were preparing for a full-scale assault, mobilizing a vast force to attack the other border towns, forcing us to disperse our strength to confront them. At that time, Xifang City was hosting the Young Talents Battle of the Divine Beast Continent, where numerous young prodigies had gathered. The news of the beast attack arrived too suddenly. They had no chance to retreat before the siege began. Elder Zhou sighed, noting that the most powerful individual in the city was barely below the king level. Faced with two forcibly elevated king-level beasts, if not for an unforeseen circumstance, the entire city would have faced annihilation. Alas, Elder Zhou lamented, this is the ultimate objective of the beasts, to scatter the higher-level forces and, taking advantage of the young talents battle, sacrifice countless beasts to forcibly elevate two of their own to the king level. Though their combat prowess is unstable and they would inevitably fall in rank post-battle, they are nonetheless formidable king-level beasts, aiming to extinguish our future generations. In the final moments, Elder Zhou recalled with deep emotion, Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji volunteered to remain behind and hold off the beasts. The two unleashed powers nearing the king level, successfully stalling the two king-level beasts and granting the citizens precious time to retreat. When other experts returned to Xifang City, they found the battlefield in ruins. Mountains flattened and rivers severed, with only the two severely injured king-level beasts remaining. Thus, Luo Tianya pondered. You were unable to ascertain their fates? No, Elder Zhou replied, shaking his head. They self-destructed in the final moments, leaving traces that allowed us to injure the king-level beasts. The arriving experts were able to slay the 2 injured beasts. But it was already too late. Elder Zhou sighed. 2 extraordinary prodigies fell that day. The human elite, in their fury, gathered a multitude of experts and penetrated deep into the beast territory, slaying 100,000 beasts and annihilating 6 king-level beasts, only to be repelled by the Beast Emperor's intervention. In the aftermath of that battle, although most of the young talents were preserved, the 2 with the greatest potential were tragically lost. Elder Zhou's gaze turned distant as he recalled how the Elder Xiangui unleashed great powers, transforming into a colossal guardian beast to protect SF-ing City, gradually stabilizing the situation at the borders. Aside from a major assault 5 years ago, there have been only minor skirmishes between humans and beasts in recent years, with both sides accumulating strength, waiting for the opportune moment to settle the score. Xiaobai observed Luo Tianya, who remained silent and introspective, a stark contrast to the confident and spirited individual he knew. As a fellow orphan, he could empathize with Luo Tianya's feelings. He opened his mouth to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss. After a long silence, Luo Tianya lifted his head, seemingly more composed. May I inquire, Elder Zhou, what type of beast was my parents' faithful companion? He asked. It was the Zhao Yi Wang and the Bailang Wang. Elder Zhou responded just as an elder and a young girl approached from a nearby bridge. The elder spoke first. It is he. Luo Tianya exchanged glances with Xiaobai. Recognizing the elder, Xiaobai also identified the young girl and leaned closer to Luo Tianya, whispering, that girl is the one who instigated our conflict with Wang Chong. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Luo Tianya's mind raced, piecing together the truth of the past. Dean, the respectful Wu Ji, behind Elder Zhou, bowed to the elder. Indeed, he was the legendary figure of the continent, Nangong Wushuang, the Wushuang king. Luo Tianya nodded to Xiaobai, as his appearance resolved many of his uncertainties. Young friends, Nangong Wushuang approached with a smile. I had to conceal my identity for unavoidable reasons. I hope you do not take offense. Not at all. Luo Tianya and Xiaobai quickly rose to pay their respects. It would be absurd to hold grievances against a legendary figure who has fought valiantly on the front lines. A cornerstone of humanity. Nangong Wushuang's eyes sparkled with understanding of their thoughts as he ushered the charming young girl to sit with them in the pavilion. This is my granddaughter, Nangong Qianqian. With a cute smile revealing her adorable tiger teeth, Nangong Qianqian greeted them. Hello there. Indeed, the young man did have a conflict with Qianqian, but just as she was about to act, she encountered you and another tall youth. Nangong Wushuang pointed to Xiaobai. It was our rashness. Xiaobai blushed as he spoke. After all, she is the granddaughter of the Wushuang king. Her strength must be formidable. Reflecting on this, Xiaobai felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling how he and De Zhuang had foolishly charged in only to be overpowered by her. A situation that might seem amusing to Nangong Qianqian. And then you intervened. Nangong Wushuang continued, gesturing towards Luo Tianya. With your intervention, you subdued them, leading Qianqian to feel there was no need for her to act, and she quietly slipped away to avoid causing you discomfort. Quietly, Nangong Qianqian pouted. Grandpa, I left quite openly. All right, you are right, Nangong Wushuang said with a doting expression, then turned to Luo Tianya and Xiaobai. You are well aware of the events that followed. We are grateful to the Dean for enlightening us. Luo Tianya and Xiaobai clasped their hands in thanks. In truth, this matter primarily concerns us. We should also express our gratitude to you. Nangong Wushuang chuckled. You are too kind. Luo Tianya and Xiaobai waved their hands, insisting it was unnecessary. After a round of pleasantries, they returned to the earlier discussion. With a sigh, Nangong Wushuang began, your parents, Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji, are the most gifted individuals I have ever encountered on the divine beast continent. Luo Bufan's fateful beast is the Bailang Wang, while Xian Tianji's is the Zhao Yi Wang. Both possess qualities surpassing the king level. Surpassing the king level? Xiaobai exclaimed. What level of existence does that entail? Elder Zhou interjected to explain. Typically, the assessment of a beast's qualifications ranges from ordinary to mutated, culminating at the king level, and finally to the transcendent mutated king level. The Bailang Wang and Zhao Yi Wang are indeed of the transcendent king level. The innate beast of theirs possesses qualities that render it one of the finest individuals I have ever encountered. And Ying W. Shu Ying sighed deeply, remarking that even the most formidable human beings pale in comparison. Should they successfully mature, they could genuinely disrupt the delicate equilibrium with the magical beasts and herald our counteroffensive against them. Regrettably, we were ultimately outmaneuvered. Although Elder Su Ngu transformed into a colossal beast to safeguard the borders, such prodigious talent has not graced us since. Consequently, the present situation has reached an impasse. Ying W. Shu Ying and Elder Zhu exchanged silent glances, both letting out a long sigh. Their lament was for the current state of affairs on Shudol, where the dynamics with the magical beasts remain ambiguous. Moreover, no exceptional talents have emerged among the younger generation capable of shouldering the mantle. What unforeseen calamities might befall Shudol when they grow old? Is this the reason the dean returned to NTN Academy to assume the role of headmaster, to scout for talent? LT New York inquired suddenly. Not quite. Ying W. Shu Ying replied with a wry smile. Both Elder Zhu and I have sustained grave injuries and have withdrawn from the front lines. You are a king-level figure, and Elder Zhu is nearly at that level. What circumstances could possibly lead to your injuries? LT New York exclaimed in astonishment. The battle 5 years ago was the largest conflict in recent years between humanity and the magical beasts. Ying W. Shu Ying reflected, gazing into the distance. Lost in memories. That year, we committed 6 king-level combatants and over 10 semi-king-level warriors in S.F.ing City, while the enemy fielded 9 king-level beasts, presenting a stark disparity in strength. Furthermore, humanity's strongest were constrained by the Beast Emperor, unable to lend assistance, leading to a catastrophic clash. Although Elder Su Ngu's domain significantly weakened the beasts, their numbers still surpassed ours. In the final moments, Elder Zhu and I fought valiantly against 3 king-level beasts, only to be caught off guard when they self-destructed, leaving us grievously wounded. It was during that turmoil that my leg was shattered. Elder Zhu remarked with a calm demeanor. Despite our victory in that battle, Elder Zhu lost his leg, and our innate beasts were tainted by demonic energy, severely diminishing their powers. Thus, we returned to NTN Academy to recuperate, and Ying W. Shu Ying lamented. LT New York and Shiobi, I gazed at him with profound respect, acknowledging that it was due to the sacrifices of such elders on the front lines that they could enjoy a stable environment for growth. Ying W. Shu Ying collected his thoughts and turned to LT New York, saying, From the moment I first met you, I sensed something extraordinary about you, for I could not perceive your essence, nor that of your accompanying beast. LT New York, still immersed in emotion, was momentarily taken aback by Ying W. Shu Ying's inquiry. My innate beast is remarkably unique, capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. Yet, regarding you and your companion beast, Ying W. Shu Ying added with meaningful intent, I am unable to glean even the slightest insight. Is this why you allowed me to enter an NTN Academy seamlessly and entrusted Elder Zhu with our guidance? LT New York asked. This is one reason. Ying W. Shu Ying did not deny, but there is also the fact that you are the descendant of an esteemed predecessor. We hope that you will join in NTN Academy to carry on their legacy. Alas, Ying W. Shu Ying sighed, regretting that he could not instruct your parents during their time at NTN Academy, and now we must place our hopes upon you. LT New York paused for a moment before inquiring, May I ask what kind of beast is your innate companion, esteemed Dean? LT New York was curious about his innate beast, for as he had just mentioned, his own was nearly omniscient, a rarity indeed. Moreover, it sounded like such abilities could surpass mere understanding of the world. Upon hearing his words, Ying W. Shu Ying extended his right hand and summoned a towering beast, which approached him with a resonant snort, seemingly enshrouded in dark energy, appearing somewhat listless. This is my innate beast. Ying W. Shu Ying smiled. Is that the legendary beast, Biz? Chapter 69, The Mythical Biz. Before them stood a creature that resembled the Biz of ancient myth, possessing the body of a lion, goat-like beard, and 2 horns atop its head. LT New York recalled the accounts of Biz. In ancient mythology, it held a prestigious position as a symbol of auspiciousness, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune. Additionally, Biz could articulate human language and comprehend the sentiments of all living beings. Indeed, Biz approached and spoke, W. Shu Ying, why have you summoned me? It spoke. Shiobi exclaimed in astonishment, having never before encountered a talking beast. Ying W. Shu Ying stroked Biz's head, saying, A young friend wishes to meet you. He then turned to Shiobi. In truth, once a beast reaches king level, it can articulate speech. However, my innate beast is special, having been able to speak since its hatching, which startled me greatly at the time. Who wishes to see me? Biz turned its large lion head towards LT New York and Shiobi, as they were the only 2 it had not encountered before. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am LT New York, and this is Shiobi. We are both new students at NTN Academy. LT New York responded. You, young man, Biz approached, scrutinizing LT New York from head to toe. I find you somewhat inscrutable. It then glanced at the Six-Eared Macaque perched on LT New York's shoulder, its expression filled with curiosity. Strange, I cannot discern its origins either. Today is truly peculiar. There are still matters in this world that elude my understanding. It returned to Yin-Yang W. Shu-Ing's side, remarking, W. Shu-Ing. Could it be that I am unable to perceive them due to the taint of demonic energy that has weakened me? Yin-Yang W. Shu-Ing patted its head and shook his head, saying, this young friend possesses something unique. I cannot perceive it, nor can you. LT New York looked at the talking Biz before him, a surge of immense curiosity swelling within him. He felt compelled to learn more about this creature, and thus asked, esteemed Dean, may I touch your innate beast? Although somewhat taken aback by his request, Yin-Yang W. Shu-Ing did not refuse outright. Instead, looking to Biz, you must seek its permission first. No issue, feel free to touch. Biz replied, lowering its limbs to rest beside Yin-Yang W. Shu-Ing. Since being tainted by demonic energy, it often felt lethargic and no longer exhibited the same interest in its surroundings as before. LT New York cautiously extended his hand to touch Biz's head. Race, Biz, unique. Level, abilities, omniscient. Status, tainted by demonic energy, significantly weakened, mood consistently average. The system confirmed that the entity before him was indeed Biz, and notably, it bore the distinction of being unique. It seemed that once it matured, it would become the singular entity. LT New York mused internally. However, upon observing the multitude of question marks, LT New York felt somewhat exasperated. Realizing that the system's capabilities required enhancement, he resolved to discuss this with the spirit cat that evening, advocating for an increase in its permissions. LT New York speculated that the lack of specific information was likely due to a disparity in their strengths. Might the invincible evolution system assist Biz in dispelling the taint of demonic energy? LT New York pondered, but this would require consultation with the spirit cat. So, have you gleaned any information? Yin-Yang W. Shu-Ing observed him with an amused expression. Hee. LT New York chuckled awkwardly. I am merely curious and in awe of such a legendary beast. Yin-Yang W. Shu-Ing smiled, saying no more, and subsequently summoned the somewhat weary Biz back. All right, my destined beast, Nangong Wuxuang began, for the time being. You two should study the foundational knowledge with Old Zhou, including advanced spiritual amplification arrays and various knowledge related to magical beasts. Establishing a solid foundation is essential for your future endeavors. Wu Ji, you should first assist them in processing some formalities and then introduce them to the layout of Nantian Academy, lest they struggle to find their way back later. She added with a smile. After Wu Ji led Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai away, accompanied by Nangong Qianqian, Old Zhou inquired, Wu Shuang, why did you choose me to instruct him? Surely, there is someone more qualified? In terms of teaching ability, he undoubtedly surpasses you, Nangong Wuxuang replied. However, he is not suitable for teaching Luo Tianya. Why is that? Old Zhou pressed. Who was it that proposed holding the Tianjiao battle in Xifeng City? And who left 2 students behind while escaping with the others? Old Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, and he forced a smile. That was all to preserve our fighting strength. I know, Nangong Wuxuang said, her expression equally somber. But based solely on that relationship, I cannot allow him to teach Luo Tianya. You hold him in such high regard? Did you not say his destined beast is rather ordinary? Old Zhou asked, puzzled. I see in him greater potential than even his parents, Nangong Wuxuang declared. In his heart, he has already concluded that the incident in my city is linked to Luo Tianya. Your evaluation is so high, higher than his parents? Old Zhou exclaimed, astonished, gazing at Nangong Wuxuang. Indeed, she affirmed, rising to gaze into the distance. I even sense that he and his contracted beast might reach a realm that has long been untouched. Divine Beasts. Chapter 70, Freshman Classification Tournament, Luo Bing versus Fengyu. Senior Wu Ji, what formalities do we need to complete on our way? Luo Tianya queried. For you 2 auxiliary students. The primary task is to obtain the Academy's credit card, Wu Ji responded, his voice calm as he walked ahead. Academy credit card? Upon hearing this, both Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai were bewildered, unsure of its meaning. Is it similar to a school meal card? Luo Tianya wondered internally. Wu Ji quickly clarified. Credits are the sole currency within the Academy. Other forms of currency like green crystals, blue crystals, or even higher-grade crystals are not accepted here. How does one acquire these credits? Xiao Bai inquired. New students start with 100 credits and receive 6 portions of intermediate spiritual liquid each month. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. This seemed to be the resources mentioned previously. To earn more credits, Wu Ji continued. You must earn them yourself by completing academy tasks and competing for rankings. That shouldn't be too difficult, they both sighed with relief. With their capabilities as a Taotai and a Six-Eared Macaque, defeating other magical beasts of the same rank should pose little challenge. As they navigated through the bamboo grove and crossed a stream, a vast arena suddenly came into view, where a beast fight was taking place amid a throng of spectators. What is happening here? Xiaobai asked with curiosity. It is the freshman classification tournament. Wu Ji glanced around and replied. Luo Tianya scanned the crowd and indeed spotted Luo Bing and De Zhuang among the onlookers. The freshman classification tournament is typically held in various cities, but sometimes unforeseen circumstances lead to it being conducted upon enrollment, Wu Ji explained. I see De Zhuang over there. Xiaobai exclaimed, pointing. Senior Wu Ji. May we go watch? We know some people over there. Wu Ji considered for a moment, but not for too long. Thank you, Senior Wu Ji. The two expressed their gratitude and hurried towards the edge of the arena to find De Zhuang. I was too impulsive. De Zhuang sighed. Otherwise, I could have knocked that Xianyan out cold. Beside him, Luo Hua looked at him incredulously. You, a land beast, trying to charge at a flying creature? Do you really think beast tamers are foolish? De Zhuang still appeared regretful. Once my Xiao Hei evolves into the flying pig king, I can knock out any airborne magical beast. I wish you success in realizing that dream. Luo Hua scoffed. Have you finished your match? De Zhuang was about to say something when he heard Luo Tianya's voice behind him. Tianya, Xiaobai, De Zhuang exclaimed joyfully, turning to see them smiling before him. Although they had been apart for only a short while, for someone embarking on their first journey away from home with few familiar faces, Luo Tianya and Xiaobai felt like the closest companions he had at Nantian Academy. Their reunion felt like an embrace after a long separation. De Zhuang, did you just finish your match? After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Tianya asked, patting him on the shoulder. Yes, De Zhuang replied, somewhat downcast. My opponent was a level 5 mutated Xianyan. Its speed was astonishing, and Xiao Hei's charge was ineffective. It's a natural disadvantage, Luo Tianya consoled him. Once Xiao Hei reaches level 6, perhaps it will gain better abilities. He then turned to the other three. Did you all complete your beast fights? No. Luo Feng shook his head. Neither mine nor Sun Shu's destined beasts are mutated, so we couldn't participate in the freshman classification tournament and must settle for the beginner class. Nearby, Luo Hua looked disheartened. My Blue Moon Greedy Wolf is a level 5 mutated beast, but as soon as it took the stage, it was frightened by a hippo beast's roar and scampered off with its tail between its legs. Seeing Luo Hua's dejected expression, Luo Tianya couldn't help but chuckle, encountering a two breed. Luo Hua certainly had a rough time. Nevertheless, he kindly offered, in truth, the Blue Moon Greedy Wolf has considerable destructive potential. You must identify its interests and exploit them to maximize its capabilities. Luo Hua pondered this, thinking, aside from its penchant for destruction, what else could capture its interest? Luo Tianya glanced back at the arena and inquired, how long has Luo Bing been in this battle? Indeed, currently battling on stage is Luo Bing, who is facing Feng Qingyue's sister, Feng Tingyu. As Luo Tianya observed the jade mantis soaring before Feng Tingyu, he was taken aback. Its forearms resembled sharp swords, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. They are the last two remaining contestants, vying for the top 2 spots, Luo Feng elucidated. Feng Tingyu's destined beast is peculiarly unlike her brother's sword mantis, with forelimbs that deviate from the norm. Indeed, Luo Tianya noted, her destined beast resembles a sword more than a knife. Moreover, Luo Feng remarked, its attack power is extraordinarily formidable. Luo Bing is currently at a disadvantage, Luo Tianya observed, watching the battle unfold. Indeed, the mantis's flight and agility rendered it a challenge for a beast as large as the Blood Wolf King. What a pity, Luo Tianya sighed. If only Luo Bing's destined beast could ascend another level and acquire different abilities, the likelihood of overcoming that mantis would greatly increase. So, it seems Luo Bing is doomed to lose, Luo Hua said, his expression sour. Watching the Blood Wolf King, weary and surrounded by a crimson aura, contrasted with the relaxed and agile green figure of the mantis, Luo Tianya sighed. Indeed, Luo Bing currently lacked the means to counter the mantis's attacks. At this moment in the arena, Luo Bing, witnessing yet another unsuccessful attack, found herself panting heavily, her teeth clenched so tightly that they nearly drew blood. She was, in essence, a fiercely competitive individual. Her innate beast possessed royal-level qualities, promising a potential path toward becoming a true monarch. Yet now, she felt utterly powerless against this seemingly insignificant mantis. Reflecting on the earlier display of Luo Tianya's companion beast, the Six-Eared Macaque, which had exhibited tremendous prowess by overpowering 3 level 9 experts from the Nanjing Academy, she could not help but feel a surge of resentment and anger at her own predicament. Luo Bing. At that moment, she suddenly heard someone calling her name from the crowd. Turning her head, she recognized it was Luo Tianya. Sometimes, comprehending the situation and taking a step back is not a sign of defeat, he called out. Understanding when to advance and when to retreat, recognizing gains and losses, is the hallmark of a qualified beastmaster. A temporary setback is not failure. Those who laugh last are the true victors. His words resonated throughout the arena, drawing the attention of those around, many of whom began to ponder his remarks. Grinding her teeth, Luo Bing finally sighed, summoned back her Blood Wolf King, and addressed Feng Tingyu and the referee. I concede. Well played. Feng Tingyu, in turn, displayed no joy in victory, simply responding with a calm, thank you. Luo Bing cast one last glance at her opponent before descending from the arena. Chapter 71. The Pinnacle of Xian Level, the Light Cloud Swallow King. With the freshman ranking competition concluded, Luo Tianya consoled Luo Bing before parting ways, as his senior brother Wu Ji was still waiting for him. After a whirlwind of activities with senior brother Wu Ji, they found themselves in possession of a purple card. As Luo Tianya examined the card, he was struck by a sensation akin to temporal distortion. Could this card grant them unimpeded access within the academy? Wu Ji promptly clarified his confusion, explaining that it was a special beast, a unique ability of the Thousand Thread Spider, resulting from the evolution of the Thousand Threads knot. By using the Thousand Thread Spider as a focal point, one could connect to the card through this knot, allowing real-time updates on the balance shown on the card. Indeed, every world has its exceptional individuals. Even in the absence of an information technology era, there are remarkable figures who utilize their powers to enhance the efficiency of information exchange. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Luo Tianya noted that the dean and old Zhou were no longer present. As it was lunchtime, he casually asked senior brother Wu Ji to join him in sampling his culinary skills. With a hint of skepticism, Wu Ji accepted as Luo Tianya presented him with a freshly grilled fish, cheerfully proclaiming, "Give it a try. If it's not to your liking, it's free." With a crisp crack, Wu Ji's typically stoic demeanor suddenly shifted, exclaiming, "Delicious." In an instant, Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai barely caught a glimpse of movement as the fish was devoured, leaving only bones behind. Wu Ji, feeling a flush of embarrassment from the curious glances directed at him, feigned composure, commenting, "Your fish is quite well made." Indeed, Luo Tianya replied with a grin. "Aside from my unparalleled contract beast, my culinary prowess is also a marvel of the continent." Wu Ji, shaking his head in disbelief, remained unconvinced. After their meal, Wu Ji led them to an open area, preparing to teach them more advanced mental power formations. These formations range from basic to intermediate and advanced levels. Generally, those below the 6th level primarily utilized basic formations, as this was the upper limit that beasts below the 6th level could withstand. From the 6th to the 9th level, intermediate formations were employed, while advanced formations were reserved for beasts above the 9th level, where the transformation of mental power into spiritual power would yield even greater enhancements. Wu Ji stepped to the center of the field and summoned his innate beast for them to experience firsthand the amplification effects of mental power formations on beasts. A bird, half a foot tall with a black back and white belly, double scissor-like tail, red beak, yellow crown, and luminous claws, appeared before them. With a sharp screech, the bird soared into the sky, its speed astonishing as they could only catch a glimpse of its shadow. Suddenly, it reversed course, flickering twice amidst a whirlwind, landing on Wu Ji's shoulder. Such speed! Luo Tianya marveled, noting that it surpassed even the level 9 sword bird he had previously encountered. Clearly, this innate beast was of a higher caliber than level 9. "What is the name of your innate beast, senior brother Wu Ji?" Luo Tianya inquired tentatively. "The Light Cloud Swallow King," Wu Ji stated. "It possesses royal-level qualifications. Its level? The Pinnacle of Xian. Impressive." Both Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai exclaimed, marveling at Wu Ji's youthful prowess in having an innate beast of such caliber. "Now, I shall demonstrate the effects of mental power formations on beasts," Wu Ji declared, forming intricate hand seals. Luo Tianya and Xiao Bai focused intently on the technique. A beam of white light descended upon Wu Ji's innate beast, causing it to leap skyward once more, this time with even greater velocity. A powerful gust of wind rushed forth as the Six-Eared Macaque unleashed a punch, shattering the whirlwind. The bird, witnessing its own created wind being destroyed, seemed either angered or invigorated, and with a flick of its tail, 2 streaks of black light erupted, slicing through space toward the Six-Eared Macaque. With a roar, the Six-Eared Macaque's eyes gleamed, and it shot forth 2 golden beams from its eyes. The collision of the 2 forces produced a shockwave that dissipated into the void. "Your beast is quite intriguing," Wu Ji remarked with a knowing glance at Luo Tianya. In his mind, he pondered that both the dean and old Zhou perhaps placed undue emphasis on Luo Tianya. While his parents were extraordinary prodigies, it did not inherently imply that their offspring would also be exceptional, especially considering that Luo Tianya had gained admission to Nanjing Academy through his companion beast. Furthermore, his innate beast had seemingly not revealed itself publicly since its initial appearance. If there were no issues, why the concealment? Regardless of how powerful a companion beast may be, it cannot sustain its host, Should the host become weak, they would perish swiftly on the battlefield. However, witnessing the little monkey engaging in a duel with his innate beast, the Xian-level pinnacle light Cloud Swallow King, was surprising. Although the swallow had not exerted its full strength, the monkey did not appear to be using all of its might either. Senior brother, that move from your innate beast was quite impressive, Luo Tianya remarked with a smile. Wu Ji shook his head, opting not to elaborate further, and proceeded to instruct them on additional intermediate formations. Speed, strength, and physique, Wu Ji stated earnestly. These are the three most common and practical enhancement formations. Focus on mastering the hand seals first, and once you're proficient, apply them to your beasts. Luo Tianya pondered for a moment, but chose not to speak, initially intending to share that he had already grasped the hand seals from the first demonstration. After much deliberation, he decided to suppress that thought. However, Xiaobai, standing nearby, hesitated before speaking. Senior brother Wu Ji, I've already learned it. Oh. Wu Ji turned to him in surprise, then furrowed his brow. Try it out for me. Xiaobai complied, swiftly crossing his hands to form an intermediate speed-enhancing formation. Do you know the others as well? Wu Ji inquired. Yes. Xiaobai nodded earnestly. And you? Wu Ji turned his attention to Luo Tianya, without prompting Xiaobai to demonstrate further, as he trusted Xiaobai's words. I know as well. Luo Tianya admitted reluctantly. Two prodigies? Wu Ji mused silently. Waving his hand, he indicated for them to leave, expressing a desire for solitude. Senior brother Wu Ji, may I touch your innate beast? Before departing, Luo Tianya stepped forward and inquired, why is it that one must always touch another's destined beast? Wu Ji wore a puzzled expression. Yet he acquiesced to this modest request. Come on. Observing the Qingyun Wang, Luo Tianya extended his hand and made contact. Chapter 72, The Enigmatic Feline. Species, Qingyun Wang. Level, Pinnacle of Xian Class. Abilities, Yin-Wei Strike, Yin Double Flash, Yin Return. Status, this person is touching me. Yet why does his gaze seem peculiar? It appears I should refrain from touching too often. These magical beasts perceive him as an oddity. However, without such contact, one cannot ascertain the specific information about the magical beasts. What a predicament. Luo Tianya lamented the so-called invincible evolution system, questioning its promised supremacy. To obtain information, one must still rely on physical contact. Achoo. In the remote, unknown depths of the void, a white cat, grooming its paws, suddenly sneezed. Instantly, the surrounding void shattered into chaos, unleashing the four elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, accompanied by rumbling thunder, creating an atmosphere as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. With a swift motion, the white cat's tail brushed lightly, restoring the void to its original state. As if the cataclysmic event had merely been an illusion. Who dares to speak ill of this great cat? The white cat ceased its grooming and, with a flick of its paw, found it impossible to discern who had uttered such words. Humph! A disdainful snort escaped its lips, and the cat's emerald eyes radiated a divine light. Suddenly, an ethereal, intangible river of time appeared, drifting through the cosmos. Any great practitioner who beheld it would undoubtedly be struck with awe, for this was the legendary river of time, unseen, untouchable, and untraversable. Yet, astonishingly, this most enigmatic river had been summoned forth by a mere white cat. This great cat detests being spoken of disparagingly behind its back. With another sweep of its emerald light towards the river of time, it sought to trace back to the moment of its sneeze to uncover the identity of the disparager. In an instant, a gentle breeze arose from an unknown source, extinguishing the white cat's emerald light and causing the river of time to gradually fade away. Meow! The white cat let out an angry cry, then slumped down in resignation, aware that an unparalleled power had thwarted its efforts. Unable to retaliate, it could only resume grooming its paws. Unbeknownst to Luo Tianya, far away on the divine beast continent, extraordinary events were unfolding due to a mere utterance of his. After retracting his hand from the Qingyun Wang, Luo Tianya expressed his gratitude to Wu Ji before taking his leave. A beast of royal lineage ought to comprehend at least one ability at levels 3, 6, and 9. Why then does the Qingyun Wang, which surpasses level 9 and even reaches the pinnacle of Xian class, possess only 3 abilities? Luo Tianya pondered, resolved to inquire further with the esteemed feline. This question. The feline appeared languid, seemingly lacking energy. Being at the Xian level does not guarantee the comprehension of additional abilities. Why is that? Luo Tianya queried within the confines of his mind's system space. Do you know the meaning of Xian and Xian level? The feline asked. Mysterious? Profound beyond comprehension? Luo Tianya speculated. Xian signifies the profound laws of the universe. The white cat elucidated. Upon breaking through to Xian level, the laws of the universe will subject both the magical beasts and their hosts to a baptism of celestial principles. The enhancement of strength and physique is one aspect. But more importantly, it pertains to abilities. Qian-level abilities, under the infusion of celestial principles, undergo a qualitative leap, amplifying their potency exponentially. This is the most significant distinction between Qian-level beasts and those below. Thus, it is said, all beneath Qian level are but ants. Yet, I felt no pressure when battling a half-step Qian-level beast before. Luo Tianya furrowed his brow. There exists a vast chasm between half-step Qian level and true Qian level. Only by fully stepping into that realm does one enter a new world. The white cat explained. Moreover, it was only through the unparalleled prowess of extraordinary beasts like the Luo Ho that victory was achieved. Otherwise, regular level 7 beasts would likely be overwhelmed. However, the white cat continued, your Qinglong species and Luo Ho should not conform to conventional standards. What do you mean? Luo Tianya inquired, perplexed. Their combat capabilities may surpass the norm of Qian level, defying the law of being unable to defeat Qian level beasts, and they will acquire additional abilities upon breaking through. Hehe. Luo Tianya chuckled. My two little companions truly are impressive. Therefore, you must prepare your evolution points promptly, allowing them to ascend to Qian level quickly. It should yield you a remarkable surprise. The white cat advised. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya's expression darkened. For it required a staggering 100 evolution points for each of the two little ones to evolve from level 9 to Qian level. This was no longer a gradual increase as before. A total of 200 evolution points meant at least 200 level 9 beasts. Even when facing Qian level beasts, one would need to defeat dozens. Wouldn't that be an exhausting endeavor? I suggest you hasten to battle magical beasts. The front lines of the divine beast continent have seen many magical beasts fall by your hand. The white cat proposed. Indeed, Luo Tianya mused. I shall give it careful consideration. Having resolved most of his doubts, Luo Tianya began to vent his frustrations to the feline. Esteemed feline, why must I touch a magical beast to learn about it? If this continues, many beasts will regard me as an oddity. You are weak, blame others. The white cat scoffed. When you attain Qian level, the system's detection function will activate. Combined with your own keen perception, there will be little that eludes you. Yet I must wait until I break through to Qian level. Luo Tianya sighed. Strive to gather evolution points. The white cat encouraged before disappearing, as its designated time had arrived. Luo Tianya did not exit the mind space immediately. Instead, he took a moment to investigate his own information. Host, Luo Tianya. Level 9. Abilities, Qinglong Might, Ganlin, Tingyun, Qinglong Body, Perception of All, Copper Skin Iron Bones. Fire Eye Golden Sight. Evolution Points, 3. Destined Beast, Qinglong Species. Companion Beast, Luo Ho. At present, Luo Tianya resembled an invincible level 9 magical beast. Therefore, he would carefully consider the white cat's advice. The front lines undoubtedly harbored many magical beasts, and with the combined strength of himself, Luo Ho, and Mao Long, they could likely dominate the lower-level battlegrounds. Moreover, these magical beasts were the enemies of the divine beast continent, requiring no restraint. Just considering Luo Ho, it could unleash its full fury on the front line. Consequently, the acquisition of evolution points would be far swifter than challenging other students within the academy. Luo Tianya exited the mind system and gazed out the window, contemplating whether to proceed or refrain. Chapter 73, The Woman in Red. With a swish, two figures pursued each other, their silhouettes flashing as they darted through the Naming forest. I've surpassed you. The figure behind suddenly accelerated, emanating a grand aura that momentarily suppressed the figure ahead. The lead figure faltered momentarily in its rapid pace, allowing the pursuer to swiftly overtake and reach the finish line. Squeak. The golden figure arrived at the endpoint, brandishing its arms in indignation. You never said we couldn't use other means. Luo Tianya feigned innocence. Squeak. Luo Ho grew anxious, gesticulating wildly as it continually complained to Luo Tianya about the perceived unfairness. He, possessing the ability to listen to all things, naturally understood the grievances of the Six-Eared Macaque, who complained of unfairness and deceit. Nevertheless, with unwavering confidence, he retorted, the rules do not state that one cannot employ other divine abilities. I am merely adapting. With a sudden urgency, the Six-Eared Macaque flashed to perch upon Luo Tianya's shoulder, tugging at his hair in protest. Hey, let go. All right, I concede you have won. Luo Tianya, nearly losing his hair, hastily admitted defeat to appease the macaque. Next time, no pulling hair, understood? He admonished seriously after the macaque released him. This little rascal, why must he learn only the bad habits from the butterfly fairy? As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Tianya suddenly recalled the butterfly fairy of my city and the elderly physician. I wonder how they are faring now. In an unknown valley of the divine beast continent, the seasons appeared perpetually spring-like, with vibrant flowers competing for attention, blooming in a riot of colors. Amidst this floral splendor, several small figures flitted and frolicked among the blossoms. One particular little creature, noticeably larger than its companions, took advantage of its strength to gather nectar more swiftly than the others. By the end, its belly was swollen while the others remained flat. Humph! The other companions surrounded her, expressing their dissatisfaction with a series of squeaks. Unexpectedly, the larger little one giggled, flapping its gossamer wings. And a gust of wind propelled her skyward, scattering her companions in disarray. Humph! The disoriented companions regained their balance in midair, angrily waving their tiny hands at the figure above. Ignoring their complaints, the figure soared upward once again, a small whirlwind trailing behind her. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the little one collided with an unseen barrier, leaving her dazed and descending slowly. Sergio, have you been bullying the other little ones again? A stunning woman in palace attire appeared near a peony, smiling as she observed the descending figure. The one called Sergio was indeed the butterfly fairy whom Luo Tianya had encountered in my city. She must have ascended to the Xian level by now, or else she would not have emerged from her cocoon. With a giggle, Sergio shook off her daze, flapped her wings, and swiftly landed on the shoulder of the palace-clad woman, tugging at her hair playfully. The woman extended her delicate, jade-like fingers and gently tapped Sergio's cheek, chuckling. Next time, do not think that just because you are a bit bigger and stronger, you can bully your sisters. Sergio laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the admonition. Observing the distinctly different Sergio from her peers, the palace-clad woman pondered. What exactly transpired in my city that led to Sergio's accelerated growth compared to others of her age? Returning to the Naming Forest. Today Wu Ji had given Luo Tianya and Xiaobai a break, as they had completed 3 days of coursework. Xiaobai remained in the wooden cabin, diligently striving to break through to level 7, while Luo Tianya, feeling unoccupied, decided to peruse the school's task bulletin board for assignments to undertake. Eventually, he stumbled upon a task to locate 20 Zhu fruits, which had not been claimed for some time, resulting in the reward increasing from 5 to 10 points. With confidence in his abilities, Luo Tianya disregarded the well-meaning cautions of others and accepted the task without hesitation. He later learned that these Zhu fruits were guarded by a pack of red-faced monkeys, a type of collective beast residing in the Naming Forest. Given that the red-faced monkeys typically exceeded level 6, with many stronger individuals among them, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to procure a Zhu fruit. Those who had attempted were often returned battered, and those who ventured in groups fared no better. Thus, over time, this task had fallen by the wayside. Luo Tianya, however, boldly accepted the challenge, eager to seize the opportunity to understand the workings of the school and to explore the vast expanse of the Nanming Forest beyond its boundaries. Upon exiting the school gates and walking a short distance without spotting any suspicious individuals, he wagered with the Six-Eared Macaque, choosing a tree as their finish line to race each other. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. After calming the macaque's minor grievances, Luo Tianya swiftly navigated through the forest towards the designated location of the Zhu fruits. However, as he approached his destination, he encountered an increasing number of red-faced monkeys lying on the ground, some even hanging from trees. Initially believing it to be a massacre, he was surprised to discover they were merely unconscious. A system check revealed they were merely in a state of slumber. What kind of slumber could result in such peculiar expressions on their faces? Luo Tianya was taken aback. These unconscious red-faced monkeys exhibited similar appearances, with closed eyes and smirking mouths, occasionally uttering strange sounds. A shiver ran down Luo Tianya's spine, prompting him to distance himself quickly from the direction of the map's destination. The sounds of battle erupted, prompting Luo Tianya to stow his map, contemplating who or what had rendered the red-faced monkeys unconscious. Concealing himself behind a large tree, he observed through the thick foliage a woman in red engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a towering red-faced monkey. How fierce! Luo Tianya marveled, unable to see the woman's face from his vantage point, yet he had never encountered a girl so audaciously confronting a beast in physical combat. Beside her, waves surged from a puddle on the ground, revealing a mermaid-like creature rising gracefully. Mermaid! Luo Tianya exclaimed involuntarily. Before he could finish his thought, the combatants, the woman and the monkey, abruptly turned their heads towards Luo Tianya's hiding spot. Who goes there? The woman in red called out, her voice commanding. At that moment, Luo Tianya caught a glimpse of the woman's features. She was strikingly beautiful, her bright eyes adorned with sharp eyebrows that added an air of valor to her fair complexion, which glowed radiantly against her crimson attire. I am merely passing through. Please continue, Luo Tianya replied, stepping out with a smile while crossing his arms. The red-clad woman scrutinized the young man before her, wary of underestimating him. One who dared to venture into the depths of the Nanming Forest with a contracted beast was certainly no ordinary individual. "What is your name, esteemed one?" she inquired, summoning the mermaid to her side. Suddenly, a surge of fresh water erupted from the dry ground, lifting the mermaid to the red-clad woman's side. This mermaid, not only exquisite in appearance, possessed rather intriguing abilities as well, albeit she exuded a rather cold demeanor. Luo Tianya sighed slightly as he gazed at the beautiful yet frosty mermaid. In an instant, a branch shot forth like a sword, grazing Luo Tianya's cheek and embedding itself in the tree behind him with a resounding thud. "I suggest you take a step forward," looking down at the woman in red. He spoke coldly. "Little one, refrain from recklessly attacking. If you damage these flowers and plants, you shall compensate." The woman in red scoffed, her gaze fixated on my companion beast, clearly suggesting her unsavory nature. "Just a simple lesson for you. It would be wise to leave quickly, for I have matters to attend to." With that, she cast a glance at him before turning her attention to the red-faced monkey, completely disregarding Luo Tianya. Ignoring him was indeed what she did, as she swiftly moved, her figure a blur, and forcefully drew the towering red-faced monkey into the fray. Thus, the battle resumed between man and monkey. Unperturbed by the mermaid's icy glare of warning, Luo Tianya whispered to the Lu Ermi Ho, "Did you see? Behind their battlefield should be the growing area of Zhugua, a series of vibrant red fruits, quite conspicuous." The Lu Ermi Ho glanced over and indeed spotted the area, ensuring their fighting remained distant from it to avoid damaging the Zhugua. After a brief discussion, Luo Tianya and the Lu Ermi Ho exchanged knowing smiles, separating to navigate around the battlefield toward their objective. Little fish, the woman in red was distracted, keeping a watchful eye on Luo Tianya and his companion. Upon seeing them heading towards the Zhugua, she urgently called out to the mermaid. With a flourish, the mermaid raised her hands, conjuring two walls of seawater that rose from the ground to obstruct Luo Tianya and the Lu Ermi Ho's path. Trivial skills. Luo Tianya effortlessly shattered the wave with a single punch, the spray cascading around him. At his current strength, such an obstacle was inconsequential. The Lu Ermi Ho also smashed through the water barrier with a powerful strike. However, an unexpected turn of events followed. The waves that were about to crash down transformed into water arrows under the mermaid's command, swiftly launching toward the duo. To the astonishment of the woman in red and the mermaid, Luo Tianya and the Lu Ermi Ho disregarded the incoming water arrows, charging straight towards the Zhugua without any form of defense. The sound of clinking rang out as the arrows struck their bodies, dispersing into droplets upon contact, leaving only a pleasant sound behind. These arrows, capable of piercing through century-old trees, had no effect on them, save for dampening Luo Tianya's clothes and staining the Lu Ermi Ho's golden fur. What? The woman in red was momentarily taken aback. She knew her companion beast well. Its 9th-tier peak strength should have rendered the water arrows effective, yet they had no impact on the duo. This moment of distraction allowed the red-faced monkey to seize the opportunity. With a clash of fists, smoke erupted from its mouth, nose, and ears as its body swelled, raising its massive fists to strike at the woman in red with ferocity. At this critical moment, just as the punch was about to land on the woman in red, it suddenly halted, as if frozen in time, suspended just behind her head. A powerful wave erupted between the red-faced monkey's fist and the woman in red, blocking the blow but leaving her hair soaked. Regaining her composure, she lightly tapped her feet, retreating just beyond the reach of the red-faced monkey's assault. Meanwhile, amidst their fierce battle, Luo Tianya and the Lu Ermi Ho had reached the area where the Zhugua flourished, rapidly gathering the vibrant red fruits. With a roar, the red-faced monkey, furious at the sight of the Zhugua being plucked, pounded its chest and howled at the sky, uprooting a tree and rushing toward Luo Tianya and the Lu Ermi Ho, wielding the tree as a weapon in a frenzied attack. With a swift motion, the Lu Ermi Ho discarded the Zhugua it held and, gathering strength, delivered a powerful downward punch at the red-faced monkey. The response was quick. The monkey retreated faster, and the tree it wielded was shattered into splinters, the punch landing squarely on its chest, sending it flying backward until it collided with several trees, finally coming to a halt in a daze. Observing the red-faced monkey sprawled on the ground, having crashed through multiple trees, the woman in red's expression turned grave. Although they had exchanged blows earlier, she knew deep down that she could not defeat the red-faced monkey in such a short time frame. Yet, that little monkey had effortlessly sent the enraged beast flying with a single punch, showcasing its formidable strength. However, they were still a move behind. The woman in red mused, feeling a sense of pride. Just then, Luo Tianya tossed the Zhugua he had in hand to the ground, emanating an overwhelming and majestic aura that enveloped the area. Suddenly, a white figure appeared from a tree, swaying precariously and about to tumble, its arms laden with Zhugua. In an instant, Luo Tianya and the Lu Ermi Ho, moving with remarkable speed, caught all the falling Zhugua. Luo Tianya also managed to catch the small three-tailed white fox that was about to hit the ground. Thank you, he exclaimed, lifting the little white fox with a smile. Your assistance in gathering these Zhugua is greatly appreciated. Who are you? The woman in red gritted her teeth, glaring at him with resentment. How did you uncover the illusion of my companion beast? A glimmer of gold flashed in Luo Tianya's eyes, but he offered no reply. Gently placing the little white fox down, he quickly gathered the Zhugua and departed with the Luo Miho. Who are you? After confirming that the little white fox was unharmed, the woman in red called out to the retreating figure. I am Wang Tong. If you have the courage, come to NTN Academy and find me. Luo Tianya's voice echoed back. Wang Tong from NTN Academy? The woman in red clenched her teeth. Very well, next time I, Feng Yingying, shall make you pay double. A sudden sneeze escaped Luo Tianya as he rubbed his nose, murmuring, Who is speaking of me? Was it that woman in red? No, I already told her my name is Wang Tang. Not dwelling on it, he picked up a Zhugua, cleaned it, and took a bite. Instantly, his taste buds awakened with an explosion of flavor, the sweetness overwhelming. Delighted, Luo Tianya's eyes sparkled brighter than when he used his fiery eyes. He found a secluded grove and summoned the Mao Mao Long. Sitting on the ground with the Luo Miho, they indulged in one Zhugua after another. The three of them consumed over 40 fruits before finally pausing, with about 50 left. Let us leave 20 for the task, and the rest can be a treat for Luo Bing and Zhuang. Luo Tianya gathered the remaining Zhugua, summoned the Mao Mao Long back, and satisfied, strolled back to the academy with the Luo Miho. With a clatter, 20 Zhugua were dumped onto the table. Luo Tianya smiled. Could you kindly check if the quantity is correct? The staff responsible for task distribution, a 9th-tier student from the advanced class, stared wide-eyed at the 20 Zhugua before him. Hey, senior brother, are you back to life? Luo Tianya called out, but the senior did not react. In exasperation, Luo Tianya resorted to his ultimate tactic. Senior brother, that beauty is so fair. Where? The student named Ling Zhan immediately snapped back to reality. Looking around, but finding no beauty. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he caught sight of Luo Tianya's teasing smile and awkwardly chuckled. Actually, senior brother, I am quite the serious person. Indeed, a serious lover of beauty. Luo Tianya nodded. Ling Zhan quickly brushed off the matter and returned to business. Your task is complete. Please present your purple crystal card so I can verify it. Luo Tianya pulled out the card and handed it over. After a dazzling display of skill, Ling Zhan returned the card to Luo Tianya with a beep, stating that the task was complete and the corresponding points had been credited to his card. Luo Tianya nodded and prepared to leave. Hold on. Ling Zhan called out to him. Is there something you need, senior brother? Luo Tianya inquired, turning back. Ahem. Ling Zhan began. Senior brother is a bit busy at the moment, and I was wondering if you could deliver these Zhugua to the individual who issued the task? Why must I also handle the delivery after completing the task? Luo Tianya asked in confusion. It was supposed to be our responsibility, but as you can see, senior brother is rather occupied and lacks the time to go. Moreover, Zhugua spoils if left too long. Ling Zhan explained. Luo Tianya glanced around, noticing only a few scattered individuals, and observed that aside from himself, there was no one else near Ling Zhan. Is this what you call being busy? Luo Tianya asked. Amused. Busy can pertain to other matters. Ling Zhan replied awkwardly. For instance, I am preoccupied with breaking through. I have remained at the peak of level 9 for far too long, unable to surpass those 3 opponents during the leaderboard competitions. Luo Tianya felt a spark of interest and asked, What rank do you hold on the level 9 leaderboard? 4th, Ling Zhan said, visibly frustrated. I have been dubbed the Eternal 4th. Thus, he found himself ranked behind Feng Qinghua, Liang, and Lin San. That still makes you a formidable figure within the academy. Luo Tianya reflected, raising his hand and extending 5 fingers. 5 points. What do you mean by that? Ling Zhan exclaimed, pointing at Luo Tianya. This task is worth 20 points, and now you want 5 for merely delivering something? Forget it. Luo Tianya turned to leave. Wait. Ling Zhan called after him. Everything is negotiable, right? 5 points is truly excessive, he continued, pulling out a leather pouch from beneath the table and handing it over. This is a beast taming bag, capable of containing your companion beast. It is quite convenient. Luo Tianya took the bag, inspecting it closely, noting its resemblance to the one Lin Li had. By refining it with mental energy, it would provide a certain space for the companion beast to move around, making it easy to use, as Ling Zhan described. Luo Tianya refrained from refining it on the spot, as his mental energy had already transformed into spiritual energy, and besides, he felt no need for such an item. The Luo Miho was constantly by his side, and he had no desire to confine it within the limited space of the beast taming bag. However, since it was a gift, why not accept it? Hiding the beast taming bag away, Luo Tianya asked, So, who should I deliver this to? An elder named Guze Yuan. I will provide you with the address. Ling Zhan said. To be afraid of delivering something? Senior brother. You are wasting your peak level 9 prowess. As Luo Tianya departed, he couldn't help but tease Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan, amused, waved him off at the door. Watching Luo Tianya leave, Ling Zhan wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, reflecting that he wouldn't want to venture near a figure of such formidable stature, even for 100 points. Pleased with having tricked Luo Tianya into delivering to Guze Yuan with the lowest grade beast taming bag, he felt a surge of smugness. Just you wait. Though he knew there might be complications with the delivery of the Zhugua, Luo Tianya was unperturbed. After all, it was merely a matter of delivering a fruit, not traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. What difficulties could arise? Furthermore, as a newcomer to Nantian Academy, he had hardly met anyone, and as a mere delivery person, it was unlikely anyone would make things difficult for him. The address Ling Zhan provided was somewhat remote, seemingly situated in the most secluded corner of the academy. After crossing a small hill and passing through a grove, Luo Tianya arrived at a modest wooden cabin. Before the cabin lay a small yard, enclosed by a fence and adorned with an array of flowers and plants. Cautiously, Luo Tianya pushed open the fence gate, peering into the yard, which appeared devoid of human presence. However, amidst the greenery, it was difficult to ascertain if anyone was actually inside. Yet, with his ability to perceive all things, he sensed a figure deep within the yard. Is anyone there? Luo Tianya called out loudly. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the yard, nearly startling Luo Tianya. Were there not just one figure? How could so many sounds emanate? Could it be a ventriloquist? He speculated internally. Amidst his unfounded conjectures, a figure towering over 2 meters emerged from the depths of the yard. As man and beast locked eyes, the beast, upon spotting the Zhugua in Luo Tianya's arms, excitedly rushed towards him. Luo Tianya, stunned by the approaching figure, froze in place. It was the Jiu-Tu Niao? Luo Tianya watched as the creature charged toward him, its large frame creating a gust that sent the flowers and plants in the yard swaying wildly. This creature possessed 9 elongated necks, each crowned with a distinct head displaying a variety of expressions: pride, anger, joy, and sorrow, all vividly portrayed. Yet, at that moment, upon seeing the Zhugua in Luo Tianya's possession, all 9 heads displayed excitement as they hurried over, stirring up clouds of dust. Hiss! Luo Tianya instinctively stepped back. Anyone confronted by such a creature would feel a twinge of fear. However, to his surprise, his retreat seemed to provoke the Jiu-Tu Niao. With a sharp cry, a surge of energy fluctuations emanated from its 9 heads, visible spells forming before his eyes. There were scorching fireballs, frost capable of freezing everything, sharp wind blades, and even lightning that could tear through space. Luo Tianya now understood Ling Zhan's perspective. Simply delivering a package could lead to an encounter with such a ferocious beast? A mere beast taming bag was insufficient to appease this situation. Next time, he would demand more compensation. Luo Tianya was ready to turn and flee, fully aware that he was no match for the creature, invoking the age-old wisdom of retreating as the best strategy. Xiaojiu, stand down. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the wooden cabin, halting the Jiu-Tu Niao. Chirp! The central head of the creature let out a disgruntled sound, dissipating its spells, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. The door of the wooden cabin swung open, revealing an elderly man with a square face, graying hair, and a serious demeanor. The Jiu-Tu Niao, appearing somewhat forlorn, rushed towards the elder, nuzzling against him with its 9 heads, before turning back to gaze at Luo Tianya. All right, the elder said, stroking each head. I see the Zhugua. Don't worry, I will give it to you shortly. He then turned his attention to Luo Tianya, speaking in a calm tone. You are here to deliver the Zhugua? Yes, Luo Tianya replied. May I ask if you're Guze Yuan? The elder seemed puzzled by the question. You do not recognize me? Luo Tianya shook his head. Oh, the elder suddenly appeared enlightened. You must be one of this year's new students. Upon seeing Luo Tianya nod, he continued, no wonder you do not know me. It seems I have been here long enough to lose track of time. After a moment of reflection, he looked at the still-waiting Luo Tianya and nodded. Indeed, I am Guze Yuan. Then these 20 Zhugua are for you, Luo Tianya said, giving a quick shake that sent the Zhugua soaring into the air toward Guze Yuan. The elder deftly subdued the excited heads of the Jiu-Tu Niao and, with a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, collected all the Zhugua. At a tender age, possessing commendable skills, Guzian nodded slightly and inquired, what rank did you achieve in this year's freshman ranking tournament? Senior Gu, I entered Nantian Academy through an external challenge, Luo Tianya replied earnestly. At this revelation, Gu Zian's expression shifted, for it had been quite some time since Nantian Academy had seen an external student. He had not anticipated that after so many years, another would emerge. You entered by overcoming higher-level challengers? Gu Ziyan asked, having just witnessed Luo Tianya's prowess. Although it was merely a casual display, it revealed enough to indicate that Luo Tianya's abilities were formidable. Yes, Senior Gu, Luo Tianya responded with a respectful gesture. Sensing that Luo Tianya preferred brevity, Gu Ziyan waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I appreciate your visit. I have already received the Zhugua, so you may take your leave. Farewell, Senior Gu. Without lingering, Luo Tianya turned and departed. Behind him, Gu Ziyan furrowed his brow, contemplating. This young lad bears an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance. What an unusual character. Once he had distanced himself significantly, Luo Tianya finally expressed his thoughts. Indeed, Gu Ziyan struck him as rather peculiar. Residing alone in the academy's most secluded corner, tending to various plants, and accompanied by a nine-headed bird, whose nature as either a companion beast or a personal beast remained unclear, he exhibited a temperament that could easily unleash formidable powers at the slightest provocation. Coupled with Ling Zhan's evident avoidance of him, Luo Tianya had formed a rather distinct impression of Gu Ziyan. Is he perhaps using the care of plants to cultivate himself, and in turn suppress the ferocity of that vicious beast? Luo Tianya pondered, stroking his chin. Never mind. I should avoid interactions with such eccentric individuals in the future, he decided, quickening his pace toward the small wooden cabin. Tianya, Tianya. Just then, someone called out urgently from nearby. Turning to see it was Luo Tianya approached him. Brother Luo, what is it? He asked, noting the urgency on Luo Li's face. Serious trouble. Bai Qiu has emerged from seclusion. Luo exclaimed gravely. Bai Qiu? Luo Tianya paused, then said, so what? She has emerged from seclusion. What does that concern you? Do you not understand what Bai Qiu's emergence signifies? Luo retorted with indignation. What does it signify? Luo Tianya feigned ignorance. It means she has broken through to the 9th level and has officially ascended to the Xian level, becoming a formidable expert. And so? Luo Tianya still did not grasp his meaning. Once Bai Qiu breaks into the Xian level, she will officially enter the Xian level class, and upon doing so, she will challenge the top expert ranked 20th on the Xian level leaderboard and triumph. Luo continued. Then she heard about your previous feat of defeating 3 great experts and expressed her desire to confront you. Ah, I see. Luo Tianya finally understood. The elaborate build-up was merely to introduce Bai Qiu, who seemed intent on challenging him. How shameless, he remarked coolly. Indeed. Luo clenched his fists, his tone filled with resentment. Bai Qiu is already an expert at the Xian level and dares to bully you, a mere newcomer. How utterly disgraceful. Has this been confirmed? Luo Tianya inquired with a frown. Did this come directly from Bai Qiu? Not exactly. It was reported by that brat Bai Jia, who claimed he wanted his sister to teach you a lesson. Luo replied, shaking his head. Then we cannot be certain, Luo Tianya stated. Let us wait until Bai Qiu herself declares her intention to challenge me. The Bai family surely seeks to use this opportunity to suppress our Luo family's influence at Nantian Academy. Luo asserted confidently. Tianya, your dominance over the top 3 of the 9th level leaderboard has already stirred waves in the academy. They regard us with a measure of respect now. At this point, Luo Tianya recalled the 3 low-grade Ling Sui that the Vice Dean Nangong had yet to deliver. Had the delivery been delayed? How disappointing. How others perceive us ultimately hinges on our strength, Luo Tianya advised. Brother Luo, you must strive to break through to the 8th level as soon as possible. I am already working on it, Luo replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shaking his head, Luo Tianya chose not to dwell on that topic further. Remembering the peculiar individual from earlier, he asked, Brother Luo, do you know who Gu Ziyan is? Gu Ziyan? Yes, he is the former dean. What? Luo Tianya was taken aback, nearly forgetting the character of Bai Qiu, who had yet to make a formal appearance. Gu Ziyan was indeed the former dean. Luo Tianya was astonished. The eccentric elder he referred to was the former dean. No wonder he found it strange that I did not recognize him. He muttered. What did you say? Luo did not catch what he said. Nothing. Luo Tianya shook his head, omitting the fact that he had just met Gu Ziyan. What kind of beast is the former dean's companion? The 9-headed bird, a half-step king-level beast, immensely powerful. Luo responded. The 9-headed bird has 9 heads, each capable of unleashing a different supernatural power. To fight a 9-headed bird is akin to battling 9 distinct beasts with varying attributes. Extremely challenging. How did the former dean step down? Luo Tianya asked curiously. Actually, the position of dean at Nantian Academy has traditionally been held by members of the Nangong family, Luo explained. However, the unparalleled King Nangong Wushuang insisted on heading to the front lines, which led to Gu Ziyan being appointed as dean. Once King Wushuang returned from the front, Gu Ziyan declared himself too old and weary and relinquished the position back to the Nangong family dean. By the way, Luo added, Vice Dean Nangong is a disciple of the former dean. Ah, I see, Luo Tianya remarked, intrigued. Yes, Luo Lu nodded. Though Dean Guzian is quite strict and executes matters with great decisiveness, making him difficult to approach, earning him the title of Lonely King, he is an exceptional educator. Many prodigies of Nantian Academy flourished under his guidance. Regardless, his prowess is of no concern to me, Luo Tianya concluded, opting not to inquire further. After exchanging a few words with Luo Lu, they parted ways. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Luo Tianya found Xiao by conversing with a stranger. As soon as Luo Tianya entered, Xiao Bai called out, "Young Master Luo, this gentleman claims to be here for you." "Me?" Luo Tianya stepped forward, asking, "What brings you here?" The visitor, upon confirming Luo Tianya's identity, replied, "I was dispatched by Vice Dean Nangong to deliver something to you." At last, the 3 low-grade ling sui that Vice Dean Nangong had previously promised had arrived. He reached for the leather pouch the man handed him, opened it, and peered inside. 3 small stones filled with a shimmering green liquid lay before him. Taking one out and holding it in his palm, the stone seemed to turn transparent, radiating a vibrant green light under the sunlight. "Is this the low-grade ling sui? Even Xian-level beasts can use it? Since I've delivered it, I shall take my leave," the man stated curtly, turning to exit. This person's attitude leaves much to be desired, Xiao Bai remarked as the man vanished into the small grove. Of course, Luo Tianya chuckled. "To be precise, I slapped Vice Dean Nangong's face directly that day. He is undoubtedly one of his people." Slapping Vice Dean Nangong's face is tantamount to slapping his own, so how could he possibly treat us kindly? "Will we face any obstacles because of this?" Xiao Bai asked, frowning. If that were the case, Nantian Academy would hardly maintain its status as the largest beast taming academy in Nantian domain. Luo Tianya laughed. "Moreover, if it comes to that, we have both Old Zhou and Dean Nangong to back us. When it comes to influence, what is there to fear?" "Indeed. I trust that they will not allow such matters to transpire," Xiao Bai agreed. Having developed a favorable impression of both Old Zhou and Dean Nangong despite their brief acquaintance. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on such topics. Tonight, we should gather with De Zhuang and the others to discuss how to maximize the potential of these 3 ling sui. Luo Tianya concluded, securing the ling sui. "Isn't this the trophy of young Master Luo?" Xiao Bai said in astonishment. "Well, I shall keep one," Luo Tianya nodded. "As for the other 2, I believe they should be exchanged for high-grade spirit liquid or something similar. Distribute them to expedite your enhancement of strength." Young Master Luo's actions left Xiao Bai perplexed. "You have all been growing too slowly. I fear you will not keep pace with me in the future," Luo Tianya candidly remarked. "Thus, I wish to assist you in swiftly augmenting your prowess." That evening, a group gathered in Luo Tianya's modest cabin. Initially, he intended to seek them out. Yet to his surprise, they arrived uninvited, and at mealtime no less. Reluctantly, Luo Tianya showcased his culinary skills, though the fish in the nearby stream bore the brunt of his efforts. Ultimately, even senior brother Wu Ji caught the enticing aroma and sauntered over, pilfering 2 fish and claiming one was for Old Zhou. Observing senior brother Wu Ji disappear in an instant, Luo Tianya could only lament the wastefulness of such speed being employed for mere food. After feasting, the group settled around the table, their gazes fixated on 3 low-grade spirit marrow in the center. These are low-grade spirit marrow that can only be fully utilized by Xian-level masters. Luo Hu marveled at the 3 gem-like marrows, utterly entranced. The low-grade spirit marrow could assist pinnacle-level practitioners in breaking through, making it exceedingly precious, sought after by many who could not obtain it. Luo Bing's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the marrows without blinking. "I've heard that the top ranks of the 9th level list must dominate for quite some time to acquire even one." Luo Feng mused, "And here we have 3. Tianya, you must safeguard these well." De Zhuang turned to Luo Tianya. "Losing something so valuable would surely bring tears. Resources are meant to be utilized." Luo Tianya replied with a grin, reaching for one. "The remaining 2 are entrusted to you." "Huh." The group, except for Xiao Bai, fell silent. "Brother Tianya, what do you mean?" Luo Bing inquired, bewildered. "To put it simply, you are all too weak. I wish to help you rapidly enhance your strength," Luo Tianya clarified. "I also have a share." Sun Shu pointed at himself, incredulous. "Your innate beast is quite fascinating." Luo Tianya chuckled. "Nurture it well. It will certainly prove useful." The NNTN Academy advocates that one's innate beast should reach at least level 9 before considering a contract with a companion beast. Thus, until you reach level 9, focus entirely on cultivating your innate beasts, he continued. "Only then will you barely be able to keep pace with me." "What level are you at now?" Luo Hu gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "Indeed, Brother Tianya, I've only seen your innate beast once, during its hatching. I haven't encountered it since," Luo Feng remarked. "What level is your innate beast and companion beast at now?" "That is not crucial," Luo Tianya replied with a smile. What matters is that you must strive to level up quickly. While the average person takes a year to advance a level, I expect you to achieve that in 3 months. The others exchanged bewildered glances, sensing his jest. With the Academy's resources, coupled with what I provide, and engaging in battles for ranking with other magical beasts, your progress will accelerate significantly. Potential is often drawn out under pressure. Your innate beasts are not weak. With proper resources, they may just erupt with power. As for the Mao Mao Long and the Luo Mi Ho, they merely treat this spirit marrow as a snack, which holds little value for their advancement to level 9. Thus, I shall bestow it upon others to enhance their strength, particularly Xiao Bai's Tao Tai, Luo Bing's Blood Wolf King, and De Zhuang's Wild Boar King, all of whom possess exceptional aptitude and warrant careful cultivation. Sun Shu's treasure-seeking mouse holds considerable utility in special scenarios. Luo Feng's innate beast seems particularly sensitive to wind, and it should eventually shine. As for Luo Hua's Ha, well, it may simply be tasked with being adorable. Just as he intended to propose exchanging low-grade spirit marrow for mid to high-grade spirit liquid for their use, the cabin door was suddenly flung open, and Luo Lu rushed in, breathless, bearing explosive news relayed by Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu intends to challenge Luo Tianya. What? The seated crowd instantly sprang from their chairs. Is this true? Even pearls cannot compare to its authenticity. Luo Lu gasped, stepping forward to gulp down a large cup of water. I heard her say it with my own ears. What is going on? Luo Tianya furrowed his brow. Luo, please clarify. Didn't I tell you before that Bai Jie mentioned he wanted his sister Bai Qiu to teach you a lesson? Luo Lu directed his gaze at Luo Tianya. I sought Bai Jie to inquire further, and I encountered the 2 siblings at the academy cafeteria. I confronted them directly. Luo Lu's face was flushed with indignation. To my astonishment, Bai Qiu did not deny it, and, in front of a throng in the cafeteria, expressed her desire to spar with you. This news has likely spread already. Shameless. Luo Hua slammed his fist on the table. Bai Qiu is 3 years our senior, and has been in NTN Academy for many years. Now she dares to bully a newcomer? Truly despicable. Luo Feng echoed with disdain. She has already broken through to Xian level, yet wishes to spar with brother Tianya, who has just entered the academy. How brazen. The others shared their outrage, expressing their contempt for Bai Qiu's actions. They likely see our Luo family gaining momentum and wish to suppress us. If this news reaches my city, it may yield greater benefits for their Bai family, Luo Bing analyzed coolly. Regardless of her intentions, Luo Tianya replied with a cold smile. If she desires to spar with me, I shall fulfill her wish. Tianya, you intend to accept Bai Qiu's challenge? De Zhuang looked at Luo Tianya in astonishment. Young Master Luo, please reconsider. Xiao Bai urged. They have been at NTN Academy for days and are no longer the uninformed individuals they once were. The gap between Xian level and those below is vast. Although Luo Tianya's little monkey triumphed over Wang Teng's half-step Xian level white snake, what he now faces is a fully realized Xian level beast, specifically the Ice Flame Mad Lion, which recently defeated the 20th ranked Xian level beast. That beast possesses the rare dual attributes of ice and fire, a remarkable mutation among magical beasts, the Ice Flame Mad Lion. Since Bai Qiu insists on sparring with me, if I were to retreat, it would align with the wishes of the Bai family. Luo Tianya shook his head. Besides, as soon as I step into the arena, regardless of victory or defeat, the Bai family will not emerge with a good reputation, for they are resorting to bullying. Moreover, Luo Tianya added with a mysterious smile, who says I will undoubtedly lose. After sending away the concerned group, Luo Tianya returned to his cabin, lying on the bed while contemplating strategies. Although he held confidence in the Luo Mi Ho, he had never battled against Xian-level magical beasts and was unfamiliar with their strength boundaries. Thus, he needed to ponder carefully about the impending match with Bai Qiu. As moonlight poured into the cabin, Luo Tianya drifted into slumber, lost in thought. Luo Tianya, come out. Just as he dreamt of knocking away Bai Qiu's Ice Flame Mad Lion with a single punch, he was abruptly awakened. Yawning, he stepped outside to find Bai Jie, clad in an air of arrogance. Little boy, Luo Tianya regarded him coolly. Are you feeling restless? You. Bai Jie was slightly taken aback, for the tale of Luo Tianya defeating 3 formidable 9th-level masters had spread throughout the academy. Yet, emboldened by the item in his hand, he straightened his posture and disdainfully declared, I am not afraid of you. I have come to deliver a challenge letter on behalf of my sister Bai Qiu. I formally invite you to the arena this afternoon. With that, he tossed a letter towards Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya caught it effortlessly, yet without glancing at it. He flicked his right hand, shattering the challenge letter into confetti that fluttered down. Return and inform your sister. Luo Tianya's gaze was frigid as he regarded Bai Jie, stating, I will undoubtedly be present this afternoon. Bai Jie, taken aback by Luo Tianya's icy demeanor, dared not utter a word and retreated in dismay. The Bai family. Luo Tianya murmured to himself, observing Bai Jie's departing silhouette. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly accompany you. In the afternoon, at the NNTN Academy's duel arena, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively as Bai Qiu, having just emerged from seclusion and advanced to the Xian level, prepared to challenge a newly admitted student. This newcomer had recently become a prominent figure at NNTN Academy, having single-handedly turned the tide in the traditional hunting battles, defeating seasoned students and toppling the strongest among the top 3 on the 9th level leaderboard, winning a wager against the deputy Nangong and earning 3 low-grade spiritual cores. Furthermore, he garnered the admiration of Elder Zhou, who began mentoring him, much to the envy of other academy students. Consequently, nearly all students were keenly observing this confrontation, and several notable figures from the Xian level class donned white robes, standing aside, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this battle. As the appointed hour approached, a figure clad in white emerged from the throng. The crowd parted to make way, for she was one of the protagonists of the day, Bai Qiu. The onlookers created a pathway, and Bai Qiu advanced toward the arena like a queen surrounded by stars. What a commanding presence, remarked a tall figure among the white-robed students. She possesses such strength, she can afford to carry herself this way, said another with flowing hair. Indeed, chimed in yet another youth. She made the 5th one weep upon her return. Weep, replied a seemingly unremarkable youth with a helpless expression. I merely struggled against her beast's alternating attacks. It was like facing both fire and ice. Nonetheless, he conceded her prowess, noting, she could very well pose a threat to Yu Yi. Yu Yi, ranked 2nd on the Xian level leaderboard. Do you think surpassing him is that simple? The tall youth laughed. The long-haired youth shook his head and stated, Bai Qiu and her destined beast should not be underestimated. A Xing, do you hold her in such high regard? The others were astonished at this assessment. Yes, the long-haired man, referred to as Xing Yu Yi, replied solemnly. I suspect she did not unleash her full power against the 5th one. Meanwhile, as Bai Qiu approached the edge of the arena, she lightly stepped, and in an instant, she was standing at the center of the stage. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, she stood poised, awaiting her opponent's arrival. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed skyward, shouting. The crowd followed the voice to see small white clouds appearing in the sky, seemingly heading towards the arena. There's a monkey on it, exclaimed an astute observer, spotting a small figure atop the clouds. The monkey stepped forward, and with each stride, a cloud emerged beneath its feet, swiftly carrying it to the arena. Step by step, clouds form. Someone in the crowd shouted. All eyes were fixed on the figure above, including those of the Xian level prodigies. Bai Qiu furrowed her brow, gazing at the small figure in the sky. The little monkey peered down, arms crossed, surveying Bai Qiu with a calm demeanor. Chapter 79, Fire and Ice. Just as everyone was captivated by the six-eared macaque in the sky, the sound of footsteps resonated from outside the arena. The crowd shifted their attention away from the sky and toward the entrance, where Luo Tianya led the way, followed by Luo Bing and others, all walking with an air of nonchalance. The onlookers quickly parted, allowing them to enter, for they were the most crucial participants of the day. Bai Qiu had personally requested this challenge. Luo Tianya and his companions took their positions, their eyes locking with Bai Qiu's. Dressed in white robes, Bai Qiu appeared strikingly elegant, yet exuded an aura of detachment. Luo Tianya smiled as he approached the edge of the elevated arena, lifting his right foot, whereupon a small white cloud appeared beneath it, followed by his left foot, which also found a cloud to support him. Thus, step by step, Luo Tianya ascended the arena, while the six-eared macaque descended gracefully, as if traversing a staircase made of clouds. Finally, Luo Tianya stood atop the arena, with the six-eared macaque perched upon his shoulder. You are Luo Tianya? Bai Qiu inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. And you must be Bai Qiu? Luo Tianya responded with a smile. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Even before the battle commenced, the tension was palpable. Bai Qiu slightly furrowed her brow before declaring, I am Bai Qiu. Initially, I had no intention of challenging you, but family orders cannot be ignored. However, I will hold back during our match. Sister, Bai Jie, still in the audience, exclaimed in confusion, unable to comprehend why his sister had divulged the truth. Indeed, the pressure exerted on Luo Tianya was a directive from their family, unrelated to Bai Qiu herself. This person is quite straightforward. Luo Tianya mused, yet now that they were on the stage, further discussion seemed futile. What mattered most was the impending duel. With this thought, Luo Tianya remarked nonchalantly, do not hold back, or my little monkey might make your little lion weep. Wow. This newcomer is quite audacious. The Xian level students exchanged amused glances at Luo Tianya's words, perhaps unaware of the true implications of the Xian level. You think he is just boasting? Xing Yuyi interjected. This newcomer single-handedly subdued those on the 9th level leaderboard. Even when confronted by Feng Qingyue, and Li Yang together. They were unable to contend with him. Remember, the blade mantis and sword-holding hamster are among the most formidable combat races on the continent. Even when we were at the 9th level, we likely could not match their offensive capabilities. Do you understand what this implies? Upon hearing this, the Xian-level students fell silent, contemplating Xing Yuye's statements. It seemed today as duel would indeed be a spectacle. By the way, why have we not seen Feng Qingyue and the others? Questioned the tall youth. After being defeated by Luo Tianya, their morale dipped. Later, we heard that Wang Teng had already reached the half-step Xian level, prompting them to retreat for breakthroughs. This Luo Tianya is truly intriguing. He has become a figure of note since entering an NTN Academy. Said another. Enough talk. Let us observe the battle. At that moment, Bai Qiu, having heard Luo Tianya's words, exhibited a more pronounced change in her previously calm demeanor. Her eyes narrowed, and a smile graced her lips as she shook her head, stating, "You are overly confident in your own abilities. Confidence or not, a battle will reveal all." Luo Tianya turned to the referee for the duel, an instructor from the academy, and inquired, "May we commence?" The referee assessed both participants before gesturing for Bai Qiu to summon her beast first. With a mighty roar, a four-legged lion, encased in crystalline ice and flames, materialized on the arena. "Ice Flame Mad Lion!" The crowd exclaimed. Bai Qiu and her destined beast, the Ice Flame Mad Lion, had become the center of attention upon entering the academy. In the hunting battle of that year, she was the last one standing. Upon entering an NTN Academy, she made remarkable progress, swiftly advancing to level 9. Subsequently, she toppled the level 9 leaderboard, dethroning the reigning champion Feng Qingyue, who had held the top position for a year. Furthermore, she became the fastest individual in nearly 3 years to break through to level Xian and immediately challenged Dongfang Wu, who was ranked 20th in the Xian leaderboard and emerged victorious. It can be said that Bai Qi is a legend among the students of NTN Academy. Now, Bai Qi, alongside her destined beast, is finally ready to take action, facing off against the more prominent Luo Tianya New York. What kind of sparks will fly from their clash? Thus, the battle commences. With the judge's command, Luo Tianya New York and Bai Qi swiftly retreated, ceding the arena to the Li Rmhu and the Yin Ku Ing Sh. Roar. The Yin Ku Ing Sh struck first, forcefully stomping its front paws onto the arena floor, causing a thick layer of ice to spread instantaneously, enveloping the entire stage in ice. At that moment, the Li Rmhu, leveraging the momentum, soared into the air, evading the ice layer. However, the Yin Ku Ing Sh shook its crystalline body, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed half the sky in an instant. "You see," Old Wu lamented, "what you thought was a fire type can wield ice type abilities, while its icy form serves as a vessel for fire type powers, completely contrary to expectations." The others remained silent, their eyes glued to the fierce confrontation unfolding on the stage. The flames raged indiscriminately, while the Li Rmhu, still airborne, became the primary target. Boom. A golden figure, palm poised like a blade, emitted a flash of golden light that seemed to cleave the sky of the Xian fire, splitting it in half, which then scattered onto the arena, igniting the ice layer beneath with a hissing sound. Roar. The Li Rmhu did not hesitate, descending with its hand blade aimed directly at the Yin Ku Ing Sh. The Yin Ku Ing Sh stomped again, the thick ice layer enveloping its lion's head, charging forward to collide with the Li Rmhu's strike. Boom. The shock wave erupted, extinguishing the still-burning flames, followed by the sound of cracking ice. The Yin Ku Ing Sh, retreating to the edge of the arena, shook off the shattered ice, raising its head to gaze at the Li Rmhu, which had also been pushed back by the force of their exchange. With the elements of ice and fire clashing, Luo Tianya New York chuckled. How intriguing. Bai Qi's expression gradually became more serious. As the host of the Yin Ku Ing Sh, she understood its strength better than anyone else. Having already broken through to level Xian, the Yin Ku Ing Sh possessed immense power and physical prowess that far surpassed those below level Xian. Yet, in their tangible clash just now, they seemed evenly matched. Moreover, one was significantly larger than the other, truly deserving of its reputation. Xing Yu's eyes sparkled with Xian light as they focused on the Li Rmhu, stating, "Never before has a beast below level Xian been able to contend with a Xian beast without yielding." The other members of the Xian class gasped in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they observed the Li Rmhu. Their perceptions had entirely shifted. Bai Qi resolved to hold nothing back, for any hesitation could lead to a misstep. "Icebound for 1,000 miles," she commanded, and the Yin Ku Ing Sh roared towards the sky, a 1-meter-high ice layer forming instantly, spreading across the entire arena. A chill permeated the air, compelling the nearby spectators to retreat, as the icy layer was overwhelmingly frigid, akin to being pierced by needles. The Yin-Yang had already soared into the air again, evading the Yin-Yang repeated technique. However, the Yin-Yang had anticipated the Yin-Yang's offensive, forcefully stomping the ground, unleashing several ice pillars that erupted from the ice layer, shooting straight towards the airborne Yin-Yang. Swish, swish. The Yin-Yang, agile and nimble, evaded the sharp ice pillars. Yet, in the next moment, countless ice pillars surged upward, completely sealing off all escape routes for the Yin-Yang. Moreover, this was not the end. The Yin-Yang's icy crystals quivered, releasing tiny flames that surged forth. Initially small, these flames grew rapidly in the wind, transforming into fireballs the size of basins, which, under the Yin-Yang's control, soared toward the Yin-Yang, blocking its retreat from above. Everything transpired too swiftly. In a heartbeat, ice pillars shot up like swords, piercing the sky, while flames engulfed the air, threatening to reduce the Yin-Yang to ashes. With fire above and ice below, this was the true embodiment of a duality of ice and fire. At that moment, Baichi glanced at Luo Tianya. Noticing, he merely frowned slightly, revealing little else in terms of expression. Even at this juncture, do you still possess hidden cards? Baichi pondered. Roar. The Yin-Yang's body swelled, radiating golden light as it unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the ice pillars into a cascade of ice shards. Subsequently, the intent of its unmatched invincible fist emanated from its golden figure, its right fist charged with power, cleaving through the descending firestorm. The firestorm, along with the clouds above, was split apart, leaving a long white streak in the sky. What formidable strength! The onlookers were awestruck by the intensity of their confrontation. The indiscriminate ice pillar assault from the Yin-Yang left no room for evasion, while the raging firestorm was exceedingly troublesome, akin to a relentless curse. Yet, that small monkey shattered the impasse, utilizing its formidable strength to smash through the ice pillars and divide the firestorm. Engaging in an intense battle with the Shin-level Yin-Yang, Baichi paid no heed to the spectators' opinions. Her focus entirely on the battle, seeking for an opening. Howl! The Yin-Yang let out a long roar, its mouth agape as the divided firestorm converged towards it, forming a colossal fireball. The Yin-Yang stomped its feet, the air cracking as it channeled downward momentum, delivering a devastating blow to the Yin-Yang. Boom! Observing this, the Yin-Yang raised its mouth, unleashing a scorching fire pillar towards the Yin-Yang. In midair, the fist imprint clashed with the fire pillar, generating waves of pressure. The crowd looked up to see the crimson fire pillar being subdued by the golden fist imprint, slowly descending. The Yin-Yang was indeed at a disadvantage. That little monkey was astonishingly formidable. Boom! Realizing it was losing ground, the Yin-Yang burrowed its feet into the ice layer, launching another set of sharp ice pillars that shimmered under the sunlight towards the golden figure in the air. The Yin-Yang's eyes flashed with golden light, unleashing two scissor-like beams that cut through the ice pillars, causing them to scatter. Roar! The Yin-Yang's eyes gleamed again, emitting another golden scissor beam that surged toward the Yin-Yang. Such powerful abilities and tremendous physical strength. Xuanwu marveled. No wonder it could contend with two formidable level 9 beasts and emerge victorious. The others nodded in agreement, whether it was the fist technique or the scissor-like beams. They were undoubtedly top-tier abilities. What exactly is this beast's origin? Icebound, Baichi commanded once more, and a thick layer of ice rapidly enveloped the Yin-Yang, attempting to shield it from the Yin-Yang's golden scissor beam. Boom! The Jin Jiao Jian clashed against the Bing Kai Jia, emitting a sizzling sound as the icy armor steadily melted away. It appeared that contact with the Bing Yin Kuang was imminent. However, to everyone's astonishment, the melted ice rapidly regenerated, forcing the Jin Jiao Jian to retreat and be sent flying. Subsequently, the power of the fire column surged dramatically. The Luo, caught off guard, was engulfed by the flames and propelled into the sky. With a resounding crack, the Luo punched through the fire column, shimmering with golden light, completely unscathed as it hovered midair. With each step forward, the Bing Yin Kuang advanced, erecting ice pillars beneath its feet to aid its ascent. Observant students noted that with every stride taken by the Bing Yin Kuang, its aura intensified, and snowflakes began to fall in tandem with its progress. The flames emanating from its form seemed to merge with the surrounding snowflakes. When the Bing Yin Kuang Shi reached the same height as the Luo Ermi, it was surrounded by swirling snowflakes, with a flicker of firelight dancing at their center. Indeed, Xing Yuyi observed the Bing Yin Kuang Shi floating above, her eyes glinting with realization that it still retained considerable power. Am I not even worthy to witness their full strength? Sighed the nearby Lao Wu. The others, at a loss for words, could only pat him on the shoulder. You beast, Bai Qiu remarked, gazing at Luo Tianya across from her, is truly formidable. Its divine abilities and physical prowess are top tier, rivaling even Xian-level demon beasts. Luo Tianya remained silent, quietly observing her. Regrettably, Bai Qiu shook her head, stating, I had intended to reserve this move for the selection battle of the Tianjiao. Now, allow me to demonstrate what truly constitutes the Song of Ice and Fire. In the distance, a group stood under the shade of trees, watching the unfolding battle. Strangely, some passers-by appeared oblivious to the spectacle, walking by as if the participants were mere air. Wu Ji, what do you think? Who will emerge victorious? An elder seated in a wooden wheelchair inquired of the youth behind him. Based on the evident power comparison, Bai Qiu will win. The youth observed after a moment of contemplation. The elder smiled and turned to a middle-aged man in white robes beside him. Tianju, which side do you believe has the greater chance of victory? Without hesitation, the man named Tianju replied, Bai Qiu will win. Such certainty? The elder regarded Tianju with curiosity. What is your reasoning? Intuition, and I am familiar with Bai Qiu's strength, as I am her master. Tianju responded. The elder chuckled. You can be overly confident at times. Look, your father has yet to speak. He gestured to another elder who had been silently observing the battlefield with a furrowed brow. What do you think, father? The middle-aged man in white asked respectfully. We shall see, the elder replied without turning around, his tone indifferent. At that moment, the battle on the stage underwent a new transformation. As snowflakes drifted, the sky gradually darkened, heavy clouds looming overhead, and a cold wind swept through, plunging the atmosphere into an icy chill. Retreat. The referee, witnessing this unsettling development, promptly ordered the spectators to step back to avoid any potential harm. The spectacle had escalated beyond the typical confrontation of Xian-level demon beasts. The snowflakes and flames burned in the frigid air, creating a bizarre yet captivating display. You are fortunate to witness my move for the first time, Bai Qiu stated calmly. I have named this technique the Song of Ice and Fire, Death's Lament. As her words fell, the snowflakes and flames encircling the Bing Yin Kuang Shi began to disperse. Each snowflake igniting a rift in the fabric of space, resonating with thunderous sounds. Suddenly, it began to snow, not from the Bing Yin Kuang Shi, but from the clouds above, which released a gentle snowfall. On the ground, sparks of fire erupted through the ice, and as the snowflakes met the flames, they did not dissolve but entwined, forming clusters of snowflake flames. In the end, the arena was inundated with snowflake flames, entirely enveloping the Luo Ermi in every direction, slowly closing in from above. With this technique alone, Bai Qiu could barely edge into the ranks of the talented. Wu Ji's expression turned grave as he observed the Luo Ermi surrounded by the swirling snowflake flames, contemplating how he would save himself if caught in such a predicament. After much deliberation, he shook his head. Unless he utilized the speed and power of his inherent beast from the outset to defeat the Bing Yin Kuang Shi, he would be unable to break free from the encirclement of the snowflake flames once this technique was unleashed. Zhou Lao, who do you think will win now? Tianju asked, directing his gaze at the elder in the wheelchair. Zhou Lao furrowed his brow. With his keen insight, he could discern the formidable power of Bai Qiu's technique. Even if the Luo Ermi had displayed exceptional prowess before, this technique seemed to seal Bai Qiu's victory. Wu Shuang, what is your perspective? Zhou Lao turned to the young woman standing at the forefront of the crowd. Nangong Wu Shuang. Observe attentively. She replied calmly. Nangong Fu Yuan, also known as Nangong Tianju, watched his father's back with a heart full of confusion and doubt. Why was his father so certain that the small monkey could triumph over the Bing Yin Kuang Shi? It was known that demon beasts of opposing attributes possessed destructive capacities that could surpass those of ordinary king-level beasts. Bai Qiu's technique had already begun to threaten the pinnacle of Xian level. What could a monkey below Xian level possibly counter with? As the cold wind swept across the arena, a haunting wail echoed, and the outer space was sealed off by the swirling snowflake flames. The flames extended into thin lines, connecting to form a transparent barrier that enveloped the arena, separating it from the outside world, with continuous flames crackling within. Death's Lament. With Bai Qiu's declaration, the snowflake flames began to whirl at a blinding speed, emitting mournful wails reminiscent of anguished souls. No wonder it is called Death's Lament, Dongfeng Wu exclaimed. The sound seems to summon souls. I never imagined Bai Qiu could conceal such power. A tall youth marveled. I doubt I would have a chance against this move. And you, Yi? The others turned to the long-haired man, Xing Yuyi. In terms of sheer offensive power, Bai Qiu's technique is only slightly inferior to my Yong Yixing beast, he stated, his gaze fixed intently on the Bing Yin Kuang Shi. However, with such an overwhelming assault, defense is nearly impossible. It is hard to say. In the end, Xing Yuyi shook his head. Seeing that even Xing Yuyi did not express absolute confidence moving forward, the others were left in astonishment. Had Bai Qiu truly grown to this extent so swiftly? As the snowflake flames began to converge toward the Lu Ermi Ho, what would it do in the face of such devastating force? A roar echoed from above, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, resonating through the heavens and earth. A brilliant golden light flashed across the sky, causing the surrounding barrier to tremble precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. To the astonished gaze of the crowd, a golden figure, towering 3 zhong, emerged in the celestial realm. Bursts of golden energy erupted from its form, repelling the encroaching snowflake flames. Bai Qiu's expression shifted. How had this small figure suddenly transformed into a colossal beast? Communicating with the Bing Yin Kuang Shi, Bai Qiu found that under its command, the snowflake flames began to merge, forming even more potent snowflake flames. For Bai Qiu understood that the previous level of attack might not be sufficient to shake the presence of this golden war god. Li Rmhu's eyes were devoid of emotion, and it did not intervene against the Bing Yin Kuang Shi. Its figure gradually began to rotate in the air, and the surrounding space emitted a resonant roar, a manifestation of the ability to shake the very fabric of space with mere physical form. Have you noticed? In the distance, Shu Ing suddenly spoke. The amplification formation on that small monkey had been concealed until now, only to erupt all at once. Did you feel that unique fluctuation? Was it mental energy or soul energy? You mean? Ning Nu recalled the faint pulsation from the Li Rmhu, soul energy. That little monkey possesses a fluctuation of soul energy. Indeed. Shu Ing remarked, he has yet to reach the Xian level, yet his mental energy has already transformed into soul energy, and moreover, this soul energy is extraordinarily potent. Chapter 82, the conclusion of the battle. At this moment, the snowflake flame gradually converged, forming a larger snowflake flame, resembling an ice lotus. With layers of snowflakes building outward, while a flicker of flame in the center began to swell, creating a chilling glow against the backdrop of the snowflakes. In contrast, the Li Rmhu's slowly rotating figure stirred the primordial energy of heaven and earth, its fists radiating golden light. Amidst the booming sounds, the Li Rmhu drew back its fists, tracing intricate trajectories. This punch was unlike the previous ones that cleaved mountains or parted seas. Under the spatial pressure from the snowflake flame's might and the augmentation of Luo Tianya's formidable soul energy formation, the Li Rmhu grasped a new technique. The invincible fist. Bai Qi gazed at the destructive intent emanating from the Li Rmhu's fists, her expression sharpened. She swiftly formed several amplification formations that she cast upon the Bing Yin Kuang Shi, instantly boosting its momentum. The speed at which the snowflake flame gathered increased. And amidst the biting cold wind, a snowflake flame, over 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, appeared in the air. The snowflake flame slowly rotated, each turn releasing wisps of snow energy that twisted the air, producing crackling sounds. The song of ice and fire, the lament of death, truly lived up to its name. Ing W, now thoroughly convinced, initially thought he had lost due to carelessness, but witnessing the current situation, he understood the fairness of his defeat. It was expected that Bai Qi possessed a hidden card. After all, she was a disciple of the Yin Vice Academy, but that monkey, with its ancient and profound fist intent, that elusive and indescribable realm Xuanwu observed the Li Rmhu in the sky. What kind of origin does such a fist technique possess? This technique embodies the essence of great annihilation. Zhu Lao's expression turned solemn and grave. His gaze fixed intently upon the Li Rmhu. Indeed, Ning Shu Ing remarked, we were once defeated by this very essence of annihilation. What? As the words fell, both the Ning Vice Academy and WH's expressions changed dramatically. They only knew the outcome back then, but were unaware of the process of that battle. Could it be that Ning Vice Academy looked suspiciously at the Li Rmhu and Luo Tianya, wondering if they had any connections with the magical beasts? You are overthinking it. Ning Shu Ing turned back decisively, stating that he was the least likely to be connected with the magical beasts. It was merely that his contracted beast's fist technique possessed the essence of great annihilation. Moreover, this pure annihilation essence, Ning Shu Ing glanced back at the Li Rmhu as it swung its fist, was even purer than the royal-level magical beast he had encountered back then, rivaling even the beast monarch he had witnessed in his past. At this moment, the golden right fist of the Yin-Yang began to turn gray, a gray that was not ordinary, seemingly a chaotic hue that was indescribable. Boom. The Yin-Yang shattered the air, producing a thunderous sound as it launched the first strike, its gray fist accompanied by a golden silhouette, carving a path through the air, annihilating space as it struck the snowflake flame. Buzz. The fist collided directly with the snowflake flame, producing a unique sound, as if time itself paused for a moment, followed by a tremendous explosion. Boom. The snowflake flame immediately shattered, scattering in all directions, with remnants of fiery snowflakes falling onto the arena, melting a large hole in the ice layer and even breaching the solid platform beneath. The judge's expression changed dramatically. He raised his hand, summoning a snow-white bear-like demon beast. As the beast's 4 feet landed, an ice seal enveloped the arena, preventing the snowflake flame from injuring the spectators. However, the residual waves of their attack still surged, causing the ice seal to wobble precariously, on the verge of collapse. Ding! The ice seal soon could not withstand the pressure, shattering as the shards of the snowflake flame threatened to scatter and potentially harm the crowd. Suddenly, a 5-colored divine light appeared, swirling through the air, causing the snowflake flame to vanish without a trace. And the spatial tremors caused by the residual waves were also smoothed out. The judge withdrew his outstretched hand, and a series of imperceptible ripples dissipated. A middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in the center of the arena. He looked up at the tall monkey, who brushed off the snowflake flame from its fur, and scathed but slightly fatigued, with a furrowed brow, contemplating something. In Yin-Yang Vice Academy, the others bowed respectfully to him. Master, Biaichi approached, leading the somewhat exhausted Bingyan Quangshe, and said, "I'm sorry for embarrassing you." Yin-Yang Vice Academy did not respond, simply gazing quietly at the Yin-Yang suspended in midair. Luo Tianya stepped forward, pointing to the sky, and the Yin-Yang instantly transformed from a towering beast back into its small golden form, its right fist returning to its original state. Subsequently, clouds formed like steps, allowing the Yin-Yang to descend gradually, finally perching on Luo Tianya's shoulder. Observing the somewhat drained Yin-Yang, Luo Tianya reached out to stroke it, praising its earlier performance. ZZ. The Yin-Yang smiled broadly, settling quietly on his shoulder. This round, Yin-Yang Vice Academy suddenly spoke. "You have won. It was an honor." Luo Tianya clasped his fists and smiled at Biaichi and the Bingyan Quangshe. Roar. The Bingyan Quangshe snorted, seemingly displeased with the outcome. Biaichi had a complex expression as she reached out to comfort the Bingyan Quangshe. "With your current strength, you have already secured the top position in the 9th level and could even enter the Xian level class." Yin-Yang Vice Academy suddenly stated. Vice Academy. At this moment, the judge interjected respectfully. He is yet to reach the Xian level. According to regulations, he cannot enter the Xian level class, nor can he head to the front lines for training. To reach the Xian level, enter the Xian level class, and even train on the front lines? Luo Tianya looked at the judge in confusion. Many top academies on the continent have such regulations, the judge explained. The Xian level is the minimum rank for entering the front lines, and generally, students in the Xian level class are arranged for battlefield training, going to the front lines to slay magical beasts, thereby preparing them for future endeavors. I can. Luo Tianya's eyes sparkled at this, as going to the front lines was his long-held desire. Once there, the evolution points would surely flow in abundance, and with the battle nurturing further growth, both MOMOLing and the Yin-Yang would undoubtedly mature swiftly. No, you cannot. An elder in a white robe appeared, blocking Luo Tianya. Dean. Everyone bowed once more. We have other arrangements for you, and you cannot go to the front lines for now. Yin-Yang Shuing looked at Luo Tianya and stated. Just as Luo Tianya was about to say something, he was halted by a gesture from Yin-Yang Shuing. Let us disperse for now. Saying this, he vanished in a flash. Yin-Yang Vice Academy leaned down to say something to the somewhat dejected Biaichi, and then his figure also disappeared in an instant. Father. Yin-Yang Vice Academy returned to the shade of the trees and inquired, "Why do you not allow him to go to the front lines?" Given his current strength and talent, he would gain even greater growth on the front lines. There exists the possibility of greater growth, yet the risk of swift demise looms equally large. Nangong Wushuang declared with grave seriousness, "I shall not permit him to engage on the battlefield prematurely." At this juncture, he paused, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. His name is Luo Tianya, the offspring of Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji. Finally, I have completed the combat scene, though the outcome did not meet my expectations. Chapter 83. Feng Yingying pays a visit. What? Nangong Tianjue, also known as the Vice Dean Nangong, exhibited a dramatic change in expression, his voice trembling slightly. Are you saying that boy is the child of Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji? Indeed, Nangong Wushuang nodded. He is the son of the very Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji who sacrificed themselves at Xifang City to cover your retreat. Nangong Tianjua's expression became exceedingly complex, encompassing guilt, anger, discontent, and jealousy, an array of emotions swirling within him. Two figures surfaced in his mind, a man clad in white, possessing extraordinary talent, with his fateful beast, the White Wolf King, triumphantly dominating their generation as if standing atop a mountain while others gazed up from the base. The other figure, a woman of unparalleled beauty and talent, possessed an invincible defensive beast, the Jia Yushi King, capable of traversing air and earth with ease. These two had left the other prodigies in despair. They had anticipated a swift widening of the gap between themselves and their generation, ascending to the pinnacle of the divine beast continent. Yet, during the final battle of prodigies, they were ensnared by demonic beasts, trapped in Xifang City, facing imminent doom against king-level monsters. Ultimately, it was the pair who stepped forward, courageously confronting the threat and granting their companions a precious opportunity to retreat. Nangong Tianjua vividly recalled the scene of Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji linking arms, accompanied by the White Wolf King and Jia Yushi King. As they gallantly strode towards the city gates, a moment etched deeply in the hearts of many, a hurdle some might never overcome. Does Master know? After a prolonged silence, Nangong Tianjua asked bitterly. Alas, Zhou Lao sighed. He is likely still unaware, and that boy remains oblivious to everything concerning your master. For the time being, do not let them know of each other's existence. Otherwise, chaos may ensue, Nangong Wushuang advised, his tone growing exceedingly stern as he fixed his gaze upon Nangong Tianjua. Understood, Nangong Tianjua replied, lowering his head. What say you, Bai Qiu? Are you now convinced? Luo Tianya addressed Bai Qiu, who stood opposite him with an indifferent tone. I concede defeat. The Bai family shall no longer trouble the Luo family at Nantian Academy. Bai Qiu stated with a neutral expression before turning to leave with the Ice Flame, Wild Lion. We've won. Ha. Luo Hua and De Zhuang rushed over to celebrate with Luo Tianya. Look at Bai Jia's face, filled with anger and frustration. He can hardly hold his ground before me now. Luo Hua laughed. Do not stir up trouble. Luo Tianya cautioned. The priority now is to enhance our strength. Otherwise, you shall soon find yourselves lagging behind. Right? I aim to help Xiao Heizhu break through to level 6 in the coming days. De Zhuang declared, clenching his fist. My little white rabbit should also reach level 7 soon. Xiao Bai added. I am not progressing that quickly. Luo Bing shook her head. I still require time to hone my skills. The others echoed similar sentiments. Rest assured, the resources have been allocated to you. The rest is up to your own efforts. Luo Tianya stated. Let us return now. Dinner time approaches. What shall we have? Grilled fish? Fried shrimp? Count me in. Luo Tianya observed his companions, their enthusiasm for food strikingly evident, leaving him momentarily speechless. Next time, only those whose fateful beasts level up will be rewarded with a meal. Let us see how diligent you are. Luo Tianya mused. As they prepared to return for a celebratory feast, a young woman clad in red appeared at the entrance of Nantian Academy, immediately capturing the attention of all. Although the girl was strikingly beautiful, it was the creature accompanying her, a mystical beast supported by a stream of clear water, that truly enchanted onlookers. This beast manifested as a stunning woman with an icy demeanor, reminiscent of an untouchable goddess, yet with a fish tail in place of legs. Those well-versed in the arcane recognized her as the deep-sea songstress, a unique beast from the easternmost regions, known to be tameable only by the strong. What? A beast master from the Far East? Is she here to enroll? Who dares to inquire? The crowd was abuzz with whispers about the girl in red and her deep-sea songstress when suddenly, she broke the silence, addressing the gathered seniors. Excuse me, esteemed brothers, is there a student named Wang Teng at Nantian Academy? Wang Teng. Is it the Wang Teng we know? A youth stepped forth, cupping his fists politely. We indeed have a Wang Teng in our academy. May I inquire as to your purpose in seeking him? It is merely a personal matter. The girl in red replied, her radiant smile leaving the uninitiated youth spellbound. Could you kindly direct me to Wang Teng's residence? She inquired. Certainly, under her charming influence. They quickly provided the precise location of Wang Teng. Thank you, esteemed brothers, she said with a graceful bow before swiftly departing in the direction they indicated, accompanied by her deep-sea songstress. Isn't Wang Teng currently in seclusion for a breakthrough? Why is someone looking for him? Someone suddenly pondered aloud. Perhaps it is someone he knows, came the speculative reply. Wang Teng may not possess striking looks, but he seems to have good fortune in love. Indeed, how could someone less attractive than me attract such a beautiful girl? Several youths grumbled as they dispersed. Is this the place? The girl in red halted before a modest courtyard, curiously peering inside. However, recalling the earlier incident, her teeth clenched in indignation. Dare to take what belongs to me? I shall make you pay." Just as she was seething, two figures emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing the beautiful girl standing before them, a man with a green snake coiled around his neck chuckled and asked, "Little sister, who are you looking for?" With a swift motion, the girl in red sent him flying, crashing into a bed of flowers and plants. The remaining man, cloaked in shadows, summoned a black scorpion that lunged forward. With a splash, a wave of water sent the scorpion hurtling away towards the back of the courtyard. "What are you trying to do?" The last man stammered, trembling. "This is Wang Tung's residence. He is on the verge of a breakthrough to the Xian level. Do not act recklessly." "I seek Wang Tung," the girl in red asserted. "Now, tell me, where is he?" Under the weight of her demands, the man quivered and replied, "Wang Tung has been in seclusion for several days, striving to break through to the Xian level." A large question mark appeared above the girl's head. Chapter 84. Conquering from the stomach. "That fish is nearly burnt. Flip it over quickly. The shrimp need a bit more time. Let them simmer. The chives are wilting. Harvest them immediately." Outside a small wooden house, a group of individuals was perspiring profusely, diligently following the commands of a figure standing at the center. "Adjust the seasoning, apply it evenly. The marinade for the fish must be generous to eliminate the earthy taste. Luohua, keep an eye on your Xuanwu. He just stole some food again." After a flurry of activity, with chickens flying and dogs jumping, they finally managed to prepare the meal. Luo Tianya sat at the center of the crowd, watching everyone with their disheveled appearances, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Now you all understand the hardships of cooking, don't you? Next time, let us see who dares to slack off and enjoy a free meal." Although this group appeared somewhat disheveled, excitement gleamed in their eyes. For apart from Xiaobai and Sun Shu, most had never set foot in a kitchen. Now, gazing at the array of dishes before them, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within them. "Let us eat." With Luo Tianya's command, chopsticks flew across the large square wooden table, creating a flurry of motion that surpassed even their participation in beast battles. Howl! Suddenly, the Lanyue greedy wolf raised its head and howled at the newly risen full moon, capturing everyone's attention and causing their chopsticks to halt. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Luohua unleashed a speed rarely seen, swiftly grabbing 3 grilled fish, 6 grilled shrimp, and a plate of chives before him, licking the food with delight. "Ha ha!" Luohua laughed heartily, declaring, "You all can fight over the rest. I have more than enough." Disgusting. Sitting beside him, Luo Bing shot him a disdainful glance and shifted a bit further away. Others echoed her sentiments. And just as Luo Tianya was about to speak, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After being commanded by Luohua, the Lanyue greedy wolf scampered over and, in a moment of sheer delight, devoured the fish, leaving only their heads and a few shrimp antennae. As for the chives, the Xuanwu sniffed at them and disdainfully walked away. Luohua was left dumbfounded, staring at the chaos before him. "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the crowd, who remarked that Luohua got what he deserved. It was only natural for his spirit beast to attract the attention, ultimately leading to his own loss. "Lanyue greedy wolf, spit that out." Luohua finally regained his senses and grasped the wolf's head, shaking it vigorously in an attempt to dislodge the fish and shrimp it had just consumed. Uffed. The Lanyue greedy wolf, feeling uncomfortable from the shaking, spat a mouthful of saliva right onto Luohua's face. In the moment Luohua was stunned, it broke free and dashed away. "Xuanwu!" Luohua fumed, initially displeased with Luo Tianya for calling his spirit beast Xuanwu, feeling uncomfortable despite not understanding the words. But now, the Lanyue greedy wolf had utterly infuriated him. Wiping the saliva from his face, he stormed after the Lanyue greedy wolf, which, aware of its mischief, sprinted gleefully into the small woods. "Don't run," Luohua pursued without hesitation. Having a Xuanwu in life brings endless joy, Luo Tianya mused with a smile. "Eat, eat, eat, let him be." As they neared a satisfying point of fullness, Luo Tianya noticed Luohua had yet to return and was about to suggest saving some food for him, when suddenly, a sharp cry pierced through the woods. "Luo Tianya!" The voice was urgent and filled with anger, followed by a red figure bursting forth from the forest, executing a mysterious palm technique that enveloped the table in a gust of wind. Just as the lure monkey intended to set down the grilled fish to intervene, Luo Tianya vanished in a flash, throwing a punch empowered by his formidable physical strength, meeting her palm technique head-on. Boom! The girl in red was forced back, her figure flying into the woods, followed by the sound of crashing water. Luo Tianya descended gracefully, casting a calm gaze at the small woods. The others paused their feasting, gathering behind Luo Tianya. In the woods, a gentle stream of water halted the girl's retreat, suspending her midair. "This guy is truly formidable." Feng Yingying gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with frustration. Here she was, Feng Yingying, a prodigy from the eastern extremes, just past 16, with her spirit beast already at the pinnacle of level 9. a rare and special existence like the three-tailed white fox. Even her great-grandfather, one of humanity's strongest, praised her exceptional talent. However, upon arriving in the southern sky domain, she had suffered greatly, having been deceived and robbed of her Zhu fruit, seeking revenge only to be tricked again. The person had used a false name, manipulating her feelings. After much back and forth, she finally discovered his true name was Luo Tianya through a beast close to him. After a run-in with the deep-sea songstress, who had taught the somewhat frivolous Luo a lesson, she learned they were currently dining together. After all the trouble I went through to find you, you still have the leisure to feast. Seething with anger, Feng Yingying leaped from the woods, casting a ceiling palm technique towards the group. But unexpectedly, this guy was indeed as formidable as rumored, sending her flying with a single punch. Had it not been for the deep-sea songstress intervening, she might have been injured. This guy must only be 15, a freshman this year, she thought. A descendant of humanity's strongest, with countless resources, only managed to reach the pinnacle of level 9 at 16. Why is he so powerful at 15? With a begrudging expression, she walked out of the woods alongside the deep-sea songstress, followed by the dejected Luo and Lanyu greedy wolf. Luo Tianya glanced at the drenched Luo, clearly displeased. If the girl has something to discuss, she should come to me directly. Dealing with those around me is hardly impressive. He had spoken rather harshly to the deep-sea songstress, hence the reprimand from Feng Yingying. Oh, perhaps it is time for a lesson, Luo Tianya nodded. Luo glanced at Feng Yingying, noting her lack of reaction, and stealthily returned to the Xuanwu's side. So, whose side are you on, Tianya? What you did was wrong. Luo Tianya replied matter-of-factly. All right. Luo observed the agreement from those around him and fell silent, sulking with the Xuanwu. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Luo Tianya smiled at Feng Yingying. Fight? Why wouldn't I? Feng Yingying glared at Luo Tianya, full of indignation. I'm ready anytime. Luo Tianya stepped forward. You all can come at me together, no problem. Feng Yingying gritted her teeth, about to speak when a delicious aroma wafted through the air, causing her stomach to growl audibly, catching everyone's attention. Feng Yingying's face flushed red, glancing down at her belly, annoyed that it betrayed her by growling before her opponent. How about we eat first, and then fight? Luo Tianya chuckled at her. Feng Yingying lowered her head in silence. A quarter of an hour later, with oil glistening on her lips, she exclaimed, delicious. Chapter 85, Bewildered Again. Uffed. Luo Bing could not help but burst into laughter. Just moments ago, this girl in red had appeared so fierce, seemingly ready to strike. Yet now she was munching on a grilled fish in front of everyone. The contrast was truly striking. Seeing Luo Bing laugh, Feng Yingying felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had come seeking trouble, yet now found herself sitting here, enjoying the grilled fish made by Luo Tianya. But truth be told, the fish he grilled was delectable. Wiping her mouth clean, Feng Yingying rose, feigning calmness, and called upon the deep-sea songstress to use her abilities. A surge of fresh water appeared, which she used to wash her hands, then took out a small towel to dry them. This ability is truly convenient. Luo Tianya gazed enviously at the mermaid's power. If only he had this ability in the desert, it would be miraculous. Seeing she had finally eaten her fill, Luo Tianya approached her with a smile. So, my lady, do you still wish to fight? I refuse to accept this. Of course I still want to fight. Though she had consumed another's fish, her anger had yet to dissipate. The combination of being robbed of the zhuguo and feeling deceived infuriated this girl, who had been doted upon since childhood. Very well, Luo Tianya said calmly. You may all come at me together, and be sure to summon your white fox as well. Bold words. Feng Yingying huffed, yet her heart raced with apprehension. She had previously learned from others at Nantian Academy that this youth's companion beast possessed the strength of level 9 and had defeated the Xian level Ice Flame Mad Lion. Although Feng Yingying was also a prodigious talent, her innate and companion beasts were not of a particularly aggressive nature. Their strength lay primarily in their exceptional control abilities. Whether it was the Sanwei Baihu or the deep-sea songstress, as long as she secured the first move, she could maintain control indefinitely. With this thought, her eyes darted, and a cunning plan began to form. A fight is inevitable, yet, Feng Yingying smiled. Let us alter our approach. Why should I heed your words? Luo Tianya looked at her with a puzzled expression. Huh. Feng Yingying widened her eyes, momentarily stunned. This person certainly did not play by the rules. You. Feng Yingying felt frustrated, at a loss for words. You have taken our belongings, and if we do not accept it, you will spread the word. Just as Feng Yingying was at a loss, the mermaid beside her suddenly spoke. She can talk. Luo was taken aback, stumbling back and falling over a dog. He had just insulted the mermaid and received a reprimand. It was said that speaking beasts were of the highest rank. Would he be beaten into a pig's head? Luo clutched the Lan Yutan Lang, feeling utterly disheartened. Luo Tianya and the others were equally astonished. They had seen this so-called deep-sea songstress remain silent until now. and suddenly she spoke in flawless human language. So you can speak. De Zhuang looked at the deep-sea songstress, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The deep-sea songstress is an exceedingly rare beast, possessing a human form with a fish tail. Naturally fluent in human language, Feng Yingying explained. You just said. Luo Tianya narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the deep-sea songstress. You intend to spread the word about me taking your zhugua? Feng Yingying remained silent, and the deep-sea songstress replied coolly, What? Did you not take our zhugua? Who has seen me take your zhugua? Luo Tianya smiled broadly at her. Feng Yingying and the deep-sea songstress exchanged glances. Realizing that indeed, no one had witnessed Luo Tianya taking their zhugua, the Hong Lian Yuan Ho could testify, but to the Hong Lian Yuan Ho. Both Feng Yingying and Luo Tianya were merely intruders. It would be better not to beat them and instead assist in testifying. The deep-sea songstress fell silent. Dealing with such a person, she, with her simpler thoughts, was no match. Luo Tianya chuckled at their helpless expressions and called for Luo Hua, instructing him to retrieve some items from the wooden house. Soon, Luo Hua emerged, hands laden with 4 red fruits. Zhugua, Feng Yingying exclaimed, eyeing the fruits in his hands. The remaining few, aside from those needed for task completion, were shared among them. These were all that were left. Luo Tianya gestured for Luo Hua to pass them to Feng Yingying. You desire the zhugua? There are 4 remaining here, all yours. Should you still be dissatisfied, we shall have to engage in a battle. Feng Yingying cautiously accepted the zhugua from Luo Hua's hands and summoned her Sanwei Baihu. Then, with each person and beast accounted for, Feng Yingying and her Sanwei Baihu, along with the deep-sea songstress, began to consume the fruits before them. Young Master Luo. Xiao Bai chuckled from the side. I find this girl rather innocent. She is likely the daughter of a prominent family. Luo Tianya replied, having been raised in luxury. Her thoughts are simple, and she is yet to encounter any ill-intentioned individuals. As they chatted, Feng Yingying and her companions quickly finished their meal and turned their gazes toward Luo Tianya. While you have returned the 4 zhugua to us, you still owe us many more. Our grievances remain unresolved. So, little one, what do you propose? Luo Tianya crossed his arms, a group of people behind him watching them, creating an impression akin to lambs confronting a pack of wolves. As previously stated, let us engage in a unique competition. Feng Yingying stepped forward. You shall compete against my innate beast. The battleground will be this small thicket. My innate beast will hide first, and we shall see if you can find her. A game of hide-and-seek, Luo Tianya laughed. Should you manage to catch her, Feng Yingying's eyes glimmered with significance. Then our grievances shall be erased. And if you fail to catch her? Luo Hua inquired, clutching the Lan Yutan Lang. Feng Yingying's eyes twinkled mischievously. Then you must prepare for me 20 more of those delicious roasted fish. This girl is quite the foodie. Sun Yun laughed while cradling the Sun Bao Shu. Moreover, she can eat more than us. Luo Feng added. Feng Yingying glared at them, thinking that had it not been for the possibility of losing, she would have beaten them senseless by now. She turned to Luo Tianya, asking, So, do you dare to compete? Very well, your wish shall be granted. Luo Tianya stepped forward, signaling for her to begin. Squeak. The Sanwei Baihu dashed into the thicket, and after a brief pause, Feng Yingying allowed Luo Tianya to enter. Upon seeing him leap inside, Feng Yingying chuckled, her mind already envisioning whether to consume 20 roasted fish all at once or savor one each day. Crash! A sound of an object falling echoed from the thicket, followed by a figure emerging, holding a small white fox. Feng Yingying's daydream was abruptly interrupted. The contest had concluded. What happened? Feng Yingying's head was filled with confusion. You, Feng Yingying stared in disbelief at him. How could you find my Sanwei so quickly? Luo Yi smiled mysteriously, a secret. Feng Yingying believed that the illusionary abilities of her innate beast, the Sanwei Baihu, could deceive Luo Tianya. Unaware that he had acquired the ability to see through all illusions. The Sanwei Baihu's powers might confound others, but they could not elude his perception. With a casual flick, he returned the Sanwei Baihu to Feng Yingying, laughing as he spoke. So, shall we consider this duel a victory for me? Feng Yingying accepted the Sanwei Baihu. Nodding in frustration, you have won. Our grievances are resolved, and I shall no longer pursue you. Very well, then, no need for formalities. Luo Tianya gestured for her to leave. Feng Yingying felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly cold-hearted. Unable even to linger for a moment longer so that they could enjoy a few more roasted fish. Embracing the Sanwei Baihu, she turned back several times, gazing longingly at the remaining roasted fish and fried shrimp on the wooden table, swallowing hard with reluctance. The deep-sea songstress followed closely behind, shaking her head in amusement as the waves gently carried her onward. Brother Tianya, Luo Bing approached. Why rush to send her away? At least let her stay a little longer. Luo Tianya shook his head. Such a person with an unclear identity is best avoided until we understand the situation. To prevent unnecessary trouble. In any case, our grievances have been settled. I hope we shall not cross paths again. Now let us finish the leftovers. The last one to finish must wash the dishes. Luo Tianya waved his hand, leading everyone back into action. Save some for me. Luo Hua lunged forward, swiftly claiming a seat at the table and grabbing a somewhat cold roasted fish to shove into his mouth. Then you shall be responsible for the cleaning. Very well. My fate is truly dire. Luo Hua exclaimed with a pained expression. Ha ha ha. In the stillness of the night, Luo Tianya lay in bed, deeply immersed in slumber. While beside him, the Luo Miho also enjoyed a peaceful sleep in its cozy nest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking even the wooden cabin slightly. In a flash, without even opening his eyes, Luo Tianya had already leapt from his wooden bed, now outside the cabin, with the Luo Miho perched upon his shoulder. What is happening? Luo Tianya furrowed his brow, wondering if it was an earthquake. Creak. At that moment, Xiaobai opened the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Luo Tianya, he hurried over. Young Master Luo, what just occurred? I don't know, Luo Tianya replied, shaking his head as he gazed towards the distant Nanming forest. The sound seemed to emanate from that direction. As his words fell, another deafening explosion erupted, followed by a colossal fireball bursting forth from the depths of the Nanming forest, a vibrant pillar of flames shooting skyward. Something significant is happening. Luo Tianya exchanged a glance with Xiaobai, both reflecting astonishment. Let us find the Dean and Elder Zhou. In a blink, Luo Tianya darted towards Elder Zhou's location, with Xiaobai hastily in tow. Upon arriving at Elder Zhou's wooden cabin, they discovered the door ajar, with neither Elder Zhou nor Brother Wuji in sight. They must have already rushed over, Luo Tianya remarked as he stepped back outside. Should we go after them? Xiaobai inquired, looking at him. Luo Tianya, fixated on the towering, brilliant fire pillar, hesitated. Undoubtedly, something unusual was occurring in Nanming Forest, but whether it was fortuitous or perilous remained unclear to him. Even with his fiery eye, he could merely discern a small flame flickering within the pillar, yielding little information beyond that. Was this a chance encounter or a trap? He could not discern. Yet, a vague feeling stirred within him, as if something was beckoning him. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tianya gritted his teeth and made a decision. Let us go. The strong ones from the academy should have already arrived. We will only observe from the periphery, without interfering. With that resolution, the two hastened towards the direction of the fire pillar. Along their way, they noted that nearly everyone from Nantian Academy was also heading that way, with throngs of students crowding the path. After all, the fire pillar was exceedingly conspicuous, visible from afar. And some senior students claimed that such phenomena had never before occurred in Nanming Forest, leading many to speculate whether a treasure had emerged. Driven by curiosity, nearly the entire academy had mobilized. As Luo Tianya's interest in the fire pillar waned, he reflected that with so many people, including formidable figures like Vice Dean Nangong, should it truly be a treasure, it would likely be beyond their reach. Let us consider it a chance to witness some excitement. Along the way, they fortuitously encountered Luo Bing and De Zhuang, deciding to walk together, with Luo Lu joining soon after, and ultimately, Lingzhan cheerfully approaching to join the gathering. Luo Tianya regarded the large group with mild exasperation. All right, I suppose we truly are just here for the spectacle, he mused, wishing they had brought along some snacks to fully embrace the role of curious onlookers. Although their pace was swift, the fire pillar remained distant as they approached. By the time they reached the outskirts of the fire pillar, a crowd had already gathered, with academy guards forming a protective circle around it to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, senior members of the academy congregated, their expressions grave as they observed the fiery phenomenon. To his surprise, the previously encountered girl in red, Feng Yingying, was also present, engaged in lively conversation with Nangong Qianqian, indicating they were acquaintances. This fire pillar is truly magnificent, De Zhuang exclaimed, gazing up at the towering flames that seemed to pierce the heavens. Such a celestial phenomenon must herald the emergence of a treasure, Luo Hua declared, enraptured. It seems my destiny as the protagonist of this realm is finally revealing itself. This treasure is certainly meant for me. Smack. Luo Lu delivered a playful slap from behind, admonishing, what are you daydreaming about at this hour? Luo Hua turned back, feeling aggrieved, wanting to retaliate, but realizing he was outmatched, and wishing to argue but finding that nearly all his peers were stronger than him, he ultimately retreated to a corner, like a wounded wolf, licking his wounds. The fire does not seem particularly hot. Ignoring Luo Hua's antics, Luo Tianya stepped closer, realizing there was no intense heat emanating from the flames. What kind of fire is this? He pondered quietly, also questioning why the earlier sensation of subtle beckoning had weakened upon his arrival here. Chapter 87, Nanming Lihua. This is Nanming Lihua, Nangong Wushuang remarked, gazing at the endless fire pillar with a sense of awe. It is said to be the primordial divine fire of antiquity, capable of incinerating anything, surpassing even the sun god fire. Is it truly more potent than the innate divine fire of that supreme being? Nangong Tianjue and the others listened in shock. Our Nangong clan established the Nantian Academy here precisely because we heard rumors that the Nanming Forest might conceal the essence of Nanming Lihua. Nangong Wushuang shared this secret knowledge with a hint of nostalgia. I always thought this was merely a legend, as our ancestors, who surpassed kings, searched this forest for years without uncovering any clues. Who would have thought it would suddenly appear now? Grandfather, Nangong Chanqian suddenly asked. How can you be sure that this is indeed Nanming Lihua? Ancient texts recount that during the primordial era, a colossal red divine bird soared overhead, leaving behind the flame seed, which the world came to know as Nanming Lihua. This fire is a white divine flame, which can split into 7 parts, transforming into 7 colorful flames, possessing tremendous power, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, capable of taking lives and also of saving many. The fire pillar, resplendent in its 7 hues, contained a small flicker of flame, unmistakably the white divine fire. Nangong Wushuang's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he peered through the fire pillar's exterior, glimpsing the white flame suspended in midair. Then, Grandfather, how can we extract this Nanming Lihua? Feng Yingying inquired. Behind them, the deep-sea singer kept her distance, perhaps due to her attributes, displaying a strong aversion to the fire pillar before them. I do not know. Nangong Wushuang shook his head. The ancient texts only record the appearance and functions of Nanming Lihua, but offer no insight on how to procure it. It seems that, according to legend, no one has ever succeeded in claiming Nanming Lihua for themselves. Could it be forcibly acquired? Nangong Tianjue gazed at the fire pillar, eager to try. With your half-step king strength, it is insufficient. Just then, a voice resonated behind them, preceding the appearance of a figure. Master. Nangong Tianjue bowed respectfully. Oh, you two have emerged. Elder Zhou observed him, shaking his head with a wry smile. This commotion is simply too great. I could not remain at ease without coming to see for myself. He then turned to Nangong Tianjue. You have yet to reach the king level, and your words are already so bold? Remember, the ancient texts state that Nanming Lihua is a being that transcends the king level, incinerating all to ash. You are far from its match. Nonetheless, we must obtain this Nanming Lihua. Nangong Wushuang sighed. If we can acquire this divine fire, it may hold the potential to heal the injuries of both myself and Elder Zhou. What? Elder Zhou grasped the handles of his wheelchair tightly, his voice trembling. Can this Nanming Lihua truly dispel demonic energy? It should be feasible. Yinging W. Shu Ying summoned his fateful beast, Biiz. What Biiz uttered was not mere illusion. This is the Nming Elhu. Biiz gazed at the exquisite, multi-hued flames before him, entranced. Simultaneously, he sensed the demonic energy, almost merging with his own body, stirring restlessly, eager to act. The Nming Elhu, capable of vanquishing myriad demons, cleansing the cosmos, and purifying the world. A flicker of divine light sparkled in Biiz's eyes as he beheld the small flame within, filled with desire. Yet he sighed and shook his head, lamenting, Alas, I do not know how to harness this divine fire. Given the situation, we must, by all means, make an attempt. Ying Nu stepped forward, addressing the blazing pillar. First, let everyone retreat to a safe distance, and then I shall take action. Gzu interjected, shaking his head. Allow me. You are still young, with a promising future ahead. I am already an old man. Ying Nu wished to protest, but Gzu halted him. Let it be. You shall oversee the retreat of the students. LT New York and the others, witnessing the spectacle from afar, suddenly spotted Gzu's appearance. After a brief discussion, the school guards surrounding the flame began to usher people away. What are you doing? Elhu exclaimed indignantly. Is it not permissible for us to watch? On what grounds do you expel us? Do you wish to monopolize the treasure? The young guard looked at Elhu with a sense of helplessness, explaining, the principal and the others are going to test the situation with the pillar. They fear unforeseen circumstances, hence our need to retreat further. Elhu remained skeptical. I would hardly believe you. You certainly intend to claim it all for yourselves, expelling us in the process. I, Elhu, am a child of destiny. That treasure must be entwined with my fate. The guard wore a bemused expression as he contemplated Elhu, but chose to remain silent. Ultimately, he returned with another person. At that moment, Elhu turned to boast to LT New York and the others. See, with just a few words, I have made those guards retreat. If there is a treasure, remember to allocate a portion to me. Is it you, young one, who refuses to heed advice? Elhu, strutting with pride, suddenly heard someone address him as young one. Igniting his temper, he turned, head held high, and exclaimed, Who dares call me a young one? Before he could finish, he froze, captivated by a girl before him. His eyes wide, the long-haired, leggy vice-captain of the guard, witnessing Elle, whose dazed expression, waved her hand in front of him. Hey, young one. Huh. Oh. Elle, who snapped back to reality, staring at her blankly. Your voice is truly melodious. What? No, I meant to say, you are truly beautiful. No. I meant to say you are both beautiful and melodious. Well, this child is quite infatuated. LT New York and the others shook their heads, watching the seemingly daft Elle, who, the previously mentioned young guard, wore a knowing expression, witnessing yet another young one enchanted by YQ Angshu. YQ Angshu, amused, gazed at her little junior and spoke softly. When the principal makes his move, it may inadvertently affect innocence, so I hope you can keep your distance. Of course. Elle, who responded earnestly, appearing cooperative, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The academy is concerned for our safety. We shall retreat at once. He began to push LT New York and the others backward. By the way, senior sister, Elle, who suddenly turned back, sincerely inquiring, may I know your name? YQ Angshu. Such a lovely name. Elle, who gave a thumbs up. Senior sister, I am Elle, who. You must remember me. YQ Angshu smiled and nodded. Hurry along. Di Zhuing, why are you lagging behind? Elle, who urged the retreating group, continually pressing forward. YQ Angshu watched Elle, who and his companions depart, shaking her head with a smile before turning back to her tasks. I think I may have fallen in love. After retreating to a considerable distance, they paused. Elle, who clutched his fluttering heart, a blissful grin on his face. Slap. LL delivered another smack. How old are you? No dating allowed. Chapter 88. Testing, Ruin. Once LT New York and the others had retreated to a safe distance, they lingered, gazing at the towering flame. Although they could not observe the principal's actions up close, they could admire from afar, curious to see if they could resolve the situation with the pillar. What a pity we cannot witness those esteemed individuals in action. Ling Zhn squatted on the ground, fiddling with a blade of grass. Indeed, LL echoed, also crouching down. Principal G and Vice Principal Ing are both half-step monarchs. Their fateful beasts, in terms of divine arts and spells, are unparalleled in the divine beast continent. Principal G's mastery over 9 elemental arts and Vice Principal Ing's 5 elemental divine light are both renowned. Rarely do we have the opportunity to see them unleash their full power outside the battlefield. Ling Zhn reflected, as they conversed. Elle being tugged on her brother L, whose ear, admonishing him to cease his infatuation, while others laughed at the scene. LT New York, however, furrowed his brow, sensing that the summoning sensation was now slightly stronger than it had been near the pillar, just as he contemplated having SNSH summon his treasure-hunting mouse to investigate. A thunderous boom erupted from the direction of the fire pillar, accompanied by a radiant 9-colored light. The powerful divine arts generated a palpable wave, even from their distance. They finally made their move. Ling Zhn exclaimed, rising to the top of a tree for a better view. The others followed suit, climbing trees to peer toward the flame. A 9-colored light wheel materialized from the air, quivering slightly, causing the space to ripple. Soon, a humming resonance filled the air as the light wheel began to rotate slowly, the 9 hues gradually merging into a subdued gray tone. Go! GZUN commanded. The light wheel cleaving through the air, slicing toward the flame pillar. Old G's fateful beast has indeed grown stronger. ZHULO remarked, observing the gray light wheel in the air. Yes, he is now likely just a step away. Inging W. Shuing nodded, watching the 9-headed bird wield its divine powers with fervor. I hope he can surpass that threshold soon. ZHULO sighed. With a resounding crash, the light wheel, capable of effortlessly slicing through space, collided with the flame pillar, creating a tremendous noise as the pillar was breached, flames erupting and scattering into the Ing forest. Go extinguish the fire. Ing T. Nu commanded the guard stationed not far away. Yes, the guard team, led by YQ Angshu, swiftly rushed to extinguish the scattered flames. Gather. LT New York noticed large flames dispersing toward their direction, furrowing his brow. With fingers splayed, he subtly closed them, conjuring an invisible force field that drew the flames together. Impressive. Ling Zhn, about to take action, found that LT New York had already resolved the issue. His speed of reaction and the strength demonstrated in that fleeting moment surpassed his own. Unaware of Ling Zhn's reaction, LT New York curiously examined the flame in his grasp, sensing it was merely a typical magical fire. The flames he had gathered were gradually diminishing, and LT New York did not detect anything extraordinary about them. They were merely slightly warmer than usual, and the system revealed no relevant information. The small flame within is the true essence. The exterior is merely a disguise. A glimmer of insight flashed in LT New York's eyes as he gazed at the tranquil white flame burning within. Meanwhile, the gray light wheel, having sliced through the outer rainbow flames, delved deeper, nearing contact with the central white flame. Suddenly, a slender line of white flame shot forth, directly targeting the gray light wheel, swiftly dissolving the formidable divine energy, as if igniting dry leaves. What? Gzun and the others were all struck with astonishment, particularly Gzun, who was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his own life beast. That single strike had the potential to obliterate half of Yin-Yang Academy. He had merely controlled the force to prevent its full power from being unleashed. Yet, such an immensely powerful divine ability was surprisingly dissolved by a mere flicker of flame emanating from the white fire. It was now unequivocally confirmed that Ning Shu Ing wore an expression of shock and exhilaration. This was indeed the fabled Ning Hu. Certainly, Old Zhou nodded in agreement, stating that this fire, immense in its power and unprecedented in existence, could only be Ning Hu. What shall we do now? Ning Qi asked. Even my grandfather's life beast, at the half-step king level, could not contend with it. What are our next steps? Master, let me give it a try. Ning Ju stepped forward confidently. Your great five elements divine light will likely be insufficient against it. Gzu shook his head. Ning Ju extended his hand, summoning a magnificent peacock, its resplendent tail feathers shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. This was his life beast, the Peacock King. Let us strike together. Ning declared, gazing at the slowly closing rift in the air. I refuse to believe that our four divine abilities cannot breach its defenses and reveal the true form of this flame. Indeed, Gzun felt his fighting spirit ignited. Today, let us, master and disciple, witness this legendary and primordial divine fire. With a flash, the two figures and their beasts ascended into the air, standing defiantly against the fire column. Let us unleash our power. Ling Zichin exclaimed with excitement. Principal G and Vice Principal N are joining forces. What a grand occasion. Luo L also expressed his sentiments. Such a scene will likely never be witnessed again, except perhaps when confronting king-level magical beasts. From a distance, the students of Yin-Yang Academy were filled with exhilaration and anticipation, astonished that they could witness two great masters of the academy act in concert. Buzz. The two nine-colored light wheel divine abilities were once again unleashed, gradually merging into a gray light wheel. Gzun and his life beast, the nine-headed bird, each executed a divine ability. Opposite them, Ning Ju spread his fingers, five distinct beams of light emanating from his hands, slowly coalescing into a multicolored light wheel. Meanwhile, the Peacock King beside him stirred its tail feathers, revealing an even larger multicolored light wheel. Go! The four earth-shattering divine abilities surged forth simultaneously toward the fire column, severing the surrounding towering flames and exposing the white fire within. Boom! Before the four divine abilities could close in, the white fire seemed to be provoked, unleashing its fury. Countless flickers of flame entwined around the four light wheels, instantly melting the divine abilities, and then it astonishingly self-detonated. The resounding roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, a brilliant white light enveloping the entire forest, rendering everything momentarily invisible. With the ability of Fire Eye Golden Eye, Luo Tianya stared in shock as the white flames detonated. Then the resulting flames split apart, half landing where Ning and others stood, while a smaller portion scattered outward, with the remainder flying directly toward them. Having just witnessed the power of the white fire, Luo Tiany's expression turned alarmed, and he shouted, "Run!" Upon hearing Luo Tiany's warning, the others immediately reacted. As they began to move, they were met with a series of thuds as several of them fell to the ground, accompanied by cries of dismay. "Who is on top of me?" came the voice of Luo Hu, followed by a howl, revealing it to be his own husky. "Husky, get up. You're too heavy. You're going to crush me." Boom. At that moment, Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque struck simultaneously, shattering the tree beneath them into splinters, leaves scattering everywhere. Luo Tianya fully activated his divine ability, Copper Skin Iron Bones, swelling in size, and with the addition of the Azure Dragon's might, an invisible force field emerged. With a swift motion of his fingers, he channeled pure physical strength into the space around him. This was his first time exerting his full strength, his eyes glinting with golden light as he focused intently on the white fire, launching a mighty blast. The space trembled under the impact, the roar reverberating as even the area surrounding the white flames momentarily collapsed under the force of his attack. The Six-Eared Macaque, standing beside him, wielded a recently learned fist technique, embodying the intent to obliterate. The space around them cracked with fine fissures as golden light burst forth, two golden serpents intertwining and slashing toward the white flames. Swish! The white fire gently swayed, emitting an inexplicable wave. and a flash of white light dissipated Luo Tiany's and the Six-Eared Macaque's attacks into nothingness. In an instant, the flames divided into 8, shooting toward the 8 individuals, excluding Luo Tiany. Luo Tiany's eyes widened in horror. He attempted to intervene, but was far too late. He had just witnessed the overwhelming power of the white flames. Even a half-step king-level strongman was powerless against them. How could they be expected to withstand such might? Would his companions be doomed? As the visual landscape of the world gradually returned, the white light dissipated, and Luo Tiany turned back, filled with dread, fearing to witness what he did not wish to see. To his surprise, all 8 individuals stood unharmed before him, though a few remained on the ground, momentarily unable to rise. What has become of the white flames? Luo Tiany descended to examine his companions, all wearing puzzled expressions. What white flames? De Zhuing stood up, dusting off his pants, inquiring. The very white flames that just exploded. Luo Tiany scrutinized De Zhuing and the others, stating, I saw it detonate, then a portion shot toward you all. I attempted to block it, but was overwhelmed, watching it split into 8 and enter your bodies. Luo Hu examined himself, feeling no missing parts, and sighed with relief. This cannot be. Luo Tiany frowned. I distinctly saw it split into 8 and fly toward you. Luo Tiany was perplexed. Could the white flames have vanished? Utilizing the divine ability to listen to all things, he sensed the surrounding movements of the wind and grass, yet detected no sign of the white flames. Suddenly, Luo Hu felt a surge of heat within his body, as if flames were igniting within his heart. I cannot endure this, Luo Hu exclaimed, tearing at his clothing and scratching at his chest in distress. Brother, Luo being rushed over anxiously. What is happening? I cannot take it anymore. Soon after, Sun Sh and Luo L experienced the same overwhelming heat, nearly driven to madness. Luo Tiany swiftly approached Luo Hu, placing his right hand on his chest. So hot. Luo Tiany's expression grew grave as he withdrew his hand. The temperature was nearly boiling, capable of scalding a wild boar. However, from their brief contact, Luo Tiany realized the reason for Luo Hu's condition. They were undergoing a transformation by the divine fire. The system detected their status, undergoing transformation by the secondary divine fire. The longer they endure, the greater their achievements will be. Keep going. You are the best. In other words, they had encountered an extraordinary fate, chosen by the secondary divine fire, undergoing an upgrade to enhance their talents and strength. Upon this realization, Luo Tiany quickly spoke. You have been chosen by the divine fire and are currently undergoing its transformation. You must endure. The longer you persist, the greater your future accomplishments will be. As his words fell, De Zhuing, Xiaobi, Ling Zichen, and Luo Being felt a fire ignite within their hearts, as if burning brightly. Hearing Luo Tiany's encouragement, they all sat down, gritting their teeth as they persevered. Luo Tianya extended his hand with a gentle wave, creating a distance between several individuals to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Summon my spirit beast back, he called out, noticing that Luo Hu's second dog was still outside. With a flash of mysterious light, the blue moon greedy wolf was summoned back into Luo Hu's spiritual sea, and he immediately felt a significant sense of relief. Standing in the center, Luo Tianya kept a vigilant watch over everyone's conditions, while pondering why this white flame had intentionally evaded him. Was it perhaps due to his striking handsomeness, rendering the flame self-conscious? Shaking his head, he recalled the scene of the flame's self-detonation. Half of it had fallen in place, near the dean and the others, while the rest had dispersed. He wondered who might gain a fortuitous encounter. His thoughts then drifted to the information provided by the system. Secondary divine fire. What could that possibly mean? Just as Luo Tianya furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sudden howl jolted him back to reality. Turning towards the sound, he saw Luo Hu, whose skin was cracked and white flames were seeping from his mouth. Hold on. Luo Tianya dashed to his side, pointing his right hand. The divine rain technique was invoked, and green halos appeared above Luo Hu's head, with twinkling lights nourishing him. The fractured skin gradually healed, and the flames receded. The weaker the talent, the shorter the duration of endurance. With your current state, do you still aspire to chase after the long-haired, leggy senior sister? Luo Tianya knew Luo Hu needed some motivation to persist. He swiftly decided to invoke the earlier senior sister as a source of inspiration. I can do it. Luo Hu gritted his teeth, the image of Yi Qingshui flashing in his mind, alleviating much of his pain. Seeing Luo Hu's determination to carry on, Luo Tianya felt a slight sense of relief. The system had indicated that the longer they persisted, the greater the transformative effect would be. He hoped these companions could accompany him further in the future. With the assistance of divine rain, they were able to persevere. Finally, after approximately an hour, Luo Hu, Sun Shu, Luo Lu, and others concluded their transformations, followed by Luo Feng, Zhuang, Lingzhan, and Xiao rising as well. Surprisingly, the last one to endure was Luo Bing. By all accounts, Xiao talent should have surpassed Luo Bing's, especially since his spirit beast was a Tao Dai. Yet, Luo Bing's desire to grow stronger was evidently overwhelming. Perhaps her previous failure had instilled a sense of deep dissatisfaction, thus resulting in her remarkable performance today. Ha! Luo Hua howled to the heavens. My blue moon greedy wolf has actually reached level 7, breaking through to level 6, and finally comprehending divine abilities. What divine ability? Luo Tianya inquired. Luo was suddenly deflated. The hungry wolf howl. When hungry, it can emit a special sound wave that causes other hungry beasts to cease their attacks and howl together. Luo Tianya listened to Luo Hua's explanation, utterly speechless. After much effort, the blue moon greedy wolf had evolved and gained an ability, only for it to be such a peculiar one. How bizarre, was all Luo Tianya could conclude. This ability, if utilized wisely, can serve as a formidable control technique. Observing Luo Hua's crestfallen expression, Luo Tianya offered some consolation. Really? Luo Hua's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Of course, but you must explore it diligently, Luo Tianya encouraged, patting him on the shoulder before checking on the others. I, Luo Hua, shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle and become the strongest, winning over senior sister Yi Qing. He vowed silently, gritting his teeth in determination. Level 8 pinnacle, haha? Luo Lu laughed heartily. My spirit beast has reached level 8 pinnacle. Just one step away from level 9. I, Luo Lu, am now also barely a master. Well done, brother Luo. Luo Tianya approached with a smile. After enduring hardships, success is sweet, but the journey must continue. Indeed, I will soon charge to level 9. Luo Li's eyes brimmed with confidence, a stark contrast to his former self. I too have reached level 8 pinnacle, Xiao remarked, approaching with a strong aura emanating from his physique. While Xiao had endured just slightly less time than Luo Bing, his spirit beast had only advanced by 1 level. After all, the Taotai was a rare creature, a powerful beast that devours everything, requiring more energy than ordinary beasts. Level 7, comprehended divine ability, Demon Fire Cannon. Luo Feng declared with great enthusiasm, summoning his spirit beast, which now appeared quite different from before. A fiery pattern adorned its forehead, and wisps of flames coiled around its 4 legs. It has mutated. Luo Tianya approached to touch it, realizing it had been transformed by the secondary divine fire, evolving into a dual attribute wind-fire demon wolf. Excellent. The wind will aid the fire. Your spirit beast will achieve great things in the future. Luo Feng smiled foolishly, stroking his spirit beast. My spirit beast has only reached level 5 pinnacle, Sun Shu admitted somewhat sheepishly nearby. No worries, Luo Tianya reassured him. The greatest function of your spirit beast is not combat. Utilizing its abilities effectively is far more valuable than frontline fighting. Besides, the transformation by the secondary divine fire is not yet complete. With diligent training, you should see further rewards. Boom. Suddenly, Zhuang pointed, and a wall of earth surged from the ground, followed by his little black pig charging straight through it. The wall shattered into countless fragments. Level 7 pinnacle. Comprehended divine ability, Earth Wall. I have learned it too. Zhuang chuckled. So you just use your divine ability and charge ahead? Luo Hua looked at him oddly. Testing its power, Zhuang replied. Ultimately, everyone's gaze turned towards Lingzhan and Luo Bing. Half-step Xian level. Lingzhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He never imagined that merely coming to witness the commotion would yield such fortune. His spirit beast had made significant strides under the transformative influence of the secondary divine fire, surpassing level 9 pinnacle to reach half-step Xian level. Now, those 3 rascals will likely be left far behind. He thought triumphantly. What spirit beast do you possess? Luo Tianya inquired curiously, observing Lingzhan's exhilaration. Hee, Lingzhan smirked. It's a secret. Who would care to know? Level 7 pinnacle, divine ability, space-splitting claw? Luo Bing interjected nonchalantly. Space-splitting claw? Everyone was intrigued. Luo Bing summoned the Blood Wolf King, and with a swipe of its sharp claw, a blade of air shot forth, cleaving towards a distant tree. Whoosh! The air blade vanished only to reappear directly before the tree, crashing into it with a thunderous sound and sending debris flying. Space-splitting claw? Traversing space? Luo Tianya fixated on the Blood Wolf King. Indeed, Luo Bing nodded. It can attack while disregarding spatial distance, though its current level is still low, limiting the distance. A powerful divine ability. Lingzhan remarked. Any ability involving space is formidable. Seeing that everyone had made progress and remained unscathed, Luo Tianya felt a sense of relief. Next, he intended to verify the source of the calling that lingered in his heart. Sun Shu, Luo Tianya called out. May I borrow your spirit beast for a moment? Of course, no problem. Sun Shu answered without hesitation, grateful for Luo Tianya's kindness and eager to assist him. He was more than willing. With a swish, the considerably larger treasure-hunting mouse was summoned and began to scurry across Sun Shu's hands. As Luo Tianya reached out, the treasure-hunting mouse darted straight into his palm and then climbed up to his shoulder. It seems the treasure-hunting mouse is truly your spirit beast. Sun Shu remarked with a hint of envy. Ha, perhaps I possess an innate affinity for the demonic beasts. Luo Tianya chuckled. Indeed, even a proud spirit beast like the butterfly fairy treats Luo Tianya differently than others. Luo Tianya slightly turned his head and whispered something to the treasure-seeking mouse. Tianya, you can communicate with demonic beasts? Others looked at Luo Tianya with curiosity. I can manage some communication, Luo Tianya replied with a smile. With the ability to listen to all things and communicate with demonic beasts, it was not particularly challenging. This direction? Luo Tianya pointed towards a specific area deep within the forest. Ji. The treasure-seeking mouse shook its head anthropomorphically. Luo Tianya closed his eyes, sensing the calling deep within his heart. This direction? Changing his direction, Luo Tianya opened his eyes and inquired again. Ji. The treasure-seeking mouse seemed uncertain after a brief assessment. Let us go take a look. Luo Tianya took the lead and dashed forward, leaving the others bewildered, yet following closely behind. Swish. Luo Tianya stood atop a large tree, confronted by a crossroads. After pausing briefly, they veered to the right. They continued their sprint for quite a while without any discoveries. Originally, he had intended to utilize the treasure-seeking mouse's instincts, combined with the calling he felt, to uncover what was summoning him. However, it seemed that no concrete findings had emerged thus far. Ji. Pausing once more at another intersection, the treasure-seeking mouse's nose twitched, its small, round eyes filled with confusion. It seemed to sense something, yet was unsure. How peculiar. Luo Tianya sat on a branch, awaiting the others' arrival, having arrived earlier due to his speed. With a sudden thud, he sat down, causing the tree to shake and dislodging a small, round white object from a bird's nest at the top. The six-eared macaque, quick in reflex, darted forward and caught the falling object. An egg? The six-eared macaque stood on the branch, and upon seeing what it held, Luo Tianya extended his hand. Let me take a look. Ji. The treasure-seeking mouse suddenly squeaked, its tone urgent. Luo Tianya's heart raced, blood surging through his body, resonating like a great river in motion. Is this what has been calling to me? He observed as the six-eared macaque passed the egg to him, feeling an overwhelming intensity of summons. As soon as his hand made contact with the egg, the system provided information, and Luo Tianya's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands trembling. It's actually this divine beast. Chapter 91, Juke Egg. It was no wonder Luo Tianya felt such excitement, for the egg in his hands was indeed quite astonishing. Species, Juke Egg. Level, none. Divine ability, none. Status, though I am but an egg, my powers are formidable. Juke. This is the legendary divine beast, Juke. It is one of the 5 divine beasts alongside Qing Long, residing in the south and wielding the supreme authority over the fire elements of the world. Luo Tianya carefully cradled the egg in his palms, fearful of dropping it. Although this divine beast egg should not be easily damaged, he pondered how to incubate it. Even though he held the egg, Luo Tianya was uncertain about the incubation process. He was not a hen capable of brooding. Should he simply hold it in his hands and burn incense in reverence? Or perhaps devote his entire life to nurturing it? He shivered at the thought and quickly shook his head, dispelling those bizarre ideas. Use your spiritual power to guide the Juke egg into the Sea of Souls, nurturing it with your spiritual force. The voice of the elven cat suddenly emerged in his mind. Luo Tianya was momentarily taken aback. Can a non-bonded beast also be placed in the Sea of Souls? The elven cat replied nonchalantly, why not give it a try? Though he knew the elven cat would not deceive him, he hesitated momentarily. Typically, non-bonded beasts could not be included in the Sea of Souls. It wouldn't hurt to try. Soon after, Luo Tianya made his decision. A surge of robust spiritual power manifested, entwining around the egg in his palm. Whoosh! The egg in his hand suddenly trembled, and in the midst of its shaking, it voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual force. Continue, increase the intensity, the elven cat calmly instructed. Furrowing his brow, Luo Tianya complied, intensifying the force. In an instant, a vortex of spiritual power appeared above the egg. Swish! To his surprise, this larger amount of spiritual power was absorbed by the egg even more rapidly, as if it were a whale engulfing the ocean, causing the spiritual force to vanish without a trace. Luo Tianya observed as the egg began to pulse, seemingly radiating a sense of joy. Under the ability to listen to all things, he could faintly hear a tender voice urging him not to stop, to continue supplying spiritual force. Such an appetite. Inspired, Luo Tianya summoned more than half of his spiritual power from the Sea of Souls, channeling it entirely into the egg. A cry, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, erupted, enveloping the entire Nanming forest in a formidable aura, only to dissipate in an instant, leaving the previously trembling demonic beasts in a state of bewilderment. Whoosh! While Luo Tianya was momentarily stunned by the bird's call, a flash of white light appeared, and the Zhuke egg vanished from his grasp, leaving him empty-handed. Within the Sea of Souls, the Zhuke egg floated, relishing its experience, seemingly swimming on its back. However, it might also have been flailing like a dog, as the egg lacked limbs, making it impossible to discern front from back. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air filled the air behind him, and Luo Tianya turned to see his companions catching up. "Tianya, did you find anything?" De Zhuang inquired. "I did discover something, but it will take some time before it can be utilized," Luo Tianya responded, returning the treasure-seeking mouse to Sun Shu. Boom! Just as the others were about to speak, an overwhelming aura erupted, sending waves of energy rippling through the trees. "Let us go take a look." Luo Tianya took the lead, realizing that the direction was where the dean and the others had previously gathered. On the way, Luo Tianya mused. Why was the Zhuke egg able to be placed in the Sea of Souls? In his mind, the elven cat licked its paw, wearing an enigmatic expression. "Should I reveal to you that you are, in fact, the great 5 elements chaotic divine body, capable of forming 5 contracts with bonded beasts? The 5 divine beasts especially favor you? Thus, the Zhuke egg, once nourished and incubated in your Sea of Souls, will become your bonded beast? Hee, I shan't tell you. Let your heart be anxious," thought the elven cat, appearing quite pleased with itself. Luo Tianya and his companions moved swiftly through the forest. Their speed markedly increased due to their recent upgrades. Suddenly, Luo Tianya came to an abrupt halt, skidding to a stop against a tree trunk. "What's wrong?" The others followed suit, halting behind him. "There's someone over there," Luo Tianya remarked, swiftly darting around a few trees to glimpse a figure lying behind a large tree. "Is that?" Luo Tianya furrowed his brow, observing the individual whose skin was cracked and whose mouth and nose emitted wisps of flames, resembling black charcoal. "Xianyi?" Upon hearing his name, the figure slightly stirred. Confirming it was indeed Xianyi, Luo Tianya pointed, casting the divine ability, Guanlin, enveloping him in a green halo that gradually healed his wounds. "He probably, like us, was chosen by that divine fire, but without your assistance, Tianya, he couldn't endure. And that is why he ended up like this," Luo Lu approached and remarked. "Does this divine fire have anything to do with you?" Luo Tianya communicated through the resonance of soul energy, inquiring about the chaotic egg in the Sea of Souls. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the source of mischief. Why was it the secondary divine fire? Was there a true divine fire still in existence? Luo Tianya continued to probe with his thoughts. The egg, irritable, suddenly plunged into the Sea of Souls, vanishing without a trace. This confirmed his suspicions that there was indeed more to it. The power of the divine rain was formidable. Soon, the figure on the ground began to stir, slowly opening its eyes. With a sudden motion, he sat up, warily scanning his surroundings. Only when he recognized Luo Tianya and his companions did he exhale in relief. Xianyi rose, shedding the black soot from his body to reveal his fair skin. "Thank you for your rescue." Xianyi deeply bowed to Luo Tianya. He had retained some awareness and realized that Luo Tianya had employed a healing technique to save him. Truly, this individual was profoundly enigmatic. Luo Tianya smiled. "It is good to see you well." With a wave of his sleeve, he added, "Let us return to the place we were before." With a light push of his foot, he darted ahead, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from view. The others followed closely, and after a moment's hesitation, Xianyi joined them. By the time they arrived, the sky was beginning to brighten. The rising sun cast golden-red rays upon a descending figure, resembling a celestial being. Chapter 92, The Battle of Prodigies. Nangong Wushuang reigned in her surging aura and descended gracefully. "Father," Nangong Tianjue approached, "have you regained your strength?" This Naming Lihua is indeed extraordinary. A look of awe crossed Nangong Wushuang's face. "It is remarkably effective against demonic energy. Upon entering my body, it eliminated a substantial portion of the demonic energy within me. However, my strength has yet to fully recover. We must take our time." As she spoke, Nangong Wushuang glanced at Elder Zhou, who sat in a wheelchair. Elder Zhou's eyes were closed, his face contorted, and a white flame was forcing back a mass of black energy. Eventually, the white flame blazed brilliantly, instantly dissolving the cornered black energy into nothingness. Boom! The air erupted as a small black figure suddenly emerged from Elder Zhou, soaring into the sky, dazzling in the golden sunlight. The onlookers gazed upward as countless strands of sword energy crisscrossed the sky, shredding the clouds into fragments. Clang! The sword energy resonated. Countless strands converged to form a colossal sword energy, with a small figure charging toward the heavens, braving the immense force. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of thunder split the clear sky, lightning striking wildly toward the sword energy. Boom! Upon collision, a blinding white light enveloped the area, a resounding noise erupted. And a visible ripple spread through the air, dispersing all clouds and revealing the azure sky. Yin-Yang Panda pointed skyward, and the divine light of the 5 elements flowed like a river, erasing the residual waves. The small black figure's voice echoed through the heavens, standing proudly in midair, its tiny eyes fixed on the spot where the lightning had appeared. Come back. Elder Zhou looked up, extending his arm in a beckoning gesture. Whoosh! The small shadow swiftly appeared in Elder Zhou's palm. It was his soul beast, the sword bird. The sword bird now radiated vitality and spirit, its wings gently stirring, emitting wisps of sharp sword energy. This little fellow has regained some strength and seeks to unleash its energy. Elder Zhou fondly patted the sword bird's head, smiling warmly. Congratulations, Dean and Master, for finally discovering a way to eliminate the demonic energy. Wu Ji behind them exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the invigorated duo. Yet, it is only partial removal. We cannot claim complete recovery. Our journey is still long. Elder Zhou smiled calmly. Alas, Nangong Wushuang sighed. The Nanming Lihua has self-destructed, and what remains has been absorbed by us. Such divine fire no longer exists in this world. Suddenly, Feng Yingying, standing nearby, asked, but why was the power of this divine fire so weak? Its self-detonation did not resemble the legendary primordial first divine fire. Nangong Qianqian chimed in, indeed. Its might diminishes the reputation of the primordial first divine fire. Perhaps it has endured too many ages, Nangong Wushuang speculated, her brow furrowing. From the ancient times to our era, who knows how long it has existed, and how many divine artifacts have been eroded by the passage of time. Dean. As they conversed, Yi Qingshui suddenly appeared, urgency in her tone. We have discovered many students struck by that white flame. Many are charred and on the brink of death. Go save them. Nangong Wushuang, Nangong Tianjue, and the others instantly vanished from their location to rescue those affected by the Nanming Lihua. Elder Zhou, Luo Tianya and his companions approached, bowing to the elder who remained behind. You've arrived, Elder Zhou smiled. Are you all well? Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhou. We are all fine, Luo Tianya replied with a respectful gesture. What brings you here? Elder Zhou, once a formidable figure on the verge of becoming a king, still possessed keen insight despite his diminished status. With the recent reduction of demonic energy, he noticed that apart from Luo Tianya, the others had undergone a profound transformation. Luo Tianya did not conceal the truth, as there was no need to do so. Indeed, we were all struck by that white flame, and our powers have been enhanced. A wondrous fate, Elder Zhou remarked. To be chosen by the Nanming Lihua is indeed a great fortune. The white flame is indeed the Nanming Lihua? Luo Tianya inquired, astonished. You are familiar with the Nanming Lihua? Elder Zhou regarded Luo Tianya, puzzled. I merely encountered it in ancient texts. It is said to be an incredibly powerful flame. Luo Tianya responded. Since the Zhuke has appeared, it is not surprising that the Nanming Lihua has also manifested. However, that was merely a secondary divine fire. Not the true Nanming Lihua, he mused. Elder Zhou nodded, acknowledging that it was possible based on ancient records. Indeed, that is the legendary primordial first divine fire. The Nanming Lihua. If you have been transformed by the divine fire, it is truly a great boon. Elder Zhou observed them before suddenly furrowing his brow. However, how is it that you are unharmed? I have heard that some students have been turned to charcoal. Well, Luo Tianya replied somewhat sheepishly, I assisted them. Elder Zhou looked at him, awaiting further explanation. A green halo emerged above Elder Zhou's head, and as the glow fell, he felt a surge of life energy nourishing him, alleviating his fatigue. Healing technique. Elder Zhou exclaimed, astonished, staring at Luo Yi. What is your soul beast? A caterpillar, Luo Tianya's companion, Luo Hua, interjected before he could respond. Luo Tianya's expression darkened. You are the caterpillar. Next time, let the hairy dragon come out and spit on you. Caterpillar? Butterfly fairy? Elder Zhou frowned. That doesn't add up. The origin of the butterfly fairy is extremely mysterious, and there has never been a case of a butterfly fairy being a soul beast. Ahem, Luo Tianya interrupted his thoughts. It is a unique beast. I will summon it to meet everyone when time permits. In that case, please assist in healing the other injured students in the academy. Elder Zhou instructed. It is my duty. Soon, all the injured students were gathered and brought back. After hearing Elder Zhou's words, Nangong Wushuang exchanged a meaningful glance with Luo Tianya before directing him to help with the healing. In an instant, a series of green halos manifested above the heads of those with soot-blackened appearances, gently mending their bodies and spirits. Qian, that fellow is rather peculiar. Feng Yingying whispered to Nan Gong Qian. What do you mean peculiar? He's quite charming. Nan Gong Qian replied with a smile. No, I mean his power and abilities. Feng Yingying retorted. He can already rival those at the Xian level. Do you think he will participate in this year's Tianjiao battle? I am uncertain. It depends on the opinions of my grandfather and the others. Nan Gong Qian shook her head. Are you suggesting that Luo Tianya should join this year's Tianjiao battle? Nan Gong Wushuang gazed at old Zhou, her face a mask of astonishment. Old Zhou nodded. I believe with his talents, he is not inferior to the other young prodigies in the continent. Chapter 93. A discussion on the young prodigies of the world. Possessing healing abilities and a formidable companion beast, capable of contending against those at the Xian level and even emerging victorious. Wherever he goes, he undoubtedly qualifies as a young prodigy. Seated in his wheelchair, old Zhou observed the silhouette of Nan Gong Wushuang as she stood by the wooden cabin window. Gazing at the gently flowing stream outside, her brow furrowed. A prodigy is truly the embodiment of heaven's favored, an unparalleled genius. Nan Gong Wushuang exclaimed. According to the continent's criteria for talent, there are categories: talent, exceptional talent, and genius. Only those deemed geniuses can be called prodigies. In our Nantian Academy, only Wu Ji and Xing Yuyi are qualified to participate in this year's Tianjiao battle. Others either lack the requisite age or strength. They still need more time to mature. Old Zhou shook his head in response. Age has never been a barrier. Think of those 6 young men. Nan Gong Wushuang turned to look at old Zhou earnestly. From the extreme east, there are Huoling Bing, Shangwan Lingxiu, and Feng Tianzhan. From the west wilderness, there is Zhi Shijio, along with Yun Xian Yi and Tua Gung Bu Yi from Xifang Cheng. Old Zhou's expression grew serious as he recounted the current young prodigies of the continent. All of them have reached the pinnacle of the Xian level before the age of 18. Feng Tianzhan has had a falling out with his family and renamed himself Zhan Tianfeng, heading to the West Wilderness Academy. Nan Gong Wushuang chuckled and shook her head. Is he not injured? Old Zhou laughed heartily. The patriarch of the Feng family personally allowed him to leave, after all. His companion beast is rather unique and might be better suited to the environment there. Sighing, old Zhou continued, in the extreme east. There are Shangwan Lingxiu and Huoling Bing. In the West Wilderness, Zhi Shijio and Zhan Tianfeng, and in Xifang Cheng. We have Yun Xian Yi and Tua Gung Bu Yi. In our Nantian Academy, looking around, we can't find anyone of the same age who can contend with them. If only Feng Qing Yu and the others hadn't squandered a year, they might still have some hope. Nan Gong Wushuang lamented. However, they have realized their shortcomings and are now motivated, old Zhou remarked. I estimate that upon emerging from their seclusion, they will have broken through to the Xian level. But Luo Tianya is merely 15 years old and possesses such strength. Moreover, from my observations, his companion beast is certainly more than just a simple caterpillar. Healing abilities, indeed. Nan Gong Wushuang mused. Such an exceedingly rare ability. How could it manifest in him? After a long silence, Nan Gong Wushuang spoke with resolute conviction. I still oppose allowing Luo Tianya to step onto this grand stage so early, just as old Zhou was about to respond. Nan Gong Wushuang raised her hand to halt him. Aside from his unique identity, more importantly, I do not wish for him to meet an early demise. The earlier a genius appears before the world, the sooner they become targets for magical beasts. Even if he participates in this year's Tianjiao battle in Xifang Cheng, it should not pose significant issues. Old Zhou furrowed his brow. With the suppression of the Xian Turtle-S abilities from afar and the guardians of Xifang Cheng patrolling closely, and with the king-level magical beasts largely dormant, the danger should be minimal. At this point, old Zhou suddenly recalled something and said, isn't the current guardian of Xifang Cheng Qinjun? He has some connections with Luo Tianya's mother, Xian Tianji. Years ago, his Jiu Yumingshi was subdued after a few exchanges with Xian Tianji's Zhao Yiyusher Wang. Unwilling to admit defeat, he tried again and failed, ultimately following her around. When they evacuated back then, he was the one who cried the most, and it took knocking him unconscious to take him away. Oh, old Zhou sighed. With this connection, I believe Luo Tianya will not face any grievances in Xifang Cheng. I am not worried about that. Nan Gong Wushuang shook her head. What I fear is the emergence of another like Xuanwu. Xuanwu. Old Zhou's aura suddenly erupted, his sword energy shooting forth and shattering everything within the wooden cabin, just as it threatened to break through the cabin's confines and surge outside. Nan Gong Wushuang extended her index finger and gently pointed, freeze. Instantly, the sword energy dissipated, and old Zhou's aura subsided into calmness. The traitor Xuanwu of the human race shall not be spared. Nan Gong Wushuang patted old Zhou's shoulder. One day, we shall make them pay in blood for their debts. At that moment, old Zhou had regained his composure, yet his eyes still burned with an inferno of fury. mixed with deep sorrow. Luo Tianya is an exceptionally unique being, both in identity and talent. I cannot, nor dare I, take risks, Xuanwu Shuang declared. At the very least, I must wait until I regain some strength to protect him before I can allow him to soar freely. But what if it is his own choice? Old Zhou inquired. Xuanwu Shuang fell silent. Suddenly, a violent aura surged from Old Zhou's room, startling everyone near the stream who were roasting food. Luo Hua, in particular, was so frightened that he lost his grip, causing the roasted duck to fall to the ground. The nearby Erha looked at him with a bemused expression, while Luo Hua lamented in despair. Why is it always me who gets hurt? I eat no less than De Zhuang. De Zhuang merely shifted away, seeking to distance himself from Luo Hua. Quick, pick it up, Luo Tianya shouted. It can still be eaten if you act within 3 breaths. Huh. Luo Hua paused for a moment. Then, whoosh. Erha had already opened its mouth to snap it up. With a crunch, Erha spat out the duck's backside in disdain, shaking its head. Luo Hua's eyes glazed over, feeling as if life had lost all meaning at that moment. Here, I'll give you this. I haven't eaten this part. Sitting next to him, Xianyi, feeling slightly embarrassed, tore off a duck leg and handed it over. Brother, not bad. Since your skin has turned fairer, you've also become kinder. Luo Hua clapped Xianyi on the shoulder, accepting the duck leg. Eating someone else's duck leg is indeed delightful. Luo Hua savored it, his mouth glistening with grease. Xianyi smiled awkwardly. Having been saved by Luo Tianya, he had been drawn into this group, which had decided to roast food early in the morning to replenish after their exertions against the flames. Luo Tianya turned his gaze towards the direction of Old Zhou's cabin. That aura had appeared and vanished in an instant. Listening under the omnipresent abilities, he sensed no further anomalies, allowing him to relax, though he remained slightly puzzled about what had transpired. Chapter 94. The Spirit Cat speaks of the Vermilion Bird. Spirit Cat, what exactly is happening? That night, Luo Tianya closed the wooden cabin door, entering his mental space and finding the Spirit Cat, who was floating idly in midair, its tail swishing back and forth. Why did the Vermilion Bird seed enter my sea of souls? Why do you have so many questions? The Spirit Cat replied with an impatient expression. Are you a curious baby? No. At your age, you should be called a curious uncle. Luo Tianya's face turned dark. What uncle? I'm only 15. That is inconsequential. The Spirit Cat licked its paw. What matters is that the Vermilion Bird seed entering your sea of souls is undoubtedly a good thing. You have gained an additional companion beast. A good thing it may be, Luo Tianya sighed, but I wonder when it will hatch. A solitary figure and a feline companion gazed upon the sea of souls, where the Zhuke egg was surfing gracefully atop the waves. With each crest and trough, the egg danced upon the waters, pausing occasionally to absorb the soul energy from Luo New York. How delightful, they both mused in unison. The Zhuke must have undergone a process of rebirth, the feline remarked after a moment of contemplation, for it would not have reverted to its original state otherwise. Such a powerful divine beast as the Zhuke, capable of rebirth? Luo New York queried, his curiosity piqued. The feline, lost in thought, stared into the void and reminisced. Although the Zhuke is one of the 5 divine beasts of the world, wielding dominion over the fire element, it was not without adversaries in the ancient times. Even in epochs long past, the undying and imperishable celestial demons, along with the colossal beasts of antiquity, were no mere trivial foes. No matter how formidable the Zhuke, if swarmed, it could indeed falter. With a wistful gaze, the feline recounted the tales of the ancient battles, where the Zhuke scorched millions of miles, decimating countless foes, including the immortal celestial demons who suffered considerable losses, reduced to ashes by the flames of the South Mingli fire. However, at a critical juncture, a colossal black finger descended from the heavens, delivering a grievous blow to the Zhuke. In fury, the Zhuke self-destructed, unleashing the South Mingli fire upon the battleground. A conflagration that raged for millennia without abating. Luo New York was astounded. Such legendary warfare filled him with an overwhelming sense of yearning. Had I, the feline, been born in that era, I would have severed that finger with a single swipe. How could I allow such arrogance to persist? He exclaimed. Though Luo New York dismissed the feline's bravado with a smirk, suggesting that if it truly possessed such prowess, he might ascend to unparalleled greatness. Free from the burdens of fate, unperturbed by Luo New York's skepticism, the feline continued, recounting how, following the battle, seekers scoured the remnants of the Zhuke. Yet aside from the indelible South Mingli fire, no trace remained. Great beings speculated that the Zhuke had indeed undergone rebirth, though none could ascertain its whereabouts. To Luo New York's surprise, after millennia, it had manifested here, now bound to him. Chuckling, Luo New York attributed this fortune to the fate of the destined one, guided by an inner calling that led him to the Zhuke. The mention of the South Mingli fire sparked a memory. prompting him to inquire about the secondary divine fire. The feline explained that it was not the true South Ming Li fire, but a mere fragment, a lesser spark that had separated from the original. The true essence of the South Ming Li fire remained hidden within the Zhuchue's core, dormant until its rebirth, when it would resonate once more with the world. Does this lesser divine fire counteract demonic energy? Luo Tianya recalled how the esteemed director and Ing and Elder Zichu had harnessed it to mitigate some of the demonic essence. Suddenly, the feline's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, its large eyes fixed intently upon Luo Tianya. You must not let this secret escape your lips. The consequences could be dire. I shan't listen then, Luo Tianya replied, shaking his head vigorously. Having witnessed countless tales where such knowledge led to ruin, he deemed it wiser to remain uninformed. The feline, taken aback by his obstinacy, regarded him with disappointment, questioning how he could ever ascend to greatness with such a mindset. Seeing Luo Tianya's reluctance, the feline suddenly grinned, gesturing towards the Zhuke, which was now practicing its swimming in the Sea of Souls. Whether you heed my words or not, it matters little. The Zhuke is already bound to you, and thus its fate entwines with yours. Furrowing his brow, Luo Tianya awaited further elaboration, as the tale spoke of a black finger that was the origin behind the demonic beasts. The feline, with a profound gaze, smiled and declared, the Zhuke was driven to self-destruction by that very finger. Tell me, does it not bear a deep-seated grudge against demonic energies? Coupled with the innate ability of the South Ming Li fire to purify all malevolence, it is naturally an adversary to demonic forces. Why does this creature have such a penchant for self-destruction? Luo Tianya wondered aloud, noting that even the lesser divine fire seemed to lose control with the slightest provocation. It's simply in its nature, the feline replied nonchalantly. Fire elementals are prone to volatility. Had there been demonic beasts present at the time, they would have been utterly annihilated. However, the Zhuke harbors a fondness for humanity, which is why the lesser divine fire did not unleash its full fury, ultimately bestowing you with fortune. If the Zhuke matures and joins the front line, it could indeed achieve great feats, Luo Tianya pondered. Thus, I have long advised you to venture to the front lines to combat the demonic beasts instead of idling here with a group of children. The feline scolded. This is no idle pastime, Luo Tianya countered, shaking his head. I am nurturing the next generation of formidable warriors. Their rapid growth will benefit the front line and the state of the divine beast continent. He glanced at the Zhuke egg, feeling a mix of exasperation and anticipation. The Zhuke egg had developed a consciousness, though it remained indifferent to him, chirping lightly when pleased and dismissively when irked. The small companions, altered by the lesser divine fire, were adequate but needed to become unparalleled champions to confront the shadowy figures behind the demonic beasts and address the root of the problem in the divine beast continent. The feline's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as it regarded Luo Tianya, declaring, You are the chosen one for this task. Chapter 95, 1 against 2. Battling Feng Yingying and Nangang Qianqian. The burden of fate, the shadowy hand, the origin of the demonic beasts. Luo Tianya stood by the window of the wooden cabin, gazing into the night, lost in silence. After a long pause, he sighed. The enigmatic mists that elude me now feel insurmountably distant. His immediate concern was to acquire evolution points swiftly, elevating the Mo L Ing and Liar Mhu to the Xian level. Moreover, the Zhuke needed to hatch, and when it did, he would require even more evolution points. It seemed he would need to confront those ranked at level 9 to achieve his goals. Contemplating, Luo Tianya mused over the challenges ahead. The Liar Mhu was currently at level 9, and defeating others at the same level would yield only a single evolution point. To meet the requirements for advancing to the Xian level, he would need to vanquish 100 level 9 demon beasts. It appeared that the Liar Mhu had a demanding journey ahead. As he observed the peacefully slumbering Liar Mhu, it stirred slightly in its dreams, as though haunted by some frightful vision. Luo Tianya chuckled softly and summoned the Mo L Ing, ensuring its company during the quiet of night to alleviate any sense of solitude. Strangely, while both resided in the Sea of Souls, the Mo L Ing and Zhuke seemed to inhabit separate realms, inaccessible to one another. Was this a result of the divine beast's exclusive domains, or was there another reason? Luo Tianya found himself perplexed. With a reluctant sigh, he decided to put such thoughts aside and rest. He gently pulled the Mo L Ing away from its intended path towards the Liar Mhu, settling it onto the wooden bed, creating a snug nest for it, ensuring it would not disturb the slumbering companion. After all, the days ahead might be quite demanding for the Liar Mhu. Suddenly, the Liar Mhu trembled again, unleashing a powerful punch that sent a black rhinoceros demon beast flying out of the arena. The battle concluded, and Luo Tianya emerged victorious, the judge promptly announcing the outcome. I humbly concede, Luo T. New York said, clasping his hands in respect to the visibly displeased youth before him. The youth examined his companion, the black rhinoceros, and, relieved to find it unscathed, allowed himself to relax. With a pained expression, I gazed at Luo Tianya and remarked, "Your little monkey can easily subdue the Xian-level ice flame mad lion. Why then do you seek trouble with us mere Tier 9 children? To ascend the Tier 9 rankings. It is simply the way of the rules," Luo Tianya replied with a smile. The young man summoned his spirit beast back, shook his head, and sighed as he departed. Next, Luo Tianya turned to the audience, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. A collective gasp arose from a group of individuals, frightened by his gaze, causing them to retreat in unison. Just 2 days prior, Luo Tianya had been relentlessly challenging Tier 9 demon beasts, claiming he aimed to claim the top spot on the Tier 9 leaderboard. Consequently, the other Tier 9 individuals had fallen victim to his fervor, as he began his challenges from the lowest-ranked contender and fought his way up. According to the regulations of the Tier 9 leaderboard, those who had yet to be ranked could not refuse challenges from those already listed. Thus, despite Luo Tianya's prowess in defeating the Xian level by Qiu, he had yet to secure a place on this leaderboard. Upon his arrival, he had stirred the winds of change within the academy, quickly becoming the topic of conversation. During the hunting competition, he had turned the tables on the senior students, defeating all 3 of the top Tier 9 contenders. Following this, he was taken under the wing of the esteemed Zhou Lao for personal instruction, drawing envy from others. His prestige peaked when he faced Bai Qiu, who had just ascended to the Xian level. This battle shattered expectations, as he, with the form of a Tier 9 demon beast, ultimately vanquished the dual elemental mutant beast, the Ice Flame Mad Lion. His reputation echoed throughout the entire Nantian Academy, even surpassing that of the top 2 on the Xian leaderboard, Wu Ji and Xing Yuyi. Thus, as he prepared to challenge for a ranking, those already on the Tier 9 list deemed him mad, perplexed by his intentions. Why would one capable of subduing all the Tier 9 beasts choose to engage them in such a manner? Luo Tianya expressed his lack of choice, stating he merely wished to earn some evolution points. Were it not for the Academy's distance from the front lines, he would have long since sought to slay demon beasts instead of lingering here, tormenting the young ones and leaving them psychologically scarred. Who will be next? Luo Tianya inquired, his expression still cheerful. Luo Tianya, just as he contemplated selecting someone, a voice called out from behind him. "Ah, you've delivered yourself right to me." Luo Tianya turned to see 2 young ladies before him, a look of surprise crossing his face. "What brings you here? Are we not welcome?" Nan Gong Qianqian laughed. "If you have come to spar, we would be delighted. Otherwise, perhaps not." Luo Tianya shook his head. "Shall we join forces for a trial?" Nan Gong Qianqian suggested, glancing at her companion, the girl in red, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feng Yingying's eyes lit up, finding the idea appealing. Both she and Nan Gong Qianqian stood as pinnacle Tier 9 at the age of 16, and her spirit beast, inherited from the Nangong family, was the peacock Great King. Versatile in offense and defense, her innate divine power, the 5 elements divine light, was unmatched in both attack and protection, while her spirit beast and its companion served as masters of control. Together, they might indeed pose a formidable challenge to Luo Tianya's little monkey. However, it seemed a sudden thought dampened her enthusiasm. "Your grandfather tasked us with stopping him from continuing." "Indeed," Nangong Qianqian sighed, "there's no helping it. Perhaps we shall battle him another time." "Why wait for another time? Let us fight today," Luo Tianya declared, extending his hand as the Six-Eared Macaque unleashed a terrifying pull towards Nangong Qianqian and Feng Yingying. "Arrogant," Nangong Qianqian exclaimed, sensing the overwhelming force. A peacock materialized from the air, its wings flapping fiercely, conjuring a tempest of small tornadoes that encircled the Six-Eared Macaque, obstructing its grasp. "Step back," the referee commanded, urging the onlookers to retreat, his eyes reflecting some degree of resignation towards the recklessness of the 3 individuals before him. Boom! The Six-Eared Macaque swung its fists, shattering the tornadoes, then leapt skyward, delivering a punch aimed at the abdomen of the peacock Great King. Illusion. Feng Yingying had summoned her spirit beast, a 3-tailed white fox, which enveloped the area around the Six-Eared Macaque in a veil of white mist, obscuring its vision. Yet, the Six-Eared Macaque's golden eyes pierced through the haze, quickly dispelling the illusion, only to find the peacock Great King had vanished from sight. Lowering its gaze, the peacock Great King stood at the edge of the arena, flanked by the 3-tailed white fox that swayed gently behind it. Can it switch targets? Luo Tianya observed the space where the peacock had recently taken flight, a single white hair drifting slowly down. With a smile, Luo Tianya reached out, pulling the mermaid of the deep onto the stage to join the peacock Great King and the 3-tailed white fox. "Now, the 3 of you join forces." Chapter 96. Bai Zhe takes action. So audacious. Feng Yingying gritted her teeth, watching as Luo Tianya summoned the deep-sea songstress onto the battlefield. Qian, let us transform that little monkey into a pig's head. Clang. The peacock great king initiated the assault, the 5 elements divine light manifesting as 5 radiant swords, their sharp energy palpable even from a distance. The 3-tailed white fox, undeterred, swayed its tails, summoning 3 white blades that launched toward the 6-eared macaque from all directions. Meanwhile, the deep-sea songstress transformed water into a conch, her haunting melody resonating, enveloping the 6-eared macaque in sound waves that caused its spirit to waver, its form staggering. Just as the 5 elements divine light and the 3 blades were about to strike the 6-eared macaque, it activated its copper skin iron bones technique, its size swelling dramatically. With a downward chop of its right fist, it cleaved through the 3 blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sound rang out thrice as the blades shattered, falling to the ground and dissipating. Then, with a powerful left fist, it unleashed a shockwave, the golden fist imprint clashing with the 5 elements divine light. Boom. The collision erupted in a thunderous roar, waves of energy surging forth, and both the 5 elements and the golden fist imprint vanished simultaneously. The peacock's attack power is impressive, Luo Tianya observed as the 6-eared macaque, despite being momentarily hindered by the deep-sea songstress, had not unleashed its full strength. Yet, the peacock's abilities were indeed remarkable. Able to contend with the 6-eared macaque, the deep-sea songstress, once more, blew into her conch, summoning waves from the unknown heights of the 9 heavens, cascading down towards the 6-eared macaque on the stage. The crowd quickly retreated, fearful of being swept away by the tidal wave, their expressions filled with astonishment. What kind of divine ability is this, capable of conjuring waves out of thin air to assault an opponent? Wave summoning. Those knowledgeable in the arts recognized the technique, their expressions grave. That was the deep-sea songstress's ability, capable of summoning waves at any time and place. Observe, beneath her, a continuous torrent of water supports her. The deep-sea songstress despised solid ground, always using waves to isolate herself from the land. Buzz. The referee, witnessing the spectacle, conjured a circular air barrier to shield the edges of the arena, preventing any disturbance to those outside, while the waves from the heavens continued their descent unimpeded. Suddenly, the deep-sea songstress soared atop the waves, looking down upon the 6-eared macaque from her elevated position. The deep-sea songstress extended her delicate right index finger, gently directing it towards the surging waves. Suddenly, a colossal water giant emerged from the tumultuous sea, its face devoid of features, towering over 10 zhang. In its right hand, it wielded an enormous water blade, infused with the force of the ocean, striking fiercely towards the 6-eared macaque standing upon the water's surface. With a resounding cry, the peacock king unfurled its tail feathers, unleashing a brilliant blue beam of light that soared into the sky, merging with the waves before bursting forth as a massive blue water sword. The sword's tip aimed directly at the 6-eared macaque, its power overwhelming as it descended with a deafening roar. This was the water element of the peacock king's 5-element divine light, transformed into a water sword through the amplification of the ocean's force, launching an assault on the 6-eared macaque. The 3-tailed white fox swept its tail, conjuring 3 blades of light that ascended from its tail, connecting seamlessly to form a crescent-shaped scimitar, slicing through the fabric of space towards the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque found itself ensnared by these formidable attacks, its body radiating golden light as it slowly unleashed its invincible fist, capable of leveling mountains and seas. The surrounding space trembled, and the surging waves beneath began to flow upwards, defying gravity and racing towards the heavens. As the attacks from the 4 entities were poised to collide, even the referee felt a pang of fear, his body glowing with white light as he fortified the surrounding barrier to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Suddenly, a voice resonated, overpowering the chaos of the battlefield as it descended from the skies. In an instant, the water giant, the water sword, the white light blades, and the golden fist of the 6-eared macaque were all brought to a standstill, as if time itself had frozen, suspended in eerie silence. Luo Tianya looked up to see a beast with a lion's head, its majestic horns and a tuft of beard, revealing itself. Baizhe, you lot, Baizhe began, shaking its head slightly, such recklessness. With that, it opened its mouth wide, emitting a tremendous suction that drew in all the attacks below, akin to a great river flowing into the ocean, swallowing them entirely. The onlookers, along with several beasts, gaped in astonishment as Baizhe cleared the battlefield with such ease. With a burp, Baizhe released a plume of vapor from its mouth and nose. A bit salty, it remarked, shaking its head, too much seawater. Perhaps next time a little less would suffice. I prefer it sweet. Many were left speechless, having witnessed numerous experts and top-tier beasts effortlessly neutralize attacks. Yet they had never seen a creature that could directly consume them and then jest about it. You are not Bai Zai, but rather a glutton. Luo Tianya mused inwardly as he observed Bai Zai hovering in midair. Mu Shuang seeks you. Cease your fighting and come with me, Bai Zai declared. Enveloping the beasts and Luo Tianya, Feng Yingying, and Nan Gong Qianqian in a swirl of profound light, causing them to vanish in an instant. Leaving behind a group of stunned disciples from Nan Tian, who remained in a state of shock for an extended period. What nonsense! Nan Gong Wushuang huffed, her eyes narrowing at the two girls cowering in the corner, Nan Gong Qianqian and Feng Yingying. I instructed you to stop the battle, and instead, you jumped right into it. Luo Tianya regarded the two girls, who appeared as timid as quails, and interjected, Dean, it was not their fault. I forcibly dragged them into the arena to face my companion beast. Gratitude shone in Nan Gong Qianqian and Feng Yingying's eyes as they looked at Luo Tianya. Taking the blame voluntarily, very commendable. Humph, Nan Gong Wushuang retorted, turning her gaze to Luo Tianya. You rascal, if your companion beast has reached such strength, why bully them? Is it enjoyable? Luo Tianya felt somewhat aggrieved. I aim to ascend the 9th tier rankings. Thus, I must challenge them. What for? To accumulate combat experience and ascend to the top, securing resources. Luo Tianya responded matter-of-factly. Your little monkey sent that beast flying with a single punch. How can you accumulate experience? Luo Tianya pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, by accumulating experience in overpowering the weak. This way, my little monkey can achieve a breakthrough to the Xian level. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Nan Gong Wushuang retorted with a cold smile. I have never heard of bullying much weaker beasts leading to a breakthrough to the Xian level. But you have never seen a level 9 beast defeat a Xian level beast, have you? Luo Tianya countered. Nan Gong Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Are you trying to persuade me? No, no, Luo Tianya shivered, hastily waving his hands. I am merely nurturing the indomitable spirit of my little monkey, which requires continuous combat. His statement bore both truth and embellishment. Indeed, the Six-Eared Macaque was forging an indomitable heart, while the falsehood lay in the notion that battling these level 9 beasts would expedite the completion of that process. Nan Gong Wushuang furrowed her brow, having initially thought Luo Tianya was merely being reckless with the Six-Eared Macaque, given the vast disparity in strength compared to other level 9s. The top 3 spots on the 9th tier rankings had already been claimed. Could he truly expect surprises from those ranked lower? To prevent Luo Tianya from further mischief, she had sent Nan Gong Qianqian and Feng Yingying to halt his challenges, only to find the 3 beasts engaged in combat. Ultimately, it was Bai Zai who intervened to stop them. However, given Luo Tianya's reasoning, it was indeed plausible, after all. A beast like the Six-Eared Macaque was a rarity even in his extensive travels across the continent. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Gong Wushuang spoke slowly. If your intentions are genuine, I shall permit you to continue your challenges. Thank you, Dean. Luo Tianya eagerly climbed the ranks, fearing that Nan Gong Wushuang might change her mind. So, may we resume our previous battle? Luo Tianya tentatively inquired, referring to the confrontation with Nan Gong Qianqian and Feng Yingying's beasts. Nan Gong Wushuang's gaze sharpened suddenly. Luo Tianya quickly clarified. I merely believe that battling peak level 9 experts like them will expedite my little monkey's growth and understanding in forging an indomitable heart. Nan Gong Wushuang pondered this, finding it somewhat logical, though she needed to consider the opinions of the two girls. Luo Tianya looked towards the 2 young women in discussion, preparing to speak when Feng Yingying shook her head, unwillingly stating, My deep-sea songstress is sulking and no longer wishes to fight. Luo Tianya glanced at the deep-sea songstress, who now held a frosty expression directed at him. It was all Bai Zai's fault earlier. It had nothing to do with our little monkey. He protested. Suddenly, Bai Zai's towering figure appeared before Luo Tianya, snorting and grinning broadly. Young one, what were you saying? It was my fault. Luo Tianya's expression shifted as he earnestly declared. It was entirely my mistake, and Bai Zai had no part in it. Bai Zai then wore an expression of approval, nodding as it moved to stand beside Nan Gong Wushuang. All right, you two may step outside for now. Luo Tianya will remain. As the two departed, Luo Tianya glanced anxiously at Nan Gong Wushuang. What exactly is your companion beast? Nan Gong Wushuang inquired with a serious expression, her voice low. Indeed, she had cut straight to the heart of the matter. Luo Tianya hesitated, grappling with whether to disclose that his Mao Mao Long belonged to the Qing Long lineage. Logically, he believed that Nan Gong Wushuang was trustworthy. However, given that it was a divine beast lineage, he remained uncertain about how others might react upon learning of the Qing Long. Noticing the fluctuations in Luo Tianya's expressions, Nan Gong Wushuang curiously asked, Why do you seem so conflicted? Your destined beast may possess some unique healing abilities, yet I have encountered the likes of the legendary Xuanwu Jinwu, a top-tier beast. Could it be that your beast surpasses the Xuanwu Jinwu? That remains uncertain. Luo Tianya mused quietly. In terms of status, the Qinglong is one of the 5 divine beasts, wielding the authority over the wood element's laws. Regarding strength, the Zhuke, with its Nanming Lihua, is considered the primordial divine fire, ranking above the solar fire of the Xuanwu Jinwu. Both the Qinglong and Zhuke are among the 5 divine beasts. Thus it stands to reason that the Qinglong should hold an edge over the Xuanwu Jinwu. However, he refrained from voicing this, fearing that Nangong Wushuang might erupt once more. Sighing, Nangong Wushuang, noticing Luo Tianya's continued turmoil, chose not to press him further. One day, his destined beast would manifest. For now, focus on your studies at the Nantian Academy, and once you reach the Xian level, I shall arrange for you to exchange knowledge with other academies, Nangong Wushuang declared. Headmaster, Luo Tianya inquired, which renowned academies exist on the continent. Residing in the Nantian region, he was not well versed in matters beyond. Originally, the Divine Beast continent boasted 4 premier academies, Nangong Wushuang recounted, gazing out of the window. Besides our Nantian Academy, there are the Dongji Academy in the east extremes, the Shihuang Academy in the west wilderness, and the Beima Academy in the north desert. However, with a heavy heart, Nangong Wushuang sighed. The Beima was overtaken by demonic beasts. The then headmaster of Beima led the students in a fierce resistance, buying precious time for the many civilians to retreat to safety. Nonetheless, her eyes glistened with sorrow as she continued. All those at Beima Academy, from the headmaster to the newly enrolled students, fought valiantly until the end, ultimately sacrificing their lives, leaving no remains. Beima was entirely lost, and thereafter, the Divine Beast continent established the Sifang city to fend off the demonic invasion. The remnants of Beima mostly settled in Sifang city, where they founded a distinctive Beima Academy to commemorate the heroes of that time. Headmaster, Luo Tianya looked at Nangong Wushuang with determination. I wish to go to Sifang city. No, Nangong Wushuang, still lost in her memories, was startled by Luo Tianya's words and immediately became alarmed. I cannot allow you to go to Sifang city at this time. Why? Luo Tianya frowned. My current strength is not inferior to the Xian level, which is the minimum requirement for the front line of Sifang city. I have already met this standard. Your circumstances are unique, and besides, you have yet to reach the Xian level. We shall discuss this once you achieve that. Nangong Wushuang shook her head. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianya spoke. My parents perished there. Now that I possess strength, I should go to the front lines to slay the demonic beasts and avenge them. Observing the unwavering determination in Luo Tianya's eyes, Nangong Wushuang fell silent. Shouldn't a person's path be determined by themselves? If you can reach the Xian level within a month, I shall permit you to go. Nangong Wushuang compromised, albeit with a condition. Really? Luo Tianya's face lit up with joy. Seeing Nangong Wushuang nod, he beamed with delight. A month? I could break through by tomorrow. Chapter 98. The Evolution of the Mao Mao Long and the Tribulation. Boom. As Luo Tianya watched the Six-Eared Macaque send the last level 9 beast, the drilling pangolin, flying, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, for he had gathered 100 evolution points. Returning to his small wooden house, Luo Tianya secured the doors and windows to avoid disturbances, then summoned the Mao Mao Long, observing the Mao Mao Long casting its divine ability, Ganin. To alleviate the exhaustion of the Six-Eared Macaque, he fell into contemplation. He hesitated, pondering which of the 2 creatures should ascend to the Xian level first. According to the norm, one would prioritize the evolution of their destined beast, as its elevation would elevate the host as well. However, Luo Tianya viewed it differently. The evolution of his accompanying beast would also enhance him, thus the outcome would be similar regardless of which creature ascended first. The Mao Mao Long had previously acquired abilities for defense, control, healing, and agility. This time, it was only fitting to bestow it with offensive abilities. Reviewing the information provided by the system, which detailed the various powers of the Mao Mao Long, he deliberated extensively. Ultimately, he decided to upgrade the Mao Mao Long. For the combat prowess of the Six-Eared Macaque had already matched that of a Xian-level beast, and a divine beast of the Qinglong lineage reaching the Xian level should yield astonishing results. Having made his decision, Luo Tianya called forth the Mao Mao Long, which had grown to over a yard in length, yet retained its slender form. The creature glided through the air, its body undulating gracefully, with 5 plump growths on its body appearing as though they might burst forth. It coiled around Luo Tianya's arm, its large eyes fixed upon him. Luo Tianya extended his other hand to caress its horn, which was a vibrant green, glistening like jade. Have you been longing for freedom from the Sea of Souls? Luo Tianya remarked, sensing the sharpness of the dragon's horn. Today, I shall grant you the opportunity to break through to the Xian level and see what marvels you will unveil. With a gentle croon, The Mao Mao Long nestled its head against Luo Tianya's shoulder in an affectionate gesture. Luo Tianya smiled, his consciousness entering the system to utilize the evolution points. In an instant, 100 evolution points disappeared, and a wave of energy began to emanate from the Mao Mao Long. What? The Mao Mao Long expressed confusion. It had only just emerged from the Sea of Souls. How could it feel the urge to ascend so suddenly? Luo Tianya gestured for the Mao Mao Long to release his arm, just as he was about to speak, when a thunderous crack resonated. And the previously clear sky was engulfed by dark clouds, accompanied by a chorus of thunder. Crack! Before Luo Tianya and the Mao Mao Long could react, a colossal bolt of lightning shattered the roof of the wooden house, exposing the ominous sky above, then struck the Mao Mao Long, impacting Luo Tianya as well. Luo Tianya felt as though his insides had been violently struck, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body coursing with electric energy, akin to being sliced by blades. Gritting his teeth, he shakily raised his hand and barely summoned the divine ability Ganin, and under the green glow, he began to feel somewhat better as the electric energy within him gradually dissipated. Yet, his hair remained standing on end, occasionally crackling with sparks. Were there a mirror before him, he would undoubtedly find his current appearance eerily familiar. Aside from the differing color of his hair, he resembled a super scion. At this moment, however, Luo Tianya had no time to concern himself with his appearance. He and the Six-Eared Macaque raised their heads to witness the Mao Mao Long soaring into the sky. The lightning that had struck the Mao Mao Long had also affected him. The creature stumbled from the blow, smoke billowing from its mouth and nose. And then it became enraged, propelling itself into the stormy clouds, seeking vengeance. Since its birth, the Mao Mao Long had never endured such humiliation. How dare they strike it with lightning? With a resounding roar, the dragon's cry echoed through the heavens, its eyes ablaze with fury as it charged into the gathering storm. The Six-Eared Macaque anxiously observed the Mao Mao Long's figure flickering in and out of sight amidst the clouds, eager to lend assistance. No, Luo Tianya shook his head, preventing its departure. That is the heavenly tribulation, he said gravely. It is a trial that must be faced alone. Any interference will only amplify its ferocity. This is a message from the system, as the System Properties panel indicates that MOMOL-ing is currently undergoing tribulation, with a friendly reminder not to interfere. At this moment, dark clouds gather above Luo T. New York's wooden house, thunder rumbling, instantly attracting the attention of others. The first to arrive are WZH and Elder ZHU. Upon seeing the roof of Luo T. New York's wooden cottage destroyed, they notice him and his companion Beast gazing up at the gathering storm clouds. T. New York, what is happening? Elder ZHU inquires, frowning. Elder ZHU. Luo T. New York replies with a bitter smile. My innate beast is undergoing heavenly tribulation. Innate beast, undergoing heavenly tribulation? Both Elder ZHU and WZH are astonished. They had never heard of an innate beast requiring tribulation to evolve. Moreover, this should be the second appearance of Luo T. New York's innate beast before the public. Aside from its initial hatching, it had not revealed itself again. Looking up, Elder ZHU and WH see a serpentine figure flickering amidst the thunder and lightning, occasionally emitting a strange roar. Has it evolved from a bug into a serpent? They speculate. Suddenly, several figures appear, including N-Inging W Shu-ing and N-Inging T Nu, accompanied by two young women. N-Inging W Shu-ing gazes at the sky, where winds swirl and thunder crashes, resembling a frenzied serpent dancing, while among the clouds, a long figure contends with the bolts of tribulation. Summoning Biz, he gestures, and Biz's eyes gather a mysterious light as it gazes upward. What kind of demon beast is this? Even Biz, knowledgeable about all things, cannot identify this type of demon beast. It is even more astonishing than not recognizing the Six-Eared Macaque's lineage. Furthermore, it is currently undergoing tribulation. The energy fluctuations suggest it is merely a 9th-level breakthrough to the mysterious rank, yet it is undergoing heavenly tribulation. It is known that on the Divine Beast continent, only when a king-level beast attempts to ascend to a higher rank does the heavens unleash tribulation. Biz dispels its mysterious light and shakes its head at N-Inging W Shu-ing, then fixates its gaze on the figure battling the tribulation lightning in the sky. N-Inging W Shu-ing suppresses her astonishment, exhales slowly, and watches the heavens. More and more people notice the commotion and rush over, including Xiao Bi, Di Zhuing, and Lu Biying. Even GZUN swiftly makes his way from the academy's rear courtyard, with the gathering storm and the multitude's focus. Can MOMOL-ing successfully endure this heavenly tribulation? Chapter 99, Complete Body of the Azure Dragon. A roar, reminiscent of both tiger and lion, neither bovine nor elephant, reverberates through the air. Instantly, the demon beasts feel a tremor in their souls, as if compelled to pay homage to the flickering figure above. Biz shakes its lion's head, its strength partially restored, far surpassing that of the figure above, yet even it is slightly affected by the earlier roar. What kind of demon beast could it be? Biz remains perplexed. After a long howl, the dark clouds suddenly burst forth with vibrant green light. Countless beams of green pierce through the cloud cover, and the essence of the heavens and earth swirls, causing the dark clouds to split apart, revealing the figure that had been traversing within. Luo Tianya looks up to see layers of green halos enveloping Mom enhancing its already emerald body, making it gleam even more brilliantly. This little fellow, Luo Tianya muses with a mix of amusement and exasperation. How many layers of sweet dew has it wrapped itself in? Yet perhaps it is precisely this that allows Mom to withstand the immense destructive force of the tribulation lightning unscathed. Its claws have emerged. Observing that Mom appears unharmed, Luo Tianya focuses intently, noticing that the 5 fleshy lumps it had previously possessed have now grown into azure claws, shining fiercely amid the flashes of the shattered tribulation lightning. Complete body of the Azure Dragon. Luo Tianya's heart swells with excitement. Finally, after breaking into the mysterious rank, Mom has transformed into the complete form of the Azure Dragon. Suddenly, the sky above erupts in thunder and lightning once more, a fierce wind rising. As tribulation lightning takes shape again, this time with even greater force than before. Boom. Mom, or rather now it should be called the Azure Dragon or Little Azure Dragon, feels its momentum surge as it faces the vast expanse of dark clouds overhead. The divine ability of the Azure Dragon, for the first time fully unleashed since its ascension to the mysterious rank, causes its form to expand from over 10 feet to more than 30 feet. Then, its foremost claw extends, shimmering with azure green light, slowly reaching toward the newly formed layer of tribulation clouds. The Azure Dragon's claw, a claw print, nearly capable of covering half the cloud layer, appears under the control of the Little Azure Dragon and directly strikes at the tribulation lightning. Crackle. The tribulation lightning seems to retaliate, wielding the might of heaven and earth. And the Little Azure Dragon dares to initiate an assault? Countless bolts of lightning converge, transforming into a massive lightning blade. Merely the flickering arcs on its surface evoke a sense of dread, rivaling the strike of a mysterious rank expert. WZH watches the battle unfold in the sky, remarking pensively, "Brother WZH, Ning Chin Ki," and asks, her eyes burning with intensity, "If your Qingynw were faced with this lightning, would it be able to overcome it?" WZH remains silent. His innate beast, Qingynw, specializes in speed and quick strikes. Yet against such an all-encompassing, large-scale, and rare lightning attack, he cannot be certain it could evade. Nearby, Ning W Shuing, Elder Zhu, and GZUN exchange glances and subtly shake their heads. This boy harbors far too many secrets. Ning W Shuing frowns, glancing at the tense Luo Tianya, then looks back to the sky. Boom. A thunderous sound erupts as the colossal lightning blade collides with the dragon claw. Hissing fills the air as the lightning blade exerts tremendous force, the arcs flickering as they continuously wear down the Azure Dragon claw. Roar. The Little Azure Dragon bellows, unleashing a breath of dragon fire upon the claw print, instantly illuminating it. The previously wavering claw print stabilizes, and the claw tips glimmer with a faint green light. Several sharp energy waves suddenly emanate from the claw tips, transforming into azure green long blades, slashing toward the lightning blade. Crackle. The lightning blade is struck multiple times by these energy wave blades, causing it to tremble. Seizing the moment, the Little Azure Dragon fiercely grips the lightning blade with its claw, then exerts a powerful squeeze, crushing the conjoined claw print and breaking the lightning blade apart. After releasing its grip, the shattered lightning blade scatters and dissipates into the air. Roar. The Little Azure Dragon, emboldened by its success, thrusts its massive claw upward, tearing a gaping hole in the dark cloud layer. Then, with a mighty sweep of its tail, it clears away the remaining clouds, revealing the azure sky above. Roar. The Little Azure Dragon, reveling in its victory over the tribulation lightning, howls triumphantly at the heavens. Its ears perk up, attuned to the essence of all things. And Luo Tianya's expression darkens as he realizes that the little fellow, in its exuberance, is now calling out to the sky. Come again. Strike me once more. Truly, it has become a bit too arrogant. Luo Tianya shakes his head in thought. Perhaps the heavens are angered as well. Dark clouds gather once more, and this time, the formation of the tribulation lightning occurs at an astonishing speed, instantly taking shape, followed by 3 massive lightning blades emerging from the cloud layer. I will teach you a lesson for your arrogance. Luo Tianya sighs helplessly. Boom. At this moment, The young Qinglong observed the 3 flashing lightning blades approaching and remained unfazed. As it gracefully maneuvered, 5 claws emerged, and in an instant, 5 enormous dragon claw imprints manifested. These imprints merged into one, resulting in a colossal azure claw print that enveloped the entire realm of thunderclouds. Wherever it passed, space trembled, completely shrouding the 3 lightning blades and the thunderclouds behind them. With a forceful grip, the thunderclouds and lightning blades were obliterated, restoring the sky to clarity. The young Qinglong, controlling the dragon claw that nearly covered half the sky, gazed upward, searching for any signs of impending thunder and lightning. After a prolonged silence, when the sky remained tranquil, it dispersed the dragon claw and let out a triumphant howl. After venting its exuberance, the young Qinglong descended from the sky, directing its gaze towards Luo Tianya. The wind howled as the young Qinglong, grinning widely, swooped down towards Luo Tianya. The latter was taken aback, realizing that the young Qinglong, now 3 zhang in length, had transformed entirely. Such a dive could potentially leave him battered. Fortunately, during its descent, the young Qinglong continuously diminished in size, and by the time it reached Luo Tianya, it had shrunk to merely 3 qi in length. Could it possess the ability to alter its size at will? Luo Tianya speculated as he watched the young Qinglong wrap around his arm, appearing even smaller than during its 9th level phase. Before he could delve deeper into the system to discern any changes in the young Qinglong, the onlookers approached, gazing at the dragon's head resting on his shoulder. Nangong Wushuang was the first to speak, inquiring about the nature of this beast. Luo Tianya was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. Did the world truly fail to recognize the Qinglong? Are you unaware of what this beast is? He asked, probing. With a humped face, deer antlers, a serpent's body, fish scales, and eagle claws, Gu Ziyuan approached, scrutinizing the young Qinglong. This beast exhibits characteristics from several other species. Just as Luo Tianya was about to respond, a sudden wave of unease surged within him. He looked up to see a massive vortex of dark clouds forming, accompanied by thunderous roars that surpassed the intensity of the previous calamity the young Qinglong had endured. Another one? The others frowned at the sky, realizing that this beast had ascended to the Xian level. How could another thunderstorm materialize? This calamity, Luo Tianya remarked with a wry smile, is aimed at me. What? It targets you? The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing they were witnessing something extraordinary today. A beast leveling up necessitated a tribulation. And this particular creature was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Moreover, its master was also at risk of being struck by lightning. The thunder roared deafeningly, resonating through the heavens, as a peculiar wave of energy emanated from Luo Tianya. The dark clouds above thickened, an oppressive aura descending upon them. Everyone retreat, Luo Tianya urged, signaling the others to move back to avoid being caught in the impending calamity. He even advised the Six-Eared Macaque on his shoulder to stay clear, lest it be swept away by the storm. Is heaven intolerant of me? Luo Tianya confronted the immense thundercloud, stepping forward with an overwhelming aura. You wish to strike me? Then I shall reduce you to nothing. Boom. Luo Tianya released the young Qinglong and, with a powerful step, created a deep crater beneath him, propelling himself skyward. With the strength of the Qinglong and the might of the bronze-skinned, iron-boned warrior, he transformed from a graceful youth into a radiant war god exuding golden light. The power of the Qinglong surged within him, as he gradually assumed a stance that appeared as if he were single-handedly opposing the forces of nature. The onlookers, now at a safe distance, gazed up at the golden figure suspended in midair. Feng Yingying expressed her sentiments. What a magnificent sight! Baizhe and Nangong Wushuang turned to Baizhe, asking if he discerned anything unusual. Baizhe's eyes flickered with mystical light as he observed Luo Tianya. The laws of heaven and earth are confining him. He must have touched upon some forbidden knowledge, provoking the wrath of the heavens to unleash this thunderstorm. How could someone who has just broken into the Xian level encounter such profound taboos? Nangong Wushuang gazed at Luo Tianya with concern. I believe, Baizhe said, glancing at the young Qinglong. This is likely connected to his never-before-seen beast companion. Nangong Wushuang frowned tightly, fixating on the young Qinglong, her mind devoid of any recollection of this peculiar creature. Can outsiders intervene in this tribulation? Zhou Lao concentrated, gathering a white sword energy in his right hand, its blade glimmering ominously, seemingly poised for action. No, Baizhe shook his head solemnly. The tribulation is imbued with the will of heaven and earth. If outsiders interfere, the power will amplify based on the strength of the intruder. Your involvement would only endanger him. Zhou Lao dissipated the sword energy in his hand, gazing at Luo Tianya in the sky with a sigh. Kid, from here on, your fate lies in your own hands. Luo Tianya, however, remained composed, despite the impending tribulation being mightier than the one the young Qinglong had previously faced. With the support of two legendary beasts, his power had already undergone a tremendous transformation. The initial bolt of calamity had merely caught him off guard, causing slight harm. Now, with various abilities at his disposal, his aura swelled, gradually forming an invincible presence. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the young Qinglong had just attained the Xian level and gained a newfound ability, the Qinglong 8 forms. Heaven be merciful, the young Qinglong had finally acquired an offensive technique. The Qinglong 8 forms, a culmination of countless beastly attack techniques, wielded immeasurable power. Though the introduction was simple, Luo Tianya felt exhilarated, for he, too, had comprehended this formidable technique. A torrent of insights flooded his mind, transporting him to an era of ancient chaos, where myriad beasts roamed, and species engaged in fierce battles, drenched in blood and turmoil. Then, as the world transformed, those powerful beasts vanished into the sands of time, their traces lost to history. Yet, the river of time etched the invincible techniques of these beasts, ultimately coalescing into the 8 forms, which were then gathered by an unseen colossal hand, disappearing into the annals of time. Roar! Luo Tianya's roar echoed, mirroring the young Qinglong's earlier cry. Dragon's roar. A visible sound wave surged forth, striking the thunderclouds, causing them to tremble as if a layer had been sheared off. Brother Tianya, you are incredible. Luo Bing gazed at Luo Tianya, who was resisting the heavenly tribulation. His progress is astonishing. We are seriously lagging behind. De Zhuang lamented, watching Luo Tianya demonstrate his prowess. The other companions also sighed, silently clenching their fists, determined to exert greater effort. Ling Zhan stood nearby, somewhat speechless, realizing that the members of Luo Tianya's team, after undergoing divine fire transformation, had already exhibited remarkable talents and strength. Yet, they still felt inadequate, fearing they were holding him back. However, upon observing the golden figure in the sky, Ling Zhan shook his head with a bittersweet smile, recognizing that even he might soon find himself looking up to that figure. As the fierce winds howled, the tribulation had fully materialized. With a crack, 3 colossal lightning blades emerged from the swirling dark clouds, locking onto Luo Tianya and descending with blinding speed. Luo Tianya maintained his calm demeanor, continuing his previous stance as streams of golden and emerald energy flowed around him, following the intricate gestures of his hands. Roar! Another roar erupted, but this time it did not originate from Luo Tianya's mouth. Rather, it emanated from a surge of energy within him, merging with the essence of heaven and earth, forming a Tianzhonglong Azure Dragon. The vibrant Yuanqi Qinglong appeared lifelike, causing the small Qinglong below to momentarily freeze, blinking its eyes and gazing intently at the majestic creature. The Yuanqi Qinglong held a dragon pearl in its mouth. Swirling around Luo Tianya, and under his guidance, it ascended, stirring the winds and clouds as it charged directly towards the 3 enormous lightning blades. A hum resonated. The initial collision was silent, but soon a sound reverberating through space followed, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld the scattered flashes of lightning in the air, resting upon the proud and defiant Yuanqi Qinglong, which clutched the dragon pearl. The Qinglong, bearing the pearl, effortlessly shattered the lightning blades. In Chapter 101, Qinglong probes its claws. The small Qinglong below erupted in joyous howls upon witnessing the Yuanqi Qinglong's triumph over the lightning blades. However, at that moment, the thunderclouds above began to gather slowly, transitioning from black to a deep purple hue, and suddenly, the winds ceased. The atmosphere turned heavy and oppressive, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. Seizing the initiative, Luo Tianya swung his arms, and the Yuanqi Qinglong, with the dragon pearl, ascended towards the ominous thunderclouds. With a clang, the white Yuanqi dragon pearl transformed into a long sword, its razor-sharp aura slicing through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The Yuanqi dragon pearl could metamorphose into myriad forms, and at that moment, it manifested as a sword, revealing a formidable intent to cleave through the void. The most qualified judge of swordsmanship present was Elder Zhou, who, having once been a half-step king and possessing a beast adept in sword intent, marveled at the Yuanqi Qinglong's transcendent sword intent. Suddenly, a colossal foot made of lightning materialized within the thunderclouds, and the Yuanqi Qinglong, sword in tow, collided with the lightning foot. The booming sound echoed. The sword reverted to a dragon pearl as the Yuanqi Qinglong spun backward to Luo Tianya's side, who caught it, halting its retreat. Above, the turbulent air currents dispersed the thinning thunderclouds, revealing a gargantuan figure. What was this? An imposing giant made entirely of lightning, standing over 30 feet tall. Devoid of facial features, with lightning flickering across its form, wielding a massive blade of electricity. The aura emanating from the giant was overwhelmingly potent. Bai Qiu and the crowd stared gravely at the lightning giant and the minuscule figure of Luo Tianya beneath it. In a short span, had he already reached such heights? Bai Qiu clenched her fists, veins bulging, recalling her recent defeat at his hands. Yet, the vision of her slumbering ice flame mad lion, tainted by white flames, solidified her resolve. Next time, she vowed, I shall not succumb to defeat again. Was this lightning giant formed from the amalgamation of multiple thunderclouds? Not far away, Nangang Wushuang, having overheard Bai Zhe, spoke with a serious countenance. Indeed, Bai Zhe's profound gaze was fixed on the lightning giant. His own beast had endured 3 tribulations, and this young man must have faced at least 3 to create such a formidable lightning giant. Now, all hope rested upon him. Others could offer no assistance. Bai Zhe's eyes sparkled with insight as he glanced at the small Qinglong, musing that the beast, being his companion, should be able to assist. However, the small Qinglong wanted to help, but was restrained by Luo Tianya. Recently bestowed with the Qinglong 8 styles, his confidence surged. Even if you tower 30 feet high, even if you represent the will of the heavens and earth, should you attempt to strike me, I shall reduce you to fragments. Yet, to be prudent, he enveloped himself in layers of divine protection, emanating golden radiance, while green halos encircled his head, creating an indescribable aura. Rise! Luo Tianya shouted fiercely, and 2 Yuanxi Qinglongs surged forth from behind him, joining another in the air, forming a triangular formation against the lightning giant. Clang! 1 Yuanxi dragon pearl transformed into a sword. Ding! Another became a long knife. Lastly, the final dragon pearl morphed into a bell. Luo Tianya pointed, imbuing the 3 Yuanxi Qinglongs with divine might, causing their aura to surge and their forms to solidify, their eyes sparkling with intelligence. Roar! Luo Tianya assumed a peculiar stance, his hands mimicking dragon claws, his feet retreating, twisting as he unleashed a dragon roar. His spine transformed into a great dragon, and he soared into the air, surpassing the towering lightning giant and piercing through the clouds. At that moment, the 3 Yuanxi Qinglongs, clutching their respective weapons, ascended to attack the lightning giant. Hum! The lightning giant brandished its lightning blade, emitting a resonant hum as the space quaked, sweeping towards the 3 Yuanxi Qinglongs. Ding! The Yuanxi bell sounded first, sending out an invisible wave that momentarily halted the lightning giant's assault, allowing the 3 dragons to evade the strike. Then, blades and swords harmonized, and countless sword energies intertwined, forming a vast net that surged towards the lightning giant's chest. Bang! The lightning giant staggered, its form wavering, as electric sparks flickered across its chest, creating a thunderous sound in the void. Just then, a voice resonated from above the lightning giant. Overpowering the thunderous roars, Qinglong probes its claws. A massive azure claw, larger than the lightning giant's head, slowly descended from the clouds, locking onto the giant and immobilizing its surroundings. Despite its lack of features, the lightning giant could sense its fury as the space around it constricted, causing it to tilt its head in rage, unleashing torrents of lightning towards the azure claw. Crack! The lightning that could obliterate mountains left no mark on the azure claw. What kind of divine power is this? Xingyue gazed in awe at the slowly descending azure claw. The previous sound seemed to proclaim Qinglong probes its claws. Replied Dongfang Wu, unable to conceal his own shock. I believe the top spot on the Xin level ranking may soon change hands. Xingyue mused, casting a complex glance towards Wu Ji, who furrowed his brow, intently observing the battle unfolding above. Roar! The lightning giant surged with energy once more, morphing into a tempest aimed at the azure claw. Ding! The azure claw pierced through the violent storm as though traversing ordinary clouds, and amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, it reached for the lightning giant's head, crushing it with one mighty claw. The momentum unrelenting, the razor-sharp claw cleaved the lightning giant's form in two. In Chapter 102, The Anomaly of the Sea of Souls, Wu Ji remarked, his tone laced with bitterness, I cannot withstand this. The energy fluctuations from that claw nearly surpassed the pinnacle of the Xian level. Nangang Tianjue observed the descending strike with a complex expression. Once, the youth whom he found intolerable and decided to make things difficult for turned out to be a descendant of the legendary couple who had once dominated their generation. Meanwhile, he himself had rapidly grown to a level that could not be overlooked in a remarkably short span of time. Must you, as a family of 3, ensure that those of the same era are engulfed in despair? With a resounding crack, the colossal figure of the lightning giant, which had been torn asunder, did not dissipate but sought to reunite by harnessing the lightning. The split halves of its body, intertwined with arcs of lightning, slowly drew closer, attempting to restore itself to its former colossal form. Ding! The ethereal Azure Dragon, clutching a bell, soared forward, the chime halting the merging process. Meanwhile, the other two ethereal Azure Dragons seized the opportunity to wield their blades, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that ravaged the severed body of the lightning giant. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, and the previously suspended Azure Claw began to unfurl, emanating a tremendous pulling force from its core. The two halves of the lightning giant, momentarily frozen by the bell's resonance, were violently tugged, as if by an unseen force, the lightning flowing like water into the waiting Azure Claw. Boom. As the last vestige of the calamity's lightning was absorbed, the Azure Claw seemed to lose control, exploding in midair, obliterating the three ethereal Azure Dragons and dispersing the storm clouds. Golden sunlight once again bathed the earth, and a silhouette, framed by the sun's rays and riding upon golden clouds, descended slowly. At this moment, although Luo Tianya stood tall, he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The earlier maneuver, the Azure Dragon's claw, had been immensely powerful, instantly crushing the lightning giant's head and cleaving it in two. Yet it had nearly drained him of all energy. Such a potent technique demanded an equally great toll. The divine essence surrounding Luo Tianya had dissipated, and he lacked the vitality to wield his powers. Observing this, the little Azure Dragon swam up and waved its tiny claws, summoning 3 green halos above its head, showering him with soothing green light that alleviated his fatigue. By the time he touched down, the dark clouds had fully cleared, revealing a blue sky, and the world had returned to normalcy. "How are you?" Nangong Wushuang flashed beside him, her expression filled with concern. "The tribulation has passed. It's all right." Luo Tianya wiped his brow as he spoke. Others soon gathered around, inquiring about his condition while casting curious glances at the azure serpentine beast entwined around his neck. "Now, can we speak of your companion? What sort of beast is it?" Nangong Wushuang pointed at the little Azure Dragon. Ding! Just as Luo Tianya was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in his soul sea. Waves surged violently, creating a tumultuous tide, and then, at the center of his soul sea, a massive vortex emerged, spinning at an extraordinary speed. Chirp! The Zhuke egg, caught off guard by a crashing wave, found itself momentarily dazed. It had merely wanted to ride the waves as usual. Why had the soul sea suddenly transformed? Could it be that my frequent frolicking had finally provoked its wrath? The Zhuke egg's thoughts were a chaotic whirl. Boom! While Luo Tianya's soul was in turmoil, his physical form was also undergoing a metamorphosis. He began to rise without wind, floating 3 feet above the ground. With eyes tightly shut, an astonishing aura radiated from him, the waves of energy pushing back those of lesser strength. Swish! Nangong Tianjue summoned the 5 elements divine light to encircle him, shielding against this force. Has young Master Luo broken through to the Xian level? Xiaobai inquired from the crowd. The Xian level experts present were momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. On one hand, it was undeniable that Luo Tianya had been at the peak of the 9th level. On the other, they had never witnessed anyone newly ascended to the Xian level exhibit such powerful energy fluctuations. This energy was no less than that of a peak Xian level practitioner. Both Wu Ji and Xing Yuye, the 2 peak Xian level experts present, sensed that the aura emanating from Luo Tianya rivaled their own. This soul energy must exceed the Xian level. The trio at the forefront, Nangong Wushuang, Gu Ziyuan, and Zhou Lao, communicated silently, deliberating Luo Tianya's situation. Even at the 9th level peak, he possessed Xian level soul energy. Zhou Lao observed intently. If he has indeed broken through to the Xian level, it will undoubtedly lead to a tremendous leap. Could he possibly surpass the Xian level and reach even greater heights? Gu Ziyuan speculated. Let us see if his soul sea can undergo transformation. Nangong Wushuang remarked, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Luo Tianya. Thunder rumbled. A tremendous energy surged from the void, directly infusing into Luo Tianya, amplifying his aura, streams of light swirling around him, enhancing his physical strength. Deep within the soul sea, Luo Tianya's consciousness manifested, confronted by a soul sea that appeared apocalyptic, leaving him momentarily stunned. The waves raged mightily, lightning crackled above the soul sea, resembling serpents in a wild dance, while at its center, a vortex spun at an alarming pace, its influence ever expanding. Chirp! A white egg broke through the waves and approached Luo Tianya's consciousness, expressing its dissatisfaction. This place has changed. I can no longer swim or surf, and it severely affects my mood. This is not my fault. Luo Tianya replied, feigning innocence. I am bewildered by the events unfolding. It was merely a transformation of the soul sea. Suddenly, a flash of white light revealed the figure of the spirit cat. Not bad, kid, the spirit cat remarked appreciatively. Your strength is barely acceptable. Luo Tianya chuckled, about to reply when the spirit cat shook its head, its gaze filled with meaning. But prepare yourself for what is to come. Before Luo Tianya could grasp the meaning of its words, he suddenly witnessed the massive vortex in the Soul Sea begin to draw in the surrounding waters as if a dragon were siphoning up the ocean. In an instant, the waters of the Soul Sea were consumed, and an unknown force began to compress the vortex. Luo Tianya felt a splitting headache, as if his soul were being hammered relentlessly, and his conscious avatar instantly disintegrated. The spirit cat shook its head, licking its paw. Refining pure soul energy is no simple task. In the realm of reality, Luo Tianya let out a loud roar, cold sweat pouring from his brow. His hair standing on end without wind, and his aura surged once more. Nangong Wushuang and the others exchanged glances, nodding in unison. His soul energy was indeed on the verge of transcending to the Zune level. Chapter 103, The Azure Dragon of Unknown Origins. Ding. It seemed as if invisible hands wielding hammers were striking at Luo Tianya's soul sea, attempting to compress it further and further. This agony, akin to a soul's fragmentation, was excruciating for Luo Tianya, who gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. Swish, swish, swish. The little Azure Dragon extended its claws, enveloping Luo Tianya in 3 layers of divine essence, hoping to alleviate his suffering. Hovering in the void above the soul sea, the spirit cat and the Zhuke egg observed the unusual circumstances unfolding. The spirit cat sighed. Kid, endure, for beyond this lies a new world. At this moment, Luo Tianya's soul energy reached a critical juncture, the soul sea gradually compressing to a smaller size until it transformed into a crystalline rhombus, no larger than an infant's fist. Boom. The final hammer struck the now formed rhombus with a resounding crack, its brilliance illuminating the entire realm of the soul. Chirp. A warm, gentle wave of soul energy swept over the Zhuke egg, instantly stirring it with excitement. The soul power resulting from this upgrade and transformation has significantly increased in purity. The Zhuke egg, nourished by this superior soul power, began to tremble with excitement. However, upon witnessing the entirety of the soul power in this ethereal space coalesce into a diamond-shaped crystal, it suddenly became frozen in the void. Where's my ocean? Where are my waves? How can I swim and surf now? Am I to frolic in this soul space? A plaintive cry echoed throughout the soul realm. Laden with emotions that conjured an image in the mind of the spirit cat, a figure kneeling in the snow, howling skyward, face filled with sorrow. This pitiful egg. The spirit cat shook its head, wondering why a divine beast of the fire element harbored such a fondness for the ocean and the waves. Returning to the external realm. At the moment the diamond-shaped crystal fully formed, Luo Tianya underwent a complete metamorphosis, entering the Xian level. With a clang, his eyes burst open. Golden divine light piercing the surrounding void like a sword, while the radiant aura enveloping him gradually dissipated, and his flowing hair gently descended. Feeling the surging power within him, Luo Tianya was suddenly struck by a sensation that he could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped into the void with his right foot, unleashing a visible white shockwave that erupted on the ground, creating a massive crater. A golden figure soared into the clouds, followed by a series of thunderous roars reverberating across the sky. This lad has become quite lofty. Zhou Lao chuckled helplessly. With such a sudden surge in power, it is only natural to seek an outlet for it. Gu Ziyuan squinted at the flickering figure in the air, pondering that this youth surprisingly bore a semblance to his former self. With a powerful sweep of Luo Tianya's tail, he dispelled all clouds in the sky. The tumultuous energy surrounding him gradually calmed, allowing him to float gently back down. Is everything all right? Nangong Wushuang smiled at the resplendent Luo Tianya, nodding in acknowledgement. He pointed at the little Qinglong, suggesting it was time to discuss what kind of beast it truly was. Qinglong. Which race is it from? Even I am unaware. Nearby, a large group of people, including Xiao Bai, Dezhuang, Luo Bing, and Luo Hua, were gathered, enthusiastically fishing, catching shrimp, barbecuing, and serving a group of distinguished guests. Leading the charge, Nangong Wushuang sat at a table by the stream, waiting for food while listening to Luo Tianya's explanations. When Luo Tianya revealed that his destined beast was a Qinglong, Baizhe shook his large head, indicating this was the first time he had encountered such a creature. Baizhe, understand all things. Could it be that your Qinglong exists beyond the 3 realms and is not part of the 5 elements? Luo Tianya was equally perplexed, contemplating that the Qinglong was indeed a divine beast, one of the highest caliber. Yet, why did they seem entirely unaware of any information regarding the Qinglong? Could it be that the dragon race has never appeared on the divine beast continent? Reflecting on the ancient texts he had perused, he realized there seemed to be no records of the dragon race at all. This is impossible. Luo Tianya frowned, noting that other mythical beasts had been documented, including rare creatures like Baizhe, so it was inconceivable that dragons were absent. What abilities does your Qinglong possess? Zhou Lao inquired. Luo Tianya gently stroked the little Qinglong coiled around his neck, elucidating its powers. One healing ability, one for controlling clouds, and one offensive ability that they had previously witnessed. He mentioned only 3 abilities, omitting the full extent of its capabilities. Even a beast of royal caliber would possess only 3 abilities upon breaking through to the Xian level. If they were to learn that the Qinglong, combined with the Qinglong 8 styles, wielded a total of 5 abilities, they would likely be astounded. When I sensed those 2 auras in my city, were they from your beast? Nangong Wushuang finally voiced a question that had lingered in his mind for days. That day in my city, 2 distinct auras had appeared in succession, one overbearing and invincible, the other regal and unparalleled. Yet, they vanished in an instant, eluding even him from tracing their origins. Having witnessed Luo Tianya's current display, he was nearly certain that these 2 auras stemmed from Luo Tianya's destined beast. Could it be that one was an imposing force while the other represented the essence of kingship, yet both emanated from the same creature? Perhaps the second aura belonged to his companion beast, which could also be an exceptionally powerful creature. Unaware of the multitude of thoughts flashing through Nangong Wushuang's mind, Luo Tianya reflected on the question and nodded in agreement. Qinglong, Qinglong, Guziyuan mused beside Nangong Wushuang, scrutinizing the little Qinglong. This beast seems to amalgamate features from various creatures. Could it be a new species birthed from the divine beast pool? It is indeed a possibility, Zhou Lao concurred, stating that the origins of the divine beast pool are shrouded in mystery, accessible only through special rituals at particular ages. It is very likely that this creature is newly spawned from the divine beast pool. I have known about the Qinglong for thousands of years. How could it possibly be newly birthed? Luo Tianya mused internally. However, he kept this to himself. Their ignorance of the Qinglong's uniqueness allowed him to cultivate in peace. Yet, the fact that the Qinglong possessed healing abilities is exceptionally rare, Gu Ziyuan remarked. Next time you encounter the butterfly fairy, you may wish to inquire about the Qinglong. That individual in the butterfly valley is not someone one meets easily. Zhou Lao shook his head. Who is this individual? Luo Tianya inquired, confused by their conversation. Come, come. Here are the delectable fish and shrimp that I personally prepared, Luo Hua announced, bringing forth a platter of delicacies. Everyone, taste this. The fish and shrimp they made are exquisite. Feng Yingying's eyes sparkled, her chopsticks itching with anticipation. Haha, I am shamelessly here to mooch a meal again. Nangong Wushuang led the way, picking up his chopsticks, ready to savor Luo Hua's culinary skills. With swift hands, nearly everyone present, none of whom were weaklings, eagerly grabbed their favored morsels. How is it? Luo Hua looked on expectantly. Luo Tianya refrained from picking up his chopsticks, feeling no need to compete for food, as he often indulged himself. Wow. Nangong Qianqian was the first to be unable to contain herself, turning her head to expel the contents of her stomach. This triggered a chain reaction, causing one after another to follow suit. What happened? Luo Tianya exclaimed in shock, wondering if Luo Hua had poisoned the fish and shrimp to elicit such a response. Feng Yingying's face paled as she gazed at Luo Hua, asking, Did you use salt or sugar while frying the fish and grilling the shrimp? Did I make a mistake? Luo Hua appeared puzzled, reflecting on his earlier actions, recalling that he had even added extra seasoning, pouring in a generous amount of the spice mix. In hindsight, it indeed seemed to have been sugar. My apologies. Luo Hua scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. I mistook sugar for salt. Chapter 104, The Eternal Dragon Island. After a chaotic episode, during which Feng Yingying chased after Luo Hua and gave him 2 black eyes, Luo Tianya finally took matters into his own hands. Utilizing his considerable skills to prepare delectable grilled fish, fried shrimp, and yellow eel skewers, which quelled Feng Yingying's anger and left everyone immensely satisfied. Quite good, quite good. Nangong Tianjua nodded in approval. This is far more delicious than the fare at the Academy's cafeteria. You should consider a career change to become a master chef there. That would be a waste of talent. Nangong Wushuang shot him a glare and then turned to Luo Tianya, adding, Your culinary skills are indeed impressive. Next time there's food, remember to invite the dean. I am close by, just call out. Zhou Lao chimed in with a smile. Gu Ziyuan remained silent, but his expression suggested he too had enjoyed the meal. Grandpa Nangong, may I stay in the small wooden house nearby? Feng Yingying raised her hand to ask. I see there are still quite a few vacant houses nearby. Nangong Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her hand, exclaiming, I want to stay here too. The protagonist, Luo Tianya, sat nearby, utterly speechless. It seemed that this group had become addicted, seeking to make him a long-term benefactor. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. How could he possibly submit to their whims and settle for being a mere cook, preparing meals and frying dishes? Absolutely not. If you can grill 2 more fish, I might consider allowing you to go to see Feng Cheng. Nangong Wuxuang said, narrowing her eyes. All right. Luo Tianya scampered off to catch fish. Upon his return, he realized that the dean had stated one could go to see Feng Cheng upon breaking through to the Xian level. He felt tricked. Just as he was about to throw the fish to the ground in frustration, he caught sight of Nangong Wuxuang's indifferent gaze sweeping over him. With a sigh, he obediently set about grilling the fish. Father, do you truly intend to send him to see Feng Cheng now? Nangong Tianju inquired, furrowing his brow. Strictly speaking, he is a new student this year, merely 15 years old. Yet, at just 15, he had already achieved more than many 18 or even 20-year-olds. Nangong Wuxuang sighed. Moreover, it was he who proactively requested to go to the front lines of Si Feng Cheng. The situation at the front has been relatively stable in recent years, with only minor conflicts, but no large-scale confrontations have occurred. What worries me is whether the magical beasts are secretly plotting something, Zhou Lao expressed, his eyes filled with concern. For years, they have lingered in the North Desert. Their top-tier combatants remaining hidden while they engage in minor skirmishes at the borders. There must be a scheme afoot. Nangong Wuxuang's gaze deepened. All we can do is enhance our defenses and cultivate a robust force. When will we be able to launch a counteroffensive and drive those beastly scum from the divine beast continent? Zhou Lao looked into the distance. If that day arrives, I will certainly risk my life, charging to the front lines. Nangong Wuxuang observed the vibrant group of youths beside him and remarked, I hope we all witness the arrival of that day. After attending to the group of elders, Luo Tianya, accompanied by a group of children, tidied up and even repaired the broken roof of the wooden house. Lying in bed, he turned over to see the now much smaller little Qinglong playing with the Six-Eared Macaque. Luo Tianya smiled before entering his soul space. Upon entering, he was greeted by the weak cries of the Zhu Ke egg. Following the sound, he spotted the Zhu Ke egg floating beneath a diamond-shaped crystal, occasionally nudging it with its white shell, hoping for some response. Watching this naive behavior made Luo Tianya feel both amused and heartbroken, unable to bear it any longer. He pointed at the diamond crystal, and suddenly, a drop of liquid fell from its base, forming a small pond in the void. Ethereal clouds swirled around, showcasing a rich manifestation of soul power. The Zhu Ke egg immediately cheered, diving into the pond and sinking to the bottom before slowly resurfacing. However, after a while, it became sad again, for this was merely a pond, not an ocean. It could not continue to frolic. Luo Tianya chose to ignore this dramatic display and called forth the spirit cat. My dear cat, there's grilled fish ready. With a flash, a white figure appeared before him. The spirit cat stared at him, empty-handed, its expression turning cold. Are you trying to fool me? This is the soul space. Luo Tianya replied helplessly. I can only enter as a projection of consciousness. How can I bring you grilled fish? Humph. The spirit cat gave him a sidelong glance and said, Speak quickly. I am not in a good mood today. Spirit cat, do you know about the Qinglong and the Dragon clan? Luo Tianya asked, furrowing his brow. Of course. The spirit cat huffed. I am the spirit of the invincible evolution system. The system could detect that the egg you had was a Qinglong seed. How could I not know? Do you know about other dragon breeds, such as the Bailong, Jinlong, and Zhulong? Is there no existence of the dragon clan on the divine beast continent? Luo Tianya pressed on. The spirit cat did not respond immediately, but lowered its head, licking its paws in contemplation. This matter is too vast and far beyond your current realm to intervene, it finally said seriously after a long silence. What you must do now is to diligently cultivate your magical beasts, allowing them to grow as swiftly as possible to the peak of this continent. Only then will you be qualified to uncover certain secrets. Luo Tianya was taken aback, realizing that only those at the pinnacle of the divine beast continent could grasp these hidden truths regarding the dragon clan. The spirit cat vanished before he could say anything further. This world conceals far too many secrets, Luo Tianya mused. In an unknown void, chaotic energy swirled, gradually forming a nest. A white figure appeared abruptly, taking a few steps before lying down in the nest. Its verdant eyes pierced through layers of space, arriving at a land suspended in the void. Then, its gaze shifted to the overseas expanse, crossing countless miles to a dark island. The island was shrouded in gloom, devoid of any vitality, wrapped in swirling black mist, emanating a chilling, despairing aura. After a moment of silence, the white figure extended a claw, seemingly grasping a desolate world in its hand. Chaotic thunder, primal energy, and ancient winds surged violently, as if reliving the moment of creation. Moments later, it withdrew its claw, causing the world to vanish from sight. The time is not yet ripe, the white figure stated, rising to its feet and casting a cold gaze upon a towering black pillar on the island. One day, you shall pay the price. As a black gale swept through, parting the mist, for characters were revealed, etched into the black pillar, Eternal Suppression of Dragon Island. Chapter 105, The Efforts of Friends. Host, Luo Tianya. Level, initial stage of Xian level. Divine powers, Qing Long might, sweet rain, cloud riding, Qing Long body. 8 styles of Qing Long, listening to all things. Copper skin, iron bones, fire-eyed golden gaze. Contracted beast, Qing Long seed. Contracted beast, Six-Eared Macaque. At this moment, Luo Tianya was reviewing his information within the system. Observing his attribute panel brought him immense satisfaction. He had finally broken through to the Xian level, a feat achieved at the cost of battling nearly every level 9 magical beast in the academy. The subsequent challenge was that to gain more evolution points, he would have to confront magical beasts at the Xian level and above. But would there be so many Xian level beasts willing to duel him at the academy? Therefore, to accelerate his growth, he must hasten to the front lines, slay magical beasts, and earn evolution points through battle. Exiting the system in his mind, Luo Tianya glanced at the Six-Eared Macaque, who was playfully tussling with the little Qing Long, and quickly gathered its information. Species, Six-Eared Macaque, a unique variant of heaven and earth. Level, pinnacle of level 9. Divine powers, listening to all things, invincible fist. Copper skin, iron bones, fire-eyed golden gaze. Status, winning in rock, paper, scissors, happy. It was no easy feat to reach the Xian level. Finally, he no longer needed to physically touch magical beasts to glean their information. He could simply glance at them to ascertain their details, a significant improvement. However, what was this peculiar status of the Six-Eared Macaque? Driven by curiosity, Luo Tianya got out of bed to see what they were up to. With a swift motion, he observed both little creatures simultaneously throwing punches, one forming scissors, while the other displayed a claw that was slightly curved but not fully closed. Yet, Xiao Qing Long gazed at his own claws in bewilderment, pondering why his intention to throw a punch had inexplicably transformed into a mere cloth. Ha! Luo Tianya could not help but burst into laughter. This little Qing Long was truly amusing beyond measure. Its claws had just begun to emerge, and the digits were still underdeveloped, rendering them incapable of closing. Regardless of what it produced, to the untrained eye, it appeared merely as cloth. Although one claw digit was slightly curved, it was far from being fully bent, resembling fabric. No wonder the Six-Eared Macaque consistently triumphed, always presenting scissors. How could the little Azure Dragon possibly win? There. Luo Tianya stepped forward to offer solace. It's all right. As you grow, your claws will bend as they are meant to. The little Azure Dragon gazed at Luo Tianya with a hint of grievance. You can compare your body length with Xuanwu. Your form is significantly longer than theirs. Luo Tianya offered a smile and shared his thoughts. How exhilarating. Xiao Qinglong suddenly came to a realization. He then turned around to gaze at the Lu Ermiho, persistently challenging him to a contest to determine whose body was longer. Lu Ermiho was somewhat at a loss for words, feeling that this was rather excessive. Shaking his head, a flash of golden light appeared, and he returned to his warm cocoon, pulling the covers over himself to feign sleep. Left behind were Luo Tianya and the little Qinglong, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Very well, since Xiao Luer is weary, we shall not disturb his slumber. Let us rest peacefully. Luo Tianya, upon witnessing the Six-Eared Macaque's hasty retreat, swiftly reclined upon the bed. Meanwhile, the young Qinglong remained seated, gazing sorrowfully at his 5 claws. In the periphery of the Nanming forest, a tumultuous roar echoed. At this moment, a series of earthen walls rose continuously, obstructing the path of a white figure. However, this white figure swung its muscular right arm with great force, shattering the earthen wall before it with a single punch. Subsequently, with an unstoppable momentum, it reduced the remaining walls to mere fragments of earth. However, upon shattering the final earthen wall, it was met with a colossal azure wolf, from whose maw a cannon of flames had already coalesced. Boom! The wind fuels the flames, and the formidable artillery creates a trajectory in the sky, directly striking the white figure with a thunderous roar. The white figure remained unperturbed, letting out a fierce roar as its robust form swelled once more. With its arms crossed protectively over its chest, it audaciously endeavored to thwart this tempestuous display of elemental might with sheer physical strength. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The figure of white muscle was repeatedly forced back by the bombardment of this divine power, carving a long, deep trench into the ground. Bang! The white figure fiercely dug its feet into the ground, and with a final sweeping motion of its arms, it effortlessly dispersed the weakened cannon fire. However, before the white figure could fully stabilize, 2 silhouettes sprang forth from behind. On the left, a formidable black wild boar, charging with ferocity, and on the right, a giant wolf with sharp claws, lunging directly at the white figure. At this moment, the white figure found itself in a precarious state. Having just expended its old strength and yet to summon its new power, those 2 demonic beasts seized the opportunity with remarkable precision. Whoosh! However, to everyone's astonishment. The white figure shimmered with a radiant light, causing its form to instantly shrink, transformed into a diminutive white rabbit. I nestled within the depths of a pit beneath my feet. This very contraction allowed me to deftly evade the lethal strike of the colossal wolf on my right, while the black wild boar on my left, having lost its intended target, careened forward without the ability to halt, ultimately colliding directly with the giant wolf. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Two figures, one clad in black and the other in green, collided with great force. The ebony wild boar sent the colossal wolf soaring through the air. Their impact shattered several trees before they finally came to a halt. The little white rabbit, hidden in the pit, glimmered with a flash of white light, transforming once more into the muscular, formidable rabbit. With each powerful step, it created a pit, striding menacingly towards the wild boar and the giant wolf. No more fighting, no more. Luo suddenly dashed out from the side and approached the dazed giant wolf, gently stroking it with a hint of compassion. Then, she called out to another tall and robust figure who had just emerged. Is it not possible for your divine powers to cease momentarily? It was truly exasperating for Xuanwu. How could he have known that the little white rabbit possessed such a clever trick? With a swift contraction, he evaded the assault, catching him off guard in an instant, rendering him unable to halt. Others soon emerged, congregating together. Impressive, Xiaobai? Luo Feng approached with his destined beast, exclaiming, despite our numerous attempts to defeat you, we have still not succeeded. Xiaobai smiled shyly, replying that it was merely a clever maneuver. Rather than calling it a trick, it would be more accurate to refer to it as battlefield experience. Luo Bing approached, accompanied by Luo Hua and Sun Shu. Your evasion made full use of the characteristics of your native beast, as well as the circumstances of the battlefield. Luo Bing continued to analyze, then praised Xiaobai. You have truly matured. Excellent work. Xiaobai smiled wryly and shook his head, lamenting that he had already missed a significant period of growth. Had it not been for encountering young Master Luo, he might still be languishing in the beast fighting arena of my city. The move he just executed was also inspired by him during the previous hunting battle. Alas, Luo expressed a sense of nostalgia. Now, Tianya has already left us far behind. Everyone fell silent at once. The current Luo New York was progressing at an astonishing pace. They could not even glimpse his silhouette, only gazing from the foot of the mountain as he ascended towards the summit. One must not surrender. Luo Bing's gaze wavered slightly, only to transform into unwavering determination. Even if we cannot keep pace with his strides, we must resolutely refrain from hindering his progress. Let us strive, battle, and advance together. Everyone, let us rally our efforts. Yes, together we shall persevere. As the sun ascends steadily into the sky, a group of youthful individuals, under its radiant glow, fervently pours their sweat in pursuit of their aspirations. How splendid. Chapter 106, The Battle of the Talented. Are you prepared to allow Luo Tianya to participate in the Battle of the Talented? In the residence of Nangong Wushuang, Elder Zhou, observing the latter with his hands clasped behind him, inquired while gazing out the window. I have such an intention, Nangong Wushuang replied without turning, merely nodding his head. The Battle of the Talented, which only those at the pinnacle of the Xian level are qualified to partake in, poses a formidable challenge for him. Having just attained the Xian level, even with extraordinary talent, it is unlikely he could contend with those seasoned individuals. Zhou Lao furrowed his brow and remarked, one must understand that those prodigious youths possess extraordinary innate beasts and unparalleled talents. Even when matched at the same level, they may not necessarily succumb to him, especially considering that their realms surpass that of Luo Tianya. Let this serve as preparation for the upcoming contest of prodigies. Ying W. Shuing turned around and remarked, moreover, I intend to send some of the talented individuals from our courtyard to SF Ching to broaden their horizons and deepen their understanding. He then sighed and continued, the other esteemed academies hold a rather disdainful view of our Tayan Academy, asserting that we remain in the rear, untested by the crucible of battle, and therefore are utterly unworthy of being compared to the other institutions. The issue of inherent positioning is not something for which we can be held accountable, remarked Zhou Lao. Moreover, the number of warriors we dispatch to the front lines each year is by no means inferior to that of the few students from the academy. Nevertheless, the scholars from the academy are unlikely to share this perspective, Ying W. Shu mused. However, considering that the front lines have remained relatively stable in recent years, it is indeed time for them to witness firsthand what the magical beasts truly are. Luo Hua, visibly fatigued and drenched in sweat, trailed behind the others, accompanied by the blue moon greed wolf, which hung its tongue out and drooped its head. Although his innate beast had ascended to level 6, acquiring an unusual divine ability that was seldom applicable in daily life, it still served to train attributes such as strength, physique, and speed. thereby augmenting his own capabilities for a swift breakthrough. For he harbored no desire to be left far behind by Luo Tianya, nor did he wish to be forsaken by the companions at his side. Moreover, a particular figure lingered in his heart. He must persist in his efforts to swiftly catch up with the footsteps of that enchanting figure, ultimately standing before her on equal footing. Just as he was contemplating her, he spotted from a distance a graceful silhouette with long legs at the entrance of the academy. Luo were instantly revived with vigor, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow. Then smoothing his hair, the previously disheveled hairstyle was transformed into a sleek slicked-back look, with his long hair billowing in the breeze. With a spirited demeanor and a mischievous smile gracing his lips, Luo strode confidently toward the entrance of the academy, catching the astonished gazes of his companions. "YSHG, long time no see," he exclaimed, flipping his hair with a flourish and striking what he deemed a charming pose. One hand leaned against a pillar while the other attempted to slip into his pocket, only to be thwarted by the absence of one. After several futile attempts, he tousled his hair again and offered a smile he believed to be captivating as he fixed his gaze upon Xuanwu. The member of the guard team standing beside Xuanwu, whom Luo had seen before, regarded him with an expression of bemusement, thinking, "This young lad is quite bold, aiming to pursue the goddess of our guard team at such a tender age." Moreover, his previous antics seem rather ostentatious. Xuanwu chuckled softly, glancing at Luo, who was shorter than her. "It's you. Did we not just meet a few days ago? How can you claim it's been a long time?" "Ah, absence makes the heart grow fonder, does it not?" Luo responded, stepping closer to her. "By this count, it has been many seasons since I last saw you, SHG. Xuanwu smiled lightly, finding Luo quite amusing, more so than some of the boys she had previously encountered. Of course, she only found him interesting. She hadn't contemplated any deeper aspects. "Have you just returned from training?" Noticing Luo and the others emerging from Yin-Yang forest, panting and drenched in sweat, she guessed correctly that they had been training in the woods. "Indeed," Luo replied proudly. "My destined beast has reached level 7. I am now quite formidable and can protect you." YSHG. Xuanwu momentarily froze, taken aback by the sudden leap in his level within a mere few days. After some contemplation, she recalled the incident involving the white flames. It seemed he was one of the beneficiaries of that unforeseen event. "Excellent. Continue to strive hard. I have faith in you." Xuanwu encouraged him with a smile. "Absolutely." Luo beamed with renewed vigor, feeling invigorated enough to train for several more rounds without hesitation. "I will grow rapidly and protect you well in the future." A member of the guard team scoffed. "Our vice captain Y is a master at the late stage of the Xian level. It won't be so easy for you to catch up." "Ah, AK." Xuanwu shot a disapproving look at the team member before turning back to Luo. "Keep it up, train diligently, and you too will become a master one day." Luo shivered with excitement, as if electrified, his entire being brimming with determination. He clenched his fists, his expression serious and his gaze resolute. "Rest assured, YSHG, I shall soon match your pace." As they watched Luo and his companions enter the academy, AK expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "YSHG, he is merely a child. Why take him so seriously?" "And what of it?" Xuanwu retorted, giving him another glare. "At least he is earnestly improving himself, and he is a freshman this year, already at level 7. Did you possess such strength at that age? Isn't it just luck?" "They must have encountered some fortuitous event," AK pouted. "Luck is sometimes a part of strength." Xuanwu replied with a huff. "Moreover, even if he has been fortunate, he is still working hard. Such individuals, regardless of their age, deserve respect." "Fine, I understand," AK mumbled, bowing his head after being reprimanded. After finishing her admonishment, Xuanwu turned her gaze back to the retreating figures of Luo and his group, her curiosity piqued. "They seem to be connected to Luo Tianya. I wonder what kind of person he truly is." Meanwhile, Luo Tianya stretched and yawned, lingering in bed for a moment before finally rising. There is nothing more pleasurable in this world than sleep. If there is, it is the joy of dozing back off. After some delay, Luo Tianya got up, refreshed himself, and awakened the little Qinglong and the Six-Eared Macaque, preparing to seek out the dean. Creak. Upon opening the door, he was met with the stern visage of WZH standing at the threshold. WZH-SH11ing, "Good morning." Luo Tianya greeted him. WZH nodded, then gazed at Luo Tianya, slowly stating, "I wish to have a match with you before the Tianjiao battle begins." "Ah?" Luo Tianya was taken aback by WZH's sudden request. What has prompted such a thought? Luo Tianya, still groggy from sleep, was puzzled by WZH's desire to fight. WZH, noticing Luo Tianya's bewildered expression, explained, "I see you have broken through to the Xian level. Your strength should be considerable, hence I wish to engage in a straightforward battle." WZH-SH11ing, Luo New York said with a hint of resignation. You don't seem like one given to combat. Why do you appear to be a different person today? WZH felt somewhat lonely at the top, lacking suitable opponents, which hindered his ability to break through the next barrier. A voice emerged from behind WZH, revealing a tall figure clad in a purple robe, exuding an air of confidence. Who are you? Luo New York inquired, cutting straight to the point. The newcomer stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but soon realized Luo New York was merely a freshman who did not know him. I am Xuanwu, ranked second in the Xian level, WH clarified, addressing Luo New York's confusion. Oh, I see. It is an honor. Luo New York responded, feigning recognition. You do know who I am? Xuanwu asked with a smile. Not at all, Luo New York replied bluntly. I was merely being polite. Xuanwu found himself speechless. Upon closer interaction, he realized Luo New York's wit might rival his strength, perhaps making him a formidable conversationalist. WZH and I have both reached the pinnacle of the Xian level. Xuanwu explained. My destined beast is unique. It leans more toward control than attack. Thus, battling WZH might not be as satisfying for him. In our academy, we are the highest ranked. Anyone above us has already graduated or is a faculty member. I have been stuck at the pinnacle for some time and have yet to discover the breakthrough opportunity. Luo New York gestured to himself. So, I am that opportunity? With your current strength, you could indeed serve as that opportunity, Xuanwu replied with a smile. Observing WZH, Luo New York sensed a surge of battle intent brewing beneath his seemingly calm demeanor. Alright, I am in. After a moment of contemplation, Luo New York grinned. WZH and Xuanwu exchanged smiles, but Luo New York's next remark left them speechless. Which of my destined beasts do you wish to battle? Indeed, this lad possessed two exceptionally powerful magical beasts. Most individuals would consider themselves fortunate to have even one. Yet, this young man had two. If they knew Luo New York also possessed a divine beast, the Zhuke egg, they might think him favored by the heavens. Let us go with your Qinglong, WZH suggested. I have a general idea of the strength of your little monkey, but I am more eager to see your destined beast. Absolutely. Luo New York agreed readily. However, do we battle in Yin-Yang Forest or on the arena? At this, Xuanwu smiled mysteriously. No need. Let us fight right here. Luo New York pointed to the ground beneath them, shaking his head. No, we will damage my little wooden house. Fear not, WZH chuckled. Xuanwu has a way to manage that. With a swift motion, Xuanwu clenched his right hand, causing a ripple in the space before him, from which emerged a peculiar magical beast. It was elongated in shape, with two short legs, standing upright, its wings flapping at its sides, yet it seemed unable to fly. Its back was dark, while its belly was white. A slender, pointed beak glimmered, with two tiny eyes concealed within a shroud of black fur, rendering them indistinct. This is my destined beast, the Yongye Xingxiu, declared Xingyue. Luo Tianya gazed at the creature swaying towards Xingyue, his expression one of bewilderment. What is this Yongye Xingxiu? It is nothing but a penguin. Indeed, what stood before the three of them was a creature Luo Tianya recognized all too well, a penguin. A quintessential representation of one. Given the sweltering heat, Luo Tianya looked up at the blazing sun above. How could this penguin possibly endure such temperatures? Nevertheless, at that moment, Luo Tianya gleaned some information about this so-called Yongye Xingxiu species. Yongye Xingxiu, level, peak of Xian, abilities, star control, star string power, Yongye domain. Condition, a bit hungry, longing for fish. Observing the state of the Yongye Xingxiu, Luo Tianya was tempted to summon Luo Hua's husky to unleash its hungry wolf howl ability, and then see if this penguin could still exhibit its powers. What transpired next should not astonish you. Maintain your composure. Xingyue, with a grave expression, instructed the Yongye Xingxiu to commence its abilities. Ding! Twinkling starlight emanated from the Yongye Xingxiu, increasing in intensity until it soon enveloped the vicinity. The flickering starlight began to intertwine, forming an inverted dome of starlight in the air, gradually obscuring the sunlight and casting a vast shadow below. Boom! The starlight dome descended, encompassing them all, including the beast. And in a flash of brilliance, their figures vanished from sight. Dots of starlight twinkled in the distant night sky, while not far off, a river of stars seemed to flow. Luo Tianya stood suspended in the void, gazing at the scene before him, utterly astonished. Have we entered the void star sea? Welcome to my realm, the Yongye domain. Xingyue spread his arms wide, assuming a posture of dominance. What a peculiar ability. Luo Tianya surveyed the Yongye domain with curiosity. This was his first encounter with such a power that could draw opponents into one's own realm. He wondered if Xingyue's strength would be significantly augmented within this domain. It appeared that Xingyue was not as simple as he initially seemed. Within my domain, You are free to unleash your abilities, as long as your strength does not exceed the upper limit of my domain. This space shall remain intact. Xingyue proclaimed. What is this upper limit? Luo Tianya inquired. Currently, this ability is not perfected, Xingyue replied. It can only withstand 10 times my strength limit. 10 times. This meant that Xingyue's own power would also experience a tenfold enhancement within this domain. Luo Tianya observed the gleam in Xingyue's narrowed eyes, silently grumbling that indeed, those with slitted eyes are formidable. This individual should not be underestimated. However, the grand spectacle of his abilities activation would not allow opponents to remain passively waiting, otherwise, he would essentially be invincible. You may begin, Xingyue said with a smile. Whoosh. Wu Ji summoned the Qing Yun Yen Wang. Roar. The little Qing Long stood upright, fixating its gaze intently on the Qing Yun Yen Wang. In the next moment, boom. The two beasts collided, unleashing boundless waves beneath the starry sky.